Recently, the guy's name had been uttered very often in the school class due to his constant falling asleep. Today was no exception, and the teacher once again caught Lu Shen sleeping. The whole class laughed at him while the teacher got angry and reprimanded him about the upcoming exams. In order to get any kind of profession, one had to have a proper health status obtained originally at school. It was for this reason that the teacher was so angry at the guy who didn't even have a one. His classmates couldn't stop making fun of Lu Sheng and told the teacher to ignore him because it was his choice. However, the teacher was still upset that the guy didn't even try and he would have to live somehow after school. The bell rang and all the kids in the class began to noisily gather for recess. Liu Qi, one of Lu Shen's close friends, asked if his friend was worried about his eternal nightmares with monsters again. Lu Shen only silently sighed deeply and indulged in the memories of his recent dreams. He was once again dreaming of a dystopian apocalyptic world where there was not a soul around except monsters. He even thought that these nightmares would definitely drive him insane someday since his health had already dropped significantly. His friend noticed Lu Shen's slumped face and tried to cheer him up, reminding him that they were just ordinary guys, not geniuses. He jumped up and invited his buddy to play a game of console, to which he was refused, arguing that he wanted to rest. Lu Qi was surprised by this response and even thought that his friend was sick, but Lu was determined to get a good night's sleep at home. At this moment, the other guys started calling Lu with them, waving their hands cheerfully. Lu Qi realized that his buddy wouldn't change his mind, and after saying goodbye to him, he headed off to his waiting company. Lu Shen also packed his things and went home, while concurrently pondering everything that was happening to him. He couldn't even think that when he returned from the dream world to reality, he would be thinking about some exams. The guy remembered about the upcoming math test and decided to get something when he got home. Lu Shen thought for a moment that the world from his dreams, which is completely contrary to everything in reality, is not so different. For a moment, he gazed at the large posters and stopped, thinking about something. Suddenly, he was almost hit by a strong woman carrying a bunch of heavy boxes above her head and shouted to be more careful on the roads. Lu Shen looked at her enthusiastically and thought that one day he would also like to become as strong as her. At this time, somewhere in one of the old houses in the alley, someone was gluing massage cushions on someone's back. The man was clenching his teeth slightly in pain and asking to give more gently, while the woman promised that she was already finishing. It was Lu Shen's parents who happily welcomed him home, wondering why he was back so early. The father, without waiting for an answer, asked if the boy was hungry because he would still be serving. After a moment, he added that since his sister hadn't come home yet, he could snack on an apple and wait for her for a full meal. Lu Shen suddenly asked his father why they still hadn't bought the blood circulation machine that all of his classmates already had. His father began to joke that he was still young and no disease would take him, and these massage cushions were just for prevention. A little digging under the table, he took something and said that he had a small gift. On the table were 2 vials of the latest healing powder from a charity clinic. The mother became excited and surprised and started asking her father if these were the same powders that were being touted on TV for $20,000. She was so excited because they were very beneficial to the students and they couldn't afford them on their own. Her mother was working at the market and said that she had just gotten a whole pig's head today and such an event should be celebrated. Lu Shen stood there silently listening to his parents cheering each other on, not knowing what to say. His silence was destined to be interrupted because his mother inquired about his health status. They were so worried about it because the school was raising the scores for the exam and further study. Lu Shen didn't want to upset them on such a happy day for them and simply replied that he knew and remembered everything. Just upon entering his room, he immediately cast a glance at the barbell and thought that he needed to urgently start improving his physical fitness. The guy quickly took the appropriate stance and began to do a warm-up, observing the correct breathing technique. He knew 24 body reconstruction techniques, but he didn't know how to successfully apply all of them. Today, he wanted to pay special attention to the radio gymnastics section, namely, the 14th exercise. These techniques were developed from ancient yoga and judo and recommended by the International Martial Arts Union. They help beginners strengthen their bodies, and right now Lu Shen had reached the 13th exercise. Their world had changed 300 years ago when monsters that changed the course of history began to emerge from cracks in the earth. Modern weapons had lost their relevance, and humanity had to find new ways to fight back. At the same time, a genetic trait within humans was unlocked, after which human strength grew exponentially. As a consequence, their era, the era of martial arts, flourished. Despite all this progress, the problem with monsters unfortunately didn't go anywhere. It still threatened humanity with extinction, and every day cities were destroyed under the onslaught of monsters, which did not bode well. The city heads spoke repeatedly about how all of their children had been born in a difficult time for everyone, and now it was their turn to build the future. Lu Shen plopped down on the floor and only thought about the fact that he had already made as many as 3 technique approaches, and his status still hadn't changed. He couldn't forgive himself for this, after all. Even his little sister was of a higher status than him, and his parents had worked so hard to obtain this powder. It was as if the universe had given him a second chance, a second life in the martial arts world, but was this really the limit of what he could do? Lu Shen was so angry that he decided not to stop at 3 approaches and do 5 or even 6 times. He abruptly stood up and realized that everything started to spin and blur in front of his eyes. In a second, his eyes closed and opened several times with a clear sense of flying in space. Lu Shen quickly realized that he was in that wasteland from his dreams, surrounded by skeletons and piles of bones. He started pinching himself to wake up, but nothing was happening, causing him to feel frightened and misunderstand what was happening. At some point, the guy felt strange sounds and someone's breathing behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a vicious zombie. The monster roared monstrously and pounced on Lu Shen, who, although he didn't expect such a thing, he was able to put up a defense in time. As long as he held the monster with red eyes at arm's length, he was able to see who it was. The enraged zombie wouldn't stop roaring loudly, and the guy didn't understand why such punishment had come upon him and still hadn't let go. The zombie tried to hit Lu Shen a few times, but the guy managed to endure and deftly dodged. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength to hold back the legs of the zombie, who clearly wanted to destroy him and eat fresh meat. Lu Shen clearly realized that even if his health status was low and he was bad at close combat, it wasn't the end. The guy was not going to just give up and push the zombie away from him with all his might. When the monster flew back a few meters, Lu Shen immediately jumped up from the ground and picked up the first stone he could find. He jumped to the monster and pinned it down without being able to free himself so that he could quickly kill it with the stone. Lu Shen swung around and gave several strong blows to the dead man's head. At some point he realized that it was over, but he gave one last strong blow. The guy was breathing frequently and sat on top of the destroyed zombie, covered all over with his corpse fluid. He looked at the monster's stone-pierced head and concluded to himself that the head was their weak point and could be dealt with faster that way. While he was pondering, he didn't notice as the liquid from the zombie began to leak out and upwards, getting closer and closer to him. In a second, this unknown slurry enveloped the guy's entire body, as if filling his entire brain with new memories. He saw in his head pictures of some young guy who, being on vacation at the seashore, was going to the army to meet in a new corps. The next picture was this unknown man's service in the base defense team number 1359. There he was trained in martial arts techniques on which his life and the lives of his co-workers literally depended. At one point, the commander started shouting that their base was surrounded by monsters and beasts, and they should prepare for a powerful attack. Lu Shen finally came to his senses and didn't understand why he was seeing some pictures of this zombie's life, although it wasn't hard to guess that it was after it was destroyed. The liquid on the guy's body began to evaporate like a thick fog, leaving behind not even a trace. The area Lu Shen was in was swimming in the abundance of these monsters, so in exactly 1 minute, there was a new zombie behind him, preparing to attack. At some point, the guy still noticed the monster and began to defend himself and then attack. He deftly dodged and made a few quick jumps around the monster, delivering blow after blow. His eyes seemed to be filled with power, and his body was obeying new martial arts techniques that he himself had never known before. After finishing off the zombie, Lu Shen's eyes still retained that frenzied glow that gave him such power for a while. As soon as he came to his senses, for a moment, he was even afraid of what had just happened to him. He stood there screaming like crazy that he just couldn't do it, because he didn't even realize when he had become so fast and strong. Lu Shen concentrated and looked at his hands, seeing a stream of energy coming from them, which was the source of this new power. He felt this power spilling over his entire body and guessed that it belonged to the zombie he had destroyed. The guy also realized that he had not only received the memories of that dead man, but also skills with the power. Despite all this, he still couldn't believe that he had just absorbed the life experience of a zombie, because in theory, this was impossible. A second later, Lu Shen exhaled deeply, realizing that this was just a dream, and in reality he was just an ordinary weak guy whose health status didn't even reach one. The guy walked on, and decided that the terrain here was quite strange even for his inflamed mind, because everything looked quite realistic. He passed by the zombie he had finished off first and glimpsed the fragments of his memories again. Lu Shen stood as if hypnotized, remembering what he saw most vividly. The picture of the base 1359 defense team number appeared in front of him again and again. This base had already appeared in his first memories, and Lu decided he had to find it, as there was a chance he might find some information there about what was going on here. He felt that the memory absorption went better the second time than the first, especially from the zombies in military uniforms, so he decided to use that to improve his strength. The memories could also come in handy in the future to help him find the right places and mop up monsters better. While he was thinking about it, the clouds in the sky thickened, and something like a thunderstorm with lightning appeared, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. A sharp mist with wind appeared and dizziness set in, knocking the guy off his feet. After a second, he seemed to fall heavily to the floor, holding on with his last strength. When he raised his head, he realized that he found himself in his room again, which meant he was awake. Lucian heard his sister calling him loudly from the hallway for dinner, resenting him for staying in bed so long. All wet as after a rainstorm, the guy opened the door and looked like a person who had just snapped out of a deep sleep. Lu Qinghe was Lu Sheng's younger sister and asked him not to lie about him exercising because his sleepy face said something completely different. At one point, she scrutinized him and took a very serious look and stopped joking around. Lucian tried to smooth things over somehow and began to crumple and mumble something about coming down soon. He also added that he didn't even notice how quickly he had passed out and apologized for waiting. Lu Qinghe didn't seem to be listening to her brother anymore and was greatly embarrassed, quickly turning away and telling him to go downstairs for dinner before the food got cold. She couldn't help but notice how much her brother was pumped up and looked quite muscular, though she hadn't noticed him exercising lately. The guy replied with some sadness that he'd be right over, and she remembered how once, as a little girl, she had literally never fallen off of him. He had always been her big brother who protected and cheered her up, but now things had fundamentally changed. Once they went to school and she found out the results of her status, then her attitude towards her brother changed drastically, which was surprising to him because her status was above 1 and her combat skills were above 100. Soon, Lu Qinghe even received an invitation to a prestigious martial arts institute, and to increase the gulf between them even further, she was endowed with a naturally brilliant mind. Lu Shen thought he was just her dumbass brother who was, like in typical snotty movies, the dumb-headed sibling of the smart sister. While he was thinking about this, he was throwing off his wet t-shirt in parallel and happened to notice his reflection in the mirror, which he didn't immediately recognize. He got a clear abs and a burst of energy, and the former weakness seemed to have gone along with the drowsiness. He decided to do some exercises from martial arts techniques and noticed that the memories from the zombies along with their techniques were still with him. Lucian couldn't believe that he felt definitely stronger, although he didn't understand how this was even possible. As he went downstairs to eat dinner, he pondered on how he was able to transfer the abilities he had received in his dream into reality. It seemed to him that he had fallen into a fairy tale without noticing that he had eaten a huge portion of dinner. It even seemed to him that his mother began to cook better, because the food was just great, and he immediately asked for more. The whole family stared in surprise at the guy who had barely eaten half of it before, let alone more. Lu Sheng felt embarrassed by himself and laughed and said that he just wanted to thank them for the delicious dinner and said that he was full. He didn't understand where such a vicious appetite came from when his father told his son not to talk nonsense, because no one would let him starve in his own home. The father asked his mother to cook something quick so that they would be sure to be full. He seemed most happy about it, for he had decided that their boy was becoming a man and would now eat constantly to his heart's content. He also promised to buy his son something healthy and tasty tomorrow, because adolescence is a good time to improve health status and such a chance should be taken. Lu Qinghe said that statute was not a weight and would not grow at their will, so she was very interested to see what would come of it, since 18 was no longer adolescence. Her father wasn't happy that her sister was bullying her brother, studying at a prestigious university instead of a highly specialized one like her brother. While father and daughter were bickering amongst themselves, the boy thought he could feel his health status improving in his sleep, so he urgently needed to be checked at the dojo. After resting a bit after dinner, he headed towards the dojo building where health status evaluations are held. On the wall was a poster of the dojo master Ni Hongchuan, who was a 4th-ranked martial artist specializing in boxing. By gradation, a rank 1 martial arts master was a promising student, rank 2 became a professional instructor, and rank 3 became a consultant. A rank 4 master could be someone whose health status was over 200 units and whose martial skills were valued at 100,000 points, which Master Ni Hongchuan was. Everyone knew that high-ranked masters were literally superhumans that were almost impossible to reach. He quickly read the requirements on the board to enter this institute, which were simply frantic. Lu Shen realized that if his sister wanted to enter this sect, his parents would definitely find the money, but it was unlikely to happen for him, so he would learn everything in his sleep. At the entrance behind the counter, a receptionist greeted him politely, asking if he wanted to sign up for their classes. Lucian replied that he had come here to assess his health status and martial skills. The secretary only mercurially thought about the fact that he didn't even have a personal trainer, and it smacked of poverty. She suggested that he go to room number 8, where there was an evaluation machine, and the guy thanked her for her help. Lu Shen walked inside the room and was anxious to find out his new health status. He walked over and placed his hand on the glowing orb that was making an accurate assessment with absorption. His health status turned out to be practically one with the rank of rookie. The guy was beyond excited as the status had actually increased in just a matter of an hour, showing clear progress. He also realized that he had almost caught up with his little sister, and at this rate, he could quickly reach the rank of martial arts master. Next, Lucian decided to test his martial skills by approaching the next car. He took a fighting stance and thought about which technique to use best. The guy was determined that he would do well since he had already acquired the skills of destroying zombies. It was logical because those martial arts were carved into the subcortex of the destroyed monsters, and now he had them too. The guy did a small warm-up and swing for a punch, sensing the presence here of the spirits of the guys who had died once before turning into zombies. In the next second, he quickly moved on the assessment machine with a powerful attack. The machine began to boot up to more accurately determine the guy's combat power. Just a second later, the combat skill numbers on the machine screen appeared at 113. Lucian could not believe his eyes, because this was a huge increase, and at this rate, he would be able to reach great heights very soon. All these results were from an hour's sleep, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen after 8 or 9 hours of rest. He was sure that he could change dramatically overnight, but as soon as it was time to sleep, he couldn't sleep a wink. Lu Shun jumped up like crazy and started jumping on the bed, screaming that because of this stupid regimen, he couldn't sleep now. After looking at the clock, he decided that it was too early and he could practice a little bit, as sleep would come on its own after that. Lu really wanted to record the result of his new health status and started to exercise. The training started with the 13th exercise of radio gymnastics. While performing the technique, the guy noticed something quite strange and unusual. It was not like the exercises he had performed many times, but seemed like something completely new. It was as if the body itself was performing memorized movements that only the brain of a military man could remember. He recalled the images from his memories after the zombie slaying again and began to guess what was going on. Those exercises were not his at all, but that zombie soldiers absorbed into him along with his memory. The lights were turned off in almost all of Lu Shen's house, except for a few rooms, including his, where the honed movements of the combat training could be seen. With each new strike, he could feel the blood in his veins boiling and he became stronger. He didn't feel weak and tired at all and decided to practice 200 more times. With each new movement, the guy felt the energy spilling over his entire body. At some point in the training, Lu Shen realized that it was not just about the exercises alone, and there was something else. There was a very important technique of proper breathing, which was closely monitored by the zombie soldier's commander when he was alive. The guy was experiencing an amazing sensation that was like practicing for a year or even several years. The realization suddenly came to him that his dreams were a valuable resource and a true treasure to him. A moment later, he thudded to the floor and felt a wild hunger that he had never felt before in his life. It was unbearable, and he couldn't even imagine that, as his body grew, so would his need for food. Lu also clearly realized that he would not be able to live only on ordinary food, and there was a great need for pharmacological drugs. Unfortunately, his family's budget could not afford such luxury in the form of expensive drugs, and his growth could stop. At this point, the realization came that there was an urgent need to find money, and one option was to go on scholarship. At his school, Baihe's scholarship paid out a sum of 10,000. If he wanted to get it, he had to become much stronger and better. The next day at school, all the guys moved to the martial arts gym. In the school locker room, the guys were preparing for class, exchanging achievements and simple chatter. Lucci started to tell his friend that the day had started strangely since the teacher hadn't checked their IDs, which could mean pair fights that hadn't happened in a while. Lu Shen knew very well that he had to show off at any given opportunity, and purposely flashed his perfect abs as if to hint that he was not wasting any time. His friend rushed to touch his biceps and triceps, wondering how he was able to bulk up so quickly. Lu Shen simply replied that he had exercised long and hard, adding that it was time to get a haircut. Liu Qi thought it was all about showing off in front of the girls, to which Lu replied that it was because of the upcoming exams, for which he needed to prepare well. To top it all off, the words about showing off didn't leave the guy's mind right away, and he decided to take advantage of it. He, more than anyone else, knew he had to take this chance. All the guys were already quickly gathering in the gym around the teacher for the start of class. The martial instructor, Jun Zhenguo, began to say that today they were learning the martial techniques that they had previously discussed in class. Liu Qi whispered to his buddy how he had heard that their instructor was second rank and had fought monsters in the wasteland. The combat instructor had a scar on his right cheek, which he was rumored to have gotten just after fighting there. Lu Shen thought about the fact that the instructor had a second rank, and this was a great opportunity to prove himself. But still, he thought that the teacher's techniques were rather primitive and not refined enough, although he was fluent in martial arts and did clear and complicated tricks. At the end of the demonstration, the martial instructor said that these were all the techniques they would learn today. He called Zhang Yifel into the ring to demonstrate the exercises to everyone exactly after him. The girls in the class were just enamored with this guy and thought he was not only the strongest in the class, but also insanely handsome. Lu Qi didn't really like the fact that Yang attracted the attention of all the girls and was always the center of discussions. He also resented the fact that he was not only handsome, but also rich because his money allowed him to get all the best pharma, which was the name of the drugs among themselves. Everyone also knew that he was the teacher's favorite, and they, the ordinary guys, didn't even think of competing with. Lu Shen thought about how the past version of him would have agreed with this statement, but now he was completely different and thought differently. Moreover, the guy was going to oust this Major Yang Yifel and show the teacher what he could do. After the training, the teacher told Jan that he was in pretty good shape, but he should work on his balance and later He would show him how to correct the flaws because he had a huge potential. Yahello thanked the teacher for the instruction and was waiting for a volunteer to do the doubles. The guy himself didn't really consider the teacher's opinion, as he considered him a weakling and not an equal to his family, because nobody doubted that he would have a good future anyway. The combat instructor asked the guys if anyone was willing to go out for a pair fight. Everyone quickly began to turn away, coughing and pretending that they hadn't heard anything. Liu Qi dejectedly said that he didn't see any point in it, as this guy wouldn't leave a wet spot on. The teacher didn't like the fact that the guys looked away every time and hid their heads in the sand, because it was impossible to teach someone without his desire. The school only taught the basics, and one day the day would come when they would have to defend themselves, and only the strongest would pass the natural selection. He also knew that everyone thought Yahello was his favorite, even though it wasn't true. Unexpectedly, he came across Lu Shen's gaze, which was very different from all the others. The teacher carefully looked into the very depths of the boy's eyes and saw something amazing. It seemed that Lu Shen's eyes belonged to someone who had undergone a severe trial in life. He thought about the fact that he didn't even know that there was such a guy in their class, and challenged him to a pair fight with Yahello. Liu Qi had warned his friend beforehand to be careful and not to be too heroic since exams were coming up. Lu Shen stood up and cheerfully replied to his friend not to worry, as he had time to train properly. The martial instructor said that they had a time limit of 10 minutes and asked them to keep their own safety in mind. Lu Shen walked to the middle of the hall and stood in front of Yahello as the teacher asked them all to memorize today's lesson. The boys prepared themselves, and the teacher announced that the skill test was starting right now. He also noticed that there wasn't a drop of fear in Lu Shen's eyes, and asked what his health status was the last time. The teacher was surprised to hear the guy's result, and advised him to pay more attention to developing his strength, as it was considered the foundation of the basics. The martial instructor commanded for the fight to begin, and Yahello grinned as he waited for his opponent to attack. He also advised the guy to keep his hands at head level because that was where he would attack. Lu Shen calmly listened to everything and asked his opponent to start the fight already, seeing how he swung. He remembered all of his teacher's instructions about keeping distance and watching his movements. He should also think about counterattacks and try to find a balance between the opponent's attack and offense, and use heavy blows to finish the fight. All of these were necessary to obtain the status of speed and power. Yahello would rush in with a punch at his opponent, and was confident that the outcome of the fight was already a foregone conclusion, as the strongest would win. He desperately wanted weaklings like Lu Shen to lose in shame. All of the guy's judgments and assumptions were not destined to come true, as Lu Shen deftly dodged and immediately launched a powerful counterattack. A second before the blow, Yahello could not believe that he saw a fist coming towards his face. Lu Shen attacked his opponent's haughty face with precision to give his best performance. Yahello and his pea flew far back a few meters so fast that it seemed as if he was actually flying. From such an impact, the guy skidded right into the arms of his classmates, who were shocked at what was happening. The combat instructor immediately rushed towards the injured guy, as did everyone else. They whispered amongst themselves that Lu Shen had knocked out their best classmate with just one punch. Everyone looked at Lu and still couldn't believe that he had knocked out Yang in a couple seconds. Lu Shen himself seemed to have come out of some kind of trance and was trying to realize what had happened. He looked at his unconscious classmate and was as surprised as anyone else. The boy immediately rushed towards Yan to see how much damage had been done. The teacher shouted at the guys not to stand in a pole and immediately called the nurse over here. A short time later, the nurse called an ambulance, whose staff brought a stretcher and fixed a collar around the injured man's neck. As soon as the guy was taken to the hospital, Lu Shen approached Teacher Zhang and asked for a few minutes. He began to apologize for what had happened, and clarified that he had simply miscalculated his strength. The martial instructor looked at the boy with a rather stern gaze, who was not at all clear on his reaction. A second later, he put his hand on the boy's shoulder and began to explain that injuries in martial arts were part and parcel, and let him not worry about his classmate as he would recover, asking him to follow him to his office to discuss something. Lu Shen agreed and said goodbye to his buddy, saying that he would go with the teacher for a few minutes. The classmates immediately started discussing what happened to this guy, and maybe he was on some substances, because it was simply impossible to master such power in such a short time. Liu Qi, like everyone else, knew the status of Yang, who was knocked out with a single blow, which meant that the status of Lu himself was much higher. The guy and the combat instructor finally came to his office to talk. At the entrance of the office, the guy saw a beautiful tree and a combat skill evaluation machine. He walked closer and told the teacher that he didn't know about his fascination with the bonsai tree. Teacher Jun replied that it was only a small hobby and everyone had their own secrets. At this moment, Oat turned around to the guy and looked at him enigmatically, expecting some kind of reaction. He once again inquired about his disciple's health status, which had to be below 1. Lu Shen immediately said that these were the results of the past testing and it was completely different now. Just in case, the teacher asked if the boy was taking any banned substances to increase his status, as it was forbidden by the school's rules and could get him expelled. Lu Shen immediately started shouting that he wasn't doing anything like that and wasn't using anything illegal. He took out a box with an evaluation ball from the top drawer and suggested that the guy check his status right now, and if he used any illegal drugs, the ball would definitely show it. The next step was going to test his combat skills on the evaluation machine, because stability would be the best proof of his words. The guy calmly agreed to all the conditions of the combat instructor and placed his hand on the orb. In the same second, a blue glow rose from the ball, the power of which was not inferior to the master himself. A moment later, the orb revealed the guy's health status to be 1.5 units, which equated him to a rank 1 master. Teacher Jong was shocked by what he saw and couldn't believe that a boy of 18 was already a master. He quickly thought that there was no such genius not only in their school but also in White Lake City. At this time, Lu Shen moved to the second stage and hit the evaluation machine, knocking off its head, which broke the bonsai tree behind it. The guy saw the teacher's reaction to the broken tree and didn't know where to go from the awkwardness of the situation. The teacher realized that although this machine was made for students, it still had to be able to withstand the impact. As Lu Shen took out the head of the evaluation machine that flew into the wall, Jun thought about how the guy's strength went beyond rank 1 skill. The guy sat humbly and awkwardly in the chair opposite the teacher and waited for the conversation to start. Finally, the teacher started talking and Lu Shen realized that it was going to be more like an interrogation than a normal conversation. Jung began to say that not long ago the guy's status was below 1 and asked when he had last taken the test. Lu Sheng hesitated a bit as he tried to remember the exact date and answered that it was about half a month ago, surprising the teacher. The martial instructor began to ask the guy how he was able to double his strength in such a short time, unless he was a blue blood or a famous master. Lu Shen laughed nervously and replied that he was just an ordinary guy and no one was training with him. He also clarified that the things about increasing his strength he preferred to keep secret. The teacher still couldn't understand how he managed to increase his strength so much, where the rank was obviously higher than the first rank. He also remembered that he had good performance at his age, but it took him 2 years of meditation to reach rank 2 and enroll in the military. Even all of that didn't compare to what he felt on the battlefield with the monsters. A human in front of them was nothing. Teacher Jun remembered one of his battles with a huge monster and knew that in the face of an unfathomable and uncontrollable force, humans were powerless. And also that in a battle with such monsters, humans are mere ants. Despite all of this, there were still people who could stand up to monsters. These were the kind of people whose strength was as unfathomable and uncontrollable. Such people were called a kind of monsters in modern society. The combat instructor leaned back in his chair and began to say that with his skills, he needed to be trained in a class for the gifted. He was even going to call the dean's office about the guy because only there would he be able to get a decent education. The boy knew that studying in his sleep was better than anywhere else and said that he intended to stay here. The teacher did not understand the refusal because this school will not be able to reveal all his talent, but in any case, he can always turn to him on any question. Lu Shen decided to take advantage of the situation and asked if he could get a scholarship and a more flexible schedule. The teacher realized that the guy needed time and money and promised to talk about the schedule with the dean's office and call the ministry for a scholarship. He also clarified that the request would take about 2 days to process and asked the boy not to waste time and to train hard. The martial instructor gave Lu Sheng his card to use until he received his scholarship. The boy knew that it was a black martial arts MasterCard with a minimum of $100,000 on it, and his scholarship wouldn't be that much, so there was no need to spend it all at once. Teacher Zhang asked the boy to continue in the same spirit, so that in the future to glorify their school, and he in turn will help him in everything. He could not believe that in this godforsaken place there was such a genius, who in his 18 years was already a master of the 2nd rank, and decided to tell less about him to anyone to use it as a secret weapon in the state exam. He also realized that it wasn't just about the state exams, and they had finally found the guy. He wanted to call his superiors and report that there was a soldier ready to go outside. Meanwhile, at the store, someone was buying a nourishing Orchid Heart Tonic, which was the newest product of the Renzin Medical Pavilion. The salesperson was telling them that this product was designed specifically for female masters, and it was currently priced at only $30,000. The mother bought her daughter a tonic and asked her to train hard to master the drink better, and the girl promised to take first place. Lu Shen looked at all this with regret, because his parents, even with their round-the-clock jobs, could not afford such preparations, and children from rich families got everything so easily. He also realized that his sister was a genius, and he was the ballast that was pulling her back and preventing her from developing and growing well. For some reason, it irritated him even himself that he in turn was only forever complaining about his worthlessness. At that moment, he realized that he was wasting his youth instead of acting and changing something. His buddy Liu Qi and his friend were just passing by and were discussing the release of a new game on the console. Lu Shen longed to see the amazing world of martial arts, but hid in these games because it was the only reminder of his past life. He was like an aquarium, hidden in his safe and secure world, but always dreamed of swimming out into the open ocean. It was a moment of enlightenment because now he realized that things were completely different. He went beyond his limits and saw the real world around him, once again having the opportunity to change his destiny. Lu Shen knew for sure that from today onwards he would act consciously, making as few mistakes as possible. In the past few days, he had gained tremendous combat experience and greatly increased his skills. He would finally be able to break the cycle of poverty and powerlessness because all sorts of techniques now belonged to him. The boy remembered his teacher's words about knowing himself and realized that he had made a huge step forward. On the way, Better Shen went to the store and bought gifts for his family, promising to become stronger. In the dystopian apocalyptic world, zombies continuously attacked every living thing that came their way. They knew no fear, no fatigue, no regret, and simply walked into the unknown. Lu Shen, on the other hand, had a clear goal and plan of action regarding the monsters as he was about to become a great warrior. His technique was getting better and better each time, and he realized that he was raising his health status along with his fighting skills. In another fight with one of the monsters, the guy realized that the zombie was a master and used combat techniques. According to the zombie soldier's memories, base 1359 should be located ahead, behind a bunch of monsters and fog, but there was nothing there but mountains. He only thought about the fact that he hadn't encountered any zombies in this area for a long time as the monsters ran at him. He overcame all of them in one dexterous dash and moved forward to the intended goal without stopping. While the guy ran, he did not even notice how he passed the mountains and reached his destination. In front of him, surrounded by a wall, was the same base, striking him with its scale. Lu Shen moved closer to the wall, which seemed simply huge up close, with an entire city behind it. He guessed that such a high wall was built for a reason, but in defense against monsters. There was nothing to do, and the guy went to look for a place where he could get to the base the fastest. Lu climbed into one of the broken places and began to look with amazement at the walls, which were at least 20 meters thick. He couldn't even imagine what kind of monster could break through such a scale of defense. This world was superior not only in all aspects of technology, but also in martial arts. And if such a powerful civilization had fallen at the hands of monsters, what awaited? Lu noticed one building in the center that didn't look like the others and decided that it must be where the military base or command center was located. He walked a little closer and saw someone's silhouette in the broken window of the building. Looking closer, he could clearly see some kind of creature inside. From all indications, it was clear that it was most likely a zombie, which is very old. As soon as the monster raised its gaze to the guy, he immediately felt a strong aura. At some point, he couldn't even stand on his feet and fell down, shocked by such energy. The fog and streams of flying power emanating from this zombie appeared in front of his eyes for a moment. Lu didn't understand why he was thrown back so much and how this monster had such a huge and terrifying power. He decided not to rush to go inside the base, figuring it was too early for him, and leave that for dessert. The decision was made to go take a look around, though the zombies below looked rather harmless. They had snuck in here the same way the guy did, and filled the entire area of the military base. Lu Shen decided to start attacking incognito to take the advantage by the effect of surprise. Thus he distracted the zombie standing in his way and quickly jumped to the right place. Hiding behind one of the fences, he hoped no one heard him, and he could continue on his way. Once inside the premises, he saw a room that looked like a normal apartment. Judging by the items left on the table, the owners of this dwelling had no idea that their doom would soon befall them. As Lu walked around and looked around, he noticed one familiar item on the table. It was something like their appraisal ball, only a different shape, but it still seemed to work. Lu Shen decided to check it out and put his hand on it, and in a second, everything lit up with a blue light and started rebooting from sleep mode. A projection of a girl appeared and greeted the Tianheng user politely. The guy was pleasantly delighted by what he saw, as they only had holograms in development. At this moment, it reached him that she was speaking the same language as him. Lu Shen even thought that it was some kind of high-tech automatic translation, because here the technology has gone far ahead. The girl began to say that she was a product of Tianheng technology, an embedded holographic artificial intelligence of the 16th generation Ellie, and was responsible for controlling the network server of this base. Guy was a little surprised at that statement and asked her to tell him what happened here. Ellie was eager to tell the story of what had happened, but the connection dropped several times. A minute later, everything normalized and many holographic images appeared. There was a detailed retelling of the history of the base with the attack on it and the search for survivors. Lu Shen also deducted that a council had been set up to discuss a further plan of action to deal with the monsters. He noticed that there was a rank 10 master present in the story, and realized that they had the same gradation of masters as they did. It was even hard to imagine how unique these masters were in nature. At some point, the history book began to rapidly turn pages and stopped at one episode. Lu Shen saw a simply huge, ferocious monster on the hologram. Next, he saw a large number of monsters attacking the base and its defense against them. He was amazed by the technology and martial arts of this world, which had reached unprecedented heights. Somehow, all this high level of martial skills turned out to be nothing in the end. All those huge, thick walls in the face of the monsters were unable to counteract anything. People from this world even tried to leave Earth, sending their research teams to other galaxies, hoping to find a new home. In any case, none of them ever signaled until the fall of humanity. One thing was abundantly clear: this world was destined to perish. It was also clear that the civilization was incredibly great, so the regret over its disappearance was immense. Lu Xun sat down on the couch and asked Ellie to show him the history of this world. The holographic artificial intelligence happily launched a recreation of this world. Scrolls with records of their former battles and attempts to survive unfolded in front of the guy. Lu Xun became sad that such an advanced civilization could not cope with monsters, and hoped that their experience would help them avoid a similar fate. Here he read about the appearance of rifts in the world, through which unseen creatures from other planets and galaxies had made their way. Then he studied the information about the birth of the first world-famous martial artist and the fact that, at the same time, an alliance was created. The boy began to quickly read further, finding more and more similarities, and at some point it hit him. He was reading the history of his world, which meant that it wasn't two different universes, but some sort of future. It was clear now how Ellie knew his language, and the gradation of masters was exactly the same. Everything he saw here now was not the resolution of another world unknown to him. This was his world 10,000 years later, even though it looked like complete nonsense. He even thought it might be a parallel universe, immediately asking Ellie for information on specific people. A search with the name Lu Xun yielded 36 people in the system. The guy found the right year and place of birth and realized that it was indeed him. The screen said that he died as an ordinary citizen without rank at the age of 28. Lu decided to check one more thing and requested a specific date on the search engine. The system denied access, which required registration, which required him to provide his genetic material. The guy didn't mind giving up a drop of blood, but he didn't know how to obtain it now. While he was pondering this, suddenly a hologram of Ellie flew up to him and took his finger. He was confused and didn't realize what she was going to do by trying to take his finger. But Ellie thus merely took a small bite to make Lu's finger bleed. The system reported that blood had been collected and data processing was underway, while the guy was marveling at such technology. After a second, something like a hologram blinking started, and Lu was afraid it was about to shut down. But Ellie announced that Project Beam was up and running, and the connection to the base's storage began. Everything lit up red, and the connection was successfully completed with permission available. Lu Xun was interested in this Project Beam, which might have something to do with finding another world. New information about him loaded up, saying that he had died at the age of 37 as a 4th rank master with the rank of lieutenant. Lu was shocked that he had somehow managed to change the future and decided to take a closer look. He once again reread all of his accomplishments since high school and was impressed. It pleased him that he did go to university, and afterward he went into the army. There, he served in the Tian'an division and died in a battle in the south at the hands of the enemy. The guy finished the last lines about his demise and no debts to the state. One thing was obvious: if the lad became stronger, he could change the future. His life path to 18 is unchanged, and there are even details about his life now. But in the scale of history, these feats were insignificant and even unnoticeable. Besides, in these 10,000 years, there were still many, many more such smart guys born. Lu Xun realized that wanting to get into history was just pride, so it was worth forgetting about it. The records even included his exact health status and combat skills. Those data, without the help of his dreams using normal techniques, would take him about a year to achieve. But it was impossible to just turn a blind eye to his dream training with the adoption of zombie techniques. In this case, the guy could achieve such results in the very near future. He wasn't satisfied with the fact that he was only 23rd in Baihe according to historical data. So he decided to change that. He wanted everyone to recognize him and his name, and he himself would definitely build the most important thing. That important thing was a better future, which the guy was going to change by becoming stronger. Lu Xun made a promise to himself to prevent the coming end of the world. Zombies and his school buddies flashed before his eyes again, and he promised to save them all. The most important promise was to become the ray of light for all mankind. The boy finally woke up and went downstairs for breakfast, where his mom was already serving the table. She noticed her son in his homemade clothes and asked why he hadn't changed yet, and if he was even going to go to school. Lu replied that he was allowed to study at home by his teacher, so there was no need to go out. Lu Qinghe, cooling her hot drink, thought that she had never heard of such permission from the school. The boy ate everything quite quickly, and after thanking his mother, he started to get up from the table. He asked his mother to clear the table and clarified that he would go to his room to do his business. Qinghe couldn't help but notice that there was something wrong with her brother, because it was noticeable how much he had changed recently. It was as if he wasn't as dumb as he used to be, suspiciously quiet and strange. The guy had just walked into the room and saw the screen of the phone burning with someone calling. He had gotten a call from Teacher Jun about his scholarship that was ready. The teacher asked the boy to come to his place after lunch and pick it up, hearing words of gratitude on the other end of the line. The martial instructor also inquired why the boy didn't visit the school today. Lu Shen honestly replied that he had very little time to waste. It was certainly difficult for him to explain it, so he simply asked not to ask anything. The kid couldn't afford to fool around anymore, as he had to become the best so that everyone would be horrified. The only option to improve his abilities as much as possible was resources. For this reason, he needed to get to the heights as fast as possible to find a way to change the future. Lu Shen asked Ellie to display all the different training options on the screen for him. He specified that it looked by the type of notes, manuals, practices, and other things related to martial arts. The system immediately started a search and quickly completed it, finding about 500,000 results. That was too many, so the guy asked to filter the skill information for first-rank martial artists with the most valuable information. Ellie immediately started filtering all the information available in the system. She put restrictions and still got a large number of results, and then she put another filter, sorting almost exactly to the letter. In the end, the filtering finished after a few minutes, finding only 3 results. Lu Shen immediately rushed over to see what appeared on the screen and froze in place in surprise. In front of them were the best martial arts techniques from the past 10,000 years. The first was the star hardening technique created by one of the members of the 11th ranked Strongest Masters Alliance, Wang He, and was part of the Beam Plan. The second was the natural breathing technique, also created by Yang Yizhou, a member of the Alliance, and was part of the Beam Plan. And last but not least was the Crystal Vision, created by Duan Yifeng from the same Ray Plan. Lu Shen was simply shocked to see that in front of him was the incredible legacy of the strongest rank 11 masters. It didn't even matter to him that this was just an introduction to the technique because it was already quite a lot. The most interesting thing was that they were all included in Project Beam, and most likely because the people at the top of the Alliance knew about the fate ahead of them. People realized that they could do nothing, and left behind the best they had learned in their lives in the hope that someone would come and continue their work, although they could hardly expect that it would not be their successor, but an ancient ancestor. According to the star hardening technique, the human body is arranged like a miniature universe, for even if thoughts are lost, the spirit remains. The blood was purified and the body strengthened while perfecting the mind in every cell. The next step was to transform each cell into a star of infinite power. It felt like transforming the flowing blood into a river of stars, when everything inside completely changed to a star field. The density of the master's body reached an extreme level, and the defense and strength became unimaginably huge. One could feel the blood inside the body blazing like a star or even an actual star stream. Lu Shen thought it was amazing, as the introductory practice was no different from ordinary morning exercises. But the health status with martial skills here increased a dozen or even hundreds of times. The next guy wanted to master the natural breathing technique he had chosen on the screen. The first part of the introduction of this technique was fire breathing, which could be obtained by maximizing concentration. The most real flames erupted around the guy, enveloping every inch of his body. It felt as if there were countless flames burning in his body. He felt the blood in his veins boil, and this was only the first breathing technique, and there are several more of this different nature. Next, the guy decided to try Crystal Vision to complete the top 3 martial skills. What Lu Shen had learned about it was that it clears thoughts and strengthens the mind, dealing with the most mysterious part of the practice, spiritual power. He wasn't exactly sure, but he decided that it was the one he needed to practice and proceeded to do it. It felt like the guy had gotten into his inner world, though it made sense since soul and consciousness were very important to the practice. Lu felt as if he was looking at himself from the outside and realized that a strong-spirited master was never subjected to useless thoughts. Combat power and cultivation speed far surpassed that of a martial artist with a weak will and many desires. It seemed very simple from the outside, but it was completely unclear how to play it out in life. He decided not to bother too much and thought that everything would eventually come with time. At that moment, he was thrown back into reality and felt very tired from these practices, as if he hadn't slept at all. A second later, he smelled some strange, pungent odor, deciding that he was sweating so much. He examined himself from top to bottom and noticed the stains of dirt and sweat, and even though everything happened in the dream, but the body in reality still showed it all in full. Lu Shen decided to take a bath, satisfied that all the practices combined had freed him from the negative energy. He felt that he was making great strides in his training and wanted to create his own pillory after receiving his scholarship. The guy was sure that his power would be legendary with his pills of the future, and he would overturn the entire pharmaceutical market. The next morning, Lu Shen decided to visit his Baihe Institute to visit a combat instructor. Teacher Zhang handed the guy a scholarship card and asked him to warn him in advance about his next visit. Lu thanked Teacher Jun for everything and took the card, giving him his black card. The combat instructor said that if he was busy, he could go, but he had to show up for class at least once a week. He realized that he hadn't seen the guy for only a few days, but he already felt a huge gap between himself and him. Lu Shen really did emanate a strong energy and a stream of powerful force from Lu Shen. The guy walked along the city street and thought about the fact that he finally had money, and he had to urgently solve the issue of body nutrition. He had recipes from the future, and right now it was most effective to make his own supplements. Digging through the lucha base one last time, the guy found the recipe for what suited him best at the moment, and that was vitality serum and bone marrow pills. The simplest herbal concoctions required professional utensils, and a slight difference in heating and dosage could make a big difference in the results, so the guy needed a specially equipped place. Since his wallet was not rubber, it was not practical to buy everything himself, so it was possible to try to rent apothecary equipment. Lou visited the first pharmacy he could find, and when he asked, the owner just laughed and said that the produce department was the heart of any pharmacy. The owner thought the guy just wanted to know their secret prescriptions and told him that no one would ever let him inside in his life. He quickly kicked him out and slammed the doors right in his face, yelling at the guy to get out immediately. So Lou went around to 7 more pharmacies, and everywhere he heard the same thing, realizing that it was simply unrealistic to pull this off. He had already bought all the herbs he needed, and even with a stockpile to create a serum. There should have been about $30,000 on the scholarship card, but in fact there was almost $80,000, which was probably additional sponsorship. He was getting desperate and decided that if he still couldn't find a lab, he'd have to order something primitive off the internet and try to make something on it. Lou walked across one more street and stopped, not realizing where the pharmacy had come from. He decided that the idea of opening his own place in a hellhole was a bit odd. The guy went inside and said hello, but no one answered him or even paid attention to him. Some weird guy was sitting behind the counter of the drugstore and was stuck on something on his phone. Lou started to say what he needed, but the salesman interrupted him abruptly and told him to choose what he needed and come over to pay for it. The guy also warned Lou that it would be impossible to run away and not pay because there were cameras everywhere. Lou didn't like this attitude because in other pharmacies, despite the rude behavior, he was at least interested in the purpose of the visit, but here he was not interested in him at all. He quickly looked at the guy's phone, seeing a photo of some girls there. Lucian immediately grabbed the phone and smashed it, finally managing to get his attention. The guy shouted swear words and threats at Lou in a frenzy. Lu Shen leaned behind the counter towards the guy and looked at him with his fierce gaze with lightning in his eyes. The guy jumped away from him in wild consternation and began to ask what he had to offer. Lu Shen started to say that he had come to ask something and started talking about the production department, but the guy didn't immediately want to answer. He smiled and politely said that if there was such a department, he would love to make one deal. The salesman led Lu Shenyu inside the pharmacy, down a long hallway, and stopped at one of the iron doors. Before entering, he blocked the way and stopped the guy, letting him know that wasn't all. The salesman began to talk about the fact that they had an agreement and the guy should pay him $500 for an hour, and if he stayed less than that, he would pay the same amount more, and he had a maximum of 3 hours. Lu Shen understood everything without any hints, holding out the card in front for premature payment. The salesman got all glowing and let the guy into the production department, waving cheerfully and wishing him good luck. Lu Shen changed into his medical uniform and prepared for his first creation. The first thing to do was to start properly processing the raw materials on which the end result depended. He took out a green lizard, which he placed in a special solution to separate the scales from it, and added a neutralizer to be mixed to a certain concentration afterwards and stored at a constant temperature. The next step was to liquefy the moonstone, using a laser emitter where visible light is tuned to a certain wavelength. The material is split to a fluid liquid state and cooled down behind the assembly process, and at the end, 30 grams of petrified paper tree root was sliced, which was impossibly strong. It was important to keep strict control of the dosage and in the processing to adjust the chemical properties after the mixing process, which is done in the right proportions and order. The end product of all these steps was the very same life force serum. He still couldn't believe that he had succeeded in obtaining the serum that would be invented 10,000 years later the first time, though he did realize that it was too early to judge and he should try it out. Removing the mask from his face, he took one of the vials and quickly drank its content. For some reason, there was no taste and no sensation was felt. For a moment, Lucian thought it was a complete failure, but after a second, something started to happen. His entire body trembled, his eyes swam in front of him, and the sudden pain in his entire body caused him to fall to the floor. The sensation was unbearable. It was as if the blood inside had boiled and exploded at the same time. He lay on the floor for a while, sighing heavily. Lou got up and was surprised by this adverse reaction, although the life force lost during the training was instantly replenished with reserve. He realized that it was powerful enough to do no harm to the body, and it was also a powerful tonic to improve blood circulation. The serum also had the added benefits of increasing skin density, whitening skin, moisturizing skin, and narrowing pores. He only had time to think that this was part of the martial arts world of the future when he heard a loud knock on the door. Lou opened the door abruptly and became serious, saying that he had asked not to be disturbed while he was working. The salesman became horrified and started yelling that there was no time to explain anything, because his boss's wife had returned before the appointed time, and he had to rush out. Leaving her car in the parking lot outside the pharmacy, the long-legged girl walked to the pharmacy. She quickly went inside and headed with a box to one of the offices. In her box were many different tubes with different colored contents. The girl was going through something for a while, and after taking a vial with green contents, she quickly drank from it. She quickly lost her temper, as what she had just drunk didn't even qualify as a tonic drink, let alone any medicinal properties. The girl looked at the TV screen where there was a newscast of the week that was running, which was about martial arts skill. After that, an advertisement for pills for real men began, which were highly recommended for purchase. The girl thought about the fact that as the martial arts industry was changing, so was the medical industry, especially in the field of pharmacology, and new and improved remedies were being developed every day, while old ones were being lost for lack of use. The reason why her family became bankrupt lay in the fact that they were conservative and did not use anything new. The old remedies that were still sitting on their shelves were already old and had long been uncompetitive in the market. There was no way she could find a new recipe, which meant that the family business her father had passed on to her would soon fail. Since there were no more ideas, the girl decided to consult with old pharmacists, remembering about an old man from a neighboring town, and went to him. On her way, she met a salesman who nervously began to say that he hadn't expected her to come. He kept mumbling something and talking some nonsense about her early return. The boy was crazy about Mrs. He, thinking she was a beauty queen, though quite cold and calculating, but he knew he would never leave her. He began to dream that someday they would be together forever and have the kind of life only written about in novels. The landlady called out loudly to a guy named Ma Fei, snapping him out of his silly reverie. The girl noticed the dirty robe and started yelling how he dared someone to use her private lab. On one hand, he was looking at her dreamily, but on the other, he was horrified at what was happening. Ma Fei tried to smooth things over somehow, but Madame said that he may not come here anymore. She threw the robe into the trash in a rage and spoke out about how angry she was at the guy. Mrs. He resented the fact that she now had to re-sanitize the entire inventory and also wash and wipe the table, noticing that someone else had touched the activator with the laser controllers. She then noticed the scales of a green lizard in the activator, thinking that it was unwise to do so, as it would remove all the most valuable items. The girl thought that this man wanted to develop something of his own production, but it requires a huge knowledge in the pharmacological field. In addition to all this, requires a huge financial backing, which was clearly not there. It still pissed her off that some stranger had just walked into someone else's pharmacy and scattered everything around. She didn't know what else to expect from today when she suddenly noticed some kind of vial on the floor. She was very interested in the color and smell of the serum, and she recognized some of the ingredients, finding the combination quite entertaining. Mrs. He tried to remember what it reminded her of, but no similar recipes came to mind. Interest rose above safety, and she tasted the rest of the way. For what seemed like a few seconds, there was some sort of activation of the serum. In just a moment, her mind was filled with incredible energy, and her body felt as if it had become stronger. Ma Fei sadly left the pharmacy and thought about how the guy had set him up, and he shouldn't have taken money from him. Most of all, he was sad that he would never see Mrs. He again, dreaming of meeting her at least one more time. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Madame He running towards him in the distance. The girl was trying to catch up with the guy, shouting at him to stop as she had a few questions. Ma Fei got so upset by this that he almost cried, quickly stopping. He started yelling to her that he couldn't live without her either, and had always dreamed of being together with her. The boy even rushed over to hug the girl, but was quickly brought back to reality. Madame grabbed Ma Fei by the collar and began to demand that he immediately tell her who was in her lab. She also added that if he found who was there, she would not only put him back to work, but also remove his salary. Ma Fei couldn't utter a word due to the intense nervous tension, and after calming down a bit, he informed her that he had his number. The girl immediately snatched the phone from the guy's hands and began to frantically dial the number. She realized that this remedy was dozens of times more effective than any other supplement, and this drug was simply world-class, so she could easily enrich herself on it. The girl decided that she had finally found something incredible, and this was her chance for salvation. Meanwhile, Lucien was already at home and practicing again. He was trying to comprehend the inner spiritual power to find a balance between techniques from reality and the future world. At some point, the guy finished practicing and exhaled deeply. He knew that the development of human potential was so great that it was hardly believable. At this rate, he could turn into a real star, but without the natural breathing technique, the body's recovery wouldn't be as effective. He had more vitality, and the effects of the potion were taking their toll, and with his current physique, he could consume 2 jars a day, and he had 12 to spare. He knew that he would have to make his next batch in 6 days, so he headed towards the phone, which had been ringing non-stop for several times now. Lucien finally went to the phone to see who was pushing for him so persistently. Mrs. He greeted him and started gibbering about who she was, and that she had seen the medicine he had left in her lab, offering to work together. Lucien offered to meet her in a week and hung up on her, which of course Mrs. He didn't expect, but there was nothing to do. Madam, he hoped that the guy would agree to see her soon, but it didn't happen, so she got angry and rushed to Ma Fei with a request. She started shouting that from now on he would be responsible for finding this man, and the sooner he found him the better, and for every day he was ahead of their meeting schedule, she would give him 10,000. Although Mafe was scared and discouraged, but he was able to concentrate when it came to money. After all, the mistress always kept her word. At some point, he decided to ask if she had made a mistake in choosing the man. The boy began to explain that the man who had asked him to use the lab was just a teenager, a regular student, and somehow didn't look much like the master the mistress was talking about. Those words seemed to take the girl by surprise because then there was no way it could fit in her mind. She was even more interested in the mysterious identity of this genius, who independently managed to create something incredible. At this time, Lu Shen had already fallen into the dream world, where he was once again fighting monsters. With one powerful blow, he was able to blow away the head of a zombie that had flown backward. This same head was caught by another monster and was already looking directly at the guy, hoping for a fight. Lu Shen immediately noticed it and prepared to attack, thinking of the best technique to do so. As it turned out, the guy himself was looking for this zombie to massacre, as he was clearly from the ranks of the military. The monster was quite strong and powerful, which was why it was Lu Shen's current target. The guy rushed forward with his rank 1 martial arts skills to practice them on the zombie. He had already found out before that the monster was a rank 4 master, so it was interesting to see if he could defeat it, and if so, how fast. Lu Shen quickly reached the closest possible distance with the monster and saw a fist displayed towards him. This didn't stop the guy, but instead gave him the goal to move as fast and strong as possible, so he took this powerful punch. Lu Shen was well aware that the zombie was twice as strong as him, and he wouldn't last long at this rate. At this time, the monster was preparing for its next attack, and used the star tempering technique to replenish its energy reserve. The clotted blood, which was the zombie's main fluid, boiled and began to spill all over its body. Lu Shen didn't waste any time, and at this moment, he pounced at the monster with a devastating blow. The one-armed zombie fell down and was immobilized for a short time, having lost its power at the very beginning of its infusion. The guy flew back on the attack, giving his opponent no chance of victory or survival. The final and crushing blow was delivered by the breathing technique, completely destroying the monster. In just a moment, the immobilized body of the zombie was already lying on the ground, searching for the last spirit with Lu Shen's energy absorption. It was even kind of ironic that this monster, a former soldier, had died in battle once again, defending his city. Lu Shen decided for himself that this was not just a monster to level up, but a hero who deserved respect. The guy paid tribute to the once fallen soldier and pronounced that the hero's soul was immortal. He also noticed that when he was alive, this soldier was no less than rank 5. It was evident even from his strong and huge arms alone, and if it wasn't for the lack of one arm and intelligence, he would have had to fight relying solely on his body's fighting instincts, though even then the guy would have been defeated. He had been practicing star hardening, natural breathing, and crystal vision for almost a week now, and with the help of spiritual practices and the drug he had invented, he was able to advance far, and the absorbed knowledge of combat was also stinging. Using secret techniques of breathing and star tempering, he could unleash a force several dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than his normal one. Lu went farther away from the battle site and came across the habitat of a small pack of zombies. Everyone was of course preparing for battle, and the guy was no exception, taking hits from all sides at once. He used one new technique with the unification of all the techniques, which he called star power, flying apart for a few dozen meters and hitting absolutely everything in this radius. Lu Shen, after increasing his combat power, reappeared at the dojo center to evaluate his status and combat skills, where he was politely greeted by the girl behind the counter. The guy inquired if there was a spare room to use the strength evaluation machine. The girl coquettishly asked him what he was doing here, since he had an exam coming up, and he couldn't increase his strength in a short period of time. Lu replied that he would increase his strength at least a little, but he thought that it took months or even years for ordinary students, and even the most elite schools assessed strength once a month, to which the girl offered him a free room and wished him good luck. The guy knew for a fact that if he hadn't evolved so fast, he wouldn't have even come to test his strength to look at 0 results. He placed his hand on the glowing orb and received a health status result of 15.5 units, which was simply a huge progress and a surprise, as the numbers exceeded even a rank 2 martial artist. On the other hand, it was quite logical since he had used the best techniques of the future years with the most advanced tonic, and he was rather surprised if there wasn't such an increase. Next, he moved on to testing his combat skills on the evaluation machine. Lu hit the mannequin partway down the table in such a way that it seemed as if blue sparks flew from it. A second later, the result appeared on the evaluation machine's screen. The guy's combat skills equaled 3,137, which was a full 2 times higher than normal. Lu Shen thought about the fact that this was a very ordinary strike, and what could be if he put all his strength into it, and if the scores continued to rise, it would mean that he had no limits to his combat power development. He decided to test his theory right now and prepared for the next strike. This time, the guy used an amalgamation of all the techniques, which was called star power, and dealt a powerful blow to the machine. After satisfying his curiosity, the guy got out and headed towards the exit, where the girl behind the counter was already waiting for him. She was curious to know the guy's result, so she asked if everything had been successful and if he was satisfied with himself. Lucian was, to put it mildly, satisfied with his results, but he did not want to talk about it in detail, so he just nodded cheerfully. The girl wished him good luck and more luck in the upcoming exam. The boy thanked her and went away on his own, waving back to the girl. She didn't notice other people near her and shifted out loud, saying that this guy was very cool and so mysterious. Next to her was the daughter of Crimson River Martial Arts School's headmaster Ni Shuang and her younger brother. Ni Shuang cheerfully said that she had only taken a couple seconds to the recuperating bathhouse with her brother, and she had already met the love of her life. The girl behind the counter named Shaolin started to deny it, but little brother Nie started to say that a pretty face can't defend against monsters, so only fighting skills are valued in their society, and this guy looks like a child from an ordinary family. The sister knew very well that her boyfriend drank tonics before he even started school. That's why his performance was always above his peers, because resources in their world played a key role. The gap between the kid and his peers was getting bigger with every day of his training, turning him into a vile, arrogant type. Ni made a sharp kick to her brother's head and told him to never dare to compare himself to kids from ordinary families again. The boy instantly grew a lump, and his sister added that if he was so eager to rant about his accomplishments, then let him go train. The boy quickly changed his face and in a pitiful voice began to ask for a glimpse of the guy's results. He pressed on the fact that the guy looked a little older than him, and he was just wondering if he had worked so hard for nothing, because he didn't know what to expect from the exams in the future. Ni Shuang agreed, but warned her brother not to get too cocky since this is just an ordinary guy. Shaolin held out the tablet to Ni and informed her that the guy was the only one at the test today, so his results would be first. Ni Shuang opened the results and looked to see who it even was, and after a second she froze in surprise and shock. Even her younger brother fell to the floor with a pee and assumed that this device was just broken. Shaolin said that this was definitely ruled out, as all the equipment had undergone a regular check yesterday. Ni Shuang realized that the result was reliable, and this guy was not as ordinary as they thought. She started to ask Shaolin to immediately give her his address and phone number, but the guy was not a member of the club, so the girl quickly ran to find a free employee to find Lu Shen. The girl began to quickly research about the unknown person, making sure that he was indeed a high school student from an ordinary family. She looked at his resume and, looking at his photo, promised herself to make sure to find him. Lucian left the cab car and listened to the driver laughing loudly and calling him a nice guy, promising to introduce him to her daughter next time. Lu thought he could tell this hardy man that he was going to the Martial Arts Association to take the second-rank master exam. But in that case, there was a chance that the man would have thought the guy was in over his head and dropped him off at the nearest intersection. Right in front of the entrance, a guy jumped out in front of Lu's nose, shouting about how he had trained long and hard, and his combat skills still showed a score of less than 150, which was simply impossible. The guys standing nearby watching this picture were talking amongst themselves about how this association had the most accurate custom-made equipment, so there could be no mistakes there. Lu Shen liked what he heard about the association's precision equipment, as he had long wanted to test his real strength. The guy went to the receptionist and asked how he could take the martial arts master exam, and was given a form to fill out his details. After filling out the form, the girl sent him to a special room for the passing test, and Yadu left. Opening the door to the hall where everyone was filling out the forms, Lu Shen saw a huge crowd of people waiting for their turn. He didn't want to waste any time at all, and he was already thinking about what he could think of to speed up the whole process. Some guys noticed one beautiful girl and began to discuss how much she could be capable of since she showed up for the test. Opposite them stood a girl. Not much older than them, but even in her posture there was confidence and strength. Lu noticed that most of the people in line were about 25 years old, and he was a snot compared to them, but the girl looked even younger. At that moment, a huge candidate showed up for the exam, not even able to fit through the doorway. He walked and everyone gave way to him, although the bulky man politely asked them to move aside and even apologized. A married couple showed up for the exam to have the husband enter the path of a martial arts master, thus beginning a new phase in their lives. The bully gently pushed the man away to walk further forward, but it seemed like a strong push for the man. When the man turned to see who was asking him to give way, he was horrified for a moment. As the bulky man walked ahead of everyone, the crowd behind him marveled at his size and physicality. The wife of the man in the suit did not keep silent and rushed to accuse the bulky man of skipping the queue while they had been here for half a day. The woman could not calm down and continued to hurl accusations until she was stopped by the attendant on duty, who said that it was Zhao Changfeng, who had come on a ticket because he had to be the first in the exam. As it turned out, this bulky man was testing for a master as high as the 3rd rank. The woman froze in shock after hearing this and didn't utter another word. The girl in the crowd thought that this was very rare, and there were only a little more than a dozen people with this rank in their city. Lu Shen, more than anyone else, knew that in the world of martial artists, power reigned supreme, because whoever was strongest had privileges. The person on duty gave Zhao Changfeng permission to proceed with the test, starting with a health status check. The woman was still offended and told her husband that there was nothing special about this bulky man, and he was just an ordinary person like the rest of them. But her opinion was forced to change when the glowing ball of light showed a result of 107 units. The woman exclaimed in horror, for she had never before seen a status exceeding 100 units. The score was really big, and the duty officer asked the bully to move on to the next stage to the combat skills evaluation machine. The thug hit the mannequin with all his might so that a whirlwind went up in the building and nearly blew out the windows. Almost everyone inside fell to the floor, and only a few were still trying to stand on their feet. Lu Shen felt a huge flow of power, but it didn't hit him at all, so he stood perfectly still without moving. The scoreboard of the machine showed a combat skill score of almost 11,000. The clerk on duty was shocked by Zhao Changfeng's result and congratulated him for obtaining a third-rank martial artist master recognized by the Martial Arts Association, and informed him that he would receive a monthly payment of $30,000 from now on. The thug quickly glanced back and noticed that Lu Shen and the girl remained standing on their feet after his strike and felt the power emanating from them. The girl was delighted and frightened at the same time from such a monstrous strength of the thug. After all, such stats scattered all the feathermen in a blink of an eye. Lu Shen was also amazed and realized for himself what kind of strength a third-rank master should have. The girl was confused after hearing such words from the guy, because he was able to stand on his feet, but for some reason, he acted like a weakling. Lu Shen decided to take advantage of the situation and approached the clerk on duty and asked to test him right now. He clarified that there was no one in line anyway, and it wouldn't take long. The duty officer didn't understand how the guy could remain so calm after what he had seen, and even asked to be next, but he said he gave his permission to go through. He walked behind the guy as he put his hand on the glowing ball and told him to be calm and do everything as usual. The screen showed Lu Shen's health status result of almost 16 units, which was in no way expected by the clerk standing behind him. The girl was once again shocked because the guy looked 18 years old, and with such a high reading, he clearly had tonic rather than blood flowing through his veins. Gramila Zhao was also impressed with the results of a guy claiming to be a rank 2 master at such a young age. The clerk on duty once again began to admonish and told the guy to ignore the consequences of Zhao's strike and could test his martial skills as many times as he wanted without embarrassment. But Lu Shen didn't need anyone's advice and replied that he would figure it all out perfectly well on his own. He added that once was enough for him, and after gathering all his strength together, he gave the car a permissive strike. The thug and the girl, as well as all the others, froze with expectation, for they felt what a mighty force it was. At the same moment, there was a loud crack and the glass shattered. Everyone watched in horror, especially the shattered glass behind the evaluation machine. Lu Shen's combat skill score of 15,500 appeared on the screen. He realized that the concentration of energy in a single strike, combined with star power and natural breath, had created something. It all allowed him to increase his combat power 10 times the standard level, and that was the beauty of martial arts techniques. The clerk on duty in bewilderment began to congratulate the guy for passing the first-rank martial arts master exam, even though his strength completely surpassed that of second and even third-rank masters. He apologized to the guy for not being able to give him another grade right now, but he would definitely report him to the top leadership of the association, because such talented geniuses should not be allowed to disappear. Without waiting for an answer from the guy, the duty officer was already rushing somewhere and shouted that he would do it right now and let him be sure. The answer will be satisfactory. Lu Shen was even confused by this behavior of the duty officer and was left standing alone, deciding that he could definitely give a free pass after this. At this moment, the guy felt someone standing behind him, guessing who it could be by the force coming from him. Lu turned around and saw the thug extend his hand to him as a sign of greeting. The bulky man first introduced himself as Zhao Changfeng and waited for the guy's response. Lu Shen also extended his hand after saying his name, and the thug felt how immense the boy's strength really was. At the same second, a bunch of reporters appeared from nowhere and ran up to Lu Shen, asking him to answer a few questions and take a picture. The guy jumped out of the clutches of the bloodthirsty photographers and interviewers like crazy and rushed away to the exit. In front of the Martial Arts Association building, there was a girl standing in front of the building, worried that her friend Yang still hadn't come out. The girl turned out to be Lu Shen's sister, Qinghe, and a couple of other girlfriends who were waiting for their buddy with slight excitement. They were almost certain that a genius like Yan would definitely get the first rank when a very familiar person came out of the building. Qinghe took a closer look and recognized this guy as her brother, very surprised at the same time. Lu Shen also noticed little sister and immediately approached her, asking her what she was doing here. Qingyi acted like the older one and started to say that she was the one who should ask him about it. After all, he was the one who didn't go to school and slept in his room every day, so he should explain himself. The boy could admit that she knew about school, but he couldn't understand how she knew that he slept a lot, though he didn't talk about it, and just answered that he came by on personal business. The girls immediately rushed to tell him that they had come to support Yang Yuan's friend, but they were all his sister's classmates. One girl even said that he was very handsome, and not at all like what Qinghe had told about him. Qinghe was furious at such insolence from her friends and started shouting at, trying to change the subject. Lu Shen said goodbye to everyone and said that he had to go, giving her sister a final pat on the hair like when she was a child. As soon as her brother walked away, the girl immediately attacked her friends, who turned out to be traitors, saying everything she had told them about him. At this moment, they noticed their sister Yang Yuan coming out of the association and rushed towards her. The girls pounced on her with questions, to which Yang sighed sadly and replied that something unforeseen had happened and the exams had been postponed until at least noon. The girls were shocked by what they heard, because what could have happened to postpone the exams in the association itself? Jan began to tell them that one monster, or rather a guy around her age, had a high health status score and combat power, even higher than a third-rank master. Until now, the girl had thought she had a good score, but after the guy's results, she realized that there was no point in the exam. The girls were shocked even more and wondered who the guy was. Yan started to quickly remember the guy's name and finally said, Lu Shen. Qinghe froze in surprise and continued shock, unable to believe what she heard. She pictured her older brother, who had only been sleeping and eating for days and couldn't realize it in any way. Suddenly, there was some running around outside the association building, and the group standing nearby decided that the people in black suits were looking for someone, and if they found someone, nothing good would come of it. Lu Shen at this moment, the Crimson River School where he was being tested, called, but he didn't feel like answering at all. Immediately, the next call was from Ma Fei from Mrs. He's pharmacy, but this time too, he didn't want to talk to anyone. He thought of getting rid of them, as he could get a lot of money for the medicines himself, and how profitable a partnership with these guys was for him was yet to be seen. He plunged back into the future world and launched Ellie to update the information. Greeting the holographic artificial intelligence, the guy requested information about himself. His bio popped up on the screen, which had fundamentally changed since the last time he had seen it. Lu Shen had not even suspected that such a thing was possible, but now he was personally convinced of it. He began to read in detail at what age he entered, what he graduated from, and where he served. Then he read the information at what age he tried to get the rank of 7th rank, but was unsuccessful. The final stage was his death at the age of 87 from a beast attack. At this moment, the guy realized that the future could be changed, but what he saw today was not enough. Lu Shen recalled the monster attack and realized that these small changes meant nothing to the future world. In order to change the fate of the human race and set the direction of the world for the next 10,000 years, much more power and a higher rank was needed. He also began to realize that both the 7th and 8th rank would be too little. If he wanted to change the fate of this world, he had to reach the top. Although the chance of that was not great, but he had chosen this path himself and would not turn from it. Some person was diligently writing out hieroglyphics on paper, drawing out each one very carefully. It was the president of the Shao Martial Arts Association who believed that good handwriting had a high spiritual power. He was having a conversation with someone via video call, from where the interlocutor advised him to also train people as good as writing. Xiao Yehe only laughed and asked leader Lao not to joke on him. He also added that Bai he hadn't had any heirs from the martial artist lineage for a long time. Since they didn't have the resources, anyone with talent would leave for the capital. The president unfortunately had no way to influence this, and then the leader sternly addressed him. Lao informed him that very soon it would be time to open the training camp. It was a shame for them that with such a big organization they couldn't send anyone to it. Leader Lao lastly said that this time, no matter what, the president should save face for the association. President Xiao was too angry with this conversation because he wanted to do it himself, but he couldn't do anything about it. He knew that no one needed this spiritual writing for nothing without resources. At that moment, his secretary burst into his office and started yelling something about an exam. The president did not yet know what she had come with and wondered why she had not even knocked. The secretary said there was no time to explain because she was obliged to report urgently what had happened in the exam. She shouted that a teenager of 18 years old with 2nd rank skill and combat power up to 16,000 had appeared. The president was shocked by what he heard and snatched the tablet out of the girl's hands. He wanted to see the video of this amazing guy's exam as soon as possible. On the tablet's screen was Lu Shen in all his fighting glory, preparing to strike. The president quickly recognized the perfect fist-fighting technique. The secretary didn't quite understand what he meant, and he explained to her that there were no more than 10 such people in the world at his age. Xiao had no way of realizing that a guy could have such a health status, and even with such tremendous fighting power. What shocked him the most was the information that the guy was a teenager from an ordinary family. He started shouting like crazy that it was definitely it, because there was no other explanation. The secretary was already doubting the adequacy of what was happening, because it was as if the president had been replaced. Xiao picked up the girl and began to spin, shouting that such a gifted master is one in a million. He kept circling her, saying how lucky he was to have met him. The president said that among those who practice martial arts, there are those who have a unique talent. In such people, a power beyond the imagination of an ordinary person is awakened. After awakening, one's status rises sharply and special abilities appear, and such people are called gifted martial arts masters. The president quickly gathered himself and said that he would go to this guy's house to personally thank his parents. At the same time, younger brother Ni also found Lu Shen's address and phone number. He ran over and started reporting all the information he could find out. The younger brother wondered why his sister was so concerned about this guy. The girl didn't want to say anything and only quickly dialed someone's number. After she finished, she commanded her brother to go and buy something expensive and suitable for Lu Shen's parents and sister. She was glad that she had finally found it, and her brother thought that her sister was looking for a husband. Meanwhile, Lu Shen himself was in his room meditating. His sister knocked on their room and asked to come downstairs. The guy thought that he hadn't heard Qinghe call him brother in a long time. Lu Shen quickly went down to the room and saw two strangers there. His mother, at a loss, called out to the boy to get to know the guests better. The first to introduce himself was the president of the Martial Arts Association, Xiao Yuhe. Lu Shen was pleasantly surprised by his visit, as he knew about his martial ability. The president himself praised the guy as calm and collected. The mother introduced the girl, Ni Shuang, from the Crimson River Martial Arts School. The girl politely said hello and reminded him that they had recently seen each other at school. The guy wasn't exactly sure if he remembered her, but he politely agreed. The first to address Lu Shen was the president of the Martial Arts Association. He informed him that he was giving him a Rank 2 Master Badge, even though his skills were far beyond Rank 3, as well as giving him a monthly allowance at the rate of a Rank 3 Master, and on top of that, the association had given him a cash prize of 1 million. The parents were shocked at what was happening, and were even afraid to utter a single word. The boy politely thanked the association and the president personally for their support. But he was not stupid at all and asked what the association wanted in return. The president even liked that the guy was actually very capable. He took out a black envelope from his pocket and said that he wanted him to participate in a training camp in Dongning province. Nai Shuang immediately jumped up from her seat upon hearing about this offer. This was the same camp for gifted martial artists. She knew that this place also ruined talents, which was what happened to her elder brother. He was a man of great ambition, but after returning from the camp, he was completely broken. The girl began to say that there was no need to take such a big risk. The president confirmed the girl's words, saying that there were risks, but that this was the best place for real talent. No matter how much he wished it, the choice was still up to Lu Shen himself. The president languidly waited for the guy to respond to his proposal. Lu Shen stood up and took the envelope from the president's hands, saying that he was right. The guy also believed that true talents should improve themselves. The president said that he would pick him up in a couple days, but now he wouldn't bother them anymore. In parting, he said that he would see Mr. Lu Shen in a couple of days. While everyone was seeing off the president of the association with a glance, Lu inquired about the purpose of Ni's visit. He said that it was her turn to tell him why she came to see him. The girl looked straight into the guy's eyes and blushed visibly from embarrassment. Ni thought about the fact that he was much more handsome than he looked in his portfolio photo. The girl coughed and said that she came here with an invitation to their Crimson Rivers Martial Arts School. She also specified that he would be awarded the title of Honor Student, which confused the guy. Nai began to explain that with such a title he might not attend school at all and could only do training. The girl was aiming to increase the prestige of her school in Baihe City. Lu Shen knew the answer to this proposal in advance, saying that he wasn't interested in any of this. He explained that despite all the perks, he didn't want to be famous. Lu said he could only become a member of their dojo anonymously and no other way. The girl tried to explain to him that the title is the highest honor of their school. She also added that she could pay his salary of 100,000 today. The mother and father were beyond happy, shocked and proud of their son. As soon as the girl left, they pounced on the boy with questions about what it all meant. His parents and sister interrupted each other, not letting Lu get a word in edgewise. The boy said it was all true, and his mother wouldn't have to work nights anymore. He turned to his father next, saying that he could do no more hard work so his back could rest. They ran up to hug him, and he said he would earn his own money from now on. Meanwhile, there was a languid wait in the pharmacy of Mrs. He's House of Goodness. The pharmacy owner was nervously biting her fingernails and thinking about the fact that it had been over a week and the guy still hadn't shown up. She'd reviewed the entire list of registered pharmacists but still hadn't found anything. The tonic that Lu had made impressed her so much that she couldn't stop thinking about it. This drug outperformed most Tier 3 drugs. The most interesting thing was that the consumables for it were the most common and cheapest. Ma Fei walked into the pharmacy, and the madam began to nervously ask where he had been walking for so long. Ma Fei was scared and confused at the same time because he came with news. He swallowed his saliva nervously and informed the mistress that he had finally found the guy. Madame, he immediately jumped up and started asking about what he had found out. At this moment, the girl's screen was broadcasting from the last exam that Ma Fei had pointed out, saying that it was him. On the computer monitor, the latest news of Baihe City was streaming, with a close-up of Lu Shen. Many interesting things were reported about him, including the fact that he was a student. Mrs. He was simply shocked by this statement, for she had no idea that he was just an ordinary teenager. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Shuhai forest, where Mount Guhuhu stood and was usually sepulchral silent, something happened. Above the river by the mountain, a white dove was calmly and measuredly flying somewhere. The bird, accustomed to peace and quiet, stopped at the unexpected noise. Lu Shen rushed past it with the speed of lightning in an unknown direction. He mixed star power with the technique of practicing movements for acceleration, which he successfully achieved. All of this helped him reach a new level, and he called this speed cloud running. He came running to the edge of the cliff and stopped to admire the sunrise. The guy finally realized how natural breathing was actually used. With each breath, energy was drawn from the air, which simply served as a constant source of energy. At this time, there was a constant opening of the body's potential, and one could feel everything around him. He even felt that he could change everything existing between heaven and earth. His power thickly enveloped everything within a radius of a few dozen meters with a dense fog. He finally came out of the energy practices and realized that he had succeeded. His level had greatly increased, and his star power had been refined. He had originally come to this mountain to gather pill materials, but he had gotten a great breakthrough in his training. The herb he collected had not yet been discovered as a valuable medicinal material in his era. The rest of the raw materials for the serum were waiting for him at the very foot of Guhu Mountain. He thought that now was a very convenient chance to test his cloud running. Lu Shen didn't even have time to accelerate before he reached the foot of the mountain in a second. The guy approached the merchant and said that he had ordered herbs from him and had come to pick them up. The merchant chuckled and replied that everything had been ready for a long time and was waiting for him. He began to list all the materials the boy needed. Lu was already holding out to the merchant the amount they had agreed on, but the merchant stopped him. The merchant began to say that now the raw materials had become more expensive, but that was not all. He said that the guy had to buy everything the merchant had at that time. Lu Shen did not agree on such a thing and asked him how much he should do it now. The merchant, with a cheeky grin, began to say that the boy could have already guessed it himself, as he was not a local and came to them, which means to follow their rules. Other guys, the merchant's buddies, with sharp daggers and evil intentions, began to come out from behind the trees, specifying that the parents should have warned the kid not to go to unfamiliar places alone. Lu Shen was calm as usual, and only laughed at the fact that the brigands wanted to take everything from him by force. The merchant advised the guy not to do anything stupid, as his brothers were excellent fighters, and even the police wouldn't help him, as no one would come here. They sincerely thought that they could remain unpunished in this forest and do whatever they wanted. The bandits had already moved to attack, and the merchant asked the guy not to resist, as he did not guarantee him a favorable outcome in such a case. Lu Shen decided to start small and simply leaned his hand on the rock, which trembled and split into small pieces at the spot where he had made his mark. The bandits stopped at the same second and froze in place at what they saw, feeling frightened. The guy took his hand away from the rock, leaving a deep indentation there, and said that, in that case, he had one question. Lu Shen inquired as to whose rules they would now play by. The bandits noticed that there was only dust on the guy's arm, and there wasn't even a single scratch. They quickly realized that the advantage was not on their side, and they threw themselves on their knees, talking about how wrong they were. Lu Shen asked them to stop this circus and told them that he would take what he needed and leave, to which the brigands started yelling to take everything for free. Lastly, the guy admonished the bandits that his parents had taught him to conduct business honestly and transparently. The brigands shouted with glee that they would definitely change and become completely different people, while Lu thought about the fact that he really wanted to pay them, but they refused. The merchant, looking after Lu, thought that if the students had become such monsters, they really needed to find a new job. The boy returned home safely, and the next day, the president of the Martial Arts Association sent the promised car to pick him up. He was brought to Dongning Province, where the training camp that President Xiao had told him about was located. As Lu Shen walked towards it, he thought that this training camp looked more like a military base. He noticed the master badges on the guys standing next to him and was surprised that it had to be worn on him. The guy remembered that his badge had been put in a place of honor by his mom, and he of course forgot to take it from there, hoping it wasn't a big deal. One of the guys on duty came up to him and asked why he was alone and who he was, to which Lu replied that he was a Baihe guy and a little late. The guys standing nearby started talking amongst themselves about how one participant from Baihe City had already arrived, and this one didn't even have his badge with him and was probably added to the list at the very last moment. The duty officer looked at the list and then remembered that this was the same guy that the president of the Martial Arts Association was talking about. The guy started laughing about the fact that the guy had gotten here on goodwill since the president himself had taken care of him, but the duty officer told them all to shut up immediately. The duty officer began to tell him to go with the others to the camp for the initiation ceremony and to leave his things here, as they would be taken away later. The guy was surprised that the entrance to the camp was done in groups, which was not exactly like a normal ceremony. As he walked forward, he noticed some huge chains attached to the floor. After everyone entered the camp, these chains lifted a special door and closed the entrance. The boys panicked and started yelling that they were locked in while the duty officer tried to calm them down. He began to explain that their task was to find a way out on the other side of the corridor, and if they succeeded, they would pass the camp entrance exam, and if they failed, they would go home. The boys became even more indignant about the fact that they were only warned about the initiation ceremony and not about the exam. As they shouted and voiced their grievances, they did not notice that the floor beneath them began to fail, and they flew straight down. This was part of the entrance exam where they found themselves at the point of beginning to pass. Some were complaining that it was like traps from ancient times, some were screaming that it was painful, and some were trying to figure out where they had been thrown. Of all these frantic guys, only Lu Shen was completely calm and was looking around carefully. The guy decided to use one of his abilities and closed his eyes. A second later, he saw everything around him not as it appeared at first glance, but much deeper. Lu quickly realized that it wasn't that simple since he could see some shadows. For this, he was thankful for his crystal vision ability. The guy named Lin Xiao said that it was all a bore, and he was expecting something more special. Another guy behind him started swearing that he knew everything and didn't warn him. Lin Xiao replied that if the guy couldn't adapt to the changing environment, why was he calling himself a martial arts master, thus dishonoring his city and himself? The guy got terribly angry at Lin Xiao and began to insult him for saying such words to him. The girl began to say that in order to get inside the camp, they all had to act in unison, because the main thing for them now was to pass this test. Lin agreed with her, adding that they shouldn't lose anyone from their city, because the most famous talent. He gestured at Lu Shen next, and clarified that not everyone was from the same city, because there was a stranger among them, and suggested that he go first to check the path for them. Someone laughed and thought it was the right thing to do, but the girl defended Lu, saying that it was unfair. Lu Shen himself only smirked contentedly at all of this and walked forward. The guy asked Lin Xiao to give way to him since he wasn't going to go there, to which he laughed and sarcastically told him to be careful. Lu Shen turned around and replied that he didn't need his support because the tiger always hunts alone. He also added that only sheep walk in flocks, which caught Lin Xiao off guard. For a while longer, Lin stood silently looking at Lu, calling out what he had said. He shouted at the departing guy to answer for his words about the herd, because he wouldn't tolerate being treated like that. But Lu didn't even listen to him and walked on, stepping on one of the tiles that activated the beginning of the ordeal. At that moment, a bunch of flying balls descended on them from all sides. All of these balls landed, and Lu noticed that they weren't just some harmless things, but something else entirely. The balloons hissed and turned into huge mechanical puppets. Lin knew that even the weakest puppets were not inferior in strength to a rank 1 master, so he decided that they were just here to take them all down. These puppets had certain programs embedded in them that allowed them to use strong martial arts techniques and the most powerful attacks of rank 4 warriors. This was the first time Lu had seen such structures and thought that it was much more expensive to make one than to train a warrior to the 4th rank. Lin didn't understand why Lu didn't retreat, because the puppets would instantly activate an attack as soon as a person approached them. Everyone knew that these puppets were freakishly powerful, and even laughed at the fact that a guy who didn't even look like a rank 1 was trying to attack first. The mechanical puppet smelled the approach of a living creature and immediately began to attack. Lu Shen didn't even take a step back and remained standing in his place. There was something like an explosion and the whole area was engulfed in thick smoke. The guys covered their hands from the flow of energy coming from the impact and tried to see something. When the smoke slowly cleared, everyone saw how easily Lu Shen held the mechanical puppet with one hand. The guys were greatly surprised that this unknown guy had stopped it so easily. Lu Shen, on the other hand, remained completely calm as usual and asked if there would be anything else. The mechanical doll hovered in the air and couldn't seem to move. It was as if it was paralyzed by the guy's power and began to collapse at the point of his grasp. Something like a strong magnetic field formed around him and the doll. The girl and the others wondered who this guy, who was clearly not a weakling as they thought, was. Lin laughed loudly. I said that I had misunderstood everything, and these puppets were actually just ordinary wood with no strength or power. To prove his words, he asked the guys that if that wasn't the case, how would this simpleton hold them back so easily? The guys still doubted his words, because the puppets looked real, and Lin asked them to knock it off because they, dumbheads, wouldn't understand it. He decided to prove it himself and went up to one of the dolls, asking everyone to watch how he was going to easily destroy these empty dolls. On the count of 3, he swung his foot and hit one of the doll's mechanisms. The boys breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that he was right and it was just a piece of wood. The top small mechanism fell off the puppet, and Lin put his foot on it victoriously and shouted to everyone that he was right. He went on to say that it was just a bunch of garbage to intimidate. But Lin didn't know yet that when he turned around, a powerful blow to the head from that puppet was waiting for him. The guy was sealed into the wall in the same second, leaving a deep impact mark there. At that moment, he realized that it wasn't even a rank 1, but just a killing machine. The guys ran over to Lin Xiao and tried to quickly bring him to his senses. The girl at this time thought that if these were rank 2 puppets, what kind of strength does Lu have? Lu Shen knew that every puppet had a weak point that could be easily defeated by hitting it, but there were too many puppets. Because of this, he didn't bother and decided to immediately sneak to the exit. With one powerful blow, he attacked all the puppets that were scattered around. The duty officer behind the wall did not understand why all the mechanical puppets were out of order at once. After all, they had just been put into use. While he was trying to figure out how this bunch of teenagers were able to break a bunch of rank 2 machines, Lu had already appeared before him. Lu Shen said that he wasn't sure until the end that it was rank 2, but after hearing what he said, he was convinced. He stood as if on fire and said that he wanted to fulfill the expectations of this camp. The guy gathered Pest all his strength and with the help of star power prepared to attack. The duty officer stopped understanding what was going on here at all. Meanwhile, somewhere in the main control center, someone was checking the new recruits. A uniformed girl was taking turns observing the participants and disqualifying those who failed. She was the lieutenant colonel of this training camp and was typing something quickly. Major Chin leisurely entered the center with a mug of hot drink, thanking this day for a good start. He said hello to the lieutenant colonel, calling her Ching Shui, knowing in advance that she didn't like it. The girl immediately reacted sternly, asking him not to call her that. She asked him to come over and help her look at the materials if he was so free. He inquired about the fighters, but Lieutenant Colonel Dan was frustrated as there were 8 or 9 people out of everyone, but even those were new recruits. Major Ching took a closer look at each of them and said that there were even average ones among them. The recruits' talents were mainly strength, speed, and defense. Looking at the screen, he saw a girl with a spiritual type of ability, which pleased him. The lieutenant colonel began to tell him that this girl was by far the strongest and had unlocked her talent in 2 years, approaching the 2nd rank. The major said with a smile that she was as talented and beautiful as the lieutenant colonel once was. The girl asked him not to joke, as she identified her as the main find of their camp. The major decided to look at a few more fighters and said there were still some good options. He was calm and peaceful exactly until he saw something quite interesting on the screen. From surprise, he spilled his drink and started yelling that he couldn't believe his eyes. Lieutenant Colonel Dan couldn't stand it and brought everything up on the big screen to see exactly what had shocked the major. In one of the rooms, there was a battle between a mechanical doll and a participant. The huge doll attacked with a laser gaze, but was defeated by its opponent. A girl named Charlene, who the lieutenant colonel and major thought was the most capable, finished off the last puppet. She didn't understand why she still felt threatened if she had passed everything, but no one had yet come to check the test results. Suddenly, the doors at the end of the corridor in front of her opened, and she saw a strange sight. The men on duty in the control bay were tensely preparing for a counterattack with someone. The girl was curious as to why so many soldiers had arrived in one area and who they were expecting here. She heard the sound of battle and was even more interested, for there were few armed duty personnel worried about it. Through the wall, through her spiritual power, she was able to recognize 2 humans fighting each other, which left her puzzled, for they should only be fighting robots here. Even through the thick walls, Charlene was able to feel the strong energy from Lu Shen. For a moment, she could clearly see his face and cold gaze. What she saw scared the girl so much that she could barely stay on her feet. Everyone present in that compartment suddenly felt an energy field. The doors behind them squeaked unlocked, and everyone waited to see who would enter. Charlene was just out of her mind as she sensed something scary and powerful. The lieutenant colonel and the major entered the bay and began to question what was going on in there, but there was no information as all the cameras outside the perimeter had been destroyed and communication with the duty officer had broken down. The major ordered that he be given all copies of the surveillance tapes before they were disabled. Lieutenant Colonel Dan said there was no point in doing that anymore because there was a crack in the wall. Everyone froze with lingering anticipation and fear. After making a hole in the wall, Lu Shen came out of the testing room to them. One of the soldiers on duty laughed nervously, saying that it was just an ordinary schoolboy. After just a second, the laughter stopped as Lu Shen's heavy aura hung over everyone. The guy was dragging the test taker on duty in his hand towards everyone. The lieutenant colonel immediately realized that he wasn't from Chin City, where most of the guys came from. She didn't know what he was and asked him about it when he let the duty officer go. The guy proudly introduced himself as Lu Shen from Baihe City, looking down on everyone. The major laughed and praised the guy for destroying a bunch of expensive puppets and giving the instructor a hard time as well. The guy began to explain that it was an accident because he thought it was also part of the test. He also clarified that the instructor was quite strong, so he wasn't hurt too badly. At that moment, it was as if sparks and lightning flew from Lieutenant Colonel Dan towards the guy. But he was not frightened and remained calmly standing in his place without flinching. After a few seconds, she walked over to him and congratulated him on successfully passing the test, offering to pass to rest. She could see that this guy was just insane since he had dispensed with their mechanical puppets so easily. The major said he looked at his results, which they were shocked by, and Dan tried to test him with spiritual power but felt nothing. He asked the lieutenant colonel what she would do with him, to which Dan replied that she would put him on the top list and watch. They both already knew ahead of time that this time the selection would be quite exciting. Lucien felt that the lieutenant colonel was testing his abilities, and although her spiritual strength surpassed his by at least 5 times, it wasn't like she had learned anything. The duty officer escorting the guy to his room informed him that they had a canteen on the way, and the first place to go was there. Lucien asked if there was a lot of food there, to which the duty officer led him to a huge table of food and told him he could eat whatever he wanted. Just a few minutes later, the shocked duty officer watched as the guy ordered more refills after a ton of food. While he was shoveling, a girl came over to his table and asked for permission to sit down. She introduced herself as Yang Yuan from Baihei and reminded him that they had already met at the test last time. The guy offered to go get her some food, which was plentiful, but the girl didn't care about that at all. He started talking about how the president of the Martial Arts Association told him that he was the only one from their city who had come here. Yan replied that he was wrong, because there were quite a few guys coming from the city, but in recent years, almost no one had passed the entrance exam, and even if they did pass onward, most of the guys left here for lack of points. Lu inquired about the points in question and learned that it was something that could be used to utilize the camp's resources. To use even what they ate in the dining hall would only be available for points in the next one, and so far there were only 3 people in the camp who had earned them. Lu wondered how to earn them, and the girl replied that you had to take an entrance exam first. She began to tell him that the first was a talented second-ranked fighter, Cao Yun, who possessed steel muscles. The second was Meng Jin, who was a second-ranked fighter from Donggang City with incredible speed. The third and last was a girl whose talent had only recently manifested, but was not inferior to the previous ones in the slightest. She was currently the strongest in the training camp, and her name was Charlene, a master of spiritual power. Charlene was just passing by with a tray of food and heard something about herself. She turned around and saw at a neighboring table the very guy who gave her the creeps. The girl was simply horrified and rushed towards the exit as fast as she could. Lucien noticed her and realized that it was Charlene, but somehow she was not as bold as she was described. Yang noticed the girl's ambivalent reaction and asked if they knew each other. The boy asked if there was anyone else, and the girl remembered the 4th one, but she didn't give it much thought, because she thought it was a story, because they told terrible stories about him. It was said that he had single-handedly handled a bunch of mechanical dolls, and had also finished off an instructor. Jan said the man was clearly a monster or insane, to which Lu laughed and choked. Jan thought this camp was totally living up to its reputation, and although this guy had made a name for himself in their town, he was getting mouthed by the more talented guys here. The girl cheerfully said that with his talent and strength, he would surely become like those 3. The boy coughed and took her napkin as the soldiers came for him. One of them began to read out that the kid had damaged 18 mechanical dolls and caused damage to the instructor. For these reasons, they had to have a certain conversation with him. The soldiers asked to follow them, and Lucien obediently stood up. He replied that he understood everything while everyone in the canteen was shocked by what was happening. The guy asked the soldiers with childish naivety if he could wrap up what he hadn't finished with him. The soldiers were a bit surprised and confused by such a request, but they allowed it. Lucien lastly apologized to Yang for disappearing so abruptly. The guys in the canteen began to talk about how the monster story was not a story at all. At this time, Yang immediately remembered all the insulting words she had said to him and was dumbfounded. Lucien appeared at the training camp's command control room to see the colonel. Dan began to talk about how the guy had ruined their 6-month budget with a couple of blows. The cost of each of the dolls was over 10 million, and now none of them could be recovered. At the same time, the others, led by the major, entered the command center. He began to say that finally all those who had distinguished themselves in the entrance exam were finally gathered together. Lucien furtively turned around to look at those who were among the top 3. The guys also looked at Lu, having already heard amazing stories about him. The lieutenant colonel began to congratulate everyone on passing the entrance exam. She began to say that in their training camp, strength determines the amount of resources available, and they would receive their first points as a reward for passing the test the best. The points would be stored on a special card that she handed out to everyone. One of the guys remembered that it was the same golden card with 100 points that his teacher had told him about. The other guy was also happy to see that he had already made it to the top of the leaderboard. Charlene also knew that the card had a whole 100 points on it, and decided that should be enough to get private lessons from the strongest master of telepathy. When they finally finished admiring their cards, they noticed that Lucien's card was white in color. On the back of the card were written the rules for using the glasses. He couldn't understand what all those numbers meant and decided that he wouldn't even have enough for dinner. The major laughed at him and explained that this card had 1,000 points on it thanks to the lieutenant colonel. The other guy, Cao Yun, with steely muscles, grinned disgruntledly and started to say how wrong he was. He thought that this training camp was all about strength and connections didn't matter. The guy went on to say that he was a little saddened that he was so badly mistaken. Mengjin said that he too was amazed by such connections, and Charlene shouted to everyone that they just didn't see what this guy had done. Chow didn't share the girl's enthusiasm and said that he was sure the guy had bribed the instructors and students. However, he still thought about what kind of strength this guy might have if he had just dealt with the mechanical puppets and the instructor so easily. He remembered again that in the training camp, resources were obtained by force. What that meant to him was that he had to show everyone how strong he was now. The major noticed the tension between the boys and wanted to intervene. Lieutenant Colonel Dan prevented him from doing so by gesturing to stop him. Lucian just calmly asked if the guy was sure of his assumptions. Tao menacingly told the guy to stop talking and promised to show him what true talent was today. He had already used his ability and reincarnated into a man of steel, shouting that one strike would be enough for him. Lucian had already known exactly how he would fight back all this time and summoned the power of the stars. After receiving one light slap on his opponent's forehead, Chow flew back into the wall, in which he made a huge hole. Lu could already hear the outrage around him and wondered if he would be forced to make amends. From the deep hole in the wall, only Cow's legs could be seen, which had reincarnated into his former appearance. Ming and Charlene were horrified at this guy's strength, realizing that everything they had said about him was pure truth. Major Chin was as delighted as the guys, and the lieutenant colonel looked at Lu enigmatically. Lu Shen stood in complete silence for a while longer, and then asked if he could be free to go rest. He was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by the lieutenant colonel. She asked the guy to make a training plan, and with so many points, she offered to help him as a mentor. Lu Shen politely thanked the lieutenant colonel, and replied that he had to refuse as there were more important things waiting for him. The major was surprised by this answer, because what could be more important than training under the mentorship of a lieutenant colonel? The guys were in agreement with the major's opinion, and no one still did not understand the reason for his refusal. Lucian realized what they all might think of him, but he couldn't reveal the truth. He only replied to everyone that he should go to bed sooner, as he was very tired. The guys were shocked even more, so it was completely stupid and illogical. The major laughed out loud, finding the guy very funny, and the lieutenant colonel was just at a loss. As soon as the guy left the command control center, she immediately rushed to the cameras to see where he was actually going. Both the major and the lieutenant colonel were confused, as the guy had actually gone to sleep, and Chin found him to be quite peculiar and not as simple as he might seem. The major actually thought that this guy would be able to motivate others to grow. But Lieutenant Colonel Dan was in disagreement with him, remembering the case of a fellow named Xiang Peng. Chin couldn't help but remember this incident as well, as just remembering it made him feel sick. Xiang Peng in the first set of training camp was simply a king, outshining everyone else. Dan knew that it was the power-type talents that had a great advantage in the early stages, because it was easy to fight with a huge combat power behind one's shoulders. Everything really mattered: skills, speed, observation, logic, experience, technique, and tactics, as well as strength, and not just physical strength. Also important was all-round development while growing up, and the strength type would fade over time. It was for this reason that she was worried about Lu Shen's such tremendous strength. Lu Shen had already reached his room and immediately went to bed to defeat a couple more zombies. He fought one giant, defending himself from its powerful attacks with an energy field. The zombie flew around the guy from the other side and was about to deliver a powerful blow. Lu Shen, as always, managed to block the attack by deftly grabbing the monster's arm. The guy found a spear nearby and grabbed it, deciding to try to fight with it. He quickly jumped to the zombie and stuck the spear into the opponent's leg, winning a few seconds. At this moment, Lu Shen used a combination of his powers. Star power flew into the zombie at an unexpected moment and crushed it. After destroying it, Lu thought that when he was alive, this zombie was probably a rank 6 master, and was equal to the president of the Martial Arts Association Xiao Yuehei in terms of strength. He also knew that if he didn't block the attack by using all his strength, it wouldn't work. But for him, the priority right now was to increase his skill and combat experience. He was sure that this required not only strength, but also all-round development, as Lieutenant Colonel Dan had said earlier. That was why he tried to learn as much experience from the future as possible. Limitless strength and flawlessness was his path in martial arts to the rank of a perfect master. Spiritual ability also played an important role, which unfortunately was still underdeveloped and only worked against zombies, so he wanted to improve it as soon as possible. Lu Shen clearly realized that in a fight with a real master he would not succeed. The guy delved into his inner world again and tried to concentrate. He wanted to learn how to analyze spiritual powers and concentrate his spirit. Gathering his thoughts, he tried to get inside his mind again. The boy Lu did his best to do so, and he could be pushed back like he was struck by lightning. The guy himself, even in his sleep, experienced the strongest energy discharge from the spiritual force. His consciousness inside seemed to shatter into small shards like glass. After a couple of seconds, he came to his senses again and realized that he had finally succeeded. Lu summoned Ellie again and decided that he hadn't looked into his future in a long time. He wanted so badly to see if anything had changed there. He asked Ellie to open his bio for him, and his file appeared on the screen, changed by an order of magnitude. Lu Shen was very happy when he saw that he could still reach the 7th rank in many other things. He next asked Ellie to enter crystal vision, star tempering, and natural breath techniques into the search engine. The holographic screen immediately displayed detailed information about each of the techniques. He also realized that, although he was limited to the 3rd rank, he could use other more advanced techniques. At that moment, the guy noticed some sort of scroll labeled crystal vision. Inside was an entire technique written entirely by a rank 11 master included in Project Beam. He could not imagine such a thing, because there was a reason why none of the martial artists knew about this skill, because it was designed specifically for spiritual masters. Speaking out contained more than just the skills of utilizing spiritual power and tactics. The main thing was that this practice was radically different from other spiritual sayings and scrolls. The essence of this utterance was using spiritual power to create a spiritual warrior body. The first step was in using spiritual power to strengthen the organs of the body, which allowed one to accelerate the power of skills in the body. He was able to increase his combat power, but here was the skill power was standing still, and so this was more timely than ever. Lu Shen, until today, the guy had underestimated martial arts that contained the wisdom of thousands of years, but today, he had memorized the name of the great master who had created this scroll. He was well aware that such talents were born once every millennium. Still, there was one thing that depressed him. Despite all his successes, the irreversible collapse of civilization. The guy clearly realized that he would have to do a lot, and he had a long way to go. Every minute and second, or rather all of his time, he must spend on becoming stronger. Charlene was in the training room and was trying to increase her spiritual power. The girl was learning quite quickly and getting what she wanted. Her spiritual power grew with each meditation, and Charlene could feel it. The girl knew she shouldn't rely on luck alone, so she worked hard and persistently. During her training, someone entered the room and praised her for being a fast learner. It was Lieutenant Colonel Dan, praising the girl for being able to handle 3 star cones without interference, and she would soon learn to handle 6. Charlene bowed politely to the Lieutenant Colonel and thanked her for everything, to which Dan replied that it was all about her talent and diligence. Dan also clarified that despite all her success, there was a huge hole in the girl's spiritual will. She asked Charlene if anyone had left a spiritual mark on her. The girl was horrified at these words and nodded silently, remembering Lu Shen's gaze, and asked if there was any way to get rid of this problem. The Lieutenant Colonel didn't see it as a big problem and easily gave Charlene some advice. She said it was very simple, and all she had to do was to find the person who had put fear in her soul and deal with him, or better yet, destroy him. Only in this way could the trace of the influence be gone forever from the girl's spiritual power. Charlene did not specify who had done this to her and was horrified by such words, because she could not even imagine such a thing. The Lieutenant Colonel did not understand why the girl was so frightened, for her powers were rapidly increasing, and she saw no problem in accomplishing this. Charlene immediately remembered the recent rumors that said that the guy had recently had a crisis, and perhaps his strength hadn't increased. She pulled herself together at the same moment and thought that she might actually try to do it. On the way out of the training room, the Lieutenant Colonel had a major waiting for her, asking if everything had gone smoothly. Dan replied that it had gone well, but that the girl was too soft-hearted, to which the Major cheerfully replied that not everyone was like her, and her character was not so bad compared to his charges. The Lieutenant Colonel also brought up the guy in the top 3 and said that she was able to teach him everything in 2 months. The Major reported about Lu Shen, who only slept for days, and the guards reported it after bringing him food, so he was hopeless. He reminded the Lieutenant Colonel of her saying that the guy could do whatever he wanted as long as he wasn't hurting any of them, and Dan decided that was a mistake. The Major wondered if Lu Shen could still be the man to lead the others, and Dan realized she had to be careful with him. The Lieutenant Colonel shouted sternly for this guy to do whatever he wanted, while the Major had to train Meng to make sure Charlene didn't beat him to a pulp during training. Meanwhile, Jan, who was working in one of the camp's cafeterias, stopped for a little break. Another girl was carrying dishes past her and offered to help since she had been so helpful last time. The girls were envious of those who had already gotten 100 points on their cards this month, because they didn't have to count every penny, because they only had enough points for 2 days' food. Just in time, the girl asked Yang Yuan what Lu Shen from her city was doing, because they were rumored to be on good terms. Yang Yuan thought about it for a moment and sighed sadly, saying that she didn't know what he was doing now. She replied cheerfully, as she had heard that the boy had gone into a frenzy after arriving at the camp, and after that she had not heard a word from him. She had also heard that the guy was lying on the bed in his room all day long, and many people had already surpassed him in strength, which probably spoke of how the guy was very scared, because if he had known earlier that strength-type talents were fading so quickly, he wouldn't have flashed the light so as not to be embarrassed. Yang Yuan refused to believe this kind of rumor because she felt that Lu Shen was not like this at all. She didn't want to hear any more of this nonsense and told the girl that she still had a lot of work to do, but she would finish it all by herself so she could go. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and called everyone to the training room where Tao Yun was currently testing the quadruple gravity. The girl was excited to hear this because the power quadrupled was simply incredible in terms of amplification speed, and remembered the last time she entered the room with twice the gravity and couldn't last more than 20 minutes there. She immediately grabbed Yang Yuan's hand and led her to rather look at such a breathtaking sight. Yang Yuan was only interested in what Lu Shen was actually doing right now. Lu Shen all this time was not just lying on the bed and resting, but gaining experience and powerful forces. Chao Yun, meanwhile, was in the gravity room and was struggling to stay on his feet. The instructor at the glass reported that the guy had already been there for 4 minutes, which was half a minute longer than last time. Chao Yun stood there for a bit longer and pressed the button to stop the training since he couldn't resist anymore. When he walked out, he was greeted by the rapturous looks of the other guys who were talking about how they couldn't even last 10 minutes in an ordinary gravity room. Chao Yun took the towel and felt like a true master at this moment, able to almost take over the entire world. He arrogantly thought about how he was now respected and feared by everyone, and was already thinking about what would happen when he completely overpowered the room with 4 times gravity. One of the guys ran up to Cao and started saying that he was about to overcome the 4-fold gravity and had already obtained the 3rd rank, so he didn't even know who could match him in the upcoming competition. Cao Yun had a severe aching headache after training, but he still inquired as to what state he was in right now. The boy quickly realized that he was talking about Lu Sheng and told the same thing that everyone knew. When they brought him food, the boy was always snoozing. They pictured him sweetly sleeping in a warm bed next to a mountain of dishes after eating the food, and began to resent him for how much longer they could behave like this. Cao Yun thought he was an insolent brat, and although he had been inferior to him in the beginning, the advantage was clearly on his side now, so there was no need to worry anymore. He was sure that Lu Shen had wasted a whole month in his points, so he would be kicked out before the test. The guy even compared himself to the sly turtle that had skillfully overtaken the sleeping rabbit, saying that now he would show him his true strength. While he was indulging in his reverie, he didn't notice how Lu Shen himself walked past him lightning fast forward to the gravity room. Chao Yun snidely laughed at the guy, saying that after a month of rest, he finally deigned to show up and train, but it was too late. Lu Shen quickly checked his card account and was surprised that he had spent so many points on food, so he decided to set the time to stay in the room to 3 hours to begin with. The guy opted for 3 hours with twice the gravity, after which he had his points deducted from his card. He turned around and said that it had been a whole month and it was time to check his strength gains, to which Cao indignantly replied that he had spent the whole month in the dorm and there could be no gains. The system had already started the countdown to the start of the training, and Cao began to shout that you cannot just walk into the gravity room without even warming up. The guy ignored him and went inside, and the system recommended that the warrior use physical strength to deal with gravity. Cao caustically began to say that the gravity resistance room was no joke, and if he didn't do a proper warm-up to warm up his muscles, the external pressure could easily cause his internal organs to rupture and bleed, after which he would be immobilized. He had already hoped that Lu wouldn't be able to start the test properly, so his song was over. Everyone present quickly walked to the window of the room and stared at Lu Shen, for a moment deciding that the gravity system was malfunctioning. This was because the gravity had already started, and the guy remained standing still, thus showing no reaction. At some point, Lu Shen clenched his hands into fists, and everything around him shook violently. The guys behind the glass thought that an earthquake had started. Such was the strong recoil from the gravitational field. Cao Yun couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, the guy hadn't gone out for a single training session in a month, and he was doing so well there. The other guys also ran over to look at that most famous Lu Sheng. They watched with admiration and delight as the guy not only managed to stay on his feet, but also did various techniques. The guys didn't understand how he could perform dissecting blows in high gravity while some couldn't just stand there quietly. Lu Shen himself felt a very unusual sensation in his entire body from the gravity field. He realized that he was doing quite well, and quickly walked over to the system to select a new mode. Cao Yun really hoped that the guy couldn't take it after all, and decided to stop the test. Suddenly, everyone felt some strange feeling of attraction, and Dronzer in their entire body, and began to cry out in fright about what was going on here. Even Cao Yun realized that this was something very strong and serious, and they could barely hold on even though they were far behind the glass. Someone dared to come closer and noticed on the screen that the guy had launched quadruple gravity. Lu Shen was doing quite well and finally felt what it felt like to increase gravity, deciding not to stop there. He leisurely lowered himself to one knee and placed his hand on the floor, thinking of something quite interesting. The guys were just watching the guy's ordeal carefully, trying to catch the essence of his actions. Looking at all this, they somehow decided that Lu Shen couldn't take it anymore and decided to give up. At this time, Charlene was walking down the hallway from her training, thinking about how much she had washed herself in the last few classes. Suddenly, she noticed a bunch of people crowded around one of the windows of the training room and decided to go see what was going on too. As she got closer, she saw the astonished faces of the guys and was even more surprised, finally confused. She went over to one of the guys and whispered to ask what they were all staring at, but she didn't hear anything clear. Charlene squeezed between the guys in the center and was shocked at what she saw in the gravity room. Lucien was standing upside down on 2 toes on quadruple gravity without a single extra movement. Charlene was again puzzled that it was Lucien, for everyone knew what he had been doing all these. Chao Yun was of course the most displeased. Not only could he not realize the guy's strength, but he also couldn't understand how he had increased it so quickly. There was no way he could rest at all on the thought that Lucien had slept in plates of food for a whole month, and now he had just destroyed it in an obvious way. In his mind, he was once again a turtle, only flying straight into the abyss, never catching up to the fast rabbit. Lucien, while he was upside down, felt that the 4-fold gravity was quite all right, and even reminded him of something. In an instant, he jumped to the control buttons and began to change something in the current mode. The guys were already hysterical that the guy had decided to choose 5-fold gravity and said to call someone from the management. Lucien had everything under control, and right now his natural breathing technique was changing into earth breathing, which literally made the walls shake. One of the guys who had been watching all this ran out to the others and called out for everyone to run to the gravity resistance room urgently, because the same guy had returned. All of them, horrified and indignant, quickly ran forward, not believing what they were being told. None of them could in any way realize the truth of what was happening and accept what they were seeing. A whole crowd gathered around the glass of the gravity room, watching Lu Sheng's every move with interest, for no one knew what to expect from him. At one point, Chao Yun jumped up and ran towards the glass as he was simply shocked. Lucien had chosen the 5 times gravity mode and was successfully handling it as if it was nothing difficult. Increasing the gravitational pressure by 5 times was almost suitable for his training in his current state, and with this pressure he should barely be able to manage the movements of the star power technique, so he decided to increase the gravity even more until it was completely impossible. He could still feel the force in his body and decided that it was in no way enough and too little. The guy wanted even more pressure to get him to the limit of his capabilities. The guys were amazed at Lu Shen's abilities and discussed amongst themselves that perhaps he would stop here and end it all, but they didn't seem to believe their own words. It was a wonder to them how he was even able to stand there, since they wouldn't even have entered that room. While they thought he might finally stop, they saw the guy hit the continue button and were shocked even more. Lieutenant Colonel Dan was in the command control center with the major going over the latest fighter data for the reporting period. She was upset that in just a couple days, a few more guys had flown out, and in total, too many people had left their camp. Major Chin only said to this that they were all unnecessary sissies, and to become stronger, one had to go through a series of certain trials, so it was no wonder that not everyone could withstand it. Dan was surprised that the guys can't handle a little pressure and hardship after all. If they find themselves on the battlefield and have to fight monsters of incredible strength, it's not a fact that they can handle it. To which Chin replied that the girl was taking it too seriously, and there are actually a lot of good candidates this year. He predicted that about 80% would make it to the end, but in the meantime, he decided to look at the gravity training chamber, where someone had already managed to break the record. The major looked alarmed for a moment because someone had set a new record in the gravity resistance training room. Dan was sure it was Chao Yun. After all, he had just recently passed the quadruple pressure, but it was the person they least expected it from. Lu Shen appeared on the screen and experienced gravity at 8 times resistance. From what she saw, the glass with the sweet drink in the lieutenant colonel's hand clenched with such force that it burst apart. She jumped up and couldn't realize that she was seeing on the screen the very guy who had left all their hopes in his room while everyone was hard at work. The major wondered what rank the guy was now, but Lieutenant Colonel Dan didn't seem to care much about that anymore. She scrutinized the screen and reported that this was exactly the guy they needed. Lu Shen in the gravity room was coping with their last strength and didn't even know how much longer he could last. He realized that with his current strength it was still too hard to cope with 8 times the pressure of gravity, and he felt that he was already at his limit. Despite the hardships, the guy wasn't going to give up and decided to try a new technique to try and endure some more. He felt as if his heart had split into separate cells for a moment. Each of these cells filled him with energy and strength, and something like electric lightning discharged throughout his body. Lu Shen felt his whole body filled with a new flow of energy and strength and was ready to withstand the resistance for a little longer. The energy only went through his heart, and he was able to increase his strength by as much as 10% and realized what a vision of spiritual insight was. Gathering for the next test, Lu Shen decided to test what his limit really was. The guys behind the glass didn't know what else to expect from the guy anymore, but they saw him move towards the mode system and even tensed up a bit because it was already 8 times resistance. Chao Yun threw himself on the floor and practically sobbed at what this guy was doing in the room, and even with such a strong gravity. He didn't want to believe that Lu Shen could actually be that strong, and even thought that he was up to something. Everyone saw the gravity in the training room change from 8 times to 9 times. Lu Shen fell to the floor from the pressure of gravity and struggled to maintain his strength. From such pressure, even the room was already barely standing and a small dip had formed where the guy was lying. He could feel his bones literally cracking at the seams and his blood seemed to be boiling throughout his body. He couldn't move even a millimeter, and all he could do was stay conscious, so when he felt the force of the 9-fold pressure, he realized that he couldn't handle something like this yet. At this point, Lu thought about who could change the future and prevent a tragic ending, thinking of several options such as someone practicing complex techniques, or someone incredibly talented, or maybe no one with unlimited resources. While everyone behind the glass was holding on with their last strength and lying on the floor, the guy was still able to get to his feet after his thoughts. Charlene was one of the few who noticed this and no longer knew what this person could be capable of. Lu Shen was able to fully stand up and fight back the pressure of 9 times gravity. He was finishing the test and thought that his true strength had finally returned with him. After finishing the training, the guy headed towards the exit of the room, where a crowd of guys were already waiting for him. Lu Shen looked a little exhausted, but overall felt pretty good. At that moment, someone called his name, and the guy turned around at the call. A girl was standing in front of him, holding some towels, who said they were for him. The guy was confused for a moment and awkwardly took it, thanking the girl for her help. He took his tablet to check the data, because he had no idea he would spend so much time in the room and have his glasses taken off for the entire 3 hours. The guy was sure he had spent a fortune on this, but suddenly he saw a reward on the screen in the form of points for setting a record. He opened up the gravity room score sheet and was notified that he had been awarded a record number of points that totaled about 4,500. The guys standing nearby didn't see the exact number, but knew it was a 4-digit number, coming to shock at such a thing, because they themselves had a few units in their score, and even if you added all their points together, you wouldn't get even half of his total. Strangely enough, the only thing Lu Shen himself thought about was that these points should have been enough for him to eat. The guy didn't see the point of lingering here any longer and headed forward. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idol and decided that they should definitely follow him. Among everyone here was Yang, who could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from the guy, although it was not surprising since he was able to reach 10 times gravity. It even seemed to her as if he was walking on his head and everything around him was losing its meaning. The guy really was like a tiger sneaking forward, leaving everyone behind. Yang's friend began to say that this guy was really a talent, as he was able to break Chow Yun's record and might have already reached the 4th rank. Yan didn't even realize how great this person's strength was, because instead of resting, he went to the movement practice room. At this time, one of the guys was just undergoing movement practice in a special room equipped with laser beams. He had increased his agility level and had almost completely passed the 2nd stage. The guy cheerfully thought about being cooler than a whole half of the warriors of the world. No doubt the difference between people was normal, but now there was a whole gulf between them and the rest. He was sure that everyone else looking at him was just dreaming. While he was mentally praising himself, he didn't notice that there wasn't a soul left behind the glass of the room. The guy wondered where everyone had disappeared from his view so suddenly and noticed a crowd nearby. He also noticed that the lieutenant colonel and major were also there with the others. The guy immediately ran up to the others and started asking what they were staring at. The guys replied who they were looking at, and the guy laughed, calling Lu Shen a soft pillow bum. Someone who was there with a disgruntled face wondered who he even was. At this moment, something incredible happened, and everyone marveled loudly. All the cannons in the training room were activated at full power. This meant that the number of laser beams would be unlimited. Lu Shenya had already guessed that it would just be necessary to dodge all the beams. The difficulty was that it was impossible to predict the trajectory of all the cannon's shots. For someone it might have been a problem, but not for him. The cannons activated, and the guy with the speed of light deftly hid from all the beams. The guys behind the glass also knew about the unpredictability of the shots and were amazed at the sight. They weren't even sure if this was the first time Lu Shen had entered this room. The guy also learned that Lu Shen had broken the record in the gravity resistance room before. He fell to his knees and couldn't understand how he managed to be so strong. What had happened that the difference between them in a second was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the lieutenant colonel also wondered if this was the guy's first time here. It was because his movements looked like he had been here before. It even seemed to the lieutenant colonel that the guy could anticipate gunshots. She carefully watched his every move as much as possible. At one point, she noticed a beam flying straight at him with no way to dodge. Dan was already sure that this was the end of it, but she was wrong again. Lu Shen was like an incredible warrior who could handle all challenges. He passed each shot of the laser cannon one after another without much difficulty. Lieutenant Colonel Dan decided to test something else by using her strength. The major noticed this and asked what she was going to do. The girl stopped and for some reason changed her mind to carry out what she had planned. Lu Shen, on the other hand, thought about how he felt his movements becoming more maneuverable. The system announced that the guy had passed the second level, and that was in just a couple minutes. The major remarked that the guy was completely relaxed and his agility was close to flawless. The lieutenant colonel replied that she would see what he did next, and the major agreed with her. The system announced that the third level of dexterity and movement speed training was beginning. On the third level, in addition to laser beams, a bunch of solar balls flew at the guy. The guys were surprised at the difficulty of this level, as they had never seen it before. Lucian himself didn't seem to be ready for it and even stumbled. Despite this, he quickly pulled himself together and was already ready to pass. He could feel how hard it was already from the start, and the way to retreat was blocked, so he needed to add strength. In the very center of the room, the swords exploded upon contact with the laser beams. Lucian immediately moved forward towards the epicenter of events at a breakneck pace, intent on something. The major was amazed, as not all 4th and 5th ranked veterans were capable of such a thing, and he was only able to do such a thing by the age of 22. The lieutenant colonel sadly said that she got it out at 25, and she had a talent for speed from birth. Therefore, it was hard to believe that some 18-year-old brat could pull this off. Lucian could sense the increasing difficulty, and spiritual ability alone was not enough. The major also noted that this guy was not as simple as he looked at first glance. Lucian was almost hit by one of the laser beams and flinched for a moment. At this moment, he decided to use a natural breathing technique, namely wind. The guys watched in amazement as the guy had already passed more than half of the third level. In just a few seconds, the level was coming to an end, and the major realized that his speed was so fast that it was hard to just keep track of him. After another moment, the system announced that the third level was completely passed. The major admired the guy and said that after today's accomplishments, he definitely needed a rest. But the lieutenant colonel disagreed with him and replied that Lu Shen wanted to continue. The major was horrified by this, as he himself had just started to pass the 4th level. Dan, looking at Lu Shen, was pondering about something without changing her serious expression. Lu Shen was just finishing setting up the 4th level mode. He walked over and touched the sleeping laser explosive, which immediately activated. Along with it came the activation of the other explosives that connected with each other. Lu Shen guessed that all these devices formed something like a spider web together. The observers thought they were ready for anything, but were shocked again. The system announced that the guy had successfully started to pass the 4th level. Dozens or even hundreds of laser beams joined together with each other. The guy felt that his wind breath was already at its limit and something had to be done. At this moment, he switched to the star tempering technique, increasing his strength. His entire body lit up with a green glow and energy was spreading inside. Without hesitation, he channeled all of this power into the laser web around him. He felt time dragging on forever, and he remembered that this is called time perception. It was a spiritual ability that could qualitatively change spiritual power, equal to the 3rd rank. All this meant that the guy had reached it, and the lieutenant colonel seemed to have realized it. They stood and watched as the glass in the training room began to shatter with a crackle. The lieutenant colonel playfully remarked that the guy appeared to be a master of spiritual powers. At this moment, Major Chin noticed Dan activating her power and was even startled. He saw her majestic power and started shouting that she was crazy. The lieutenant colonel was confident in her decision and replied that she just wanted to test it out. She sent her spiritual power forward to attack Lu Shen to test her theory. Lu Shen was already exhausted from passing the test, but everyone was able to notice the spirit flying at him. Only for a brief moment did he think about his actions, and after a second, he had no doubts about them. He responded with his spiritual power in response to the lieutenant colonel's spirit attack. The spirit whirled into a spiral and began to squeeze with incredible force. Lieutenant Colonel Dan felt a strong heaviness and could no longer resist. She informed everyone that Lu Shen turned out to really be a spiritual master, and his strength was not inferior to hers. At this moment, the guy realized how many rays there were in this room. Because of the lieutenant colonel's long ordeal and inspection, his strength was running low. He had reached half of the 4th rank and decided to stop there. Lu Shen went to the center of the beams on his own and fell under their effect. The system showed his results and congratulated him on his high score. Everyone else was shocked by today and the seemingly ordinary student. Everyone was quietly calculating how much Lu Shen was surpassing them in strength. Lu Shen himself was thinking that there were still 3% of people who had surpassed him, and he urgently needed to become stronger. The lieutenant colonel was on her way to congratulate the successful trials. She inquired if he was headed for further training. Dan listed several options, and the guy replied that none of them suited him. He opened his tablet and looked at today's menu, adding that he was heading to the mess hall. The lieutenant colonel was discouraged, and everyone around her laughed out loud. 3 hours later, she and the major summoned him to her command control center. The major explained that he had summoned him to take a simple force assessment test. The lieutenant colonel showed some kind of syringe and asked if he had used it. Lu Shen replied that he had never managed to do it once, as the needle kept breaking. The major laughed and said that he was right about the 3rd rank and needed a syringe with a golden needle. She hesitated for a moment, but after that she immediately reached into her jacket pocket. Dan pulled out the syringe and explained that it was used to test rank 5 warriors. The girl also added that the syringe should fit and began the test. The golden syringe drew the required amount of blood from the guy's finger in a second. Immediately, the information about his level of 26.5 units and the 3rd rank popped up. The lieutenant colonel said that she hadn't met a young warrior with such a rank in almost 10 years. The major suggested that he next test his combat power on the machine. Lu Shen happily agreed, as he wanted to see his limit himself. Before making a strike, he recalled all of his learned techniques. The first was breath and fire, and then star quenching, after which he made a strike. The evaluation machine in a moment seemed to catch fire from such combat power. The results showed his power to be nearly 300,000, and his warrior rank was 4th. The major shuddered at the fact that his combat power was not inferior to a rank 5 warrior. He cheerfully informed the guy that he had practically passed the training camp and could do whatever he wanted. The lieutenant colonel wasn't done yet and asked Lu Shen to stay for a moment. Dan showed the energy crystal, which was a very ancient and precious crystal, and said that it was testing the spiritual power. The lieutenant colonel asked the guy to touch the crystal to determine his level. For an example, she herself showed how to do it, and instantly her results appeared. The major was surprised at such readings, and the lieutenant colonel clarified that she practiced every day. Dan placed the crystal on the table, and with a look, she told Lu Shen to place her hand on it. The major was already getting sarcastic about the fact that the guy might have strength equal to her. Lu Shen at this time looked like a spiritual god absorbing all of the crystal's energy. The lieutenant colonel knew what that could mean, but she couldn't realize it. The results showed that the guy was far superior in spiritual power to Dan. She was shocked that his spiritual power was 5 times higher than hers. The lieutenant colonel knew more than anyone how difficult it was to refine spiritual power because it was equivalent to folding a stack of towels the thickness of a single coin. Dan still couldn't believe that the boy had managed to accomplish that in his 18 years. While she was thinking of what word to use to describe him, the major chimed in that the guy was infinitely cool. For that, he was hit on the head in the same second, but he didn't realize why. The major came to his senses, and the lieutenant colonel asked if Lu Shen had a spiritual teacher. The guy replied that he did, and that he had shown him special techniques to develop spiritual power. For a moment, she even exhaled, for she couldn't believe that he had learned everything on his own. She asked how long ago he had discovered his power, to which Lu replied that it was about 3 months ago. It seemed that no one in the room had expected that answer, so it was like a thunderclap. Dan repeated his words about 3 months with some trepidation and praised him for making such progress. She clarified that even if one were to go through all the masters in the Spirit Association over a couple decades, it would be impossible to recall a single person as talented. Lu was surprised that spiritual masters also had an association that was different from the Martial Arts Association. Despite the large population of their country, the awakening of such power was only 1%. Dan noticed the boy's puzzled face and assumed that his teacher had deliberately kept this information from him so as not to interfere with the training process, because that was the reason why the purity of the spiritual power was decreasing. The lieutenant colonel suggested the guy to join this association and took out her token, thanks to which they would know what to do with him there. Lu Shen reached for the token and clarified that he had never seen his teacher, and he was becoming more mysterious with each lesson. Dan assumed that his teacher was a good person who was eager to showcase his student's talent, even though he was hiding it. She realized that this was what the best of the best would do, but even she didn't know such a thing. Lu Shen realized that it was difficult for him to explain where he got such strength from, and even decided to confess everything. Only it was difficult because the teacher was from the future and would only appear after 10,000 years, having an 11th rank, whose name was Duan Yifeng. The major decided to intervene in their conversation and apologized, saying that he had to interrupt them despite having such a nice conversation because he had something to discuss with Lu Shen. He handed the guy a card with about 5 million in his account and said that he was the clear winner, although it wasn't the end of the training camp season yet, but it would be as a bonus to him for his exceptional breakthrough. Lu Shen was shocked at the said amount, and the lieutenant colonel clarified to make him grateful because it was their allowable limit due to the fact that most of the expenses went to the trainees 3 meals a day. The major patted the guy on the shoulder and cheerfully informed him that he was the most voracious one here and had already eaten about 7 or 8 million, which didn't even make Lu feel uncomfortable. He had never imagined that the canteen would be so expensive, so he decided that from now on he would cut back a little on his appetite. The lieutenant colonel went on to say that although the amount was not very large, it was enough to prove the sincerity of the Eastern military unit's intentions. Lu Shen took the map from the major's hands and, scrutinizing it carefully, he guessed that this Eastern division definitely wanted something from him. Major Chin laughed and replied that the guy was very smart because it was partly true. Dan, however, was as resolute and serious as ever and said that from now on, the boy should realize that with such talent, he would have to fight on the battlefield no matter what. She added just as sternly that without battles and blood one could never become a true warrior. The major told her that the country and the association gave warriors a lot of support and privileges to be enjoyed, and sooner or later he would become one anyway, and they hoped that when it came to choosing a unit, they would be prioritized. He also added with a chuckle that they have one advantage. The warrior girls of the Eastern Division are the prettiest in the whole country. The major was so enthusiastic that he began to describe in detail all the qualities of the girls. In short, he considered them a complete ideal in every sense and concept. The lieutenant colonel could not stand it any longer and threw a clipboard at the major, throwing him away, and said that by the decision of their unit, he would be the representative of their training camp of Dongning province and would participate in the review of Qiming generals of all eastern provinces. Lu Shen had in no way expected such an honor and was even too surprised at the generous offer. Dan explained that each eastern province held annual talent training camps to select the best who could become generals. The lieutenant colonel clarified if the guy even understood what the matter was about now. Lu Shen knew better than anyone what the conversation was about and replied that they were competing for the guru position. The major said that General Qiming was the elite of the future and a great talent, and that only one person was chosen every year from all the eastern provinces. He also added that being that chosen one was a very honorable title, and it was up to him whether to accept or not, to which the guy immediately replied in agreement. Lu Shen realized that it was in his hands to attempt to change the fate of all mankind, so it was necessary to change the game. The major and lieutenant colonel were confident in his abilities, and if he suddenly failed, no one else would be capable of doing it. He also added that there would be great rewards there that wouldn't even compare to their training camp. Dan reminded him that selection was still a couple months away and would begin at the end of the camp shift, so she would let him know when the university entrance exams started. The major, on the other hand, was sure he didn't need the entrance exams and could do whatever he wanted right now, to which the guy asked if he could be released from the camp. Lu Shen replied that he would stay for a little longer, as he had no reason to go back for now anyway. When the guy left, the lieutenant colonel said that she never thought she would one day be envious of another person's talent. But of one thing she was certain, he was not like them, and he was destined for a different path. The major, too, was certain that the boy was destined to change their world. A while later, Lu Shen arrived back in his city at the Martial Arts Association to see President Xiao Yun. If he remembered correctly, the president's office was on the 6th floor, which was where he headed to. He was met by the secretary in the hallway outside the president's office, from which loud shouts could be heard. Lu Shen didn't know if this was the right time, so he decided to inquire about what was going on there. The secretary didn't bother to explain anything and simply asked him to go inside. The doors opened and the girl announced to the president that Lu Shen had arrived. There was a man sitting in the office with Xiao Yun, and at the sight of Lu Shen, he began to shout if he was the genius that the president had been buzzing his ears about. The man jumped up and walked around the guy a few times, talking about how young he looked. He stood in the doorway and went on to say that not everyone was destined to be born as talented as his granddaughter, and that they shouldn't be angry about it. The president seemed uncomfortable with such a speech and felt a kind of awkwardness. The man showed a photo of his granddaughter and said that there are many people who are inferior to his beloved Charlene, and this guy, Lu Shen, is no exception. The president didn't know what to say anymore and was literally boiling with anger as he glared at Lu Shen. Xiao Yun immediately exploded and began to menacingly ask why the guy had returned before the official end of the training camp. Lu Shen held out the envelope that Lieutenant Colonel Dan had given him as an explanation to the president. The man dubiously began to say that some document from the Dan family was unlikely to be of value in the Baihe Association. He pointed to some seal on the envelope and was sure that the guy had done some mischief and was now trying to blame it all on the president. The man was sure of what he was saying, but stayed to see what was in the envelope. At that very second, the president of the Martial Arts Association tore open the envelope and began to read the content. Immediately, his gaze changed and his eyes rounded and gave off a look of intense surprise and even shock. The man was still trying to scoff and asked the president not to get too nervous. The president didn't even pay attention to the annoying little man and asked Lu Shen when he managed to reach the 3rd rank. The guy replied that it was about a month ago, and Lieutenant Colonel Dan had personally arranged for him to be tested. He also added that the Eastern Military District had the right to award him the new rank, and all he needed from him was a seal and consent. Xiao Yun also learned that Lieutenant Colonel Dan was the representative of the Eastern District, and all that was required from himself was a seal, to which he happily agreed. The man immediately snatched the document and began to quickly study it, unable to believe his eyes. There was no limit to his insolence as he began to say that the document was a forgery. The president snatched the document from him and told him that if he did not believe him, he could go away, and that the document was real. For credibility, he pointed out on the document the huge steel seal of the Eastern District right in the center of the paper. The man started shouting that he didn't believe it, because a guy who was kicked out of the training camp couldn't have that much fighting power and strength. Lu Shen was getting tired of listening to this hysterical nonsense from the stranger. He began to say that no one had kicked him out, although he could hardly believe it. The guy also added that the lieutenant colonel personally asked him to call and confirm receipt of the document with its authenticity. Present laughed and told the man that it was simply impossible not to believe it, and someone needs to be less suspicious. Everyone knew that Lieutenant Colonel Dan was called the genius of the military district, and since she had asked Xiao Yun to make the call, he would gladly do it. The president set up a huge screen for a video call, which Lieutenant Colonel Dan quickly connected to. She immediately inquired if the guy had arrived to see the president in Baihe City and received an instant greeting from him. The man began to realize that it was all true, because on the screen, he had indeed seen Lieutenant Colonel Dan. At that moment, Charlene appeared on the screen, recognizing her grandfather by his voice, and started asking what he was doing there. The lieutenant colonel got angry and ordered the girl to immediately go practice her spiritual power because her workload for today had been increased tenfold. Xiao Yun decided to smooth things over somehow and began to say that he had received a document that he was already ready to approve. The lieutenant colonel replied that the president shouldn't procrastinate too long because the guy would be the representative of the eastern provinces at the general's review in Dongning province. She also added that Lu Shen was the strongest in their training camp, and that was the reason why he shouldn't stay there anymore. The president of the Martial Arts Association was shocked by what he heard and only had words about the general's review in his mind. Charlene's grandfather was shocked just as much, but what hurt him more was that the guy was called the strongest in the camp. That very second, he realized who his granddaughter had told him so much about. The lieutenant colonel continued to mentor Charlene so that she could defeat Lu Shen, but the girl was sure that would never happen. The president said he understood and could end the conversation, but the lieutenant colonel asked to have a word with the boy, clarifying for him that she had found almost all the necessary ingredients for the Spirit Master's elixirs. Dan added that if anything else was needed, he could just send her the list. Lastly, she said that he needed to get recognized as a spiritual master as soon as possible so that he could make purchases on his own. As soon as the call disconnected, the president pounced on the guy asking when he had time to pass the spiritual master test. Lu Shen modestly replied that it was where they discovered his talent for spiritual powers, so the lieutenant colonel sent a letter of recommendation for testing to the Spiritual Master Association, to which the president was just overjoyed and said that he never doubted him. Charlene's grandfather was in the president's office the entire time and couldn't utter a word. They both left the association, and the president offered to call him a car, but the guy refused, to which Xiao began to invite him to all sorts of breakfasts, lunches, and dinners. Lu Shen caught a cab and replied that in that case they had a deal. The cab driver noticed that the president of the association was too nice to the guy and asked what their relationship was. Lu Shen thought that if even the driver noticed it, the president was definitely enamored with him, but replied that it was just that Xiao was a good person. Suddenly, the cab driver abruptly slammed on the brakes and stopped as there was something strange in their way. The signboard of Crimson River School was broken in half and was lying right in the middle of the road. Lu Shen got out of the car and looked at it for a while, trying to figure out what had happened. Meanwhile, in the school itself, something strange was going on involving a certain Lin Teshin, who said that he had come to discuss martial arts rather than business. He also said that he had come here specifically to give them a lesson. Ni Shuang stood with her father and said that it was unfair to take advantage of her father's injury and move here with a 4th rank. The father replied to the guy that he had already promised not to take any more disciples next year, and what more did he need? Lin said that he should have thought before making such a huge signboard. Father said he was always ready to defend his honor after all. That's what he came here for 20 years ago. He was all alone and was able to lay the foundation for his school. Father was confident that if he succeeded then, he would succeed now. Ni Shuang was very worried about her father and shouted at him to leave it all behind. Lin inquired if that 18-year-old kid was a student of their school. The girl immediately replied that she had repeatedly said that he was not their student and just came here occasionally. Lin menacingly kicked his foot and said that he didn't care about these little things as he wasn't interested in the details. He continued to shout that he was aware that the school had used this young man's name and poached half of the students from his school. Lin was certain that since they had ingratiated themselves with someone else's, they should be willing to be held accountable for. Nai sternly replied that it was the students' own decision and no one had poached them here. Lin continued to threaten and informed them that if they were sure of that, he would flatten them into the school today. In that case, there would be nowhere for their boys to study and they would return to his school. The girl was just furious at this guy's insolence and wanted to answer him. She said that she would fight him herself and find out everything. Lin only guffawed and said that he was somehow worried about breaking such a beautiful flower. His father strictly forbade it, because the rank of this guy was achieved by hard training, and even he with an injury is not a fact that he can cope with him, and she's certainly not to compete. The girl reminded him that she was also a rank 3 warrior, and even against such an opponent, the two of them would not lose. Lin pretended that he was not interested in this, and he had no time to listen to the family squabbles, so he would like to deal with it all as soon as possible. Ni sternly told the guy that they would fight right now, and she would make him carry their school's signboard through the streets of the city. Lin was already preparing to fight and noted that the girl was too sharp of tongue. Before his attack, he managed to say as if he was kind of sorry. The guy was already flying with all his combat power straight at the girl. The father simply could not allow this and blocked his daughter, who cried out in horror. The man's powerful blow flew far into the wall, piercing it and leaving a deep mark. Lin chuckled and said that this founder of the purple school couldn't even reflect a palm strike. Father tried to stand up and said that Lin Tashan had reached the 5th rank. Lin replied that there was nothing to be so surprised about it, because while he was hiding behind the walls of his school and training the little ones, too much had happened. Lin also asked the founder if it had been a long time since he had fought a master like him. The founder realized that he had no choice and said that if he wanted this school to close down, he would go to the association right now. He was going to submit his resignation and suspend the school for accepting students. Ni Shuang couldn't believe it and even wept, since she literally grew up here since she was in diapers. Lin replied that this old man still had at least a handful of reason left, so he would quietly leave. Suddenly, someone walked through the door of the school and asked the guy not to hurry so much. It was Lu Shen, who was already ready to attack the insolent man, but first he asked what would happen if such a good school closed down and he had nowhere to exercise. Ni Shuang was surprised by such a visit, but realized that it could save them. Lu Shen politely greeted the girl while Lin Tashan's men were talking amongst themselves that this guy was the reason why they had students leaving them. This only made Lin Tashan even more angry, and he ordered everyone to shut up immediately. He approached Lu Shen and sensed his great strength, so he said that he shouldn't be upset about the closure of this school, as his Steel Mountain would gladly welcome him. Lin clarified that any normal person could see what kind of scum this school was, since they couldn't even repel a single blow from him, so it was very doubtful that they would be able to teach anyone anything. At the end of his speech, the guy invited Lu Shen to come to his Steel Mountain, and he would personally teach him the secret techniques. Lu Shen asked what kind of school it was, and Lin told him that there they taught unique techniques that could make a warrior invincible, and among the 4th rank masters, few had managed to break through his steel armor. The founder of the Crimson River thought that Lu Shen was really interested in this suggestion, and was even somehow upset. Lu Shen wondered if he could really be trained in such a powerful technique there. Lin happily replied that he only needed to join them and he would personally be his mentor. Lu Shen had his own plan for this and asked how exactly they were going to train him. Lin was already beyond thrilled that the guy had so many questions, which showed his interest, so he asked him to take his time like this. He didn't have time to continue as his body started to transform into a steel frame. This could only mean that he had just been assassinated. Lin could barely withstand the attack and felt the powerful force holding him back. It was Lu Shen, who was tired of listening to the guy's empty promises and got straight to the point. He even said that he was holding back quite well and continued to attack. At some point, Lin Tashan couldn't withstand the attack anymore and flew into the wall with a thunderous crash. He made a huge hole in it in the shape of his body and fell backwards. Lin was left standing defeated on his knees in a pile of broken stones. Lu Shen came closer and wondered how he wanted to train him after all. He looked down at him, which was justified, as he was not the one who was slumped against the wall. Lu Shen declared in front of everyone that Lin Tashan had lost, and he had to admit it. Lin's men started arguing with each other over the information about this guy and rushed to their master's aid to get out of here. They took the master away and yelled for Lu Shen to now walk around and be afraid, but he didn't care, and headed towards the founder of the school. The boy held out his hand to the founder's daughter and asked if she was all right. The girl put her hand into Lu Shen's palm and replied that she was fine. The boy asked the founder not to close the school as it was the closest place to his home and he didn't want to look for another one. The founder immediately agreed and said that if the guy needed anything, he would be happy to help him. The guy replied that it was his fault too, but he only helped today and they should be stronger next time. On that note, the guy bowed politely and quickly headed for the exit. The father wondered to his daughter what kind of strength this guy had if he had defeated a rank 5 warrior with just one light punch. Lu Shen returned home and his mother rushed home worriedly asking why he was so late. After all, he had promised to return for dinner. The boy explained the situation of the attack and that he was protecting an old man, but he was fine. The mother rushed to check if her son was okay, and the father laughed merrily and said that her son was now a real warrior. The father also added that this is what it means to be a true warrior when you can come to the aid of the weak in time. The sister asked her brother in a whisper what kind of meat he was sending them, after which the father went on the mend and her strength increased. She even thought he might have stolen it, but Lu quickly reassured her by sweetly rubbing her cheek. His mother began to wonder how things were going at the training camp, and even said that if it was too hard for him there, he could always come home. The father said the woman didn't understand anything about it and let him stay out of it. He also said that he had believed in his son since childhood and always saw him as a winner, because now he would definitely become a hero and accomplish a great feat. Lu Shen was pleased to hear such a thing from his father, and he thanked him politely. At this moment, he decided that he had to become even stronger to protect everyone from the coming evil. Back in his room, the boy finally immersed himself in the world of the future. Another enraged zombie was running at him to attack, not yet aware of the guy's strength. Lucian made a huge hole in the monster with one blow, thus destroying it. He took away its energy power and thought about the fact that now, even a rank 6 zombie master could destroy even a rank 6 zombie master with one blow. Finally, after a long time, Lucian was finally able to sneak into the very military center of the base that he had left for dessert. He immediately remembered the mighty zombie he saw in the beginning and wondered if he could defeat it this time, but he decided to look around first. Just as the guy was thinking about it, he saw the same monster on the tower. He was looking at him from the height with his powerful gaze, in which was hidden great power. At that very second, something like an explosion happened, blowing up the ground around Lucian. There was no way the guy expected to see this great zombie master in front of him right now. The zombie emerged from the rubble and walked surrounded by a bright glow from his endless power and energy. Lu felt that his energy was as solid as steel, and even his 6th rank couldn't compare to this great power, the power of a guru. He remembered that when one absorbed many martial skills at a time, there was an unquenchable desire to destroy everything one saw, and as long as he used crystal vision, he could deal with his inner aggression. Except now there was a special case where the guy didn't want to retreat at all, but rather adopt all of his combat power. Lucian decided to attack first and used his wind breath and 6 times star power to attack. He quickly rushed towards his opponent, framed by a green glow. The guy even managed to land some kind of blow on the zombie guru, but it wasn't yet clear exactly how strong it was. At the moment of the blow, Lucian noticed the zombie's face, which was clearly saying that it wasn't enough. A second later, the guy was swept backwards with such force that he couldn't even stop right away. Lu was confused for a moment, after all. He had just used a huge force against this zombie, and he wasn't even hurt. And it seems that this is the power of a real guru. All this only encouraged the guy even more, and he invoked the breath of fire. Along with that, he decided to apply 10 times the power of the stars to solidify the result. A real heat began, as rocks and pieces of earth flew around from this power. The bright flames of powerful energy were pitted against the legendary zombie guru's strength. For a moment, Lucian didn't even notice his opponent approaching and was shocked. Right behind his energy force shield stood a zombie without a single damage, surrounded by some kind of defense. The guy remembered rumors that gurus have a protective field that even the strongest bullets can't penetrate, and most likely, this was it. Right in front of him at arm's length stood a zombie in his force field. One glance from the guru Lucian's gaze sent him backwards again, only not as much anymore. When the guy stopped, he guessed that the monster wasn't even going to attack him. He was not satisfied with this scenario, because in this case, it was impossible to get close to him, and his attacks had not yielded any results, even though he had used almost all of his strength. But this zombie did not even take a step back, and even created a force field. Lucian realized that this zombie didn't even consider him as an opponent, and if he attacked, it was unlikely that he would be able to survive at all. Although they only had a difference of 1 rank, the gap was colossal because a whole gulf could be felt between them. He realized that he couldn't deal with him one-on-one right now, but there had to be some way. Lucian didn't know exactly how, but he was sure that he had to destroy the zombie and take away its battle memory. The guy became very angry, and at this moment, he decided to rush into the attack, making several precise, powerful punches. In response, the zombie guru from his dome directed a stream of demolishing power at the guy. This time, Lucian managed to deftly recoil and even stand on his feet. He finally realized that even the defense of such a strong zombie was not perfect. He felt that his force field had weakened, and although it wasn't too noticeable, it was still a breakthrough. Thus he had a chance, but it would only be possible after a million such strikes, and his strength was running low. He realized that without the ability to constantly recover with the breathing technique, he wouldn't last long. Lucian was even thinking of retreating and trying again when he became stronger. Then the level 6 zombies would no longer be a problem. And then he remembered that he still hadn't used the spiritual power punch yet. He hadn't really practiced his spiritual techniques yet, and was only using them as a supporting element. He couldn't even believe that he had forgotten that he was considered a strong rank 3 spiritual power master. Compared to martial arts skills, spiritual powers were much more powerful. The most important thing was to concentrate. Unfortunately, he couldn't concentrate all of his power into something like a sword yet, but what he had was not bad. The guy created something like a crystal flower and rushed with it to attack. The crystals crashed into the guru's protective dome with all their might and began to press down on him with their energy. At some point, Lucian noticed that there was an effect, albeit slow. He decided not to stop there and thought of something else. It became obvious to him that he needed to use as much spiritual power as possible to win. He tried to concentrate again and created another crystal flower, only much larger. In the same second, he launched it upwards at the first into the protective dome with the zombies. The long-awaited result on this impact finally appeared, and the dome cracked. Lucian felt that it was still not enough and created another crystal. This time, its size and power surpassed the previous ones by several times and was sent to the others. The power of all these crystals was simply incredible and could already slay several 6th or even 7th rank masters, but not gurus. The protective dome was still cracked, but it was still a complete shell, and Lu Shen didn't understand why it still hadn't broken through yet. He realized that he needed to increase and combine all his strength together and attack. The guy used his spiritual power together with his flame breath and 10 times the power of the stars to strike a perfect blow. The earth trembled, and everything around him felt as if it had been affected by a strong earthquake. Lu Shen at this moment only wished that the dome would break already, so he pushed one last time. After many attempts to break the zombie guru's defense, he still succeeded. The defense dome shattered, and the zombie was left standing there waiting for his opponent. Lu Shen was desperate to seize this sage's will, memory, and skills. It was for this reason that he landed his final crushing blow directly at his opponent. For a moment, it seemed to the guy that the zombie even smiled at him, as if thanking him for all of this. He looked straight into Lu Shen's eyes and honored him with all the experience he had accumulated over the years. Lu Shen himself was taken aback by this turn of events, and as soon as the zombie's power touched him, he plunged into his memories. Various images flashed through his mind, including Mr. Shi Shengning's initiation as a guru. Next was the memory when Shi Shengning had to let his family go to safety to stay to fight the monsters in the base. While his strength was flowing into him, he saw how the guru had to fight a rank 9 monster with incredible power. Just seeing it was enough to make his body tremble with fear, and although he had already become a guru with an unyielding will himself, he was still afraid. He had seen the warrior from the Eastern District defeat him with a single blow, taking hope for all of humanity. The guru managed to overpower the monster, but he could feel the coldness spilling over his body. He saw a new monster on the horizon and guessed that this was how the arrival of death was felt. Shure knew that the Martial Arts Alliance had launched the Beam Project to create 12th rank warriors, and he was glad that people had a chance, which, unfortunately for him, was without his participation. There was no way Lu Shen could recover from such a flood of memories that were truly legendary. The volume of memories being absorbed was far greater than ever before. A martial arts master named Shi Shengning had lived his entire life by training alone. The guy realized that his martial techniques and combat experience now belonged to him. At this moment, he felt a rapid increase in combat power. The increase in strength was followed by an increase in power with the peak of the current rank, literally tearing the guy from the inside out. Lu Shen could finally feel the true limits of control. The name of a certain Wang He flashed in the zombie's memories as often as his wife and children. The guy knew very well that Wang He was the creator of the star tempering technique. He even thought that in 10,000 years, this master was one of the wisest on Earth. This was the kind of person who could safely be called a true Oriental master. Even 7th rank Shi Shengning admired him, and had most likely seen Wang He use his attacking strike once. It was a strike of such power that martial artists couldn't even imagine such power. But for some reason, Lu couldn't find anything in his memories. He began to dig deeper and deeper, looking through just hundreds and even thousands of different pictures. At one point, he noticed some sort of glowing orb under his feet and reached for it. At that very second, he was sucked inside this ball of memories by a whirlwind. The guy dived inside Shi Shengning's mind and realized that this was one of the enemies that the guru had once faced. Even though he was already an outstanding warrior with extraordinary abilities, he was still scared to plunge into this darkness. He could only see Shi Shengning in the distance of this dark tunnel, and could only guess what was there. In ancient mythology, the Golden Raven was the emperor's advisor and served as his eyes, while he himself was the viceroy of the sun. When the sky was swallowed up by the 10 suns, the rivers began to dry up and the earth cracked. The heat enveloped everything around and not a single living thing on earth survived. This was what Shi Shengning devoted himself to, studying the skill with which he was trying to reach the 8th rank of martial arts. The name of this technique was Heaven of 10 Suns, representing a simply unbelievably immense strength. Lu Shen felt like he had absorbed every last drop of this power. From this moment on, all of this legendary power belonged to him alone. After all this, the guy was pensively looking out the window at the city of the future. It seemed to him as if his spiritual powers had undergone some kind of change. At this moment, he felt the absorbed energy coming out and the way it spilled all over his body. Lu Shen once again tried to concentrate and combine all his strength with the guru's power. He finally succeeded, and the energy fused into one, becoming many times more powerful. He felt not in quantity, but in quality. His Milo increased very much. At this moment, Lu remembered that the basis of Charlene's power was air, from which she drew energy. With Lieutenant Colonel Dan, such a source was water, filling her to the brim. But for the guy himself, it was something like a glowing ball of metal. Although the form of this power was still not completely stable, but he could already feel it much better. Lu Shen tried to take another look at the force mixing and was once again pleasantly surprised at such an incredible progress. He carefully lifted the power emanating from his hand closer to his face, and after scrutinizing it, he thought about how he would use it. Lu Shen didn't even notice as he accidentally directed the power to one of the high-rises across the street and began to lift it, guessing that it was working through the power of thought, as if his spiritual power had increased tenfold. The guy realized that mere warriors couldn't even imagine such a thing because he could clearly feel his body at a new stage of development. Now he was absolutely sure that even a small amount of spiritual power was able to easily deal with a warrior of the 3rd or even 4th rank. To top it all off, the guy was now able to recreate the Great Master's force field, and although it was at the initial level, the field itself was growing as his spiritual power increased. At this point, the thickness of his field was not even close to the field of that zombie, compared to which was just a plastic bag relative to the iron basket. Either way, Lu Shen was still less vulnerable with it and thus better protected. He compared his new power to a small seed that would definitely grow one day. Not only would it become a tree, but it would fully embody his skill. Lu Shen remembered his meeting with Miss He and had already arrived at the banquet hall. He waited for the girl for a while and then wrote to her that he was already there and waiting for her, to which she replied that she was already rushing over. The guy realized that now he couldn't eat meat daily since he was no longer in the training camp, but his body needed energy, so it was time to contact the manufacturer with the serum. In the doorway of the banquet hall, Mrs. He stood panting, looking for Lu Shen with a glance. She was glad to finally meet him, and when she spotted him, she was surprised once again that this guy was really some student. He was sure that this was only to her advantage, and she would be able to get as much benefit as possible for herself and her company from this. The girl walked over to the table and the guy offered her a seat across from him while he ordered. He quickly leafed through the menu and reported how he had heard that the steaks at this establishment were delicious. Suddenly, Lu Shen shifted his gaze to the girl and asked if she was okay with their conversation over a meal, as he was very hungry. Mrs. He immediately agreed and smiled sweetly, even though she was only thinking about the fact that she couldn't eat. The guy called the waiter over and asked him to serve their best medium rare steaks in 40 servings, which should be enough. The lady was surprised at the 40 servings, but afterwards she thought that with his skill, such an appetite was justified. In her mind, she quickly calculated how much a steak would cost for an idea, let alone 40, and although she realized that he could eat that much lightly, it would be too much to pay for such a large amount. Lu Shen looked away from the menu and asked if the girl would be ordering something for herself. She was a little indignant at this attitude, but she decided to introduce herself first. Before she could say a word, Lu threw a newspaper in her direction with a loud headline about her pharmaceutical company being on the verge of bankruptcy. Above was her short dossier. The guy started to say that her distant relative on her father's side had been apprenticed to a Jian apothecary, showing himself to be a talented warrior and an outstanding developer of elixirs and syrups, before becoming a 5th-ranked healer and founding an orphanage. Hulingsu clearly didn't like the fact that the guy knew such details about her and didn't even report it. But Lu Shen went on to say that in addition to the orphanage, he had also founded a chain of pharmacies in about 20 cities in Dongning province, and things were going very well in the beginning. After all the business was put into the hands of her father, Hexi, the profits went down drastic. Madam He sternly replied that Mr. Lu had spent a lot of time searching for information, and even remembered every single detail. At this point, their conversation had to be interrupted as the guy was brought his 40 steaks. Lu Shen thanked the waiter and began to eat greedily, continuing to talk with the... He said that to top it all off, he knew that her mother had left Dongning province about 20 years ago, and had never even met her daughter once in all those long years. The guy also said that he knew the reason for the collapse of their family business, aside from the problems already piled up in inept management, causing the girl to have an ambiguous reaction. While Lingsu was boiling with anger, Lu Shen continued his story about their family's secrets. The fact was that her mother's family had been plotting against the apothecary for many years. "Madam?" He couldn't stand it and jumped up from her seat, shouting furiously that everything he just said had no basis and all the statements were based on nothing. Lu Shen continued to calmly enjoy his lunch and replied that she herself could ask her father about it upon his return, feeling a burst of energy from the delicious meat. Lingsu remembered that her mother had left him and her father when she was only 2 years old, and in all those years, she really never visited them once. She understood that there was something reasonable in the boy's words. After all, their apothecary had really fallen into disrepair after being taken over by her father, and her mother had left their home. In those dark times, they didn't even open the pharmacy, because the profits were practically non-existent. The girl realized that her father might not have made a very good manager, but it wasn't so bad that things had gotten so bad. While she was in her thoughts, Lu Shen interrupted her, asking if every project about cooperation had been cancelled at the very last moment. The guy asked the girl not to judge him for dropping so deep about their family. She knew that the pharmacy was indeed on the cusp of closing down, and all the cooperation agreements were cancelled, and on top of that, there were many other strange things going on, and maybe Lu Shen was right about the mother, but she only replied that she would consider his words, and now she wanted to move on to discussing their cooperation. Lu said that he would be in charge of providing the recipes and related advice, while the girl would be in charge of sales and production. As for the revenue directly, the guy demanded 90%. Lingsu was shocked by such a statement, because that was practically everything. Lu Shen was not going to retract his words and confirmed everything. She quickly thought about something and said that not even 80%, but 70% was the maximum he could count on. Lu Shen decided to ask He Lingsu if she knew why he was asking for so much. He began to explain that firstly, it was to guarantee their cooperation, and secondly, helping her was a bit troublesome for him. Mrs. He didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and Lu clarified that her mother's family had caused them a lot of trouble, and the girl should have already guessed what exactly his help would be. He was determined to take revenge and restore the pharmacy to its former glory and respect. Lu Shen showed her his power and asked her to take a closer look at it. There was a ball of powerful force in front of He Lingshu, and she began to realize what it was. She jumped up and shouted that he was a spiritual master, thinking about the fact that in his 18, the boy had not only become an outstanding warrior of the city, but also a master of spiritual power. The girl clearly understood that this boy was not an ordinary warrior at all, and she could feel it perfect. Leaving, Lu Shen said that she could have already guessed that he was not alone behind all this. The girl repeated his words, and the guys added that she would not only get his power, but also the power behind him. Lastly, he asked He Lingshu if she thought it was actually a great deal. The girl was left standing alone in the banquet hall, thinking about the fact that if the guy was right, she would still have to face her mother's family someday, although they had never once tried to go against them during these 20 years. But her mother's family kept making trouble, so perhaps it would be even better that Lu Shen would be on her side. She herself didn't fully understand why she was getting involved in this, but she agreed to his 90% condition. The girl felt that in that short period of their acquaintance, he had only shown his talent and intelligence, and Lu returned to her and handed her a flash drive that had the recipe for the vitality serum on it. He Lingsu replied that she hoped the guy would keep his promise after thinking about what would come out of their cooperation. He suggested that she contact the Healers Association to create a patent for the serum, and if there were any issues during production, she could safely turn to him, because about everything else, he trusted her completely and didn't worry. In addition, he would like to use her lab and asked her to write when possible, thanking her for her cooperation and farewell. When He Lingsu thought that Lu Shen was just an ordinary high school student who would be easy to get his teeth into, but how could it not be so? She felt as if she was negotiating with the businessman, not even noticing when they switched to you. At that moment, a waitress came up to the girl and asked for permission to count her out for everything. She was a little shocked that the guy actually ate everything and didn't pay for himself, but it didn't matter anymore, so she just inquired how much she owed. The waitress informed her that for 90 of their best steaks, including the $200 discount, it came out to $115,000 exactly. He Lingsu was not only shocked, but also furious, because she didn't understand where the 90 figure came from if the guy only ate 40 plates. The waitress explained that the guy ate 40 portions and asked to take 50 with him to treat his family at home, and asked whether the girl would pay by cash or card. He Lingsu almost tearfully pulled out her credit card and paid for everything. Meanwhile, Lu Shen was already home, where his mom met him at the entrance with a pile of boxes and asked him what it was. The guy told her that they were top-quality steaks that she could cook in the evening, to which the mother was horrified that her son had spent a fortune on all those boxes. Lu Shen reassured the mother by saying that he hadn't spent it all and everything was paid for by his new acquaintance who invited him to the restaurant, and although he insisted on splitting the bill, she decided to close the account herself. His mother believed him and asked him not to do it again because it's one thing to be treated at a restaurant and another to take something with him, and informed him that his teacher Jun from school had come to visit, and they had a little chat, finding out that he was a very caring teacher. Lu immediately remembers the combat instructor from school and decided to go there tomorrow since he hadn't been there in a while. The very next day, the guy kept his word and headed to Baihe High School. Combat instructor Zhong was sitting in his office and heard someone knocking loudly. He let himself in, not even realizing what surprise awaited him there. The doors opened and Lu Shen stood on the threshold, surprising the teacher very much. He had some wood in his hands, and he politely greeted the combat instructor, clarifying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He handed the teacher the tree and said that he had broken his bonsai last time, so he bought him a new one. The teacher was a little confused out of surprise, but thanked the guy and said that it had been a while, and they really hadn't seen each other in a while. He scrutinized the guy and said that he looked completely different from the last time they had seen each other. The martial instructor realized that they were still standing on the threshold and quickly invited the guy to come inside his office. Teacher Jun smoked and said that the school year was about to end, and he generally thought that he would only see the guy on TV by now. In the meantime, he asked if the boy had any plans for the future, since he had accomplished a lot. Lu Shen began to tell him that he had finished the training camp and was preparing for the Qiming General's review, and after that, he would have to go to the Association of Spiritual Masters and be tested. The teacher jumped at this information and asked several times in confusion about everything, and Lu replied that Lieutenant Colonel Dan from the training camp had recommended him and discovered his talent for spiritual powers. The combat instructor was simply blown away by such news and was proud that he had noticed this guy before anyone else. He was a little confused, but he began to tell the boy to keep going and to keep moving towards his goal, and he would help him in any way he could. The teacher proudly thought about what an incredible guy he had learned from him, and he would rather wait for his new accomplishments, because Lu Shen is definitely the hope not only of their school and city, but of all mankind. Lu Shen said goodbye to the combat instructor and headed to his once graduating class of the second group. There, the teacher talked about the need for courage and perseverance, and to strive for self-discovery, as well as to keep a clear mind even in the moment of excitement. He saw that most of the students were not listening to him at all, and were minding their own business. The teacher started banging the table loudly and asked everyone to immediately listen to what he was saying. He asked them not to underestimate their cultural knowledge, even though many of them would be applying to a martial arts university. But that didn't mean they should fail their grades in this subject, because if he gave them a failing grade, they wouldn't be accepted anywhere. The teacher continued to admonish as the boys dreamed of a quicker end to the lesson. One of the guys asked his buddy to go to an internet cafe after class to complete some level. Liu Qi replied that he would have to do without it today, as he had signed up for extra classes before enrollment and would go straight to practice after school. The buddy was surprised to hear such words from his friend and said that he had changed a lot lately. The teacher could not stand it any longer and told both of them to stand up immeasurably because it was impossible to talk endlessly in lessons. He started shouting at them, saying that his words were very important, as he suddenly heard someone asking for permission to enter the classroom. Lu Shen appeared on the threshold and there was a sepulchral silence of surprise in the classroom. The guy politely greeted everyone, saying that he hadn't seen everyone for a long time. The guys immediately started talking amongst themselves about how high the guy had reached, and that even the president of the Martial Arts Association was on good terms with him. They kept saying that they wanted his autograph, that they had heard rumors that the head of the city wanted to match him with his daughter, and that he would soon become a guru. The teacher walked up to the boy in confusion and welcomed him into the walls of their school. Lu Shen asked if he could attend at least the last class, to which he received instant consent. The teacher asked all the students to quickly open their books and notebooks, but they were busy escorting Lu Shen's gaze to his seat. The teacher shouted to everyone with special joy and pride that they were continuing the class. Lu Shen sat down and even opened his study materials, because no one had ever sat there since he left the school. The boys still couldn't believe that they were sitting in the same class with such a great warrior who was rumored to have already reached incredible heights. They could feel his strength not even a few dozen meters away and how much the guy had changed. After some time, the lesson was over and the teacher thanked everyone for their attention. Lu Shen headed towards the exit and told all the guys that he wouldn't forget them, thanking them for their years of friendship. His arrival motivated the guys so much that they decided not to miss any more classes and to listen to the teacher attentively, as they wanted to achieve something in life, because they were in the same class with him for a reason. On the way out of class, Lu Shen hugged his old friend Liu Qi and wished him good luck in the upcoming exams, suggesting that they hang out together sometime if they had time. Liu Qi was confused but promised the guy to give his best. He also promised to definitely go to university to prove that he was also capable of something. Lu Shen returned home and remembered that he had told Healing to buy enough ingredients to make the vitality serum and bone marrow pills because they had a special effect on strengthening muscles and bones, the cost of which was not too much, and the amount was enough to reach the 4th rank. Now he wanted to pursue spiritual power weapons, but he had to pass the Spiritual Masters Association's examination to purchase the necessary items, otherwise he would have to go to Dan all the time. The guy entered some items into the search bar to look at their cost. The Infinity Blade and the Silver Soaring Shuttle were simply worth a fortune. He didn't even think that with 5 million in his account, he would feel somehow poor. Lu Shen began to estimate how much material was needed to create such a weapon, and realized that his money wouldn't even be enough for a fraction of it. He realized that to create a weapon with his immense spiritual power, he would need first-class iron, which he couldn't afford yet. The guy decided that he had no way out and needed to obtain everything on his own. At that moment, he remembered that he had gotten a map of the distribution of natural resources in the territory. He quickly looked through it and hoped that it would help him. He found on the map an unused high-metal mine nearby on Mount Niutu. Lu Shen was going to mine the unprocessed metals there and then take them to the forging master. But first he needed to go to the pharmacy to get some bone marrow pills. About a week later, and Helinsu was in her lab waiting for the guy to arrive. He was late as usual, and the girl was starting to get angry, deciding to text him. She didn't have to do that, as Lu Shen quickly ran inside, apologizing for being late. The guy was a little late, but he hoped she had already prepared everything. Heilingsu replied that she had done as he asked and had already laid out everything. Lu Shen quickly glanced at the table of materials and wondered how much she had paid for it. He scrutinized some of the materials and was satisfied with their select quality, asking the girl to enter the amount spent into the expense report. He had everything, so all that was left was to start, and he asked the girl to leave the lab. She was walking out, and all she could think about was that she had spent over $1 million on him already, and they hadn't even started selling the Life Force serum yet and hadn't made a penny. Closing the doors, the girl became interested in what the guy was working on now. 3 hours later, the guy walked into her office and informed her that he had finished his work. He also added that he was leaving town for 2 days and asked her not to worry, as he would soon provide the startup capital to launch the sales of the serum. Lu Shen noticed her strange expression and said that she was very funny. The girl gave him a glance and thought about everything that had happened today. She quickly went to the lab, hoping to learn at least something about the guy's new recipe. Heling soon noticed the remnants of the new drug in test tubes on the table. Although she didn't know exactly what was hiding in there, she felt that it was something incredibly powerful because even the ingredients here were completely different. For some reason, she had the feeling that the guy had a bunch more novelties lurking in his backpack. At this moment, Ma Fei rushed over to her and informed her that he had done as she had told him to do. He tried to look behind Lu Shen, but he couldn't see anything because the system crashed and only recovered after the guy left. She felt embarrassed that she had tried to look behind the spiritual power master himself, which of course, she had failed to do. The girl took another close look at the new serum and seemed to realize something. She threw it down and decided that she would just trust him, for there was nothing else to do. The new serum lay in the trash, and she realized that the guy was the only hope for the revival of the He family. Meanwhile, the bus with the tourists and the tour guide had already arrived in Qiuming City. The tour guide talked in colors about the beautiful scenery of this place, which is the pearl of Dongning province. She went on to say that they would learn a lot of new things and taste the city's exquisite dishes and enjoy the mountainous nature. They will also have the opportunity to buy handmade gifts and many other things, to which the tourists already wanted to leave the bus as soon as possible and eat somewhere. Upon hearing the outrage, the tour guide stated that their tour company was the best and would not let their money go to waste. In the evening, they would have to stay at a guest house where everything was set up for a good stay. Lu Shen thought about the amount of pills he was able to prepare and how he hoped he could find a large amount of materials. While he was pondering, someone's bright yellow ball flew to his feet. A little girl immediately ran over to it and started to retrieve it from under the seat. She saw Lu Shen and asked if the uncle could play with her. The girl's mom came over to the girl and told her that there was no need to disturb people and it was time for her to go back to her seat. The girl's mother apologized to Lu Sheng for disturbing her, but he replied that it was fine. Suddenly, he saw where the mother and child sat down and froze in surprise. The father of the family had a great spiritual energy that could be felt very well. He even liked what he felt, and the kid smiled. This energy meant that he wasn't the only master of spiritual powers in this place. One of the girls on the tourist bus was complaining about the intense heat and boredom and regretted going here at all. Her friend was more calm and replied that she wanted to come here on her own. The girl named Dan was angry at her friend because she had only come here because she was going through an unhappy love affair. The friend's name was Mani, and she began to quickly thank her friend for being the best person in the world. Meanwhile, a little girl was playing ball at the other end of the bus. Oddly enough, it was Lu Shen who was playing ball with Lu Shen, who had volunteered to play. Dan heard some noise behind her and turned around, opening her mouth in surprise. Lu Shen made a throw to the girl, who casually threw it to the other side. The ball was happily caught by Dan and shouted that she would quickly help them now. She immediately threw the ball back into Lu Shen's hands, who deftly caught it. The guy looked her straight in the eyes and thanked her politely, noticing the embarrassment on the girl's face. Manny noticed it too and didn't miss the opportunity to tease her friend. They finally got off the bus and began to look around the neighborhood with beautiful views where there was supposed to be a gorgeous waterfall nearby. Dan replied to her friend, looking at the map, that the most gorgeous views so far were here, and looked at Lu Shen. The little girl ran up to the guy and asked if he could play with her tomorrow. Lu Shen promised to play with her. If he had time, that was the deal. Dan approached the girl and asked if she could play with them tomorrow too. The girl replied that she didn't like her and wanted to play with the handsome uncle herself. Her mom called the girl to come with her, as she and her dad had to get ready. The girl said goodbye to Lu Shen, hoping that they would still see each other tomorrow. Dan waved to the girl and said that she didn't really feel like playing with her. Lu Shen asked the girl to ignore it because she was just a kid, to which Dan asked if she could add him as a friend. The guy of course agreed, which made Dan melt and called her friend over to them. All three of them quickly pulled out their phones and began exchanging contacts, successfully adding each other. Dan looked at the phone enigmatically and informed her that he had a very pretty name. Lastly, she shouted to him that she would see him again, calling Lu Shen a handsome man. The girl asked her friend not to add the guy to her friends as she wanted to talk to him herself. Lu Shen was thinking about how he met a second-rank spiritual master on the bus. He immediately realized from the girls that they were second-rank warriors. The most interesting thing was that the little girl's father probably hadn't declassified his abilities. After he had advanced to the guru level, his ability to conceal his powers had increased, so no one would know what strength he possessed unless he wished it, and there were probably no warriors stronger than him in the area. In any case, he didn't care about the other warriors who had come here. No one was to get in his way, or they would be killed. At the same time, an expensive white limousine was speeding along the expressway. In it sat an important man with an assistant, and another unknown man bowed at his feet. The important man asked his subordinate if he had determined Tang Maolin's location. The subordinate replied that the man was in the Newtu Mountains, where he had probably decided to take refuge with his wife and daughter. The man realized that Tang Maolin was not stupid because if they got far into the mountains, they would not be able to reach them. The subordinate asked the boss not to worry because he had done everything to apprehend the man in time. The man replied that they shouldn't rush into action even though they are a rank 4 warrior. In fact, he wanted to deal with the man himself, and besides, these guys were a match for the spiritual master. The man knew that if he didn't get rid of the man himself, the others would think that he was incapable of doing anything. After reflection, he turned to the assistant with his glass and held it out to her. The seemingly very unhappy girl obeyed all the man's orders without a word. In the same instant, spiritual power for the boss poured out of her eyes, nose, and mouth. He set his glass down and filled it to the brim every time it was finished. What he liked most was the flavor of this power, infused with 28-year-old energy. The man found the taste indescribable and the flavor quite memorable. He took a photo in his hand that was taken not long ago and said that Tang Maolin had made a big mistake when he brought his daughter and wife here. The photo in his hand showed Tang Maolin's happy, cheerful family that this scoundrel was going to destroy. Tang Maolin's family finally made it to the appointed place, and the girl rushed happily running around the room. Her mother laughed, but warned her daughter not to run around so much to avoid hitting herself. Her father applied his powers, and with her help, did a scan of the room. Hundreds of small cells of energy appeared throughout the room, checking every wall of the building. The father reported that nothing suspicious was found, and the mother was sure he was being overly cautious. The girl's mother hoped that no matter how powerful their enemies were, they wouldn't be able to find them here. The man replied to her that since they were with him, they should be prudent. He quizzed her not to forget that they were fighting for survival, and their enemies' thirst together was so great that the consequences could be irreversible. The man immediately pictured this important man in front of him who was after him. He hoped that this time he was able to escape, and they could take refuge for at least a year, but if not, they would have to team up with her father. They wanted to believe that they would find common ground with him, since it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The man knew that his father-in-law was quite strong, as he was a rank 2 spiritual master. He might even reach the 3rd rank soon, and he would probably be fine. The man said that he would never let anyone harm his family in his life. While the parents were hugging each other and cheering each other up, the girl saw something through the window. Lu Shen also arrived on the scene and used his spiritual power to scan the area. It was important for him to check every corner and alleyway to make sure that no one would interfere with him here. The spiritual power was so great that it could scan both the area and the people in it at the same time. The guy didn't detect anything suspicious, except for one guy who was definitely not after him. Lu Shen took out his stock of pills from his backpack and quickly took one of them. He drank it because he felt that thanks to the bone marrow pills, progress was moving at double speed. If this continued in less than a month, he would be able to pass the first stage of becoming a golden body. With this, he would be able to generate his inner strength to become a rank 4 warrior. The guy heard the alert sound and took out his phone to check what came in. It was his mom, who was worried about her son and advised him to dress warmer in case of unpredictable weather. This both humbled and made Lu Sheng laugh, as he no longer thought of himself as a little kid. The next messages were his sister, informing him of Yang Yuan's return to school and that the girl would like to take a walk with. Qinghe was at home and giggled cutely while texting her brother, something that hadn't happened in a while. She sent him a funny emoji with a gun and asked him to confess everything quickly. Lu Shen also decided to guffaw and started texting her funny texts about minding her own business and thinking about martial arts. He also reminded her to take the elixir left for her, which was supposed to increase her strength upon his arrival. After finishing writing the messages, the guy put his phone away and sat down to rest. Lu Shen made himself comfortable on the bed and gathered himself to look at the results of his recent training. He could instantly do incredible tricks, noting to himself that it was quite good after learning the 10 Suns technique. Lu Shen could create a small defense around himself and attack a bunch of zombies at the same time. A very important factor in all of this was acquiring the memories of the destroyed zombie guru. The guy felt almost unstoppable now, which was very evident in his martial arts technique. A single powerful blast would kill dozens of monsters, giving Lu Shen all their energy at once. For those who could withstand such a powerful blast, the guy always had his other techniques in reserve. Lu Shen was creating crystal flowers and destroying everyone else in one move. At one point, through all his strength, he stopped and looked at something intently. For a moment, he thought there was something in the distance, but he couldn't see exactly what it was. After coming a little closer, the guy felt a strong flow of energy force. Towards Lu Shen from the shelter, someone was leisurely walking towards him and raising his strength with his energy. Lu Shen took a closer look and saw a girl who was no longer human. The zombie was dressed in armor and looked like the strongest of warriors, with a powerful force emanating from her. She was clearly stronger than the rest of the ordinary monsters, and apart from the armor and incredible power that could be felt even from a distance, she could control other people's energy. Lu Shen, looking at all of this, quickly guessed that it was another guru-level zombie. For him to encounter another such powerful monster here was sudden and surprising, but before he could think about it, the zombie disappeared. Not even a trace of it was left in its place. just mountains of snow and no reminder of it. Suddenly, danger warning signs appeared on the place from nowhere, repeating one after another. The guy felt a strong influence of spiritual power and didn't immediately realize what it all meant. At this moment, the zombie guru reappeared in the snow swirl, raising a violent storm and blizzard. Lucian knew that this meant the beginning of an attack from her side, and this was her way of showing off her skills. At some point, it was as if the guy's body had turned into an ice block and was split in half. This was one of the powerful invisible zombie guru attacks that destroyed Lucian in the future world. He woke up and screamed in agony how much pain he was in, and that this was just some kind of test of strength. His body was shaking and trembling, and it felt like he had really died for a moment, even though he had just returned from the future world to his reality. The guy sat in the middle of the bed and coughed after what had happened, glad that it was just a dream and it wasn't real. In the event that all of this turned out to be reality, there would be an end to everything he had fought so desperately. Lu Shen used spiritual powers to fight back, but it didn't help, and the attack power of this zombie guru was not comparable to those he had met before. He had always thought that his sleep training had always gone smoothly and without problems, and a couple of times he had even entered the most dangerous areas, but he had been overconfident, thinking that even high-level zombies were nothing in front of him. In reality, it wasn't as simple as he thought, and that warrior was created by the blood of loss and the fire of rival attacks during the collapse of civilization. That zombie girl possessed such great strength that she was many times superior to Shi Shengning, and even a mere warrior was somehow hard to call her, because she was most likely an 8th-rank guru. Lu Shen thought that all those blocks of ice were the embodiment of her power, and he was even afraid of what would happen if he were to possess her. He began to analyze that if he attacked at full strength at once and relied on martial skills and techniques, he might be able to do something. Lu Shen was even contemplating whether he should try to do it again. He tried to immerse himself in the world of the future, but the attempt was unsuccessful. It was as if his head had been struck by a sharp blade again, and he decided that he couldn't enter the world because he had recently been destroyed there and needed time to recover. There was nothing to do because it was obvious that he couldn't do it today. At this time, he had already received a lot of messages on his phone from Danya, who had imposed with him to go for a walk, to have a snack, and just to talk. The guy sighed unhappily and was no longer happy that he had given her his number and added her as a friend. Anyway, it was still necessary to eat, so he decided to take a walk. Lu Shen decided not to go somewhere far away and stopped nearby at a local cafe. While he was choosing which table to sit down at, he heard someone calling him loudly. At the same time, the guy was called by a little girl who sat down to eat there with her family, and Dan and his friend at the bar. Lu Shen didn't want to talk to anyone right now and just waved politely to everyone. Tang Mialin decided to see who his little daughter was waving so happily to. Lu Shen decided to choose the nearest table and quickly sat down to enjoy the silence. At that moment, Dan immediately came over to him and asked if she could sit at the table with him because the cafe was crowded. The guy felt a little awkward but agreed and decided to ask if they had anything else to eat. The girls answered Lu Shen at the same time, except their answers were completely different. Dan looked angrily at her casual friend and clearly wanted to be here alone right now. Dan began to say that she had no appetite at all, and now she would love to have something to eat, to which her friend Riley pointed out that that was exactly what happened. The little girl asked her father if she could eat with that handsome uncle. Her mother asked why she wasn't sitting there, to which the girl replied that she wanted to chat with him. The father allowed the daughter to go only on the condition that she would not cause the guy any trouble. As the girl walked towards Lu Shenyu's table, her mother asked if it was a good idea to let her go alone to a stranger given their current situation. Tang replied that she herself had recently told him that he was overly cautious, but apparently she wasn't talking about it. He also added that he had scanned everything here, and there were only tourists in this area and no danger. Tang looked towards Lu Shen and said that this guy is not bad at all, and he can see that from his eyes. The man also concluded that the boy looked tired and could barely move, which meant that his strength was somewhere around average and he had just come to learn martial arts. The two girls sitting next to him were second-ranked, which was commendable at their age, but they were also no threat. Therefore, within Tang Maolin's line of sight, no one threatened them, and everything was quite quiet and peaceful. Mom finally exhaled and said that they could not worry now. Lu Shen was just about to be brought a huge order, something that not everyone was used to yet, and was surprised at such a large number of portions for one person. The guy replied that he had a beastly appetite and ordered a nice dessert for the girl. He offered her a bet to see who could eat all of their food the fastest. The girl immediately agreed and started taking bites little by little, while Lu Shen was shoveling huge amounts of food into her mouth at once. Maney, looking at all of this, thought that only people from average families who had not yet obtained official warrior status ate so much. Ordinary warriors rely on tonic products to replenish their energy reserves, while those who can't afford them yet choose top-quality foods like Lu Shen did now. The girl looked at him and visualized the game character Mario slowly making his way through the levels, reaching his goal. In contrast, Dan looked at it all with loving eyes and marveled at such an appetite. Mani asked her friend in a whisper if she really liked this guy. Without hesitation, Danya said yes and asked why it wasn't obvious to her yet. Mani said that he was just a high school student from a poor family, younger than them, and probably not a warrior because his strength was unstable and not always felt, while Dan was the best student of Dongning Martial Arts University with the second rank. Dan didn't listen to her friend and said that age is not a barrier at all and this trip was destined by fate for her to meet him. Mani started to get angry and said that it was a complete nonsense because after the trip, only a long-distance relationship awaits them, and she is graduating soon at all. She also said that love is not a passing fancy, but feelings formed after going through life's trials, and as her strength increases, the gap between them will widen. Tribute saw no problem in all this and replied that she was willing to give everything to him herself, including teaching him. She also had an answer in case the boy didn't want to become a warrior, so she would live a normal life with him, because the benefit would be the lack of daily training. The last and most important argument was that he had already taken the first place in her heart without all these explanations. She somehow truly believed that he had a great future ahead of him. Mani was shocked by such a statement and didn't understand how a friend could throw away years of training for some brat. She pointed at the boy and asked again what Dan could see in him. Dan replied that her friend had too many questions and she would answer them when she got at least a little closer to the guy. In fact, with the help of his great power, Lu Shen could hear the entire conversation between the girls. It was not just awkward for him, but it was too much for him to stay here for even a second longer. He didn't even notice when he said it was too much, and the girl asked what that meant. Lu Shen decided not to go into details and replied that they were just very pretty girls. As the girls walked past them, the girl pointed her finger at them and cheerfully shouted that these girls were even very overdone. Lu Shen awkwardly nodded and smiled, wishing he could leave this place as soon as possible. The little girl didn't stop and continued to cheerfully shout that these ants were too much. Finally, that horrible day ended and a new one began, where a bus was already standing by and collecting everyone further into the journey. The driver was missing a family and a few others, and it was about to depart. Someone answered that they weren't even in their room in the morning, so the tour guide decided to try to reach them. The driver noticed that another young guy who was playing ball with the girl was missing. The tour guide got worried and said she would call the police and emergency services right away. Dan thought it was strange that neither the family nor Lu Shen was here, and her friend said that the father of the family was an unusual person, so in that case she wouldn't worry, but she couldn't say that about the boy. Dan replied that it didn't matter who they were because the tour guide was so excited that the trip might be canceled. Dan realized that she didn't want to waste time and ran to find Lu Shen herself. Lu Shen was warming up in the forest and felt that after a little rest, the pain from the fight in the dream world had already subsided. The guy was running so fast that it was even impossible to count the trees as he ran. He finally stopped because he had arrived at his destination for the necessary material. With his strength, he was able to lift a huge layer of earth high into the sky. Next, he completely worked this piece of earth with his spiritual energy to extract the material. The very secret metal he needed was sprinkled into his hand. Lu Shen decided to immediately transform it on the spot and added some spiritual power to it. After the metal was infused with spiritual power, he could change the shape to any shape he wished. He transformed the metal into a rope, which he estimated should have weighed about 5 kilograms. But in fact, it was only a small handful of the desired metal. In order to create a really good spiritual weapon, much more needed to be melted down. In any case, he was happy about that as well and decided to take these 5 kilograms to begin with. The guy looked deep into the mine and realized that it was too small for his needs. Lu Shen had personally excavated about 70% of it, and if one were to send people here, it could be handled in about a week. Another issue was how to transport it all, because this way he would definitely attract attention. He actually thought that he would dig a little and stop, but as he started, he was so drawn in that he decided to just dump it all back and leave it until he found someone to help him. Lu Shen left all the mined metal in one place and gave it a good burial. He remembered that there was a village nearby where help could be found. Most likely, this village was inhabited by simpletons and would not ask much for work. Just in case he was tricked by someone, he always had a backup. The option was always the same, to pay the scoundrels in full. In fact, it all seemed to him more and more tedious, because he had to make a deal with someone else. He walked to the cliff edge and looked closely to see which way the village was. Lu Shen wanted to learn how to talk instead of solving things by force, so he needed to temper his ardor and try to negotiate. Mani and Dan had already gone deep into the forest, but they hadn't found anyone, and her friend wanted to go back. Suddenly, Mani noticed something up ahead and yelled for Dane to stop. Danya walked over and spotted a ball in the grass to the little girl whose family was reported missing. As soon as Dan reached for the ball, she felt a powerful web braiding her arms and she couldn't move at all. At that moment, both girls were seized by the web and entangled in its webs. A little earlier in the village, someone was running down the street and shouting appeals to the village headman. The guy ran to the old man and started shouting that she had finally returned with her family. The village headman named Xianlin was no longer young, but was still running the village. At this moment, a little girl ran to him and shouted how much she missed her grandfather. Xianlin couldn't believe his eyes, for he hadn't seen his granddaughter or daughter in a long time. The little girl hugged her grandfather and began to ask how he was doing here. His daughter and her husband, Tang Maolin, came out next to meet the headman, saying that they had returned. From the doorway of the house, the other sons of the headman greeted the guests and inquired why they had come. The headman addressed the sons, calling them obnoxious, and said that his daughter could come to see them without a wire, and they should go hunting. One of the brothers threw the girl on his shoulder and suggested that they go game fishing. The headman lit a pipe and said it was a good time to tell what had happened. The girl didn't know where to begin and looked at her husband in confusion. Tang Maolin began to tell what had happened to them and why they were really here. The headman was not happy to hear that Tang had crossed the path of a third-rank spiritual master. He went on to say that he wasn't wrong about Tang Maolin because ever since he took his daughter Manhwa away, he had only been waiting for such an occasion. Manhwa rushed to beg her father to help not only her husband but her too, for he was now her family. Tang Maolin hoped that his father-in-law would help him, as he himself had long been a third-rank spiritual master. The old man replied that he hadn't practiced for a long time because his old wounds had opened up, so he could only stop their enemies for a while so that he and his granddaughter could escape. The girl was shocked by such words and worried about her father, and Thane had no idea who he could ask for help from. The headman looked at his son-in-law sternly and said that he should go to the police immediately. He reminded them that they all lived in a land of laws and orders, and the spiritual master had no right to destroy anyone he saw fit. Tang Maolin knew that no police would help them, and he regretted that they had come here at all. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by a boy who shouted loudly that something was wrong. Everyone quickly looked back at the boy and became very tense after hearing that they had a stranger in their village. At this time, Lu Shenyu had found the village on the map and was climbing up the long stairs to it. He checked the map once more to make sure he had definitely come to the right place. Suddenly, a dagger flew past him into the tree behind him, clearly drawing attention to its owner. The local guy stood with another blade asking who he was and how he found this place. At that moment, a girl looked out of the bushes and started shouting that it was that handsome uncle. She immediately rushed into Lucian's arms and started asking if he had come to her specifically to play ball with them. The headman and the girl's parents had already run outside the village gates, and Manhwa was relieved that it was just a familiar kid. Tang asked how the kid got here, to which Lu replied that he was traveling with a group and got lost, asking in return what they were doing here. The girl immediately told the guy that her grandfather lived here, and it was more convenient to get here with the group, and the headman said he liked the kid and could stay here. The kid walked up to Lucian and apologized for the incident, as they are always wary if town people come. While they were all walking back to the village, someone on the way started offering to buy Lucian some locally made items for Lucian. Lucian immediately realized that it was hard to call this village ordinary because there was more than one spiritual master here. He felt that the spiritual masters along with Tan were also an old man and his son. The boy sadly thought that if they had such power, they would definitely know the value of that metal, and it was already rude to subjugate them. The little girl sadly told Lu Shen that they wouldn't be able to play ball now because she had lost it, but the boy suggested that she look for it together. At this moment, Lucian felt a strong energy from Dan and Mani, deciding that they might have actually gotten lost. He applied more force to find out for sure, and realized that it was something else entirely. Lucian felt someone's tremendous strength behind him and heard the girl yell out that her ball was there. Someone threw the ball towards the headman and his family and said that the guy tried to run far away into the forest but failed. Here, Danya and Mani had already appeared as well, finding themselves in the role of hostages. The girls were tied up by a subordinate of that most important person named Xingqin, who went on to say how much effort he had spent to find Tang Maolin. The headman asked if it was the same enemy who was looking for him, for he was wrong about him. In fact, this guy is not just a third-rank spiritual master, but is also at the peak. The old man shouted to Tan to grab his wife, daughter, and the others and run away from here as soon as possible. He activated his power that he hadn't used in a long time and tried to destroy the influence of Xingqin's power. Xingqin noticed the guy and his family trying to escape, and he just couldn't let that happen. He walked towards him and talked about how if he was up to something, he could forget about it, even if he decided to rely on the old man. Xingqin looked at the old man and said that it was a shame to even call such a weak master a spiritual master. He summoned his mighty power and said that right now, he would massacre everyone one by one, and they would all feel true suffering. Tang Maolin called out to Xingqin and shouted that this still needed to be tested, but for now, he would show them suffering himself. The man summoned all his strength and tried his best to focus on their exact direction. Tang produced 100 iron balls and directed it towards Xingqin at full speed. Xingqin himself did not take a step back and calmly awaited his opponent's attack. He waited for the balls to reach the closest distance and used his power. His powerful web activated and shattered all the iron balls into small pieces in one easy movement. Tang Maolin couldn't believe how Xingqin could handle so many iron balls so easily. Xingqin laughed and wondered if he really thought he could attack him with such a worthless weapon. None of this was good against a spiritual master like Xingqian, which was why he was about to show what true strength was. In that very second, the entire family of the village headman was entangled intentionally in a mighty web. Tang Maolin heard the cries of the others and asked Xingqian not to touch his wife and daughter, but to take only him, because they were after him and he would voluntarily go with them. Xingqian laughed very much, for even before he died he had the courage to be so brave and ask him for something. The spiritual web was being squeezed tighter and tighter around the neck of the headman and Ting Maolin each time, depriving them of the ability to not only free themselves, but also to breathe normally. Xingqian revealed that in the beginning, his plan was to finish off the two girls, pointing at Dan and Mani, and blame it all on Tang Maolin. He went on to say that he didn't even think that he could find such a glorious place in the mountains, so he wouldn't have to rush his actions. By his actions, Xingqian meant brutally massacring the enemy in small pieces. He also asked the man not to worry, for he would leave his incomparable daughter for last. Thane noticed that this scoundrel was able to squeeze all the energy out of people with his technique. He was terribly angry and wanted to say something else, but he couldn't because the web squeezed his neck even tighter. Xingqian contentedly replied that it was exactly as he had just said. Dan thought sadly that it was over. After all, this was a third-rank spiritual master at the peak, and perhaps she was destined to die here, even though she didn't want to come here. She looked at everyone around her and realized that they were all doomed to perish here. The next moment, she looked sadly at the guy who was also caught in the web. She was sad that her dreams were not destined to come true. The girl even decided that they were only destined to be together in another life. Xingqian commanded his thug to drag the girl here, and he threw the girls on the ground. The two guys went to follow their boss's orders and headed towards the defenseless little girl. The little girl looked at the huge guys in horror and didn't know what was in store for her. At this moment, the spider threads broke through, releasing the girl and someone else. Xingqian experienced in the moment horror, fright, and annoyance that someone dared to do such a thing to his web. Right in front of this vile type, Lu Shen stood in front of him and held his torn threads in his hand. The girl immediately rushed to the guy and told him that she was free and could move, so she asked him to save her parents. Xingqian noticed whose hands it was and shouted to immediately grab the girl and after him. But this was not destined to happen, as Lu Shen even effortlessly protected the little girl. With one light punch, he threw the two thugs far back at once, not giving the little girl any offense. Xingqian felt the guy's strength at this moment and realized that the guy in front of him was most likely a rank 5 warrior. He took a closer look at the guy and traced his unsteady breathing and tired appearance, coming to another conclusion. His opponent had decided that he was definitely not a rank 5 warrior, which meant he couldn't compete with him, but how the kid had managed to break his strings was still an open question. He asked Tang Maolin if this boy was his main associate, taking the man by surprise. Xingqian said that without proper defense, Lu Shen was still a weak boy with a drop of strength, so these spider threads would quickly shred him, and he would be happy to listen to his screams. Lu Shen had already prepared his defense in case of attack and attack for a response and asked the scoundrel to attack. Xingqian was angered by this guy's tone, and without negotiating anymore, he launched his full power at him. A huge spiritual spider was looming over Lu Shen with the girl in his arms, about to destroy them. The guy, as usual, waited for the minimum distance between them and started attacking. Manny was surprised that this kid was able to stop the strongest attack with one hand, and couldn't even think about what this guy's true strength was. Xingqian thought roughly the same because it was almost impossible, especially for someone like this brat. Lu Shen didn't stop there and continued to attack, squeezing and squeezing the spider threads harder and harder. He wove all the threads together and made them into something like a whip, which he used to grab his opponent, who was shocked that his own threads were not obeying him. Xingqian tried his best to disentangle himself from them, but he could not do so. He decided to go with his trump card and activated a special form of spiritual power to take everyone with him when he died. This special form turned him into a huge ball, enveloped in threads and spiritual energy. The headman also guessed what exactly this scoundrel was going to do and decided that they definitely wouldn't survive. Dan looked at Lu Shen with hope in her eyes and prayed that the guy would figure out a way for them to get out of this situation. Meanwhile, there wasn't much from Xingqian anymore, as it was more like one huge spiritual energy ball. Lu Shen and the girl had been protected all this time and was about to make the final move. He said that it was worth noting the fact that the spiritual power of this vile type was really negligible. At this moment, he directed a stream of his mighty power towards Xingqian and began to finish the job. Xingqian realized that he could no longer withstand such a strong flow of energy. Lu Shen noticed this and pushed even harder to not give his opponent any chance of survival. Xingqian shouted his last word and was annihilated by Lu Shen's tremendous flow of spiritual power. He rumbled to the ground in his special form before he could transform back into his human form, which was not his own. Lu Shen was done with it, and lastly said that Xingqian was too stupid a name for such a warrior, although there was something that he still had to his liking while looking at the spider threads. Lu Shen thought about the fact that the threads were really not bad, and released everyone else. He decided that they might come in handy in making secret metal spiritual weapons. The girl hugged the guy tightly and started thanking him for everything he had done for them, yelling about how cool he was. She was also very grateful to him for saving them, because who knows what would have happened if it wasn't for him. Tang Maolin was incredibly delighted by the guy's attack and powerful spiritual strength along with his father-in-law, who noticed that the guy was still quite young. The old man said that to possess combat power comparable to a rank 5 and to use techniques so skillfully, defeating a rank 3 spiritual master with ease could only be accomplished by a true warrior who had not been in the country for generations. Manny was shocked at where the ever-chewing guy suddenly got such strength from, while Dan mentally admired him once again. Tang was a bit confused and didn't even know how he could address the guy now, calling him Mr. and thanking him for saving him. Lu Shen replied that there was no need to thank him, as he had just removed one cheeky bug in their path, but there was one thing he could use their help with. Tang Maolin bowed politely and said that he would do his best. Already 3 hours later, Lu Shen was already sitting on a tourist bus and heading back home. Looking out the window of the bus, the guy thought that the island purpose of the trip had been achieved after all. Lu Shen had left everything related to the mine to Maolin. After all, he had a second rank, which meant that he could use special channels to process metal. Now was a good time to confirm his spiritual power, but first, the expensive item acquired quite by chance on this trip could be appreciated. Mani couldn't stop thinking about the fact that if it wasn't for this guy, they might have died up there in the mountains. Dan asked where Lu Shen would be going now, hearing back that the guy was heading to the Spiritual Masters Association. The girl was wildly excited when she heard this and said that they were going to this very city where the association was. Puzzled, Lu Shen asked if they were going back to the martial arts university. This question took Dan by surprise, as she had just made that up and didn't know what to answer. Mani decided to help her friend out and replied that Dan's family lived there and she had promised to visit them. She just forgot about it. Lu Shen said that in that case, if he had any questions, he would definitely ask her. He had already seen her strange look and thought that she had fallen in love with him, given the previous conversations. But he didn't care about that at all, because there was a lot of work ahead. At that moment, Lu Shen's phone rang, and Lieutenant Colonel Dan greeted him on the other end of the line. She said that they had decided to hold the general review earlier and she would pick him up, but the guy warned that he would be at the train station in Liangcheng City. All the guys safely left the tour bus at the appointed place. Lu Shen said that he had an urgent emergency and would be picked up now, so they were separated here on the way. The girl was discouraged by such a message and offered the guy to at least give him a ride. At that moment, a very cool, expensive car drove up to them. A girl named Wenho jumped out of the car and rushed to hug her friend, whom she missed terribly. In the driver's seat, a guy of not very pleasant appearance sat in the driver's seat, arrogantly beckoning to Dan. He greeted Dan and told her she looked even more beautiful, asking her to introduce him to her new friends. Dan asked without much enthusiasm what he was doing here. Dan introduced Mani to him as a classmate from Dongning University. She next introduced Lu Shen, whom she had met on a trip to the Newtu Mountains. Wenho immediately ran up to Mani and began to admire her rank and her studies at the university. The guy introduced himself as Chao Mingliang and offered to give everyone a ride to the city, showing them all the local sights along the way. Dan replied that it was simply impossible, as his car had seats for only 3 passengers. Wenho began to persuade her friend to go with them, unless she fell in love with this guy and does not want to leave them, which in this case is very stupid, because in their city, there are plenty of such handsome men. Chao answered for Dan, saying that their friend was just too kind and merciful. He took out some large bills from his wallet and offered them to Lu Shen for a cab. Dan was just mad with anger at such insolence on the part of the guys and started yelling at them. Lu Shen tried to calm the girl down and reminded her that he had his own business and would be picked up soon. Suddenly, a strong wind came up, and all the guys looked up into the sky. Right above their heads in the air hovered a helicopter with a woman on board in a military uniform. It was Lieutenant Colonel Dan, who was telling the guy to hurry up because they couldn't land here. Dan only saw Lu Shen make a powerful jump towards the helicopter with incredible strength. The guy jumped to the ladder hanging down and hooked onto it to climb into the helicopter itself. The girls on the ground recognized the Eastern Military Unit helicopter and were shocked at what was happening. Lu Shen turned around and waved goodbye, saying that they would meet again sometime. The helicopter of the Eastern Military Unit quickly closed the entrance and was moving away back to the base from the train station. The guys watching all of this were delighted, and even compared Lu Shen to a cool actor for pulling off such a cool stunt. Surprised as much as the others, Chao asked Dan where exactly her new acquaintance was from, since he had such connection. At that moment, Dan came back to reality and looked at the annoying guy and decided not to go anywhere with him. She took Mani under her arm and led her back to the city, saying that she would call a cab for them. Chao looked questioningly at the departing girls and Wenho, who didn't know what to say to him in such a situation. Meanwhile, the helicopter flew quickly past the buildings to the desired destination. Lucian said that this was his first helicopter ride, and from there the city looked like an anthill. Lieutenant Colonel Dan asked if he liked this view because if so, he could join their Eastern Division and fly like this often. Lucian decided to guffaw and replied that he had already thought they wanted to give him a helicopter. Dan said that it was a very good idea, and if he reached the rank of Major General of the unit, the command would definitely give him one of those. The girl thought about the fact that the guy had become even stronger, but it was very difficult to recognize it because he was hiding it intentionally. She suggested getting straight to the point, telling him how 3 days ago, the end of shifts in the gifted camps in all the eastern provinces had been announced, which meant that each of the camps had chosen a candidate. Judging from the available data, this year's performance of warriors had surpassed that of previous years. The Major, meanwhile, was reviewing the candidates and said that he would love to be in Lucian's shoes and was even a little envious of. He also revealed that about 80% of the candidates had incredible talents. If there is one strong warrior who has different elements to control, there is a spiritual master of the second rank, and there are as many as 20 warriors of the third rank. The most interesting part of all of this was the existence of only one rank 4 warrior. Lucian didn't seem to be interested in listening to all of this, as he already knew the outcome of this whole show. The lieutenant colonel noticed the bored look on the guy's face and wondered why he wasn't worried at all. Lucian quickly realized the most serious look and replied that he was so worried that his knees were shaking. The major, chuckling, pointed out that it was too much of an act, and he was already sure that the information about the opponents would not impress him. He suggested that the guy listen to the award, noticing how Lucian was enthusiastic and attentive. The lieutenant colonel immediately noticed how much the guy's face changed after hearing about the award. They began to tell him that because this year's candidates were very strong, all the military units would come to the show. And the show itself would be a little different, because instead of a group stage, it would be something new. Both instructors looked at Lucian seriously and simultaneously informed that this new thing would be a battle with monsters. Lucian couldn't help but think about the fact that he was facing a battle with mutants. They were known as the enemies of mankind because their might was immeasurable, and they themselves had gotten out of the rifts of the earth of the sky, of which there was still no end. Despite the fact that every year many brave warriors enter the battlefields to fight back, the irreversible happens. Monsters are occupying more and more territories, displacing people, and since the military itself will allow yesterday's school children to engage in battle with monsters, the situation on the front lines is quite dire. Dan confirmed that this is the case, and the command is trying to find a way to change the situation, and therefore made such a decision, because it is time to turn to the geniuses of the new generation, and not hold on to the past. As for the candidates themselves, they will finally be able to independently realize the seriousness and danger of what is happening. As one wise man said, a martial artist becomes a warrior only by shedding blood in battle. The lieutenant colonel reminded the lad that the reward for everything is equal to the ordeal. She told him that if he was among the top 10 candidates, he would receive an ampule of mutant blood. There was something else more important if you get into the top 3 at once. In that case, the guy would be able to gain access to more serious tests. The lieutenant colonel specified that, on top of everything else, he would receive the rank of General Qingming. In that case, Lucian would be able to access even the bone marrow of monsters. Lucian didn't seem to be very impressed by all this, and even said that all these stories about blood and bone marrow sounded a bit creepy. The lieutenant colonel replied that it was a source of immense energy, like the wild beast meat he ate in the training camp, only much more effective. In fact, the monster's blood was overflowing with unexplored cells and elements. The monster's bone marrow contained cerebrospinal fluid that was collected by their scientists using special methods. The major said that the top 10 who would receive an ampule of monster's blood would use it in quantities of no more than a few hundred milliliters. He went on to say that the top 3 would be able to enter the testing center and get unlimited supplies of valuable resources, and knowing Lucian's appetite, it could be said that he would be satisfied there. Everyone knew that the value of bone marrow reached 1 billion, which was incredible in itself. Lucian was shocked that there was an unlimited supply of such expensive resources somewhere. He remembered that perfecting the star tempering technique required a large amount of strength and energy. It was unclear how long it would take him to reach the next level using only animal bone marrow pills and life force serum. After thinking it over, the boy said that he understood everything and was ready for any challenge. The major looked through the window and reported that they had already arrived at the site. The helicopter was rapidly descending over the eastern military unit. Major Chin couldn't resist asking if Lucian was impressed by this view from above. The guy didn't answer anything. After all, he had seen military bases much larger than this one in the future world. The scariest thing about it all was that even they had not managed to escape the clutches of bloodthirsty monsters in their time. The helicopter arrived at the unit's landing pad, and Lucian went to rest. Dan, who was accompanying him, said goodbye, that she would come to pick him up herself tomorrow. She also said that if he needed anything, there was a call button on the wall, and that he needed to get a good rest today. Lucian didn't answer her anything, but was grateful for everything she was doing for him. The guy decided that now would be a good time to try his hand at fighting the zombie guru once more, and went to bed. Lu Shen was once again standing surrounded by ice blocks in front of a powerful zombie. The zombie this time too was firm in her intentions and wasn't going to back down or give the guy a chance. It wasn't the first time Lu Shen had seen it, but his heart still clenched with fear and his body felt as if it was stiffening. Despite all this, the guy was determined to defeat and master her strength by all means. He instantly raised all his energy inside to circulate through his body. Something like a powerful explosion occurred and Lu Shen, standing surrounded by flames, summoned a fiery breath. This wasn't all it took to overpower his opponent, so the guy quickly continued. Lu Shen used spiritual power by summoning the vision of spiritual insight. For combat power, he used a tenfold star quench, possessing a mighty power. To conclude everything, he consolidated all his skills and abilities with the guru technique with the power of 10 suns. Opening his eyes, the guy saw an unstoppable zombie in front of him, attacking him with a single strike. Lu Shen felt a slight tingling sensation at first, followed by the sensation of red-hot iron spilling all over his body. He realized with annoyance that he had lost again, although this time he had at least managed to resist. After returning to reality, Lu Shen felt his battle techniques had been refined in battle, where each of them seemed to become smoother and easier to use, and the most important thing was that he was able to overcome the fear of death, and even after the defeat, he had peace of mind. While he was thinking about all of this, he didn't immediately hear the room being knocked on loudly for several minutes. The guy opened the door and Lieutenant Colonel Dan and Major Chin stood on the threshold, asking him if he had managed to get some sleep and rest. Lu Shen replied that it was a bit boring, to which Dan said that there was nothing to be done about it, since their unit was 100 kilometers away from the front line, and they were not much fun, and since the monsters emitted poisonous gas, their base was firmly sealed. Lieutenant Colonel Dan took a close look at the guy and noticed something strange. Lu Shen had already decided that he had gotten dirty or something, but Dan said that he looked just fine, unlike himself yesterday. It even seemed to her like he was enveloped in a different energy, like yesterday this guy was a raw jade in a pile of sand. Today, all the dirt had been removed, and he had taken the form of a polished, pure jade. Lu Shen thoughtfully suggested that he had become more handsome, because at his age, young people were still growing, and perhaps that was why the instructors had such feelings, to which the major asked the guy not to make such a serious face, because it was very funny. After exchanging a couple more phrases, Dan reminded everyone that it was already time for them to go. Major Chin asked Lu Sheng how confident he was in his victory this time, seriously speaking. The guy hesitated for a bit and replied that he didn't think it would be somehow very difficult. As they continued their conversation, Lieutenant Colonel Dan was met by someone in the hallway and struck up a small conversation. It was Commander Lin with his ward, saying how long it had been since they had seen each other, and he wouldn't even remember the last time. Dan replied that the commander was still just as annoying, and Lu Shen sensed a special tension between them. Next, the commander greeted Major Chin and asked why they had sent some bum to the review this time too. The major began to guffaw that he had asked the commander not to open his mouth before brushing his teeth so as not to spoil the air around him. He also inquired that perhaps a genius had emerged from his unit, but he certainly hadn't read about such a thing in the report. Commander Lin offered him a bet on whose ward would come out ahead in the rankings and receive the bone marrow of a level 5 monster. The lieutenant colonel wondered how he was going to do the winning for them if there were 3 of them here. They moved forward, and the major told Lin one last time not to make a bet if he couldn't be held accountable for his words and wasn't ready for high stakes. They seemed to suspect that they would provoke Commander Lin, who asked them to stop. Lin agreed to change the terms and said that 3 vials of monster bone marrow would be the winnings. He rather asked Dan if she wasn't afraid of raising the stakes now, because one could always give up. The lieutenant colonel was infuriated by the commander's detailed tone, and she replied that she was willing to bet. The commander cheerfully patted his subordinate's shoulder and said that it was great luck to have 5 ampules of monster's bone marrow so easily, which was enough to improve the flame control ability. Commander Zhao Le's subordinate politely thanked everyone for participating and bowed, lighting up with fire. The major started shouting that the commander was a cheat since he didn't mention his elemental subduing warrior either now or in the report. The commander laughed and said that no one was looking at these papers now, and he could prepare ampules of bone marrow. The major was just out of anger and with all his appearance easily showed it. In the next second, he quickly gathered himself and said that he was showing surprise that way. The lieutenant colonel thought that they weren't the only ones who withheld information about a subordinate, remembering that their representative was a spiritual master of the 3rd rank. She explained that their families had always been at knife point, and Lin never missed an opportunity for sarcastic comments when they met, but they hadn't had any outstanding warriors in the province for a long time, so she was left with nothing but silence. Dan said that she had high hopes for the guy, so he might as well not worry about the dispute, since even if they lost, she would take care of everything, but if they won, she would give her share to him. They finally arrived at the right place, and Dan informed him that he was to go on alone, and when he came down, everything would be explained to him. Lu Shen thanked them for everything and went inside, noticing at the last moment the lieutenant colonel grabbing the door and yelling to stay a moment longer. She inquired if he was sure he could handle it, referring to the screening. Lu Shen pretended to be very thoughtful and replied that he was almost sure. The lieutenant colonel was a little upset by this answer, and the major clarified how almost sure he was. They both stood in the doorway, languidly waiting for Lu Shen's answer, which was clearly not in any hurry. The guy replied that he was 99% sure of his strength and could only fail if he was suspended. Meanwhile, commanders, lieutenant colonels, generals, and other representatives of various units were gathering in the meeting room. Suddenly, someone entered, and everyone, as if on command, performed the military salute. Major General, 7th Rank Guru, Yu Feiyi entered the meeting room, greeting everyone in return and giving the command at ease. He asked if the representatives of all provinces had already arrived, to which Dan replied that they had, and the monster check had already been completed. Each participant enters the challenge lane from an individual passageway, where the task is to defeat all the monsters encountered along the way and finish first. Monsters of the following ranks were represented: 3 of the 2nd rank and 1 of the 3rd rank. There was also 1 of the 4th rank, and behind, and the last possible opponent. The rank of this mutant was close to rank 5, and it was a golden-eyed ape. Someone present resented the last opponent after all. This ape's combat power was the highest of all, and it would take 2 of their officers to overpower it, not to mention yesterday's schoolboys. The lieutenant colonel explained that there was only 1 strong opponent, and it wasn't necessary to defeat him alone, because becoming a general meant leading an army and facing a strong opponent, having the courage to gather all their power. So it wasn't about competition anymore. The Major General said that the Eastern Division guards the 2nd most important piece of territory in the country, and coincidentally, the 2nd front among the most dangerous. Yet it has been ranked last in the national competition of military districts for several years in a row. If the strength of the best in the entire East isn't enough to fight monsters of this rank, then they have no business fighting and no future. Everyone present was a bit startled by this statement, as they didn't fully realize the gravity of the situation. The Major General ordered the start, wanting to see the talent of this year's participants as soon as possible. One of the contestants was already rushing through the narrow corridor of the labyrinth to the beginning of the trial. He was running and thinking that in recent years this was the strongest selection, and he was the hope of Hawking Province. The guy had a high opinion of himself, so he hoped to become a major star. Out of nowhere, a huge monster of incredible strength jumped out at him. The guy didn't expect such a thing and got scared, quickly thinking out a plan for his next actions. There was a small problem in that the opponent was not going to wait for him and wanted to attack. The monster pounced like crazy on the guy, who realized that he could barely withstand the defense. As he fought back, he shouted to the monster that he was the strongest warrior here and would defeat him in no time. The guy was sure that he was close to victory and hoped that this was the end, not noticing that a new monster had appeared behind him. His destiny was sealed right there, and the Major General said that a man who won the showdown becomes a guiding star for the entire nation. So it wasn't enough to be just strong, but special. He commanded that the guy should be taken care of by the appropriate instructor and not let him get injured too much, asking to display those they had already marked as capable to see their progress. Next up was a representative from Dongji province named Kun Qing, not even 18 years old yet. The girl was endowed with a powerful power such as subduing the element. She was capable of controlling any electrical discharges, currently wielded a rank 1 ability, but quite skillfully. Next was a contestant from Jiangzhou province, from the distant Zhaohaojian province. He was a little over 18 and possessed a rank 3 martial arts ability. For the most part, he was a master of spiritual power, which he used more often than not. He had just recently passed the 2nd rank spiritual power mastery exam. Right now there was a representative from Shilin province named Xingzhi on the screen. The guy was already around 19 years old, but he had shown himself to be no worse than the others. He was a 4th ranked warrior and had an excellent mastery of martial techniques. Among other things, he was a fighter with a talent for defense, always ready to defend himself as well as anyone else. He also had his own specialty, which at the moment was his body. The guy possessed a rank 3 iron body that activated while attacking or defending. One could clearly see his ability already at the show, where he easily took blows from monsters without a scratch. With one strike, he easily attacked one of the monsters, thus taking the advantage in his hands. After such a blow, the monster had no choice but to die and disappear from the battlefield. The Major General was watching all the broadcasts from the participants and praised such a young guy for making good progress in martial arts. He went on to say that the kid had no problem defeating a rank 2 beast and would probably take down a rank 3 monster with one punch, so this kid was a great candidate for victory. The boy who was under Commander Lin's tutelage appeared on the screen next, impressing the general from the first second. The Major General immediately noticed his ability to subdue flames and was inspired by it, asking where he was from. Commander Lin immediately jumped up and said that it hadn't been long since Zhao Lei's ability had manifested, so he hadn't had time to edit the information in the official documents and apologized for that. The general replied that it was no big deal, as his strength spoke for itself, and he had done a great job nurturing what talent he had. The other commanders discussed amongst themselves that this was not the first time such withholding of information for the sake of praise from the general. At this moment, Commander Lin cast an ambiguous glance at Lieutenant Colonel Dan and gestured at the number 5 as if to remind them of their argument. The Major General informed everyone that the first stage had passed rather quickly and wanted to add something else, but he didn't have time because his gaze was caught by something on the screen. He noticed that the main indicator showing the speed of the participants was flashing several times more often than usual. The general looked at the screen and saw just a frantic speed of passing. No one could understand anything, as one of the monsters was marked as a participant. Major General ordered to immediately deal with everything and immediately report everything to him. Lieutenant Colonel Dan began to type something quickly on the computer and took the command of the chief. 3 minutes later, it was announced that it was not a monster, but a participant who destroyed all the enemies in his path with incredible speed. The Major General asked to immediately play back the camera footage and immediately report who this guy was. The Lieutenant Colonel obediently carried out all the orders of the general, and finally finding the culprit of the general alarm was a little shocked. On the other side of the screen, she was looking at her ward Lu Shen, who was the cause of all this commotion. The Major General ordered her to rewind the video back 3 minutes to see for herself the truth of what was happening. Like the rest of the participants, Lu Shen walked into the narrow corridor of the maze to begin the trial. Along the way, he was immediately met by the first vicious monster preparing to attack. Lu Shen was more confident in his strength than ever before, so he remained completely calm and waited for the battle to begin. He noticed that the monster was waiting for an attack from him, so he shouted out that he had once tasted its delicious meat, swinging in for a strike. Lu Shen's one powerful punch was enough to get the monster out of his way. Having dealt with it in a few seconds, the guy was even surprised that the mutant was so weak. But he didn't realize that it wouldn't be the end of the monster at this point, because others were already being released from the compartments. The enraged wild boars were rushing from all directions straight at Lu Shen, who already had a backup plan. The guy waited until they were close to him and lightly pinched them, which amounted to an unbelievable blow. The monster squealed and roared in pain, feeling a powerful flow of energy and strength from his opponent. Lu Shen decided to quickly finish everyone off and aimed 2 simultaneous punches on different sides at all the monsters at the same time. He realized that the all-encompassing power was like the true embodiment of the power of martial arts. Concentration, attack power, and the ability to identify the opponent's weaknesses showed Lu Shen as if he could control everything around him. He looked at the remnants from the monster, which were still emanating fresh energy. Realizing that nothing else would happen here, the guy moved on, not noticing that another monster was already behind him. Lu Shen took a step, throwing a small pebble from under his boot towards the mutant. From this worthless blow, it seemed that nothing terrible could happen, but this pebble caused the monster to be swept far backwards and slammed into the wall. The Major General said that this participant's advancement speed was so fast that it had already reached the last checkpoint. The other commanders also noticed that despite the appearance of an ordinary schoolboy, the guy possessed unusual strength. They were impressed by how he easily defeated all the monsters in one easy blow without even exerting himself. The general asked to immediately report all available information about this kid. Lieutenant Colonel Dan began to tell him that Lu Shen was the chief representative of Dongning province at the age of 18 and a half, being a confirmed 3rd-ranked warrior. She said something else, but the general interrupted her, jumping up from his seat and asking how she could be silent about such a talent. Everyone began to say that there was nothing special about this guy, and he didn't even reach the 4th rank, but the general was of a different opinion. He shouted to everyone, how could they not notice that this guy had mastered at least 3 powerful battle techniques? The unit representatives present in the meeting room began to say that the guy looked too young for all these achievements, and even using tonics couldn't achieve such an effect. The general happily said that he had not met such a genius for many years, and he even thought that the world had not seen such talent for the last 100 years. He wanted to say something else, but he noticed something interesting on the screen and stopped talking. Lu Shen was moving further along the labyrinth when a new mutant was already after him. The guy, of course, couldn't help but feel that he was being followed, so he prepared himself for the next fight. Behind one mutant, the others pulled up as well, having a noticeably powerful energy emanating from them in different directions. Lu Shen stopped and decided to see what monster would take action against him. He let them surround him and make it appear that they had trapped him, quickly rushing into the attribution. That wasn't meant to happen, because the guy had his own version of events on that score, and he simply wielded their power and stopped the mutants with an energy flow. He realized that the potential of the perfect martial art was much greater than he thought. Lu Shen grabbed one of the cheetah-like mutants by the neck with his bare hands and pinned it to the ground. He grabbed its fur tighter and raised it high above his head, about to strike it. Next, Lu Shen threw the monster headfirst against the ground with all his might. The mutant remained sticking out of the ground as the guy moved further down the maze. The Major General was amazed at how easily this kid had defeated the 4th-ranked cheetah and didn't even blink an eye. At this moment, the commander-in-chief realized that Lu Shen was not just strong, he was incredibly strong and fast. Major Qin, with a smile on his face, finally realized what his 99% meant. Commander Lin at this time was at a loss, feeling how badly he had screwed up this time. Major Qin cheerfully gave him a middle finger, saying that he was so boastful and proud for nothing, not knowing everything until the end. Lu Shen entered the last corridor of the labyrinth and already knew that the last monster was waiting for him here, and he could recognize the limit of his technique. The guy sensed that the energy force belonged to a rather strong opponent and looked around carefully. From the corridor, he saw a passage to one of the rooms where the monster was, and he looked in there lightly. Walking further into the room, Lu Shen saw a huge cage in the very center, where there was an equally huge monkey in chains and shackles. At this moment, he realized that the warm-up for this stage was over, and it was time to play big. The enraged monkey yelled at the entire building, slightly even stunning the guy. Lu Shen shouted to the monster to see its true power and showed it his energy and strength. The system announced to the guy that this golden-eyed ape, which had reached almost the 5th rank, was the final and most complex monster. Lieutenant Colonel Dan informed the general that for now this monkey was shackled, but once the other participants arrived, they would release it. The girl thought about how the guy really surprised her today, and although she knew how strong he was, she didn't expect him to be this strong. She was genuinely happy that thanks to him her dream had come true. While the other commanders were discussing that with such strength, the guy didn't need anyone to defeat this monkey, except as a support group. It is the contribution to defeating the final boss that is the fundamental criterion of the final evaluation. Suddenly, something impressive happened that no one here had expected in any way. Lu Shen walked up to the monkey and rid it of the cage by himself, throwing it far back. The cage landed with a clatter somewhere behind the evil monster's back. The guy, remaining completely calm, stepped even closer and the monkey stood up. The huge mutant stood right in front of Lu Shen, displaying all of its spiritual power and energy. The guy offered the monster to see the difference between a rank 5 warrior and a monster of the same rank, asking the monkey to hurry up and start as long as no one was in their way. The general and everyone else were shocked that he was going to single-handedly attack such a powerful monster, apparently not realizing the full power of this monster at all. One of the commanders suggested that everyone calm down because they had not yet seen his attacks in full force, and perhaps the guy will surprise them with his technique and give the monkey a decent fight back. The monster roared menacingly, burning with anger and revenge, about to deliver his first blow. The monkey raised all its spiritual power outwards and swung towards Lu Shen. It roared loudly a few more times, as if to show who was in charge. Lu Shen used his star-tempering technique strength to be able to hold back his opponent's attack. Everyone on the screens watched as the two forces merged in exactly 1 second. A bright light spilled over the entire room, and something like a powerful explosion occurred, blinding everyone who was even on the other side of the screen for a short time. The commanders had previously come to the unanimous opinion that in order to survive, the guy had to avoid the frontal attack he had just taken on. Everyone watched with bated breath as they noticed how Lu Shen held back the golden-eyed ape's attack. Lu Shen did more than just hold back the attack. He resisted the monkey with one hand. Such a response was certainly not to the monster's liking, and it rushed into the next attack with fury. Commander Lin had already relaxed and was confident that in a head-on battle between the boy and the mighty ape, there wouldn't be a wet trace of the former. Lieutenant Colonel Dan visibly tensed up. Even though she already knew about the boy's strength and skills, she was still worried about him. The golden-eyed ape swung her second fist to destroy her opponent. At the place where Lu Shen was, only a shroud of thick smoke could be seen, and there was complete silence. For a moment, everyone thought that it was the end, but after a second, Lu Shen proved that it wasn't, withstanding the attack with a natural breathing technique. On top of that, he even fought back against the monkey and gave it its first strike. Lu Shen shouted to the monkey that it had done a good job, as he even had to do something to avoid being killed by its paws. The Major General watched everything with bated breath, completely unaware of how it would all end. Lu Shen shouted to the monster that with the demonstration of its skills, it deserved to become its tasty dinner. Commander Lin completely lost his mind and shouted to the entire meeting room that this was simply impossible. Lu Shen directly informed the monster that he wished to destroy it with one powerful strike so that it wouldn't suffer. Everything around the guy lit up with bright flames, and a wave of surging power ran through his entire body. Everyone saw what kind of incredible power skills this guy had, summoning all of his might. It was a majestic strike of the heaven of 10 suns that few people alive today had ever seen at all. The Major General was speechless at what he saw, because he had no idea that such a thing was even possible, especially for a kid of 18 years old. Lieutenant Colonel Dan had already seen many different tricks from Lu Shen, but this one struck her to the core. The monkey itself let out a shattering shriek, which was its last. The monster was destroyed by Lu Shen, who had made a simply huge hole in it. At this moment, the Major General realized that this was not just some incredible strength, but the strength of a true guru. Lu Shen stood victoriously in a fiery glow, delighting and impressing everyone who looked at him at this moment. The commander-in-chief thumped the table loudly, which attracted everyone's attention, and shouted that it was a magnificent sight. He couldn't imagine that for the first time in so many years, he would be able to meet someone who would use such powerful tactics, adding that the 7th rank was just around the corner, and the rank of guru was just a short distance away. The major slowly repeated the general's words about the future guru, realizing that the guy would be stronger than him, though he had done a great job in general, even though he almost gave him a heart attack. Lu Shen looked around and realized that there were no more monsters left, and the place was now kind of boring. At this moment, he had what he thought was a brilliant idea, so he decided to have a little fun. He went to the place where he was attacked by the monster and made himself comfortable. The general noticed this, and was immediately worried about what this youngster was up to, since he had already destroyed the final monster. A second later, he decided to rely on him, and told Lu Shen to do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't destroy the others, and so he gave him full freedom of action. Some of the commanders said among themselves that this inspection was really unique, as no one had ever seen the general so excited before, and the sight of this boy was simply indescribable. The system announced that the 3rd rank Lu Shen participant with the strength of a spiritual master of the same rank had officially ended the inspection of the generals, giving the kid the will to start his own game. Xingji of Shilin, with a rank 3 iron body, had recently passed a rank 4 cat, feeling the power it possessed because his body was still susceptible to cramps until now. Even with his iron body, he had taken quite a bit of damage, although he was already hoping for the trial to end soon. The guy walked down the narrow corridor to the last room where the monkey was, and figured he was the first since it was so sepulchral silent. At that moment, Shin noticed the very same golden-eyed ape of almost 5th rank, which was simply huge in size. Next to the monkey was Lu Shen himself, sitting next to it as if nothing had happened, looking at the hole made in it. Xin was horrified at the thought that someone could hit so hard to punch such a strong monster's body through, looking at Lu Shen gingerly. Xingji didn't know what else to do, and simply bowed to the guy and asked if he had passed the general's review. Lu Shen replied to the guy to wait, though he didn't specify exactly what it was about, but Xing obediently agreed. For a while longer, the guy looked at Lu Shen from behind and tried to figure out who he was, but nothing sensible came to his mind. Finally, the other 2 participants also walked down the narrow corridor into the room, looking around. Participants Zhao Haojian of Jiangzhou, a 2nd rank spiritual master, and Kun Qing of Dongjie with elemental submission walked closer to Xing. Zhao asked Xing if the guy was from Shilin province because he remembered him from back in the introductions before the show. Xing nodded silently, and Zhao thought that was the end of the challenge because they all came to the same point where there were no more living monsters. Kun Qing didn't seem to think so at all and spotted their last opponent keeping her eyes on him. She gestured at the golden-eyed ape and shouted to everyone that this was their last opponent, only something seemed off. Shin said that it was no longer a monkey at all, but its corpse, which was probably placed here to intimidate them, because they would definitely not be able to deal with it. Suddenly he exclaimed that he had finally figured it out, and this kid on the monkey was their last opponent in this showdown. Xin informed everyone with incredible confidence that it would be over once they defeated him. Jiao and Kun were discouraged by this statement because they didn't quite share his theory on the matter, but Xing was sure that he was the only one who could guess. Lu Shen was still standing with his back to everyone, but he had already stood up and said that the guy named Xing wasn't that stupid. He finally turned to everyone and said that he was giving them 5 minutes to prepare and then they would begin. Lu Shen threw his hands up in the air and started shouting that they would be able to attack him, throwing punches and anything that would get them closer to trying to destroy him. He stated that he was curious to see what the participants of this year's Qiming General's Review were like. Xingji proudly placed his hands on his belt and stated that was exactly what he thought. Ji relaxed and clarified with a chuckle that they wouldn't have to fight a monster at the end of the review, but only needed to defeat just one person. They were all now only looking at Lu Shen, who had hidden his strength from outsiders. Kun reported that she couldn't feel his strength and energy at all, and Zhao confirmed this, saying that they had put some weakling against them due to being underestimated. Xing didn't want to wait any longer and said that 5 minutes to recover was too long and he was ready right now. Zhao activated his spiritual power at this moment and told everyone that his gut was telling him that something here was not as simple as they thought. Xing, in order to dispel the thoughts of the other participants' doubts, asked how strong this kid could really be, and added that they were the best warriors of the eastern provinces among the 18-year-olds. The boy was confident that this guy was not a hindrance to them at all, and they would defeat him in a matter of seconds. Lu Shen cheerfully thought that his acting ability might well surpass even Major Qin himself. In the meeting room, the military men from different units began to shout and argue that this guy would simply destroy everyone else, and that everything should not be left to chance. The Major General in turn found it all very amusing and was not going to stop anything. Everyone as one started shouting for the show to be stopped immediately because Lu Shen was too strong. One of the commanders said that they simply couldn't allow this guy to seriously harm any of the participants with his attacks. The Major guessed that behind these pompous participants were the senior instructors of the great provinces, and he even wondered what Lu Shen would actually do to them. The Lieutenant Colonel also noticed everyone's indignation and remarked that even the news of their main opponent didn't stir them up that much. Lu Shen had proved to everyone and made them fear that the battle with him was of a more serious nature than a simple showdown. The general asked for instructors to be sent there so that they could intervene in time if something went wrong and prevent Lu Shen from seriously harming the participants. Lieutenant Colonel Dan accepted the order and was already looking for the right people to do so. Commander Lin had been thinking in despair the entire time. All he could think about was that because of this boy, he had lost the argument and was left in debt to Dan Qingshui. Xing burst into flames and informed everyone that he had already recovered 90%, and that would be enough for the next battle. Kun recovered 80% and Zhao recovered 85%, deciding that even if a golden-eyed ape appeared here now, they would finish it off. Lu Shen praised the participant for their enthusiastic desire to fight and suggested that they all attack together, calling the guys the main stars of the Qiming Review. Xing suddenly declared that attacking together was not for him, hinting at his strength, which visibly surprised the other guys. He powerfully pushed himself off the floor and flew into the air, saying that he could do well alone. Xing was already flying, surrounded by a whirlwind of fire, transforming his body into iron in an offensive attack on Lu Shen. The guys who saw this were saying amongst themselves that this guy out of the three of them was the strongest after all, as his strength was truly astonishing. After another moment, Xing accelerated, and his strength was unprecedentedly powerful, and he shouted to Lu Shenyu to retaliate soon. Kun and Zhao realized at this moment that the guy was at the peak of the 4th rank. Xing was already approaching the completely calm Lu Shen at full steam, hoping to win. His eyes shone with a fierce need to win at any available cost. As soon as Xing was a few centimeters away from Lu Shen, the latter made something like a light push with his index finger without even blinking. Lu Shen seemed to be amused by all this because he was already yawning with boredom. What Xing saw and felt at that moment is a mystery, but only until the rest of the group gets their turn. Xin was whizzing across the huge room before he could even stop himself. The kid crashed into the wall, breaking through it and leaving a deep mark there. Kun and Zhao were in no way prepared for this turn of events and simply froze in shock. They stood not far from where Xing had impressed and couldn't utter a word. Lu Shen called them over and asked if they still wanted to try and attack him together. The participants still didn't dare to say or do anything, so they remained motionless in their seats. At the same second, Lu Shenyu lightning jumped off the monkey towards the guys. They didn't understand how he managed to defeat Xing with one punch. After all, he looked as young as them. While they were wondering where Lu Shen got such terrifying strength from, he had already returned to his original position. Zhao told Kun about how he heard that some people take too many tonic elixirs to get stronger, which in turn leads to hormonal malfunctions, and that's why they still look young even at 40, and this guy is living proof of that. Kun asked Zhao if he meant that this guy looked 18 but was actually old enough to be their fathers, and asked if it could be a prank by the person in charge of the inspection. Zhao replied that it was like that, and since the selection was being held among all provinces, the organizers would go to any lengths, though even he didn't think they would be up against a guy on steroids. Lu Shen thought for a moment that these two monsters had been brain damaged by the monsters, since they had forgotten that he could hear them. He looked at them and clarified if they were done discussing his possible identity. Lu Shen suggested that they change the conditions of the passage slightly, and explained that if they made him take even one step back, or blocked even one attack, they would pass the test. The guys didn't even know what to say, because they could expect anything from him. At some point, they decided not to be silent anymore, and Kun was the first to be indignant. Zhao quickly joined her, shouting that if he took them for wimps at all, they were not. He immediately, without hesitation, let his energy flow, intertwining with Kun's lightning bolts and passing. Lu Shen was glad that things were finally moving and getting more interesting. Zhao thought about how this underdog would still regret messing with a second-ranked spiritual master and would suffer for underestimating him. He released all of his spiritual power, transforming its spiritual needles into Lu Shen, forming a kind of vortex of energy, hoping for a quick retribution. Lu Shen easily stopped all of the needles and fractured them without even getting out of breath. At that moment, Zhao realized that the guy wasn't as easy as he looked, and they wouldn't be able to defeat him quickly, if at all. He collapsed on the floor and was shocked to see that Lu Shen had repelled his spiritual needles with his bare hand. Lu Shen turned to the girl contentedly, saying that she was next and calling her a Pikachu. Kun immediately jumped up and summoned her electric discharges, striking Lu with them. She was even more angry that the guy had the liberty to call her a Pikachu. Before Kun even realized it, she had been grabbed firmly by Lu's arm, turning her attack for the time being. He explained to her that you can't be distracted during a fight, and asked why she hadn't been taught that. Kun didn't understand how the guy sensed the attack from her back. After all, having such a reaction was like being superhuman. Lu Shen looked into her eyes and asked her right now to attack with electricity, using her ability to the maximum. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes, and the guy clarified that if he was satisfied with the power of the attack, he might let her pass the test. Kun was angry again, though this time she was more serious and determined. She sent her full power at him, with electric lightning flashing every now and then in the light. Lu Shen seemed to be enjoying all of this, thinking that this was quite good. He could feel the discharges passing through his body, becoming part of the natural breathing technique. Lu Shen realized that he could also subdue and control lightning himself, despite it not being his ability. At some point, there was a powerful release of energy and everything around him was flooded with bluish-white light. Kun couldn't see anything in front of her and was blinded by this glow, thinking that she had succeeded. Lu Shen analyzed the small stream of energy of the fourth lightning breath method in front of him. He informed the girl that she had a pretty good ability, or she was pretty good with. Lu Shen approached Kun and informed her that she was doing well and was passing this test and the review as a whole. The girl could not believe what she had just heard, and for a while she just stood there with her mouth open in surprise. When she finally came to her senses, she couldn't contain her endless joy and pride that she had truly passed the Qiming General's review, being the only one of all who could do so. Kun jumped for joy and shouted that she was the strongest of all the eastern provinces, calling herself a martial arts genius and the truest talent. She recalled the instructor standing there, turning to Lu Shenyu and thanked him for his recognition, clarifying that from now on she would introduce herself to everyone as a Pikachu. Lu Shenyu replied that there was no need to be grateful, as she had proven herself. The rest of the participants came to their senses and could not believe that everything had ended so quickly before it had begun, and that their hours of labor had been in vain. The doors of the room opened, and Lu Shen walked towards one of the commanders sent there to look after them in case of an emergency. The commander said that he hoped that the representative from Dongning province had finally had enough and could prepare for the award ceremony, and these three were indeed unlucky enough to fight him. Kun stopped rejoicing and was taken aback by this news. After all, she thought she was the winner, and here someone else was being told about the ceremony. Jiao and Xing were as surprised as the girl, but immediately guessed who this Lu Shen really was. The commander explained to them that they were wrong all this time and this guy is just as much a participant of the show as they are. He just arrived in this room a few minutes earlier than them and decided to have some fun. He also defeated the final opponent in the form of a golden-eyed monkey with one punch and started waiting for them. The participants were shocked by such a statement from the commander, as they would never have even thought of such a thing. Kun was so impressed by this incident that she couldn't stand on her own too and fainted. Meanwhile, Commander Lin's member Zhao Lei attacked the cheetah-like beast and tried to finish it off. While he was dealing with it, he thought about why this rank 4 beast was causing so much trouble. Having finally gotten the upper hand on the monster, the guy was able to exhale in peace. He collapsed on the floor for a bit to rest and catch his breath after the exhausting battle. Zhao himself had not expected that fighting this monster would take so much strength and energy from him. On the other hand, he was proud of himself for being able to defeat a rank 4 beast by himself for the first time. It wasn't a rank 2 or even a rank 3 monster, so Zhao was at the peak of his excitement. Ono felt incredibly cool, hoping that all the instructors' jaws dropped after seeing this. At that moment, the commander ran in and interrogated the guy about his represented province. Zhao jumped up and replied that the instructor had scared him, but that was right, he was that Zhao Lei. The commander asked the guy to wrap up as the review was over and informed to follow him. Zhao was beyond excited that the Qiming General's review was over, wanting to know his results as soon as possible. He began to ask if the first one had passed all the tests and would become the best general of all time. The commander was even confused by such statements and asked the guy not to dream of such a thing. After all, the review had ended half an hour ago. He went on to say that there was a reason why they hadn't stopped him earlier. At some point, the commander interrupted and said that it didn't matter at all, because it had nothing to do with him. And after looking at his results, he reported 5th place. The guy literally fell out of breath from what he heard, because he could not believe that he could be in 5th place. He thought he was a great and powerful warrior who had managed to defeat a rank 4 beast. The commander realized that comments would be unnecessary here and left it to the instructor. On the screen was Kun, telling the general and everyone else that she was very much looking forward to being granted access to the monster blood lab. The major general didn't hide his annoyance at how difficult he was finding it to communicate with little girls. One of the commanders in charge of Kun thanked the general for the opportunity in this showdown. Everyone knew that only the top 3 would get access to the lab, and Lu Shen was in 1st place. The 2nd place was unanimously placed by an iron guy named Xing, but the 3rd place was shared by Kun and Zhao. Most people were still leaning towards Jiao, as he was a spiritual master, while Commander Kun was tearfully hoping for her victory. Lu Shen returned to his lounge room and decided to recover a bit, although he thought there would be an award ceremony first. On the table, he noticed tonics that he had previously heard about how they helped him recover, but he wasn't sure if they would work for him as well. Opening one of the cans, Lu Shen took a few sips, feeling that the drink was quite refreshing, though perhaps useless. The guy drank the rest of the tonic and opened another one, frustrated that none of it was helping him. Finished with the tonics, Lu Shen plopped down on the bed and wondered how he Lingshu was doing with making the serum, and decided to contact her soon. In just a second, the guy felt in his entire body as if the discharges of millions of thousands of lightning bolts were joining together. He realized that the breath of lightning combines the best of fire and wind breath, increasing the speed and explosive power. This technique wasn't yet developed to its fullest potential, but even now it had a great balance to it. The boy leaned back and thought for a second that he was really demanding too much of himself. He remembered those times when he used to visit internet cafes with a friend and play computer games until the morning, falling asleep in class. It would seem that he did not care about the world in 10,000 years because he would die anyway, and even his descendants would probably not live to see it. But he had already seen everything with his own eyes and could no longer not think about it. That was why he had made his choice, and there was no going back. Now he was not only responsible for himself, but also for the people who would one day be born. This meant that the guy had to do his best because not everyone was capable of doing this. Lu Shen clearly understood one important thing. Since he had the power, he had to do everything. It was with these thoughts in mind that he plunged into the future world to verify some information. It was only his choice and no one else's, so such was his destiny. After diving into the dream world, he decided to cast aside all doubts to ask and continue to work hard. Lu Shen once again requested information about himself from the system after seeing the new biography. The guy quickly read the detailed description of his accomplishments and how he won the status of General Qiming. He looked at his photos from the past and the future and tried to clarify things for himself. The general information was still the same, though the achievements were now more weighty, and the strength limit was still at the same mark, increasing the ranking slightly. Perhaps it all had something to do with joining the Eastern Military Division. However, because of the large-scale battle with monsters, he would die at the age of 20, but if not, would he be able to reach the 8th level guru? Unsuspecting, the guy decided to reveal his marital status. In the line about his spouse, he saw Lieutenant Colonel Dan's name and was a bit shocked. Seeing their joint photo, the guy was shocked even more because she was older than him by almost 30 years. She looked good because in the martial arts world, due to the constant improvement in strength, warriors looked much younger than their years. Lu Shen tried to reason sensibly and figured that if he joined the Eastern Military Unit and became a general, they would cross paths frequently. He even thought about the fact that he could become Lieutenant Colonel Dan's secret love. Lu felt that there was already some kind of connection between them, plus the daily meetings, which meant that it was really possible. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Dan was walking down the corridor and sneezed loudly, and according to their tradition, if you sneeze, someone remembers you. Lu Shen couldn't speculate about this anymore and decided to take a little walk and get some air. He couldn't calm down and he wanted to fight someone as soon as possible. Finally, the award ceremony started and all the participants were gathered together in the big hall. The Major General began to say that since everyone was gathered, it was time to begin and called Lu Shen first. He hung up his badge and told him that it was made of the same material as the Guru's badge, only the style of execution was slightly different, but that one day it would be the badge of a true guru. Lu Shen replied that he would not let the general down and it would definitely happen. He seriously added that this day would come very soon and the general would be proud of him. The general laughed and said that he would look forward to it and wished him good luck. Major Qin told Lieutenant Colonel Dan that the general and the kid had such a relaxed conversation as if it was not the first time, and he thought that this attitude toward Lu Shen could immediately realize that he was special. The top 10 participants each received a vial of blood as a reward as promised. The general called Lu Shen and 3 others to follow him, and Xing guessed that now was the time to go to the lab. They wanted to get the bounty as soon as possible, although originally only 3 could access the blood pool. But the commander made an exception because of Lu Shen, allowing the other 3 finalists to enter there. Zhao was infinitely saddened by the fact that someone would get so much monster blood, while he only had a measly vial with him, and his commander had also lost the bet and was now in debt. Major General at the entrance to the storage bay asked if everything was ready for launch. He was answered with agreement and asked everyone to proceed inside the storage bay. The general stopped and said they had arrived, noticing the frozen surprise on the boys' faces. He stood next to the pods and told the 3 participants to change for the next dive. The guys began to undress as they walked and shouted excitedly that they were ready right now. Kun walked over to her capsule and read that there was level 5 monster blood inside and marveled. She wondered if she could really absorb it all since it was thousands of times more than what was in some test tube. Without a second thought, the girl quickly lay down in the dive capsule and waited to be loaded. The general waited until all 3 had occupied their capsules and called Lu Shen to follow him into the bone marrow compartment. He, along with the lieutenant colonel and the boy, went inside the next compartment. The bay looked simply gorgeous with the bone remains of one of the huge monsters by a small pool. Lu Shen somehow asked without much surprise if this was the famous compartment and why the pool was only half full. The The lieutenant colonel said that if he thought it wasn't enough, then let him think about the fact that it cost over $1.5 billion and maybe even more expensive. The boy was surprised at the amount, but asked if they would give him more if he didn't have enough, to which Dan replied that he should try to absorb it first, and then they would see what they could do since no one had been able to absorb half of it so far. She also added that it wasn't easy to absorb that much marrow. The guy climbed up to the dive hatch and the lieutenant colonel proceeded to launch. He looked nothing like he had 6 months ago, but a muscular guy with defined abs. Dan announced the start of loading, but she couldn't take her eyes off Lu Shen's physique, which gave away his numerous workout. The guy closed his eyes and the marrow almost completely covered him in a special tube. Immersing himself completely in this liquid, Lu Shen felt the presence of the monster beside him, the monster that it all once belonged to. The power was so great and penetrated literally under his skin, so much so that it was as if he was being pushed out. Now he understood what Dan was talking about, saying that it was difficult to absorb everything at once because it was really a huge strain on the body. Anyway, Lu Shen had no intention of giving up and decided to absorb as much as he could. He had only set one main goal for himself. The power of the unknown monsters would be his. It was as if the guy was merging with these monsters, absorbing their energy more and more. Meanwhile, the other 3 guys had practically absorbed their reservoir of monster's blood. The first to open his eyes was Jiao, waking up as if from a deep sleep. His capsule opened and he coughed after absorbing the 5th rank blood. The instructor carried him a towel and told him that his absorption rate was excellent and he had practically absorbed everything, so he wasn't a rank 2 spiritual master for nothing. Gio replied that the monster's blood was indeed beneficial, but he was a little regretful that he couldn't bring up more yet, asking how the others were doing. The instructor said that the guy woke up first, so it's unknown, but asked him not to be upset because he's a spiritual master, and the guys rely on martial arts, so they're different. Gio realized that the instructor was right, so he didn't reply anything, smiling. Next, Kun awakened, reporting that it was truly amazing. After absorbing that blood, she felt that she could immediately break through to the 4th rank of martial arts warrior, and her commander praised her for being able to absorb all the blood from the tank. After a few more minutes, Shin woke up and felt a strong burst of energy and strength. He said that it was indeed a worthy reward, and he felt he was just a little bit away from rank 5. The instructor told him that he was a true talent, as it took him less than a year to go from rank 4 to rank 5, while he himself had once taken 10 years. Gio shouted to Xing that he hadn't even fully absorbed everything and was already aiming for the 5th rank, as if to imply that it was a bit early for him. Xing did not reply to the guy, because he felt his strength and could decide when it would happen. The instructor decided to intervene in the altercation, clarifying that the guy had absorbed the entire tank, and it was extra. Jiao didn't seem to have expected such a turn of events, and couldn't hide his surprise that a guy of the same age as them was able to absorb a 3rd more monster blood. He said that he had underestimated this guy, but now he considered him a worthy opponent, and Kun added that although they were all considered geniuses, there was a huge gap between them. Unlike the other 2 guys, Shin himself was concerned with something else right now. Through the window, he saw the bone marrow compartment where the absorption was going on. The general watched the process closely, wondering if everything was going well. The lieutenant colonel replied that everything was going smoothly, but the consumption was going much faster than they had expected, and there was already 1 quadruple left. The general felt that even though Lu Shen stood out among his peers, he was still a child, and asked the men on duty to remember to pour the rest into the reserve tank when the boy ran out of strength. While the boy was in the capsule, there was some strange sound, as if warning of something. The duty officer reported that things were bad for them because the kid had absorbed the reserve capsule, and that was about to empty. The absorption rate had dropped to near minimum because of the lack of bone marrow. The major general was shocked because when he became a guru himself, he could only absorb half of it, but he shouted to immediately bring more from the warehouse. He was getting more and more curious to see how much this guy could absorb. As time passed, Lu Shen absorbed everything that was brought to him without waking up. He felt that he could absorb even more and was quietly enjoying it. His star hardening technique began to refresh. With new skills and increased combat, the absorption rate began to decrease again and the amount of marrow decreased. The men on duty again brought an extra tank from the warehouse and quickly poured it into the pool. Again, some sort of alert sound began and the absorption rate decreased. The duty officer informed the general that the reservoir was empty again and asked if more should be brought in. The general yelled to keep going until he stopped absorbing, because it was impossible to believe that the guy could absorb their entire supply. He commanded to immediately add more, and the pool began to fill up anew. Lu Shen was surprised at the tremendous strength that the marrow fluid brought, because he was finally able to advance to the first stage of the technique to strengthen his body. The most interesting thing was that it was only a rank 4 monster bone marrow, and it was even scary to imagine what would happen if one took a rank 5, 6, or even 7. The duty officer, out of breath, asked if he could bring more supplies. The general slumped to the floor in shock and didn't even know what to expect from this boy. He shouted to add more and didn't even know what to do with him if he refused to join their unit. Lucian felt a heat like red-hot lava spilling over his body. His bones felt as if they were covered in gold and glowed from within, as if it was an X-ray image. This kind of inner strength could indicate that he had now advanced to the 4th rank. This was very different from how the transition from mere brute physical strength to the next level was accomplished. His body had simply made an incredible breakthrough, and even his combat power had increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone saw Lucian finally stop the absorption, and there was a sort of bright flash. The general couldn't believe that this guy had drained all the bone marrow reserves of a rank 4 monster because it couldn't all fit into one person. He and the lieutenant colonel waited for Lu Shen to return and were shocked. The capsule made a distinctive opening sound and a thick golden-colored smoke billowed out. It was the vapor after absorption from which the guy finally came out. He stood in front of everyone in a golden-colored glow, as if he was some kind of divine being. Lucian quickly dressed himself and enjoyed the renewed strength and increased energy. The other 3 participants all looked at all of this with envy and wondered about one thing. Xing didn't understand why exactly Lu Shen had such powerful strength. There was more than just a chasm between them. Zhao, along with Kun, didn't say a word, but fully supported Xing's thoughts. The lieutenant colonel realized that the guy had now become many times stronger than her in such a short period of time. Lucian stood there and slowly embraced his new strength as he suddenly heard someone calling out to him very loudly. Rushing straight at the guy was a distraught Major General at full speed. Lieutenant Colonel Dan was startled at the guy and yelled at him to stop immediately. It seemed that this only scared her because Lu Shen, on the contrary, was full of strength and energy to fight back. Flames flared up in his hands and all over his body, giving away his true power. Lu Shen stood in a ring of fire, summoning all of his might outward. The Major General decided to test what this kid was really worth. Everyone in the bone marrow storage compartment scattered as the General and Lu turned their strength against each other. Xing was impressed that he could watch the guru fight right now. Lu Shen sent out a wave of star tempering and increased his combat power on the way out. He shouted to the general that he was trying too hard. After all, he himself had only reached the 4th rank. The Major General laughed nervously when he heard him talk about the 4th rank. He said that the golden-toned bones were already closer to Guru, and he was even ashamed to say that in terms of energy, he had only advanced to the 4th rank. Lu Shen innocently nodded his shoulders and replied that it couldn't be helped because that was just the way it was. The general said that he didn't care about those numbers, and after absorbing 15 billion worth of bone marrow from him, he just couldn't help but fight him. A second later, Lu Shen was already standing there in a complete mess, thinking about why the general needed to do all this, because obviously they were not rivals. Major Qin couldn't believe that Commander Yu, a 7th rank guru, had decided to fight this kid. Everyone knew that the general's e-combat strength was at least 1 million. Anyway, no one could understand how Lu Shen managed to repel an attack of such power with such ease. Gio nervously asked if they had really fought such a strong opponent, and added that he had never heard of such a worthy warrior participating in the showdown. The Major said with admiration that this fellow was stronger than he was, and had not even passed a single examination yet, and he himself would be 28 this year. At that moment, it was as if he had an epiphany, and he shouted to everyone that they had forgotten about the single exam. Lieutenant Colonel Dan proudly announced that this time, it was Lu Shen who should be on the pedestal. Xing looked at Lu Shen and clarified that although he realized that he couldn't compare to him, he never thought that there was such a huge gap between them. Lu Shen was a rank 4 warrior, although his power was equivalent to a rank 6 peak, not to mention his strength grade, which was not even close to the rank of guru. In fact, it was already obvious to everyone that the guy was guaranteed to succeed, as he had already demonstrated his ambition well enough. Shine noted that even in terms of absorption, Lu Shen was far superior to him, and tried to understand why they were so far behind him. Lu Shen was a bit confused when he asked the general if he had really absorbed 15 billion worth of bone marrow, adding that it came out to be a bit much. The general replied that there was no need to be grateful, because when the time came and he destroyed quite a few monsters on the battlefield, it would mean that the military unit's resources had not been wasted. Lu Shen said that he would definitely repay such investment in his development 100-fold. Besides, it was the duty of every warrior to destroy enemies. The Major General replied that he now saw that the boy had all the makings of a real general. Lu Shen said nothing and just folded his hands in agreement, letting him know that he would not let him down. The general was just leaving and lastly said that the next time they see each other, the guy will probably already be a guru, so he is looking forward to it. Lieutenant Colonel Dan informed the lad that the Qiming General's review was officially over, and now it was time to start preparing for the unified exam. She asked which university he was going to attend, to which Better Shen asked which one she would recommend. Dan said that with his current strength, he could choose any university in the country, and as for the Eastern District, it would be the best martial arts university in Dongning Province, and if he enrolled there, he would get more benefits and advantages, since he lived there. Lu Shen knew that this university was also where Dan herself went to, who said that she would have advised him to go there even a month ago. She added that she had now changed her mind and thought it would be better for him to go to the capital. The capital was home to 7 of the strongest martial arts schools, and it was the glory and greatness of the country because the best of the best gathered there. Everyone around him knew that it was the true abode of strength and power. If he managed to prove himself, he would be able to join the capital's martial arts school, where with their resources and knowledge, it would be much easier to break through and become an 8th rank guru. Just a short while ago, Lu Shen couldn't even think of studying at a martial school in his dreams. The lieutenant colonel explained that martial schools are at a completely different stage of development, and their strength is unimaginable. They have absolute power and are above military units and government agencies, and there are currently 3 people in the country who have reached the 9th rank thanks to battle schools, and they are called Battle Saints. The first of the 3 was a warrior Zhao Ji from the Jidao Martial School. Next, but not in terms of strength, was Tan Zhongyu, who had graduated from the Mingyu Martial School. And closing out the top 3 martial saints was Lin Zhenyue from the Anxing Martial School. Thanks to the Ray Plan, the guy had learned that the strongest warriors only possessed the 9th rank, which meant that these martial saints were at the top of the world. The lieutenant colonel also said that she certainly couldn't make such a decision for him, but his future would determine the fate of many and even much more than the martial saints. At this moment, Lu Shen visibly tensed up, for he didn't even think that Lieutenant Colonel Dan thought of his strength like this. He couldn't get the rank 9 data out of his head, even though he already possessed 3 rank 11 techniques and would be able to go far beyond just a martial saint in the future. The major was a bit discouraged that the guy was making such a statement. After all, he was still at rank 4 and already dreaming of superiority over saints. Although he realized that he could be wrong, because with Lu Shen's talents and techniques, one couldn't be sure of anything and anything could happen. Dan said that in the Eastern Martial Division, the strongest Supreme Commander had only reached the rank of an 8th rank guru, and there were no 9th rank battle saints at all. Lu Shen asked why, with only 1 rank difference, a military unit using its power and resources couldn't help one person break through. Major Chin walked towards them and replied to the guy that unfortunately, it was not that simple. The fact was that in order to elevate a warrior to the 8th rank, all the resources had already been exhausted. They have no idea how much more would be needed for a 9th rank warrior, because there was like a huge gap between 8th and 9th rank. Dan said that in order for them to have a 9th rank saint, the entire Eastern Martial Division needs to dream bigger. It was being the lieutenant colonel of the military division that she didn't want him to stay there, because that would increase the likelihood of him joining their ranks. In any case, their hopes shouldn't become some kind of obstacle for him because he has his own path and it's up to him to decide which one. For reasons unknown, but it was at this moment that Lu Shen recalled from Future's biography their joint wedding photo. He sincerely thanked her from the bottom of his heart for everything she had done for him, and repeated his words to the general that the duty of any warrior is to stand in defense of the country. Guy also added that he would always remember the incredible support of the Eastern Division. Lieutenant Colonel Dan seemed to be overjoyed to hear all this, and became very embarrassed. Lu Shen couldn't hide his shyness in response either, and Major Chin noticed what was going on between the two of them. He became even more embarrassed and blushed in a flash, unable to believe his eyes. Dan informed Lu Shen that the review was over, and the final exams were still a couple days away, so he should hurry to the Spiritual Masters Association to take the exam so that he could use the internal network himself. Lu Shen, she clearly didn't expect him to take her advice so quickly and was a little confused. Major Chin didn't miss a moment to tell Dan about how long they had known each other, and he had never seen her with such an expression on her face as she had now with this guy. She didn't hesitate to hit him on the head and told him not to talk nonsense. Lieutenant Colonel Dan took quick steps away from the hall out the door into the corridor. She stood and thought sadly about what the Major had told her, for he was right about something. The very next day, a helicopter from the Eastern Military Unit was circling over Dongning Province. The Lieutenant Colonel asked the guy if he was sure he wanted to jump right here. Lu Shen replied in agreement without a shred of doubt, reasoning that there weren't many people in this area. Dan shouted that they could drop the rope ladder once they descended. Lu Shen didn't even want to hear about it and immediately said that there was no need to do anything like that at all. He had already stood on the very edge of the helicopter and pushed down and waved goodbye to Dan. The Lieutenant Colonel immediately ran to the exit and looked down behind Lu Shen. The Major ran up after her and only saw Lu Shen's body flying away at breakneck speed straight into the forest, saying that the guy had definitely lost his mind. He was shocked because the altitude was at least 200 meters and Lu didn't even bring a parachute with him. But Dan said there was no need to worry and nothing would definitely happen to the guy. Dan reminded the Major not to forget how much strength this guy had that surpassed even her own. With a smile, the Major only replied that the guy was really head over heels for doing such a thing. Lu Shen was definitely more confident in his strength than ever before, so he calmly flew down in the protective fire dome. Passing tourists noticed a ball in the sky, and a small boy asked his father if it was a bird. The flames around Lu Shen got bigger and bigger as they approached the ground. The father replied to the boy that it wasn't a bird at all, but a man, and a rather strong man whose rank was clearly no lower than the 6th rank, even perhaps he was already a guru. Lu Shen felt his body from his internal organs to his muscles and bones had changed significantly, going far beyond the 4th rank, and it even seemed to him that he could easily compete with warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks. He compared himself to a drop of water that had fallen from a great height, capable of destroying a boulder. When Lu Shen finally landed, he felt that he could flatten everything around him. He left behind a huge footprint in the ground, and after looking around, he realized that he was in the very same Dongning province. The guy felt the energy along with the power flowing through his body without stopping for a second, and realized that he would need about a month to get used to the new power. It was strange for Lu Shen to feel the inner strength shining with golden light, even though most warriors had colorless power. Just like Commander Yu had said, golden hands and glowing skin were an indicator of a warrior's true power. Every time he concentrated his strength, he could cast a glow all around him that looked very powerful. He only had a little bit left, so he rushed to the Spiritual Masters Association to finish this morass and purchase all the resources online himself, and after the exam, he would already think about the new power. The tourists were amazed that such a young guy used an incredible technique to descend. They stood looking at the scorched earth and compared Lu Shen to a superhero from a movie. Lu Shen arrived at the association and waited for his turn with an attendant. The girl was giving a test to one of the participants, which was a middle-aged man. Lu Shen scrutinized everything that needed to be done and was surprised that this was the main test. The male test subject tried his best and wanted some more luck to complete the test. He held the ball in front of him with spiritual power for a while, but at some point, that ball bounced and crashed into the wall. The man was terribly upset that once again no one had come out. This was the 6th time he had been here, but the result, unfortunately for him, was always the same. The organizer said that at his age it was already pretty hard to break through to the next level of power, so he'd better go home and not come back here again. She ran down the list and saw a familiar name. Looking up, she called out to the girl who was here for the 3rd time. The girl grudgingly replied that, for the organizer's information, she was already a spiritual master of the 1st rank in her 20s, so it was no big deal that she had failed the 2nd rank exam a couple of times. She also pointed out that everyone before her was an old man in his 50s and had screwed up. The organizer didn't want to further fan the flames of discontent and simply asked the girl to proceed. At one point, she noticed an attendant with some guy and asked who it was, hearing back that he was recommended by Lieutenant Colonel Dan from the Eastern Military Unit. The girl named Zhui Fei noted to herself that the guy was too young for a spiritual force master. Anyway, she found Lu Shen to be an alluring young man. Xu walked closer to him and called out her name, saying that she didn't expect to see such a young master here, and if he was shy, he could ask her anything he didn't understand. Lu Shen thanked the girls and replied that this was really his first time here. Xu immediately rushed to tell him everything she knew, namely, the test consisted of 3 stages, where in the beginning, the spiritual power and its purity are measured, and then there is a practical test, where you need to move metal balls through the holes in the glass without touching the walls for a specified time. The glass was very fragile, and at the slightest contact with the balls immediately shattered, and the number of glasses depends on the rank, where on the 2nd of as many as 5. Shui told the guy that he was lucky today because he would only have to deal with 1 glass, but she had to summon all her luck and strength because she didn't want to come here for the 4th time. The organizer looked at the list on the clipboard and said that Shui Fei was taking the test next. The girl walked over to the measuring device and placed her hand on it. The organizer read out her results displayed on the screen. Shui was happy that the readings were suitable for the test, and the organizer suggested that she move on to the practical part. She proceeded to the passing area behind the girl where the glasses were located. The organizer explained that it was business as usual, giving 15 iron balls for 5 glass walls. There was only 20 seconds to do everything, which was usually always enough time for a well-prepared master to walk. The organizer announced the start and pressed start on the stopwatch as Zhu's eyes lit up. Zhu quickly enough mastered the power and focused on the balls, moving them to the right panes. Lu Shen noticed that it wasn't as easy as it looked at first glance, and controlling 15 orbs at once was already a bit difficult for a 2nd ranker. You had to control your energy as much as possible, otherwise the beads would just break the glass in one sloppy movement, and moreover, you had to manage in a short period of time, which added to the complexity of the test. At first glance, the girl looked focused and concentrated. She brought the iron balls to the first glass in the correct order. At this point, Zhui felt how much S and energy concentration alone took, not to mention caution. She mentally marked out a certain trajectory for herself and followed it precisely. In a second, she had already succeeded, and the first glass had been passed. She gathered all her strength again and started to the next glass, bringing them to it as confidently as possible. In a couple of seconds, everything worked again and the balls were outside the 2 panes of glass. Without slowing down, she led the iron beads through the next glass in the same way. She felt incredibly energized by the fact that everything was working and moved on to the 4th glass, preparing to become a rank 2 spiritual master very soon. Her dream was not destined to come true this time, as the organizer announced the end of time on the stopwatch. Zhu cursed in exhaustion and was extremely frustrated by this state of affairs. Only 3 attempts per approach were given, so she reported that it was no big deal and it was just a warm-up, demanding a second time. She attracted all 15 iron balls again and was about to send them towards the glass. Lu Shen seemed to be amused by the snappier spectacle, and he even thought it was quite interesting. The organizer announced the start of the second attempt and pressed the stopwatch button. Immediately on cue, Zhu concentrated as much as possible and summoned all of her spiritual power to full strength. In a matter of seconds, the first wall was successfully passed, and it was on to the second wall. Wen exhaled deeply and tried to remain as calm and focused as possible. In a few more seconds, the second, third, and fourth walls were passed. In her mind, she was counting, and according to her data, there were 12 more seconds left, which she definitely had to make it. The girl leisurely guided carefully iron balls into the 5th and final glass wall. Unfortunately, one ball got out of control and didn't go into the right hole in the wall. Because she rushed at the very last moment, the wall was resolved with a crash. The girl collapsed to the floor in despair and realized that once again it had failed, and yet there was only one attempt left. The organizer asked if she would use the last attempt, to which Zhui replied that she didn't see the point, and apparently she wasn't ready to give up yet. Lu Shen watched her closely and realized that she was a capable master, so he said that she would do well. He clarified that she has enough strength, she's just doing it wrong, asking her to think hard and see the obvious. The confused Xue didn't understand what he was talking about anymore, as she was sure of her failure. Lu Shen explained to her that she had just adjusted the direction of the balls right in front of the walls, and after passing through, she would change their direction again to enter the hole. This method wasn't bad, but it wasted a lot of time and expended a large amount of energy, so it was obvious from her tired face. The guy went on to say that this test was also aimed at determining the sharpness of her mind. This meant that one had to make up a complete path of passage at the very beginning, with each hole being a waypoint, connecting them in sequence. She would then be able to manage 15 beads by taking 15 routes. At the end of his speech, he asked if it was easier to do that, to which Shui replied that it was very logical. The organizer also listened to everything and stated that the guy was quite clever, except that it wasn't easy to do it. She explained that only a couple of people in the whole time could make up so many paths in such a short time, because you still need to calculate the distances between holes, speed of movement, and many other things. Lu Shen replied that this was not true, because they were not ordinary people, but spiritual masters. He decided to show by example how it can be easily realized. The guy said he would only show her once, so she should watch carefully and memorize. The organizer was shocked when she saw that Lu Shen picked up all the available iron beads from the table. Lu Shen was as focused and calm as possible at the same time and made up something amazing from the haphazard arrangement of the bead. The pile of iron beads was assembled in a certain sequence in the form of a huge cube, from which even chains were branching off to the glass. The beads began to fall with millimeter accuracy into the right holes in the glass and pass further. Lu Shen simply masterfully pulled the beads through a lot of glass at the same time. He decided to show and prove that anything was possible if you believed in yourself and chose the right tactics. The iron beads already flew through all the glass there in just a few seconds. Lu Shen was quite standing and talking about how this was exactly what it was all about if one followed the plan. He asked the organizer how many seconds he managed in. She looked at the stopwatch with bated breath and couldn't immediately believe that she was seeing a value equal to 10 seconds. Lu Shen said that it was a pretty good result for the first time. He turned to Shui and asked if she had caught the gist of what was happening while she was only thinking about what an amazing master he was. The girl replied that it became much clearer after the visual example, but everything was not clear to her how such a thing was possible. She compared Lu Shen to the magician who was performing a number right in front of her. Zhu clarified that she could clearly see his every move, but she still couldn't understand exactly how he was doing it. The organizer said that in just 10 seconds, to pass a huge number of iron balls through thousands of holes in 10 walls was simply impossible to even imagine, let alone see. She ordered the attendant to immediately call the president of the association and say that the matter was urgent. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the association, the president of the association shortened the time for a card game online. He didn't understand why being a fourth-rank spiritual master couldn't succeed in gambling. An attendant burst into the office, yelling for the president to look at his computer immediately. The president was completely calm and asked the attendant not to yell like that. Quickly looking at the video of Lu Shen, he even thought it might be fake. The attendant said it wasn't fake, and right now this guy was testing his spiritual power. On the screen was the organizer with Shu watching the bright flash from Lu Shen's spiritual strength assessment. The president, biting his fingernails on his hands from sheer excitement, was at a loss to guess what this glow could be, and even so bright. The glow was from a strength estimation device that showed values far beyond anything possible for a guy arriving here for the first time, which was what both girls were so surprised about. Izu speculated that the device might have broken. After all, the numbers were frighteningly high, but the organizer was definitely sure that the evaluating device was in good working order. The purity standard of the second rank Spiritual Master Association is 1, and the fourth rank is 10, which is what their president has. She looked at the guy in front of her who looked like an ordinary high school student, not to mention how much younger than the president he was. It remained unclear how Lucian's strength could be so pure, because even in theory, it was quite difficult to imagine. While the girls were lost in speculation at this moment, the president of the Spiritual Masters Association rushed into the evaluation hall, panting in his haste. He asked the girl organizer named Lee to check the device again, obviously not believing in its performance either. The organizer replied that she had already checked everything twice, and the device was as serviceable as ever, and had also tested 2 others where the result was accurate, but he could see for himself. Lucian noticed the concerned and worried looks of the people around him, and wondered why they were so interested in the values on the device. The president felt awkward and asked the guy not to think anything bad about them, because his results were so astounding that it was hard to believe. He even asked if the guy was a descendant of a 7th or 8th ranked great spiritual master, to which Lucian replied that he was just a simple guy from an ordinary family. The guy asked the president for a final practical test, but the head of the association didn't see any point in it, because he had already passed everything, and it would be troublesome to repeat. Lucian insisted on conducting and replied that it was fine, and it was just an ordinary test without any hassle, taking possession of the iron beads. The organizer saw that it was useless to argue, so she took out a stopwatch and announced the start of the test by pressing the start button. Lucian picked up the balls in a long chain, calculating in his head the next trajectory to pass through the glass in the shortest possible time. He glanced at the stopwatch in parallel, confident that he could manage much faster. Immediately after that, the iron beads began to fly into the holes one after another at breakneck speed, without interrupting the long chain. Subsequently, the balls, after passing through all the panes of glass without a single damage, quickly landed in their original place. Lucian said that he had gotten used to the action by the second time, and his speed should have changed by about seconds to 5 seconds. The organizer looked at the stopwatch and reported with great surprise that the time had changed by even more than 5, as it was equal to 4.5 seconds. Zhu thought that it was more difficult this time, but he managed twice as fast, although he insisted that he had become more experienced. But he looked completely carefree and relaxed, making his own insignificance felt. The president, on the other hand, looking at the way he had been passed in 2 lights, felt uncomfortable with the speed of the passage, which was a match for the guru himself. He decided that it was indeed time to give way to the young, and told the guy that their association recognized his skills, and a little later he would personally present him with a certification certificate and the insignia of a Master of Spiritual Forces. The president awkwardly clarified that the maximum rank that their association could award was 4, and in order to get a higher rank, he would have to go to the capital, asking if it would be acceptable to him. Lucian felt awkward himself at this point, and replied that there was no need to worry about him so much. After all, he was just an ordinary high school student, and still had exams to prepare for. Mike saw that the guy looked young, but in no way expected him to still be a high school student, asking how old he really was. Lucian replied without hesitation that he was 18, slightly shocking everyone present once again. He tried to defuse the situation somehow by cheerfully saying that he didn't think he was some 10,000-year-old spirit in a high school student's body. This was exactly what Zhu thought, surprised even more by the assumption that the guy could also read minds. Lucian looked at the girl with a serious look and asked her to put such strange thoughts away and not to lean so heavily on fiction in the future. He added that he would be taking the university entrance exam in 2 months, and if the spiritual master certificate didn't help him gain extra points, he wouldn't even come here. Shue remembered her last attempt at the test and asked Lucian if she should still try. The guy replied without hesitation that she had to try, because she would definitely succeed and only needed to relax her muscles, which he helped her with by immediately coming closer. Shue was a little confused by the guy's touch, but listened to his instructions that she should focus on the right objects. A while later, the organizer announced that there was still time left, which meant that Zhu had passed the second-rank spiritual master test. Lu Shen cheerfully said that just as he said, it was not difficult at all. You just had to apply all your knowledge in the right direction, for which the girl thanked him sincerely. At this moment, the president came running over to congratulate them both on passing the test, adding that there was finally another 4th-ranked master among the spiritual masters of Dongning province, and it should be celebrated immediately. Lu Shen thanked the president of the association, but wanted to give up on the idea of celebrating it. Before he could even say a word, he looked at the president and Shue, who stood with a pleading look and left him no choice but to just agree. With a deep exhale, Lu Shen still agreed to go with them to the unknown event with a fraction of regret, making the president and Shui very happy. The president said that their association had a hotel where the guy could rest before the event and meet up with them in the evening. Shui immediately shouted out without missing an opportunity that she would be driving and would take Lu Sheng to and from the event personally in her car. After agreeing on everything, Shui and Lu Shen walked outside to the parking lot where the girl's expensive red Ferrari was parked, bringing even her new buddy into awe. She gestured for him to take a seat, and the two of them were already buckling up inside the auto, shouting to the president to meet them soon for the evening. The president of the Spiritual Masters Association, Jiang, waved happily at the departing car with the guys and was happier than ever before. Shui quickly sped off and drove her Ferrari at breakneck speed through the streets of the calm city. She glanced at Lu Sheng sitting next to her in the rearview mirror every now and then, and thought about something. She thought about the fact that he looked like an ordinary kid, but who would have thought that Lu Shen was actually an outstanding master who had been recognized by the president of the Dongning Provincial Spiritual Masters Association himself. It was difficult to match all these things together, as the guy was quite young, but at the same time he was complex and quite talented. Hui remembered that she had only met rich jerks before who were nothing, let alone any talent or strength. At this moment, the girl noticed that she had met the guy's gaze and couldn't believe that Lu Shen was looking at her. She became embarrassed and nervous, wondering what it could all mean, even though Lu Shen himself suspected something wrong, but hoped that the conversation would not come up. The girl tried to calm down because it was simply impossible due to the fact that they had only recently met and did not know much about each other. On the other hand, Shui assumed that she could be attracted to him because she thought she was a pretty and confident girl. She pictured their relationship so vividly in her head that she even convinced herself that it was impossible not to fall in love with such a beautiful girl. Agreeing with herself in her head, the girl like crazy gave the gas and rushed even faster on the road ahead. The girl felt that she should take advantage of this situation and do her best to turn Lu Shen's attention completely in her direction. She raced through the calm traffic like crazy, overtaking and leaving everyone behind, until she heard Lu Shen call out to her. She finally came to her senses and remembered that she had almost arrived at the right place, dropping her speed to the minimum, braking sharply at the end. Shu informed the guy with a pounding heart that they had arrived, and Lu Shen, leaving the car in a hurry, thanked the girl for the favor. She nervously twirled a strand of her blonde hair in hopes of some kind of continuation, but Lu Shen said that she had to leave here immediately. She looked at him in confusion and asked in bewilderment where she had to go and why immediately. Lu Shen calmly replied that she was twice the speed limit and had run the red light 5 times, so 2 police cars were already following her, adding that although the girl was a spiritual master, she should be more careful. Zhu like crazy once again gave a gasp and shouted for forgiveness, saying that she would pick him up in the evening, but now she really had to get out of here. Lu Shen made his way to his room in the hotel and sat down on the large bed in front of the TV, watching the latest news. He turned up the volume and listened carefully to the information from He Lingshu about the company that had already made quite a stir in the city. He Lingshu talked about how their pharmaceutical company had undergone some changes and was now called Lingshen, which was from combining their names, and clarified about the launch of their new drug, a vitality serum. She said that this serum could change everything, starting a revolution in the market among tonic products, and would be at the head of a new era. Lu Shen resented that he only learned about this information from the TV, and not from He Lingshu herself, even though he was the largest shareholder of her company with the maximum percentage of income. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket, and when he saw a bunch of missed calls from He Lingshu, he realized that he himself had blundered in this situation. The guy fell on the bed with thoughts that he would still return to Baihe tomorrow, but in the meantime, he needed to go back to the dream world and check how far Lingshen Company would go in development. Lu Shen quickly fell into a dream where he was already leafing through the information on the holograms, having concluded that he was really capable of something, because only thanks to the vitality serum the company still stood at the head of the largest pharmaceutical companies. Suddenly, he saw the information about He Lingshu herself, or rather her marital status, on the screen, and he was horrified by what he saw, and immediately made a request for himself. His marital status information loaded on the screen, stating that he would have 2 spouses, Lieutenant Colonel Dan and Madam He. Lu Shen immediately visualized a picture of him sitting with both girls as his wives and was even more horrified. He ran around the room and could not calm down, thinking about what kind of person he was in the future, that he had 2 wives. The guy quickly sat down and decided to immediately calm down, because everything must have a reasonable explanation, and in time, everything will definitely clear up. At that moment, he decided to look up the information about the Life Force serum, but Ellie informed him that his level was not enough to get the data. He didn't understand why he was denied access, since he was the one who had told He Links about the serum, but he decided to continue to simply view the events of the future, following their progress to suggest the likely paths of humanity. He quickly reviewed the available information about the future and noticed that he had delayed the catastrophe by 10 years, which had a huge effect of the serum on humanity's development. He wondered if those 3 11th rank warriors were involved, and if he could change the fate of humanity with a bunch of knowledge at his fingertips. At the same time, Lu realized that he couldn't go public with the collection of techniques now, because chaos would erupt and disrupt the only existing order of things, and he and his family would be in the middle of it. What was obvious was that no one could foresee where all this would lead. All the martial arts that had been developing for 10,000 years would plunge into darkness, and then all hope of salvation for mankind would be extinguished. The guy saw the only best way out of this situation for now. Wait for him to reach the rank of a certain power, because that way he would be able to control the whole situation to further spread the knowledge. He decided that this way, even the weakest warrior would be able to contribute to their salvation. The salvation was not only for the entire human race, but also for the world as a whole, everything that surrounded. Lucian had finished with the future world for today, and was already standing at the mirror in his new suit, adjusting his jacket. While he was fastening his cufflinks, he remembered that in the hustle and bustle of all the events, he hadn't replied to He Lingsu's message. The guy quickly pulled out his phone and decided to ask her to prepare something else before he arrived. She sent him a picture of a puzzled cat, because she was annoyed by his instruction, since he hadn't contacted her for a whole week, and now he was handing out tasks. Mrs. He immediately typed him an angry message with insults because the boy didn't care at all about her company and their common cause, and she was suffering because of it. The girl simply couldn't send such a message, regretting that she couldn't do anything about it because she couldn't handle him anyway. She quickly erased everything typed, and with tears in her eyes replied to the guy that she understood everything, and as usual she would fulfill it in the best way. While he was texting He Lingsu, he didn't immediately hear a knock on the door, but as soon as he finished, he immediately went to the door. Standing in the hallway was Zui in a provocative red dress, waving seductively and greeting him in a friendly manner. The girl informed him that she was giving him a ride, so she hoped he was already packed since the evening was about to start without them. The guy asked to dispense with the formalities and just call him Lu Shen, closing the door behind him and following to her car. The guys quickly arrived at the grand event celebrating the revitalization of the Dongning Province Spiritual Masters Association. Lu Shen was a little surprised at the sheer number of people present, as he was sure that they were on their way to an ordinary dinner in a festive atmosphere. Xue explained to him that, although President Jiang looked like a simple-minded old man, he was actually one of the most influential people of this city in Dongning Province, so it couldn't be a casual dinner. Lu Shen agreed, saying that the president could indulge his ego today. After all, he would be leaving here tomorrow anyway. At this moment, he noticed the president of the association in the crowd and raised his glass as a greeting in return. Some of the guests asked the president if he was bluffing and if what he just said was true. President Jiang calmly replied that he wouldn't have believed it himself if he hadn't seen such a genius with his own eyes. Two other young ladies in fancy outfits joined the gala event. They were Dan and Xin Yuan, who said that this evening was not just a social event because both the president of the association and the head of the city were present. She noted that this evening brought together all the elite of their city and even Dongning Province. Xin Yuan thought that this was a great opportunity and valuable experience for them, scrutinizing everyone who stood nearby. She gestured at the president of the Spiritual Masters Association, hinting at how rich he was. Dan, hearing about the spiritual master, remembered Lu Shen's words that he needed to look into just that association and asked her friend to see if there was a guy with that name. Xin Yuan imagined herself to be her friend's older sister after saying that, and talked about how Wenho had told her about Dan's crush on Lu Shen. Dan denied everything, and her friend asked her to stop telling her off. After all, they still hadn't returned to the university, which meant that one of them was waiting for something. Xin Yuan didn't want to hear these ridiculous excuses and said that she wouldn't be on her side because when you fall in love with a poor man, you can't count on her support. She recalled all of Dan's ex-boyfriends and added that youth is for being stupid and making mistakes, so they would still split up even if they now decided to be together for the rest of their lives. Xin Yuan sincerely didn't understand how one could fall in love with a high school student, but Dan repeated over and over again that Lu was no ordinary high school student. The girl clarified that it didn't make him stop being just a high school. Dan thought about the fact that she hadn't left this city since they broke up because he said he would come here sooner or later, and to that end, she had left him a bunch of messages. The saddest part was that Lu Shen didn't even read her messages. Dan sadly decided that there was no room for her in his heart at all, so perhaps she should give up her dreams of it. Suddenly, she was snapped out of her musings by Xin Yuan, who came to tell her some important news, but only asked her to keep it a secret. It turns out that the purpose of tonight was to welcome a new 4th-ranked spiritual master, whose strength is at the same level as President Jiang himself. She also added that this guy has set the entire province on its ear, and this is a great opportunity to gain greatness. Dan cheerfully inquired if this spiritual master would be a young guy. Xin Yuan replied that she had no idea, but judging from the fact that Mr. Jiang had only recently reached the 4th rank, this master shouldn't be much older than him. They quickly looked around, and Xin Yuan clarified that almost all the ladies here were around 40. Dan sadly said again that it wasn't him, which made her friend angry. Xin Yuan sternly and insistently asked her friend to forget about this young man, because tonight she had to take matters into her own hands. Because of all their acquaintances, they were the only ones who had managed to get to this evening. Her friend noticed that Dan did not listen to her at all and called her again in the hope to make her understand. But Dan didn't want to listen to her friend's instructions because in the crowd of strangers, she saw Lu Shen's silhouette. It was indeed Lu Shen, enjoying a smorgasbord of various dishes. He looked in front of him and saw the familiar girls, deciding to wave to them as a greeting. Tribute had already told her friend to handle things here on her own somehow because she had seen a friend and it was time for her to go. She didn't hear Xin Yuan call out to her a few more times, and she didn't seem to see anyone or anything in front of her except Lu Shen. The girl stopped and smiled broadly, as she had been waiting for them to meet for a long time. At this moment, the annoying Shui approached the guy from behind and unceremoniously hugged him. It was as if everything went black in front of her eyes, and she only saw this girl next to the guy from her dreams and thoughts. She couldn't move, trying to figure out the girl's identity and what could be connecting the two of them. Dan swallowed nervously and didn't want to believe that this could have been Lu Shen's lover. She realized that she had been spotted anyway, and it would be strange to continue standing here. Besides, there was no way to find out anything that way. The girl decided to act and walk towards him, waving cheerfully and telling Lu Shen that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lu Shen replied that he himself didn't expect such a meeting, as he didn't even think that the girl was still in the city. Dan moved closer to the guy and noticed that although they hadn't seen each other for a short period of time, the change in him was drastic. She felt like a huge obstacle had formed between them, or even worse, a chasm. At this moment, Shui asked the guy in front of her who was in front of her, and Lu Shen introduced Dan as an old friend he had met about a month ago in the Newtu Mountains. Xin Yuan was just approaching them and asked her friend to introduce the people she was standing with. Dan introduced Lu Shen to her friend as the same guy she had told her about. Xin Yuan didn't immediately believe that this handsome man was the same guy she had heard so much about, but had imagined quite differently. She was no longer surprised why her friend had her eye on him, and she recognized the girl named Shui Fei beside him. Xin Yuan was sure that she had guessed the reason why some high school student had gotten into such a banquet by looking at Shui. She decided that Lu Shen, relying on his looks, wanted to rise at the expense of an influential girl. Xin Yuan started flattering Lu Shen, saying how insanely happy she was to finally meet him in person, since she had heard so much about him from her friend. The girl continued to drink her drink, and Lu Shen decided to show her with one look how wrong she was about him by greeting her back. Xin Yuan, without raising her eyes, cheerfully asked where the guy would be from. Lu Shen's face. She glared angrily at the upstart Xin Yuan, letting her know with one look what a mistake she had made. The girl didn't want to linger around them any longer, so she quickly left after the guy. Dan wanted to follow them, but Xin Yuan stopped her, saying that such people were not their equal. Xin Yuan added that she hadn't even said anything like that yet, but the guy's reaction showed that he understood and realized his position, trying to show his pride and greatness. She clarified that she had met too many guys like this who try to advance themselves at the expense of the girl. Xin Yuan detailed everything she knew about Wei Fei and her family. She also pointed out to Dan how close the two were, and that Lu was trying to gain influence at Shu's expense. Xin Yuan tried her best to convince her friend that this guy was just a simple Alphonse. Dan pushed her pal away, saying that Lu Shen was not like that at all. Xin Yuan insisted, saying that the truth can be bitter, but you have to be able to accept it. She said all this ostensibly to protect her dear friend from the likes of Lu Shen. Danyu stared after the departing guy and couldn't believe that it could be true. She remembered every moment she had spent with him, and refused to accept her friend's words. The picture of saving the little girl and herself arose in her mind, and inside Lu Shen, she saw only pure radiance. This guy was a true hero, but in no way the Alphonse that Xin Yuan was talking about. Dan realized that she had finally lost her mind since she had allowed herself to doubt his honesty and integrity. The girl quickly gathered herself and came to her senses, glaring angrily at her supposed friend who wished her happiness. She informed her that Lu Shen was not at all like she had just described. Xin Yuan no longer knew what to expect from her friend and wondered what she was up to. At that moment, everyone noticed Association President Jiang standing in the center of the banquet hall. Xin asked her to put the unfortunate kid out of her mind right now and turn her full attention to the president and the new fourth-rank master. The president himself was walking towards Lu Shen with his companion to greet him. Xin Yuan noticed this and was shocked that Jiang himself was walking towards this unfortunate fellow. The president in turn apologized to Lu Shen for having to face so many people, as he remembered that he did not like such events. Lu Shen politely replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and thanked him for such a warm and well-organized reception. The president of the Spiritual Masters Association realized that his time had come. He drew everyone's attention to himself, not without the help of his power, and urged everyone to listen. Zhang began to say that in front of him stood a gifted young man who was the pride of Dongning province and a spiritual master of the fourth rank. The president also specified that the guy was barely 18, but he was personally ready to pay his respects already. The gentlemen around fussed and began to whisper, looking at Lu Sheng with a stare. Zhang even compared the guy to a mighty dragon, such a great warrior he had become. Xinyuan collapsed to the floor from shock, in no way expecting such a turn of events. Dan cheerfully told her friend that Lu Shen was a true star. She could feel the glow of his great power pouring out from within him. Xinyuan immediately remembered all the unkind things she had said to him. She instantly wanted to rectify the situation and asked Dan for help. Everyone was going out of their way to slip their card to Lu Shen, who was clearly not interested in the guy. It was clear from the guy's look that he didn't want any of this. Dan replied to her friend that even she was powerless here, as the gulf between them was getting bigger and bigger. After the official part of the event was over, Lu Shen hailed a cab and left the evening. He asked the cab driver to take him to Baihe City, to his home. The guy was glad to finally get rid of the annoying society he had been so diligently avoiding all this time. He would rather sit alone with Mr. Zhang and discuss things in peace. Lu wanted to return home as soon as possible because only loved ones and training could bring back his desire to live. After all, he remembered that he was an ordinary boy from an average family. His mom was very happy to see her son home and welcomed him happily. She called him rather to the table that was ready for dinner, where his father and sister were sitting. The father and sister were happy to see Lu Shen at home and pounced on him with questions. Qinghe immediately ran up and began to measure up to him, saying that his brother had gotten even taller. Lu Shen decided to guffaw and replied that it wasn't him, but that she had stooped. He decided it was a good time to personally evaluate her skills, recalling his words about her self-improvement in his absence. To add to her personal growth, her brother threatened to threaten a supply of tonics if she stopped trying. Mom ran up again and sat her son down at the table, setting him a full plate of delicious food. Lu asked his father if he was taking tonics and eating the meat that was in the refrigerator for him. His father replied that he complies clearly, but feels like he's 20 years younger. He worried that it was all very expensive, but the boy convinced him that it was a gift from an acquaintance from the pharmacy. Lu asked his parents not to neglect the use of tonics and to eat well when his mom asked about the exams. The boy replied that he wouldn't go anywhere until after the exams. He started asking for more, and his sister joked that he was taking her food, thus bringing the idyll of the evening meal to their table. Lu Shen chewed and in the process, as if nothing had happened, informed everyone that since everyone was free today, it was a good time to see the new house. All the family members almost choked at this statement. After a while, the whole family was already looking at the new home. Lu Shen told everyone that he had bought the house through an acquaintance and asked if they liked it. His father was worried that it was too expensive and asked what was wrong with their apartment. Lu asked his father not to worry about anything, as he had participated in many competitions recently and had won a lot of prize money. The guy rather added that it was only a part of all the money, and there were about 10 million more assets. His mother almost fainted from such a statement, and his father asked him not to joke like that. Qinghe was as surprised as the others that in just 2 months, her brother was able to win such a sum of money. Lu walked over and affectionately patted his little sister's hair, saying that he definitely didn't rob the bank, so there was nothing to worry about. He didn't expect any objections yet and asked his parents to choose a convenient time to move here permanently. His father couldn't contain his admiration for what a wonderful son they had raised. Lu, meanwhile, called his sister to the training room in the house to test her strength. He dragged her right by her head as she screamed at him to stop it immediately. When they arrived at the training room, the girl quickly changed her clothes and was ready to train. Lu Shen looked at her and asked her to stop standing idly and stepping on her already. Qinghe immediately pushed off and flew towards her brother for a powerful punch. The girl menacingly flew with her attack towards her brother, hoping that she would be able to surprise him right now. Lu Shen showed with his entire appearance how much he didn't care about the fact that he was just a few centimeters away from being hit. He abruptly grabbed her leg and asked her to make him stumble if she was Lu Shen's sister after all. Qinghe replied that she didn't understand how it could be done if he grabbed her leg. She didn't like the guy comparing them. After all, their ranks were like heaven and earth. While the girl thought Lu was mocking her, he asked her to come upstairs to show her one technique. He said that it had helped him a lot in his time, which made his sister quite interested. Lu didn't understand how her emotions could change so quickly. She was roaring a few seconds ago, and now she was shining like the sun. The boy asked her to promise him that she would do exactly as he told her. Qinghe agreed, even though she knew that everyone was distrustful of him. On one hand, she could understand why this was the case. After all, he was just an ordinary high school student just yesterday. But Qinghe couldn't help but notice how her brother was changing with each new day. Everyone thought that he had suddenly had an epiphany, but only she was sure that it wasn't that simple. She considered her predisposition for martial arts superior, so with his secret techniques, she could take the bar high. While she thought she could definitely surpass him with her intelligence and cleverness, he shattered her thoughts with a blow to the head. Lu sensed that she wasn't fully there, so he tried to bring his sister back to earth. They finally finished their training and did the final exercise. Qinghe thundered down on the floor and said that she was very tired. Lu Shen crouched down beside her and asked his sister if she felt any progress in her body already. At this moment, the girl rubbed her cheeks and really felt a surge of strength and energy. She began to ask what kind of practice it was, for although it didn't feel like a drastic change, it felt as if Qinghe had become twice as strong. Lu Shen began to think about what he could think of to make the silly sister believe his story. What came to his mind was to say that this was an old exercise. They just did it with a new technique, and there were no other exercises here. Qinghe didn't understand what that meant, and her brother explained to her using the example of phones that there are already newer models. But no one officially talks about this one, so most people use the outdated ones, but that's classified information. The girl was angry at her brother for hinting at the secret information. After all, she didn't consider herself to be any kind of coddler, especially about something that could benefit herself. Lu rubbed his sister's cheek again and said that although she liked to chat, he trusted her, but this technique had not yet become public, although it already existed. Qinghe asked if the technique wasn't fully understood. Was there a chance that she would be crippled once it was perfected? The guy explained that he was her brother, and blood relatives have similar physiological characteristics, so if anyone would be crippled, it would definitely be him, since he had practiced the technique many times. Qinghe replied that it would be sad if both of them became crippled, then there would be no one to even look after their parents. Lu Shen decided to defuse the situation and chased after the girl, shouting to her that he would teach her a lesson, but Qinghe ran too fast, as she knew her brother's tricks. Suddenly, the girl asked her brother how he was able to master such a powerful technique so quickly, hoping that he hadn't done anything illegal. Lu immediately replied that this was complete nonsense, and asked in return if her brother could be a bad person. Qinghe asked to let her go, as her brother had her down on the ground and pinned her down, denying her the ability to move, so she said that if he didn't let her go, he would definitely be a criminal. Lu finally released his sister from his grip and sat down next to her while the girl tried to catch her breath. The sister wondered if the guy himself would get away with sharing such a classified technique with her. Lu decided to get ahead of himself and answered that he didn't know why he did it, because he was told not to tell anyone about it, otherwise the whole family would be in big trouble. Qinghe was frightened and asked why he had taught her this technique, and then Lu Shen went with the trump card and said that he could not otherwise, because she was his little sister. He asked her to just keep it a secret, because if no one finds out, everything will be fine, and also reminded her not to tell anyone about it, not her teachers, not her friends, not even her future husband, because the safety of their family depends on it. Qinghe promised to keep quiet, and Lu decided to show her the technique one more time so she could practice on her own later. And that's when she guessed what her brother was doing when he locked himself in his room. The girl was still sure that she was much more talented than her brother, and therefore would become much stronger than him in the future, dreaming of honor and glory. Lu said that he would be gone for a while after lunch, so she would have to practice alone, and he would come and check on her afterward. The guy visited one of the restaurants in the city to meet with Miss He, to whom he apologized for being late, as he had intended to after lunch. He Lingsu had already placed an order of several delicious steaks, as she knew of Lu Shen's love for them in the hope that it would be enough for him. The guy thanked the girl for her concern and took a seat at the table, inquiring about the company. Lingsu began to tell him that the market price of the Vitality Serum was $50,000, and although the cost was not exorbitant, it was still out of reach of the average customer. The serum was aimed at middle and upper-class customers with a certain financial stability, and sales were going very well so far, as they had sold out the first batch of 20,000 units in a few days. The girl added that the redemption rate is also quite high, and she believes that the serum will soon become a star product not only for their city, but also for the entire Dongning province. The guy continued to eat and said that it was very good, as he wasn't worried about this matter as long as Madam He was behind it. He only asked if there was enough money for all of this, to which Lingshu replied that they were within budget for now, but once they expand and open branches, they might have to take out a loan because there wasn't much money left. Lu Shen asked her not to worry about finances, as he would send some more money a little later. The most important thing for him was their common goal, which he reminded the girl of. Hai Lingsu casually asked if he needed to study for his exams, to which he replied in the affirmative. The guy clarified that this was the reason why he wouldn't be leaving the house anytime soon, as he wanted to focus on preparation and leave business entirely to her. Lu Shen also added that he is preparing to move with his family to a new house and will send her his new address a little later. Lingsu at this time could only feel how transfixed by this guy's strength and power. Because of this, she had even forgotten that he was just an ordinary high school student who hadn't even passed his exams yet, which made her have more and more questions every day. Who would have thought that 6 months ago she would go bankrupt and put her fate and the fate of her family in the hands of this guy, although apparently she was not mistaken at all. The girl said that since they had discussed everything, she would leave him as they had agreed. Lastly, she said that she promoted a guy named Ma Fei to manager, hoping that it wouldn't be a problem. Lu Shen replied that he fully trusted her decisions, and with those words, she quietly left the restaurant. The guy walked the girl to the door with a glance, for it was He Lingsu's company that was an important part of his income. Among other things, this company was also the production site for his tonics and serums. He didn't have to worry about this girl betraying him once she gained influence, because not long ago her family was in poverty and he was the one who helped them. He knew that even if there was a threat from the outside, he could easily deal with it. The most important thing for him right now was to increase his strength and power. It was also important to stock up on spiritual weapons and create the infinite blade, but not to forget to refine his star tempering techniques. Lu Shen immediately thought of the zombie guru girl, as he wanted to be prepared for his next encounter with her. This time, he wanted to not only avoid getting injured, but he also wanted to defeat her. It had been about a month since he finished the Qiming review and passed the test in the Spiritual Masters Association, as Lu Shen returned home with the prize money to move his family to a new home. He didn't know how the people from the Crimson River School got wind of it, but they were the ones who helped them with the move. The daughter of the head of the Crimson River School herself arrived to supervise the quick transportation and kept her eyes on Lu Sheng. Just like that, the entire Lu Shen family had moved to a new house in the suburbs of Huafu, and the unified examination was already starting tomorrow. Qinghe was most excited about the fact that she now had her own training room. Her parents, on the other hand, were preparing gifts for their new neighbors and were going to deliver them soon. Lu Shen heard about his parents' gift-giving scheme and asked to go around the neighborhood with them. His father and mother didn't want to bother the boy and asked him to rest before tomorrow, as he needed to gain strength. He also added that he now felt like he had never felt before, and his physical condition was at the peak of rank 4. Lu Shen went to bed and was sure that his strength was already enough to advance to the 5th rank. But he had been delaying the breakthrough due to the constant tempering of his internal energy so that the golden glow flowing throughout his body would become stronger. Right now, he was close to completing the 3rd stage of tempering, so he was doing everything he could to get it over with. To do so, Lu Shen once again immersed himself into the future world for another attempt to fight the zombie guru. The guy went out to look for her, applying his fire-hardening power to avoid encountering ice blocks. At some point, the flames stopped and equaled the ice field that could only belong to one monster here. Lu Shen finally met it again, but this time was more prepared than usual. The zombie guru was calm and cold as per her custom, not creating any obstacles or unnecessary movements. The guy was almost certainly sure that today would decide everything, and directed a stream of firepower at the zombie, meeting a return chilling blow to his soul and body. He had already applied the star hardening, enhanced by 20 times, so this was the best moment to attack in close combat. The guy landed a powerful blow on the zombie guru's face, briefly stopping her attack. The girl guru quickly gathered herself and swung her foot and attacked Lu Shen with such force that he was thrown as far away from her face as possible. The guy didn't give up, and in the moment of his flight, he was able to stop and direct a flaming blast at the guru, who sent an ice jet in response. Lu Shen decided to apply a joint breathing technique and thus speed up his attack. With the 2nd stage of fire breath, the guy created fireballs capable of exploding from the slightest impact. Combining all this, he applied some sort of defense and flew straight at the guru. The guy knew that on top of all this, he could channel all his power into a huge explosion, which he was about to do. The zombie guru defended herself effortlessly, and it even made her laugh for some reason. Lu Len could no longer attack with firepower and summoned another element, weaving together with ice energy into a single spiral. Lu Shen himself also descended down the same spiral, happy that he was still alive and giving a decent fight back to the enemy. He looked at the zombies and thought only about how in such a short period of time became able not only to repel attacks, but also to stay on his feet. Lu considered the fact that he had been destroyed in the blink of an eye last time, and he could feel himself getting stronger and more confident. He wondered wildly if he would become invincible if he achieved complete mastery of all the techniques. The boy decided to use several techniques at the same time to have the maximum advantage. Lu was determined, even though he realized that he still couldn't defeat her. But after the single exam, he would no longer be limited to only rank 4. He only wanted to continue learning the strongest techniques and skills to break the shackles holding him back. Only by hoping for this did the guy know that he could take her power away permanently. He also knew that in order to fight the one who subdues ice, he would have to be determined. To top it all off, the guy himself was now with his weapon in possession of a rank 4 spiritual power. Lu Shen had spent a fabulous amount of money to create this weapon, so he was confident that it was flawless. He used all the metal mined from the Nutu Mountains to make one tiny plate. The guy had given a lot of his hard-earned money for the damn iron, but he was sure that it was definitely worth it. On the other hand, all his regrets were a reminder of how much it had taken him to produce this precious item. Although in 10,000 years of martial arts, spiritual masters were still considered elite skilled warriors, Lu Shen had only been able to master one dissecting strike in the previous month. It was a devastating technique called the Guru Dissecting Strike. If a rank 5 guy would be able to defeat it at rank 5, what would happen when he became stronger or finally obtained a more powerful blade or attack? The zombie guru's battle tactics were astonishing, and a mere martial artist would not be able to deal with it, and it was also hard to deal with her in close combat. Lu Shen decided to try out his not yet fully developed, but already very effective blades. For some inexplicable reason, his endless blades could not get close to his opponent. At that moment, the thought of what would happen if he used his blade to attack from all sides to force her to retreat crossed his mind. The main disadvantage was that his spiritual power wasn't infinite, so he needed to hurry up and finish her off sooner. Even now, using the breathing technique, he was barely keeping his physical condition up and could only repel zombie attacks. He felt sorry that he didn't have a suitable sparring partner to practice his mistakes, so he had to let the zombies destroy themselves. But how could he know his current limit, since tomorrow was already the important exam for him? His goal was not only to become the best in the city and the strongest in the province, which was also, of course, important. The lad had much broader goals, and they were closer and closer to being achieved. He also wanted to one day let in his own compilation of Lu Shen's secret goals, not available to every warrior. The guy wanted to include Lu Shen's crystal vision and vision related to spiritual energy in there, as well as the star hardening technique with golden body energy. Natural breathing, activated as needed, could still be added to the compilation. An advanced spiritual insight vision technique with the most classified information possible would fit in there perfectly. Lu Shen certainly couldn't do without the Heaven of 10 Suns compilation, which was one of the guru's most powerful techniques. Lastly, he would add enhanced reaction, which made it possible to engage in high-speed combat. The very next morning, the entire family was having breakfast, and the mother wished her son good luck in the exam, while Qinghe informed her that she and her father would be taking him there. Lu Shen told her that it was a good thing, as she would be able to see how things worked there so she wouldn't worry when it was her turn. But Qinghe was sure she wouldn't feel anxious anyway. Mom cheerfully said that despite any outcome, they would still love him, so he shouldn't worry. At this, Lu quickly finished his breakfast with his sister and shouted to his father that they were almost ready and were on their way out. They got into the car and his father told the boy to take his time and do well in the exam to honor their family. Qinghe didn't miss the opportunity to say that she could do it too, but her father replied that she was still too young for such a thing. Finally, Lu Shen got out of the car and heard a bunch of voices of caring parents around him. Someone wished good luck to their child, someone scolded for forgetting important documents, and someone simply asked to go to university so that all the problems would end. The boy remembered how long he had not been among ordinary people, and now, like all high school students, must pass exams, although so much has happened in recent months. His father told his son that he had also taken the exam here at one time, but unfortunately, his strength and physical fitness were not enough for admission. He added that Lu Shen was much stronger than him and many others, which was why he didn't doubt him. The father looked straight into his son's eyes and asked him to try his best, to which Lu promised to do his best without hesitation. The boy said goodbye to his father and sister and headed towards the examination venue. Qinghe shouted good luck wishes to her brother lastly, and clarified that she would be with her father waiting for him outside. A bunch of high school students were already standing inside, and the examiners announced that the annual Unified Martial Arts exam was starting right now. At the very beginning, they said that they would test their strength in martial training test, starting to announce the numbers of the participants. The guys with the announced numbers took turns going inside the room where the test was being held. One of the examiners noticed something strange and couldn't help but make a remark. He shouted that everyone should immediately get back in line instead of standing in a crowd behind one guy. Some guy reported in horror that he wouldn't dare to step forward because as soon as he approached the contestant in front of him, meaning Lu Shen, he would immediately be trembling. The examiner got angry and quickly walked towards Lu Shen and the terrified crowd. He reached the guy and immediately stopped, trying to figure out what was special about him and why all the other guys were shunning him. In a moment, he felt a strong energy from Lu Shen and realized what the other contestants were talking about. The examiner felt like pulses ran through his body, and it was as if a warrior with incredible strength and combat power was standing next to him. Lu Shen's glance made it seem as if he was not a human at all, but a wild beast. Everything inside of him was screaming about the approaching danger in the form of some unknown monster. The examiner was a little scared himself, but he tried not to show it. So after coughing, he said that there was nothing to be done, so Lu Shen would go to the test alone. He allowed the others to come in after this guy came out, and everyone immediately scattered away. When Lu Shen walked towards the inspection hall, all the participants standing around him would step aside and maintain what they thought was a safe distance. Lu Shen himself walked forward cheerfully and with a smile on his face, thinking it was all strange, but he didn't argue with anyone. As soon as the guy went inside, he heard someone shouting that he had not taken anything and swore to the last man. Lu Shen didn't immediately realize what was going on here and walked closer to the table. The examiners were dragging one of the contestants under their arms, who kept yelling at the top of his voice that he just drank some chicken soup at home, which his grandfather said would just give him strength. The other examiner said he had asked him to tell the truth about what he had eaten and drank in the last 2 days, but now it was too late, and the kid was banned from taking the exams for the next 3 years. The kid was still yelling that it was all an accident and he didn't mean for it to happen like that. The examiner sullenly exhaled and said that he was disappointed in today's youth because this guy could not pass anything in this life with such success, because none of the martial arts universities would agree to accept him. Lu Xing, who was already prepared, was announced as the next one to prepare for the tests. The examiner asked the guy to come closer and he complied without delay. The two examiners standing on opposite sides of the guy felt something incredible that they had never experienced before. They felt the guy's mighty power even though they were rank 5, but they stepped back. The chief examiner also sensed the guy's strength and asked him to prepare to start the test by taking a needle to draw blood. Lu Xun took the needle from the examiner's hands and said that he had already completed the hardening of his body, and an ordinary needle could no longer pierce his skin. The examiners weren't just surprised, they were shocked at such a statement. They took out a special instrument case and decided to take out a needle for high-ranked masters. Lu Xun walked over to them and, taking all the needles from the box in his hand, informed them that they were just wasting their time with this. To make them believe him, he shoved all the needles into his other hand with a sharp movement of his hand and added that nothing would work. The needles fell down like wilted flowers, and the men were shocked even more, thinking that this guy must definitely be made of steel and should probably be reported upstairs. One of the examiners still dared to ask the guy to take a combat ability test first. Lu Xun didn't mind in the slightest and cheerfully agreed, walking over to the evaluation machine. Just at this time, one of the contestants was testing his combat skills with a strong punch. The guy was completely focused on the punch and gave the evaluation machine one of his best attacks. He saw his scores on the screen pass 100 units and shouted that he had a good chance of getting into Dongning Martial Arts University. The attendant on duty saw Examiner Zheng and wondered what he was doing here, since they hadn't gotten the next student's strength test results yet. Mr. Zhang whispered something in the ear of the duty officer, who shouted in shock that such a thing was simply impossible. He asked the duty officer if they could replace this evaluation machine with a more powerful one, as it might not be able to handle the next candidate. The duty officer replied that there was no need to do so, as this was their strongest machine, capable of withstanding up to 990,000 units, so even a rank 6 warrior wouldn't hurt it, unless this kid was a guru. The attendant on duty called Lu Shen from the line to pass to the evaluation machine for testing. The kid slowly walked towards the clerk, who had already regretted all his words about the strongest evaluation machine in the 6th ranked warrior. The duty officer felt in front of him just incredible power and strength, which smelled something terrible and unknown, and was even afraid to move. Lu Shen politely said hello and gave his name with the order number of the participant from Baihe City. The clerk on duty changed his face in an instant and in a quiet, trembling voice told Lu Shen to proceed to the evaluation machine seat. Everyone took their seats and waited for it to start, while the duty officer checked some document. The duty officer asked the guy if he was ready for the combat ability test to begin, to which Lu asked for 1 minute. The next thing the duty officer saw was such an amazing sight that he would likely remember it for the rest of his life. Lu Shen summoned a vision of spiritual insight with maximum concentration of strength and energy to accurately test his martial skills. From it, at the same second, such a powerful stream of golden glow appeared that it was simply impossible to stand nearby. The attendant on duty shouted in horror, "How could this be possible? It was just an ordinary schoolboy," although it was hard to tell under the circumstances. Lu Shen, on the other hand, decided that the release of concentrated force was too weak and he should try harder. The guy wanted to achieve perfect mastery, or rather, its first form. In order to do so, he did not hesitate to apply star hardening and amplification by 20 times. What the duty officer and the examiner saw that day would forever remain in their memories as the most incredible day of taking the exams. Lu Shen was using the guru technique and was generally trying to put together perfect mastery power for the first time. He himself was curious to see what would come out of it, and he wanted to see what he had achieved with all his efforts by connecting the power of the 10 suns at the end. 5 minutes before everything happened in the main testing building, someone had made their decisive move in the board game. Xu Yaodong was the person in charge of the unified examination in Baihe City and was also the head of the Shuhai City Martial Arts Association, making his winning move to Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu was the head of Baihe's education department, saying that President Xu was too good at what he did and it was useless to play with him. Xu laughed out loud and replied that he simply could not play such a simple game badly, when a secretary ran into the office and, panting, said that a situation had occurred that required his immediate intervention. The president warned the secretary not to fly into his office screaming and knocking again, especially when he had guests, and asked her to tell him what she had. She did not know how to explain the situation well, and began to say that one of the school children had broken a needle for drawing blood to test strength, and a request had been made for stronger needle. The president responded that they always provide a box of needle for the higher ranked, so he didn't understand the nature of the situation. The secretary faltered and began to mumble that these needles were broken as well, when Mr. Shu broke one of the playing pieces from what he heard. He visibly tensed up and decided to clarify whether all the needles were broken and exactly the ones that belonged to the high rank. President Shu ordered the secretary to immediately bring a special needle from the control room and provide the data about this schoolboy that she had already brought to him. He, together with Mr. Liu, immediately rushed to review all the available information about this high school student. The first thing the president paid attention to was what city this kid happened to be from. He extended his hand in congratulations to Head Liu, who thanked Fate and Mr. Xiao of the Baihe Association for the celebration on their street as well. The president was a little confused as to why Mr. Liu was not surprised at all, to which the latter replied that the result was quite expected. Mr. Liu, the head of the education department, also talked about the recent annual Qiming General's annual showdown, which this schoolboy had also won, and besides, the Baihe Martial Arts Association had been watching him for a long time. The president was surprised that he still hadn't heard anything about a guy with such incredible strength. He suggested that Head Liu go to see the guy as soon as possible, because it would be a big waste not to meet him in person, and who knows if such an opportunity would ever present itself again. They were just about to go there when something strange happened that made everything around them change its location. Everything around them went dark for a while, and then went back to the previous one, and after a moment it was as if lightning and sparks fell from their eyes. Neither the president nor the head of the education department could stand on their feet as the ground beneath them shook and floated. Mr. Liu cried out in panic, wondering if it was an earthquake, but the president was sure that there was a powerful energy release somewhere nearby. The two of them quickly realized that just at the location of the release was the battle power evaluation site, where Lu Shen was just standing. Not that the evaluation machine was broken. It flew far backwards, making a huge trench-like mark in the ground and leaving a huge crack in the wall. The duty officer fell from his chair, and the examiner could not utter another word after what he had seen. A device that could withstand a warrior at the peak of the 6th rank had broken with a single blow. Did Lu Shen's strike really have a strength and power exceeding 990,000 units? At this moment, the president rushed into the combat power verification site and sternly asked what was going on here. The duty officer literally rushed to President Shu in tears and began to thank him for coming here. He began to frantically point his finger at Lu Shen and, stammering and trembling, said that this guy had the strength of the guru himself. Lu Shen himself was surprised by these words and stared at everyone present in bewilderment. The president immediately asked all the other exam participants to immediately leave the room and wait outside. He ordered the duty officer and the examiner to go right away to get the new equipment to test the guru's strength. President Shu only thought about the power that lurked in the boy's one punch, and that this day would definitely go down in history, because the boy was too young. Mr. Liu asked Lu Shen not to worry about the damage to the property, as no one would ask him to compensate because it was not his fault. He only asked the boy to prepare well for another exam, and felt the breath of a strong warrior from the boy, who was just a schoolboy of 18 years old yesterday. An hour later, the examiner informed the president that the new equipment had been delivered to the room. Before the test began, Mr. Shu suggested that Lu Sheng start by testing his blood to determine his strength. He brought with him a special puncture device and personally approached the lad. The device made the necessary amount of blood from Lu Sheng, which was like a golden ball, be withdrawn in the blink of an eye. Mr. Liu noticed that the guy's blood was so thick that it looked like mercury, which was what gurus usually had. The president reported that this was not quite true, for he had seen the blood infused with the guru's power. It was indeed like iron beads gathered together, but this blood was a bit weaker. But Mr. Liu was surprised to see such a thing from an 18-year-old boy even so. They put the fence fixture into a special tripod to measure the strength. Mr. Liu was horrified to inform everyone that the strength exceeded 1,200 units, which was equal to the 6th rank, and in all of Baihe or even Dongning province, they had not seen such a result. The president happily congratulated Lu Shen on setting a new record for strength concentration in blood. Lu Shen knew what he was really trying to accomplish, so he replied without much enthusiasm that this result would be fine, which surprised everyone even more. The examiner, meanwhile, had fully prepared the new superpowered evaluation machine to start testing and reported to the president. President Shu said that they would not delay in testing Lu Shen's combat power and would start right away. This guru combat power testing apparatus was practically brand new, and few people in Baihe had the strength to put it to good use, but they had assembled it for such a youngster today. Lu Shen walked over to the evaluation machine and summoned all of his power for the next strike. He combined star tempering and the power of the 10 suns, raising a ring of flame around him. The president, without a doubt, accurately recognized the guru power that he himself had been striving for so many years, and couldn't believe that some 18-year-old boy possessed it. Mr. Liu also noticed that the boy was just a little short of the 7th rank and the title of young guru. Meanwhile, Lu Shen had just made a swipe at the apparatus, which left a scorched handprint. Lu Shen was still under the golden glow and was satisfied with today's results. On the evaluation machine, the guy's combat strength result appeared equal to 1,300,000 units. Mr. Liu said that his combat power had already reached the right level, although it was slightly short of the guru rank, which the president himself thought was strange. Mr. Shu suggested that the guy use his true strength since he already possessed the strength of a guru. Head Liu agreed and suggested that the guy should really test himself again. Lu Shen replied that he hadn't even reached the 5th rank yet, so he couldn't develop his true power to the end. Mr. Liu was quite surprised by this statement, as he could be practically a 7th rank guru in terms of power. The president congratulated Lu Sheng on the fact that Baihe City had a new protector of the future, like a dragon of their time. The head of the education department really liked this comparison, and he happily started shouting that this guy was a real dragon. He ordered the examiner to immediately inform the president of the Martial Arts Association and the Eastern Martial Division. Finally, all of this was somewhat resolved, and Lu Shen happily greeted his father in the parking lot. His father eagerly rushed to ask how the exam went, and his sister, without waiting for an answer, asked him to speak soon. Lu Shen replied that it probably went even better than expected, and he could go to the capital, to which Qinghe shouted that her brother had definitely passed better than anyone else. At the same moment, they all took a commemorative photo together, with a caption about the day Lu Shen passed the unified exam. Lu Shen went to the future world after everything and was already looking at the updated information about himself, which said that he had become a major general. He read the detailed information about his achievements and all the ranks throughout his life. The strangest fact among all was the presence of as many as 5 of the same, which didn't interest him at all. What pleased him the most was that he was able to reach the 8th rank of guru. Since he now had a new level, he had more access to new techniques and skills. The new level of access allowed him to cover the star tempering technique from the 4th to 6th rank, being the word direct path to becoming a guru. This technique not only contributed to the 2nd step of the golden physique, but also unlocked a special skill. He had already visualized himself on the path of intertwining all the powerful techniques available to him. Luckily for him, Guru Shi Shengning was a fan of the strongest rank 11 Master Wang He, who had created the star tempering technique, because it was through his strength that Lu Sheng would be easier for Lu Sheng to learn new techniques. The guy finally felt that the path of becoming a guru was beginning, and it was necessary to accumulate strength and pump up skills step by step. Shi Shengning, who had created the 10 Suns battle technique, and the great 11th ranked warrior of the future Wang He, kept him on his toes. It seemed that each of them had attained the same guru combat power, but things were not so clear-cut. Lu Shen realized to himself that his own path would be a little different as well. In order to become like Wang He, or even stronger, one would need to take the initial goal of reaching the 12th rank to complete what he had failed to do in his time. The guy decided to take the 3 techniques of the 13th rank as a basis after all. For 10,000 years, the martial arts civilization has paved the way for him, so he can't just give up. Lu Shen was determined to go forward and not give up in order to create his future. It had already been 5 days since the final exam, and the father and daughter were hanging new lanterns around the house. The father cheerfully said that the exam results were about to come in, and they were all going to have a nice celebration together. Their neighbor noticed them hanging the lanterns and thought something good had happened, but his wife didn't think so, saying that nothing good had happened since they moved in. The woman added that the house had apparently been sold for a pittance, since it had been bought by such ragged people with poor people written all over their faces, and they had wanted to visit as soon as they moved in. She said that this morning she had seen their new neighbor picking up oranges scattered on the road in the middle of the day, and she was disgusted to think about it. The man tried to calm down his wife, saying that nothing could be done now, and they were their neighbors after all, so there was no need to be so harsh and rude, which the woman did not like very much. Suddenly she heard some loud noise and beeping, deciding that it was the nasty neighbor taking revenge on her like that. The woman was sure it was because the neighbor had seen her crushing a couple of his oranges, but her husband noticed a car with familiar license plates near the neighbor's house. He took a closer look at the license plate and recognized it as the distinctive Oriental plate that belonged to the provincial governor's car. The man knew that for the governor to show up in person, there had to be a good reason, like announcing a student who was the best in an exam, which was just the same time, and maybe that student was this guy from Baihe, who lived in the same neighborhood as them. His wife immediately said that there was an urgent need to find out who he had appeared for, and that this was a great opportunity to make connections. Her father asked Qinghe what was going on and why there was an entire motorcade at their gate, but she didn't know. The entire family, except for Lu Shen himself, walked up to the car and waited for the man who had come to visit them to get out. An honorable gentleman got out of the car and apologized for such a sudden visit. It was the governor of Dongning province, Xia Pingyan, who was a martial arts guru, who asked if an outstanding warrior named Lu Shen was living here. The whole family was wildly shocked and even horrified at the way the governor had named their boy, for it meant he was the best in the province. The woman next door was just ready to fall under the ground that the best was the offspring of these scum. She began to blame herself and realized what a fatal mistake she had made when she had neglected their company and communication in general. Lucian himself was in his room at this time practicing some techniques. He needed to cleanse his tissues and skin, as he had begun to strengthen his body again after gaining access to the new techniques. He got up and started to get dressed when he heard the sound of an alert on his phone on the nightstand. The guy quickly opened a correspondence with Qinghe, who sent him a bunch of pictures and messages saying that he had become the best in the province, and the governor himself had come to visit. Lu Shen was quite surprised that the governor had personally visited their home. He decided to use his spiritual power and see who and what kind of people were there. The guy started scanning the room where their uninvited guests were to see who to deal with. The energy felt quite strong to match the president of the Xiao Association, and next to him was someone equally strong around the 6th rank. But in between the two of them was someone whose strength was blazing, and the difference even compared to 6th rank warriors was simply enormous. This was when Lu Shen realized that this was the mighty strength of a true guru. Governor Xia sensed the guy's strength before everyone even saw Lu Shen descending towards them, and said that their hero had finally woken up. Everyone turned towards the stairs at the same second and saw Lu Shen walking towards them there. The guy was already in his usual clothes and apologized to everyone for waiting. The governor was happy to finally see this guy in person. After all, he was so young but already possessed such powerful strength. Mr. Xia noticed that the boy was indeed enveloped by a golden glow, and couldn't even believe that such a great warrior was born into such a simple family. His father decided to break the awkward silence and began to introduce his son to Dongning Xia Pingnan, the governor of Dongning Province and the president of the Martial Arts Association, whom he was already familiar with. Lu Shen immediately walked over to the governor and greeted him with a friendly handshake. President Xiao began to say that first of all, they had come here to congratulate him as Lu Shen had become the best not only in the province but also in the whole country this year. Lu asked if the results were already in, to which Mr. Xiao replied that the calculations had been completed, but the results had not been announced publicly yet. But it was already clear that this guy had taken first place, even without the extra points for all the achievements. After all the updates, the points would be a record high, so Governor Xia had traveled here as soon as he got the news so that he could see the guy in person as soon as possible and present him with an award with a solemn announcement that he was the pride of Dongning Province. The award was a prize money of 50 million, as well as a huge apartment in the center of the province, which the governor himself considered not such a great luxury, but from the bottom of his heart. The governor said that since the guy was a rank 6, he could choose any university in the country. Lu Shen said that he had already decided and wanted to go to one of the capital's martial arts universities. The governor thought so for some reason and said that he had some invitations for the guy. Mr. Jia placed a few envelopes on the table and clarified that there were invitations from all 7 of the capital's university, but he wouldn't say anything else. After all, the choice was up to the guy. Qingyi was shocked once again that her brother was invited by the strongest universities in the country, and he could choose anyone, as if he was in some movie. Lu Shen just stared at all the envelopes in silence for a while and thought about something. At one point, he took and shuffled all the envelopes to make a random choice. The governor was a little surprised but didn't say anything when the guy pulled out one of the envelopes and announced that he was picking this one. The envelope had an invitation from the 7th Capital University written. Governor Xia was somehow sure that Lu Shenyu would take some time to carefully consider his choice, but it turned out to be quite different. Each of the 7 universities is rich in history, and although the 7th one can't boast of great successes, the faculty there is no worse than the others, so he will have to prepare a lot and acquire new weapons. Mr. Xia handed the guy his card and said that when he needed to choose a weapon, he would just have to contact him and he would choose a quality weapon no lower than the 6th rank as a gift from him personally. Lu Shen knew that it wouldn't be a cheap item, but it would be indecent to refuse the provincial governor, so he should just accept and thank him for it, which he did. The governor said that in that case, they had done everything they had planned, and once again apologized for the sudden visit and congratulated Lu Shen with wishes for future success. Everyone went out to see the guests off, waving goodbye, and his father said that today was an important day for their family. They had such an important person visiting them and also wishing them good luck, so they urgently needed to go to the store to buy groceries to celebrate such an event in the evening. Meanwhile, someone in the semi-darkness was reading a dossier with detailed information about Lu Sheng. His interlocutor inquired what the person was so surprised about and what he was holding. Grandmaster Tang Zhongyu said that perhaps this year would be an unusual year. A few days later, Lu Shengye celebrated his graduation with his classmates from his previous school. The whole family came to the airport to say goodbye to their favorite son and brother before leaving. Lu Shen was already on the airplane and stowing his luggage when he thought about what was the foundation of the greatness of the 7 major martial universities. Each of them possessed a unique knowledge of martial arts and also patronized a sacred martial arts tower. He knew that the 7th university, the one he had chosen, had been founded 57 years ago by one of the three great masters, the holy martial artist Tang Zhongyu. This was the man who was able to become a holy warrior in less than 60 years, who had already passed the 100 mark this year. Lu remembered how it was said that after developing one's strength to the level of a holy warrior, one could live up to 300 years, which was why Master Tang was even considered young among holy warriors. In the entire history of their state, there were only 9 saint warriors in the Dragon Country. It was a well-known fact that, unfortunately, more of them had died in a battle with monsters over 100 years ago. There were quite a few good warriors who had died during the battles between countries. The martial arts elite had fallen under the onslaught of human conflicts when the Dragon and Lion Country lost their minds in an effort to take supremacy in martial arts. The saddest part was that there was never a winner, and after the battles, a martial arts tower was erected to represent each of the holy warriors. The tower is a combination of advanced technology and the martial arts of the Dragon State. In order to become its follower, one must pass a series of tests. Only after passing all of them could one gain the chance to become a disciple of a holy warrior and heed his instructions. For Lucian, it wasn't a big deal, because there were scrolls, 12th ranked techniques, and even things he couldn't develop yet, so he didn't really think much about any legacy of 9th ranked holy warriors. The only thing that frustrated him was the requirements of the martial arts development orientation, where one had to achieve the appropriate training passing grades to enter the battlefield. The guy decided that when the time came, he would just close all the scholastic debts as soon as possible, and maybe he could graduate early. Suddenly, from nowhere, Yang Yuan appeared beside him and said that it was a nice coincidence, and she was also flying this plane. The day before, Qinghe had reported everything to her friend and warned her about the flight number that Lu Shen would be traveling to the capital, and since she needed to go there too, she was just taking advantage of the opportunity. Lu Shen wasn't quite sure if it was a mere coincidence, but he didn't say anything about it. He was only trying to figure out how she actually ended up at this particular time, in this particular place. The guy looked at the girl and saw in her eyes something between excitement and crush mixed with embarrassment. Lu Shen laughed nervously and looked out the porthole, thinking that she could be another one of his, but whatever. About 2 hours later, the plane finally landed in the right place. The guys had already exited the airport and were looking at a city that was completely new to them. It was as expected of a capital city. Life was bustling, everything around was thriving, and the people were strong and brave. Lucian looked at the high-rise buildings and thought that perhaps this was what the military base from his dreams of the future once looked like before it fell. The first thing the boys encountered on their way was Jinghe University, where Yang Yuan was enrolled. Lucian said that they had arrived and he would escort her first, and then go to register at his institution afterward. The girl thought that all this was like a scene of lovers studying together from a TV series, and dreamed of getting with the guy on the same campus, which was a kind of university campus for students. On the way to the university, 2 obnoxious guys pestered the poor girl with introduction. At this moment, they noticed Yang Yuan and couldn't take their eyes off her. One of the guys shouted for everyone to move aside, because this beauty would be his, to which the other replied not to even dream of such a thing. They both ran up to the girl and took turns asking to escort her to the check-in and help her with her luggage. Lu Shenyu decided to intervene in the situation and threw 2 suitcases to one of them, saying that he could really help. The guy with the suitcases asked Lu Shenyu if he was also new to this university. During this time, he had learned to hide his strength from others, and ordinary warriors would never be able to suspect anything, so he simply replied that he had come to escort the girl to registration. The guys interjected amongst themselves that he probably just liked the girl, but since he wasn't a student at their university, he definitely wasn't going to get anywhere. One of them began to tell Yang Yuan about all sorts of advantages of Jinghe University in great detail and with great enthusiasm. Lucian heard something interesting for himself and asked if it was really possible to go from a simple university to the tower. The guys replied that it was the heritage of the Dragon Country, and so not only the students of the Big Seven could easily enter there, but it was necessary to apply and pass the entrance test. They also mined that the students of the 7 universities were luckier in this, as the selection is much easier. The second guy turned to Yang, saying that she could approach anyone in the eastern part of the campus, as many would be willing to come to help. He gingerly clarified that she should stay away from the students of the 7 great universities. At this moment, Lu Shen decided to intervene in their conversation again and asked why this was the case. The guy replied that everyone who entered where they went was crazy or simply monsters, and if you crossed their path, you could kiss your life goodbye. He also added that their sheer power alone would make your whole body start to shake, warning especially Lu Shen, who was amused by the whole thing. Meanwhile, they finally reached the registration area for new students. Lu Shen said that he was leaving her at this point, and if she had any questions, she could safely call him. Yang Yuan was thrilled to see them and embarrassedly thanked the guy for everything. The guys behind her saw the girl blur into a smile at the mere sight of Lu Shen and pondered if they even had a chance. They wondered where this guy even came from here, so they decided to find out more about him. One of them asked Yang Yuan which university her acquaintance would be from. Without hesitation, the girl sternly replied that he was a student of the 7th Martial University. The guys were shocked by this information. They didn't expect to hear such a thing. Yang Yuan took her suitcases and finally said that this guy was from Baihei City, and his name was Lu Shen. The guys cringed at the mere mention of this guy's name, because the whole country already knew him. They began to discuss the fact that the guy was the best this year, while Lu Shen walked away with a smile. Lu Shen, after a while, with his suitcase, finally arrived at the right place. He stood and looked at the signboard of the university he had randomly chosen. It was the 7th Great University, as stated on the signboard at the very entrance. The boy stood and thought about the fact that it looked pretty good. Huge signboard, majestic wooden buildings, and more. He decided that even if going to university only meant expanding his horizons, it was no longer a waste of time. Lu Shen stepped inside and went to look for the freshman registration counter. The guy approached the right counter and inquired about the enrollment by introducing himself as a freshman. The girl behind the registrar rushed to him ostensibly to help him get an enrollment letter. She was shocked at what she read, for in front of her stood the best graduate in the country. The girl was quite happy that they had a young dragon who turned out to be so handsome. Some guy near the registration desk was cleaning his sword and turned to look at Lu Shen after hearing this. Suddenly, some bright flash appeared on the counter, attracting everyone's attention. At the same second, Lu Shen noticed someone's silhouette in the same place, which did not appear here out of the goodness of his heart. The guy crouched closer to Lu Shen and ambiguously asked if he was the top graduate everyone was talking about. Lu Shen smiled politely and agreed with everything his interlocutor said. A protruding energy and strength appeared on the stranger's face, which spoke of something unkind. He swung his sword at Lu Shen with all his might, cleaving the air with a trail of fire. Lu Shen didn't even raise an eyebrow at this provocation and remained motionless in the same place. The guy noticed this, and as if to determine something for himself, he stopped at the last moment. He pointed Lu Shen's sword in the direction of where to go before the signs to get to the dormitory. Lu was as polite as ever, and after thanking everyone for their help, he moved forward. The girl said that she felt a strong energy from the guy and that he was really a tough guy to stick with. The guy asked the registrar to find out the exact results of Lu Shen's unified exam, which she did, but she didn't find any information about it, but said that judging by his strength, Lu had already reached rank 6, and he might be the strongest unified exam taker in history. The guy smirked contentedly and replied that in that case, they would definitely have something to look at this year. Lu Shen, meanwhile, was looking around in the capital, being in an incredibly beautiful area, but too deserted, wondering where all the students were. Someone behind him called out to the guy, running closer and saying that he had finally met at least someone here, introducing himself as Lin Ji. Lin told him that he was also a freshman, but had been wandering around for half a day looking for a dormitory, and asked if Lu could accompany him, to which the guy cheerfully agreed, because he was going there anyway, and it was better to stick together. The guys finally found the place they wanted, which was quite huge, and were surprised to see a bunch of people crowded around the entrance. Someone shouted loudly for everyone to disperse immediately, and the guys saw someone's flying body in the air. With a thud, some kid flew to the ground with a thud. Some guy came out of a huge building and said that it was quite good, addressing the guy on the ground named Xu Xiaoming, calling him the best in Nanjiang province this year. The guy said that he was the first rookie who could withstand 2 of his punches in a row, and asked Xu Xiaoming to work harder, because maybe then he would be lucky enough to get into the dormitory. Some of the guys in the crowd also decided to try their hand, while his buddy tried to talk his friend out of it by asking if he could take it. The guy named Ho Dong, who was ranked 5th in the country in the final exam, replied that he had only recently made it to the 5th rank and it was out of the question. He knew that his so-called opponent had strength no less than the peak 5th rank, and he couldn't take more than 3 punches, but in the end, it would be the same with him as Xu Xiaoming. Ho added that with more advanced element control skills, there might be a chance, but not now, causing a storm of indignation from his buddy, who even suggested a joint attack. Ho refused the idea, for he was sure it wouldn't work, as the rank 5 warrior has powerful strength, and his blows could be compared to a raging bull attack. He also added that the guy standing next to the main opponent might not be an easy one either, but even higher than the 6th rank. The other guys were surprised that the student could be a 6th rank warrior, while in a normal martial arts association, the head has the same rank. The guy at the entrance dejectedly shook his head and told everyone that they hadn't realized where they had gotten to yet. He began to explain that the rules of settlement were very simple. Those who could withstand 3 of his attacks would be allowed in, and those who could withstand 5 would be allowed to bring their belongings. The boy also added that he was aware that each of them was the pride of their city and stood out among their peers, but here praise and reward was not worth a dime. That is why one had to put in the effort if they wanted to achieve what they wanted. He also said that those who were weak had no choice but to accept the fact that they were ordinary and insect-like. The guy said that this would be their first lesson from a disciple of the great 7th University and their esteemed headman. Everyone was visibly tense and pondering how to proceed, all except Lu Shen. Lu Shen couldn't understand why this headmaster was not fed up and why some little bugs who thought they were the kings of the jungle, but in fact knew nothing about the jungle, kept appearing in his way. While he was thinking about it, his newfound buddy Lin Z was already up to something. Lin thought this was all a very cool opportunity to once again put the smug upperclassmen in their place and gain the respect of his classmates. He shouted that if the conditions of 3 to 5 punches, they could see what he could do. Lin also added that he forgot to mention that he was the best in Sichuan province this year and 9th in the country. He was sure that despite the stupid rules, he would manage to check in today, which Lin was going to show everyone right now. Lin flew at breakneck speed towards the headman and just as quickly flew back with a clatter. Lu Shenyu approached him and asked if he was all right, to which Lin replied that he didn't expect it at all, and that Guy's strength was useless to even talk about. It seemed that no one present could even imagine how strong and powerful that guy was. Lu replied that he could understand him, although he really did quite well. He headed towards the dormitory and announced that it was now his turn to test his strength. Looking at the headman, Lu immediately understood how to deal with people like him in situations like this. In his opinion, this gnat was talking too much, so he needed to be eliminated. Lu Shen moved closer to the entrance and expressed his desire to see how their self-made-up rules worked here. The headman gestured to stop him, as if to show him who was in charge, and that he shouldn't do anything rash. He asked Lu Shen if he really thought he could take 3 of his punches. Lu Shen didn't hesitate to say yes, taking his backpack off his shoulder. The guy was confident in his strength and actions, so he had nothing to worry about, which could not be said about his opponents. He stood for a while longer, and then asked the headman if he was going to do something. The guys were even afraid for a moment for Lu Shen, because to be so impudent in front of a strong warrior was very rash, and the method of pissing everyone off would not give any chance not only to pass, but also to continue to live peacefully here. The headman was already all fired up in anticipation of another loss for the newcomer. A fiery light formed around him, and he himself shouted that he was about to show what he could do. The guy wanted to impress with what he thought was a real attack, filling the space around him with fire. The guys in the crowd marveled at the power and strong energy of the headman. Only Lu Shen alone remained standing unwaveringly, not taking a single step to the side. He pushed off and abruptly flew forward towards the headman who had already hesitated. Lu Shenyu grabbed his opponent by the throat as he panicked and shouted to let go of him now. In just a moment, he had already sealed the arrogant fellow into the ground, making a hole there. The other freshmen froze in surprise, talking amongst themselves about how much strength this guy had, that he fell a peak rank 5 warrior with such ease. Lu Shen let go of the headman with such force that he hit the ground once more and flew several meters forward. Lin couldn't believe what was happening after all. One would need to possess a super powerful attack to stamp into the ground, breaking through the asphalt. At the entrance of the dormitory, a second guy, apparently a buddy of the head teacher, remained standing at the entrance of the dormitory. Lu Shen sensed the tense atmosphere, but he simply moved closer and asked if he could pass, to which the guy agreed, clutching his glass. Thus, Lu Shen was the first and only freshman who was able to overpower the headman and pass inside unhindered. The guy found the boxes with the room keys, and despite being prevented from entering at the entrance, he decided to do something. Lu Shen decided to help his newfound friend and grabbed 2 keys to different rooms. Right from the hallway, he aptly threw the key card exactly into the puffball's hands and told him to follow him. Lin cheerfully thanked his friend and said that he would take his things with him. The guys doubted that the guy with the long hair at the entrance would let him do that, but it was already unclear. Lin did go inside without a problem while the long-haired guy called someone named Chen, informing him that they had one interesting newcomer this year. Lu Shen and Lin Jie took a quick look around the dormitory and went out to the patio. Lu Shen was curious to finally see what the dormitories actually looked like, and what he saw exceeded his expectations. He even already knew he was going to be living alone, which was almost like his home, only smaller and free. Lin recognized the building they approached, for it was the apartment for the best graduate in the country, and asked if he was the same Lu Shen. Lu replied by asking if he looked so much like him, to which Lin said he just didn't expect after their first meeting that his new friend would turn out to be so cool. He had thought that his strength was more than enough. After all, he was the best in his province. But when he met Lu Shen, he changed his mind. Although he had specifically applied to the 7th university to avoid meeting monsters like him. He just hoped that such strong warriors would go to better universities, but who would have thought that the strongest graduate would apply to this particular institution? Lu Shen wondered in bewilderment why the 7th university was considered so weak. Lin said that his parents had told him that because those who were ranked first in the previous years always went to the first university, and he had also checked the results of the annual martial arts tournaments, and their university was ranked last, which spoke for itself. Lu didn't care whether he was weak or strong. The main thing was that here he could practice the martial arts of great warriors, and now it was time for him to leave. He had already gone inside the apartment when he heard Lin's voice outside asking him to add him as a friend. The guy pretended not to hear anything and sat down on the couch, looking around the expensive room from inside. He saw some kind of remote on the table and decided to check what it was for. On the screen opposite, various news about martial arts, the tower, holy warriors, and monsters came up in the same second. He switched and the screen showed the announcement of the upcoming main fight amongst the holy warriors. Lucian was interested in the fact that there was also a student discussion forum where, judging from the comments, the strongest of the future were graduates of the 7th University. The guy decided to have a little look at their abilities and opened the broadcast. 15 seconds later, an announcement appeared on the screen saying that the demo had ended, and to renew the subscription, one had to log in and top up the balance. Lu Shen was a little upset by this fact as he didn't even know his student number yet, let alone authorization. He decided that since there was nothing to do anyway, he might as well practice, seeing a good training ground in the window. Even before arriving here, Better Shen had created 30 bottles of serum, hoping that it would be enough. The effect promised to be excellent, so he decided to try it right away. But that was not destined to come true now, as it was at this very moment that there was a loud knock on his door. The guy was annoyed that he hadn't experienced a moment of peace yet since his arrival. When he asked who else was there, no one answered and only knocked harder. Lu Shen couldn't stand it and opened the doors, inquiring about who had come here. An unfamiliar guy with eyes red with anger rudely stated that it was him and one should be friendlier. Lu Shen wasn't even going to listen to this guy or have a dialogue with him and simply threw him away with his breathing technique. The guy powerfully flew across the street, hitting everything he met along the way. He was finally thrown back into a stone fence, which he landed into with a thud. Lu Shen shouted at him to come back when he had learned good manners. The two buddies of the unfamiliar guest, along with Lu Shen, watched him rise from the ruins. The guy could barely breathe from the crushing blow, thinking about how this newcomer could have such strength if he had only entered. Lu Shen suddenly asked the other two guys why they had shown up after all. After all, they were hardly just visiting him out of politeness. They began to say something about there being a mistake, and they from the student government brought him a student card linked to the dormitory card, which could be used to use all the facilities and equipment of the university. One could also get a bottle of rank 4 monster blood every month, which the guy especially liked as incentives for students. He took another look at the guy trying to attack him and realized that these guys were clearly not just here for that, and were trying to intimidate the newcomers. Lu Shen looked at them with his venomously destructive gaze and asked if they were waiting for an apology since they weren't leaving. The guys immediately shouted that they were already leaving, and the guy quickly closed the door, saying that he wouldn't see them off. The unknown guy was angry at being beaten up by the rookie, but none of his comrades were going to take revenge on Lu Shen with him. He said that he had never received such damage before, not even from a level 6 monster, let alone from the university grounds. Suddenly, they heard the door ajar, and Lu Shen inquired that if they were still here, they might want a refill. The door opened a little more, and the guys saw that terrifying look. The guys shouted in panic that it was no big deal and they just wanted to call a handyman to fix the door. The guy decided that since he had the card now, he could watch TV in peace. Everything worked out, and the first-ranked 7th University, dressed in a Western classic suit, appeared on the screen. Another real talent appeared on the screen next, Xiaolan, whom Lu Shen had already met at the registration desk. The guy was very curious to know what the true strength of these two was actually like. The last battle of these two warriors was being broadcast, where they fought each other with dignity. Xiaolan deftly handled his sword while the guy in the suit fought at high speed. The attacks were predominantly physical in nature, but with great endurance of strength and energy power. Both opponents looked quite stern and desperate, fighting for the top spot in the main tournament. Even Lu Shen. Suddenly a broadcast appeared on the screen with his photo and the title, 7th University's Strongest Rookie defeated one of the list of 300 strongest students. Lu Shen immediately turned it on and realized that someone had caught the whole thing on camera near the entrance of the dormitory and had already even managed to transmit it to the website. He looked at himself from the side, and at the moment when he pressed the headman into the asphalt, he decided that it did look a bit harsh and intimidating for someone. Suddenly, someone like a commentator appeared on the screen and, interrupting the broadcast, announced that the best moment was coming up. A large picture of Lu Shen slamming his opponent into the ground several times appeared on the screen, leaving a hole-shaped mark there. Many users wrote how good this freshman was and how cool he was, while he himself was unhappily thinking about the fact that he hadn't quite arrived and had already managed to make so much noise. Anyway, it didn't matter, because his stomach was already rumbling loudly from hunger, so he decided to urgently find out what the food situation was like here. There was one large common dining hall within the dormitory, where a crowd of students were cheerfully buzzing and talking. Lin walked over to Lu Shen's table, and after noticing the amount of food he was eating, he cheerfully said that he would never believe that he could eat so much and stay in great physical shape. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he noticed Lu Shenyu quickly devouring everything at his table. Lin took a seat across from him and was quite surprised by his buddy's appetite, not hesitating to tell him so. The girls next to him recognized Lu Shen and began to whisper that he was the newcomer and very handsome, even though he was sloppy and careless with his food. The guys at the other table began to talk about whether this was the same brat who had beaten their 6th-ranked headman, and that they would like to personally test the strength of the country's top graduate. Lin heard all the conversations at the neighboring tables, which were all about his new buddy, and he said that he was even a little jealous of him, although Lucian himself did not see anything good in it and preferred to stay in the shadows. The guys continued to enjoy their meal quietly until one of the students came over and knocked on their table. There was a small group of guys standing near the table, the guy at the head of which greeted Lucian and extended his hand to introduce himself. He said that his name was Wu Fan, and he was ranked 2nd in Yuhui province and 17th in the country. Lucian, without taking a break from his lunch, asked why he wanted information about Yuhui province's results. The healthiest boy in his company was about to get indignant about it, but Wu Fan stopped him. Wu Fan calmly said that he knew how strong Lucian was, and he was certainly no match for him, but since they were no longer high school students, the guy should realize that networking was important here. The guy looked at Lucian with confidence, but also hope, and wanted to say something else, but he didn't have time. He was interrupted by Lucian himself, and asked that if he knew that he was not his rival, then why did he come at all? He was already getting up from the table and went on to say that others wouldn't do it, realizing that nothing good would come of it. Lucian pounded on the table and menacingly asked if he was so stupid that he had decided to do this after all. A second before everything happened, Wu Fan felt a strong energy flow coming from Lucian. He saw a huge palm in front of him as if it was of unrealistic size that was rushing to crush him. In fact, Lu Sheng had just grabbed the annoying Wu Fang's face with his hand while he was thinking that he was doing this for nothing. Wu Fang thought this picture was very familiar, and he immediately remembered that he had seen it recently in that video, having found himself in the same situation of his own free will. Lu Shen slammed Wu Fang into the floor, making a huge crack with a small collapse, and addressed everyone in the dining hall. All the students looked at this picture with horror and fear, in no way wanting to be in Wu Fang's shoes. Lu Shen shouted threateningly and asked everyone not to bother him anymore. Everyone was scared and thought he was some kind of monster, and only Lin looked at his buddy with admiration and delight. Lu Shen finally let go of the poor man and went to the table, where he wiped his hands from the food scraps with a napkin as if nothing had happened. The picture was quite impressive. Mountains of broken dishes with scattered food and broken tables, with the unconscious Wu Fan lying at the bottom of them. Lu Shen looked at him and said that the two things that annoyed him the most in this life were two things. First, it made him terribly angry when someone dared to distract him during training. Secondly, he got terribly annoyed when gnats flew over his head while he was eating and interfered with the process. It was for this reason that he addressed everyone, taking on his powerful appearance, clearly expressing his thoughts and desires. The guys who came with Wu Fan were the first to respond, saying in trembling voices that they understood and would never bother him again. Lu Shen said that all the costs for the damage were on their friend, and asked them to pick him up and get him out of here, calling a satisfied Lin with him. Lin began to admire his buddy, talking about how tough he was and looked like an example of a real man. The guys hurriedly left the dining room while everyone saw them off, and Lu Shen himself thought that the whole way in martial arts is a struggle for supremacy. Besides, this was the 7th great university and talents from all over the country were gathered here. The guys looked at Lu Shen with disdain and disapproval, as they quickly realized that they could not even talk to him without a special reason. Despite this, Lu Sheng was really annoyed that a bunch of annoying gnats in the face of them all thought he was too bold and special. That was exactly what he thought of everyone who behaved in a similar manner as Wu Fan, so he didn't want any publicity. After all, the guy was well aware that if they all appeared before a powerful guru, it was unlikely that they would behave so ridiculously. That was why his goal was to intimidate them, to make them all disappear from his sight, and to find an opportunity to break their spirit and bravado, so that at the mere sight of him, they would be terrified and scatter in different directions, imagining a particularly dangerous, powerful monster in front of them. Lu Shen needed everyone to revere him as a special supreme spirit and fear him like a deity. Suddenly, he heard someone call out to him and felt a strong surge of energy. This could only mean that the person following him was quite powerful. The person introduced himself as the vice-rector, named Zhao Taikang, and said that he was looking for him to inform him that he was giving a speech on behalf of the freshmen tomorrow. Lu Shen was a little surprised to hear of such a thing, but the vice-rector hurriedly reassured him, saying that it was just a couple of phrases and that was all. The guy thanked the provost for the honor, and Lin admired his buddy once again for being so cool that he was even trusted to speak on behalf of all the freshmen. In this, Lu Shen agreed with Lin, because in order to speak in front of everyone, one had to prepare well. The next day, everyone leisurely gathered in the assembly hall for the initiation ceremony. This was the 51st freshman initiation ceremony of the 7th great capital university. The guys who had gathered in the assembly hall by then quickly noticed the guy who had made a lot of noise in the dining hall yesterday. Lu Shen took his seat next to Lin and felt the attention of the entire auditorium turned only to him. The two boys were talking amongst themselves about how they had heard that Lu Shen would be making a speech, but they were sure that there was no getting around Su Jianfei's mischief here, wondering what he might be up to. Hodong said that Shu was ranked 12th in the country. Lu Shen was already making his way down to the stage under the many disgruntled and conversely delighted looks of those present. Hodong told his buddy that he wasn't sure if anyone would dare to awaken the beast in front of everyone. Besides, Lu Shen was not so easy to harm, which Hodong himself also felt, sensing a huge gap between himself and him. None of the guys discussing him had any idea that he could hear everything. The vice rector opened the ceremony by welcoming all the new students of the Great 7th Martial Arts University. He said something about the new year bringing new hopes and dreams, but no one cared about that, so everyone was busy doing their own things. Lu Shen also found it impossible to listen to this nonsense, because the people at the top were always saying the same thing year after year, like a copycat. Next, the vice rector invited Lu Shen, who had become the best graduate in the country this year, to the stage with a welcoming speech, taking the first place. While the provost finished speaking, Lu Shen had a chance to look around at all the students from the stage. At this moment, he noticed that the guy literally accompanying him on his way here started shouting out some nonsense. Lu Shen took note of this, but didn't do anything about it since he still wanted to give a speech. The provost shouted for everyone to be quiet, asking the guy if he was ready to start. Lu Shen replied contentedly that he had been preparing all day and was confident that he would do well. The provost was slightly surprised that the guy was so responsible for such a simple task and had been preparing for it all day, thinking that the guy's talent wasn't just in martial arts. Lu Shen finally took his seat at the counter and was about to start speaking. Before he did so, he gave everyone another piercing glance, as if to hint one last time that it would be better not to interrupt him. Some guys were discussing among themselves what this freshman was going to say, but in any case, it was important for them not to miss the right moment. The guy started off by introducing himself and saying that he was aware of what a lot of people didn't like about the place. He went on to say that he would give everyone an opportunity for that very reason. The students were taken aback by such a statement, and they began to get lost in speculation as to what kind of opportunity he wanted to offer them. Lu Shen menacingly announced that he was giving any student the right to fight him right now. After a moment more, he added that he would even allow everyone to attack together at the same time. Everyone could see that Lu Shen himself was already ready to attack, and asked no one to keep him waiting for long, calling everyone bugs. The guys who had prepared some kind of ambush for Lu Shen were furious that their plan was going to fail. The vice-chancellor himself was speechless and froze in surprise, not knowing what to do in such a situation. He sincerely didn't understand why such an amateurish plan was necessary, and what was in this guy's head if he was proposing such a thing at the ceremony. Lin Jia, as always, was delighted by his buddy's awesomeness and couldn't even find the right words to describe his delight. Lu Shen tried to anger everyone and bring out their emotions by saying that they were all just trash, since they were unable to take advantage of such an opportunity. Such words definitely boosted the students' morale and ignited the flames of revenge. One of the guys was too angry and promised Lu Shen to take revenge for everything he had just said. He transformed into something like a stone man at the same second and shouted that he would teach that arrogant Lu Shen a lesson on his own. The guy shouted to Lu Shen that he didn't think he was invincible because they hadn't seen such bragging in a long time, especially among the newcomers. A flirtatious blonde girl stood up and said that she wouldn't mind testing the strength of the best in the country. Hodu did not know what to do, because if he refused, everyone would think that he was afraid, but it was unlikely to end well. He had no choice but to just bravely accept the challenge and agree to this adventure. Most of the students were determined, though they didn't have much choice. The guys stood and looked at Lu Shen, lost in speculation as to whether it was okay to step in already, or if he would be the first. Lu Shen summoned the power of the 10 suns, and the whole place was engulfed in a fiery glow as he asked everyone to attack. Meanwhile, someone from the rectory ran into the assembly hall and started asking what was even going on here. The provost seemed to have already relented and was even interested, replying that everything was fine, and they would just observe everything for now. Lin thought that he couldn't leave Brother Lu, because no matter how strong he was, he couldn't overpower the crowd, so at worst he himself would be beaten up, but there was no way he would back down. Lu Shen began to say that he had originally considered all of them cowards and dogs, and did not even think that anyone would have the courage to attack. Now, however, things had changed, and he himself was already curious to see what they were capable of. He wanted to test what this bunch of students were really like, so he filled the entire hall with powerful star-tempering energy and fire breath. Lu Shen made an energy ball ejection towards one of the willing students. It was that stone guy, and Lu Shen said that he would be the first one. The guy didn't even have time to realize anything before a crushing blow flew towards him, causing great damage. He felt Lu Shen's great strength, and didn't understand why even one attack was so hard to withstand. Lu sent this kid to the back of the hall with a slight movement of his hand. On the way, some daredevil jumped on him, attacking from his foot in hopes of a moment of surprise. Lu caught his opponent's leg with animal agility and said that he was too weak for such tricks. After that, he tossed the guy over his shoulder and pushed him to the floor between the rows with a P. At that moment, Lu felt someone directing an unrelenting stream of fire at him, but not strong enough to do any damage. One of the guys created something like a huge fireball and attacked Lu Shen with it. The guy was sure that no matter how strong his opponent was, there was no way he could withstand the fire attack. Through the flaming cloud, one could see someone's hand going on the offensive. It was Lu Shen, calmly coming out of the fire attack without a scratch and fighting back against the attacker. He replied to the guy that the elemental power was indeed great because it slightly scorched his clothes. Despite being completely focused on this guy, Lu didn't let a single extraneous blow pass by his attention. He quickly deflected backwards from a lightning-flying attack apparently addressed to him. A rather powerful energy stream flew between him and his current opponent. It was a blonde girl who wanted to compete with Lu Shen, who had noted to herself that it was quite good to perform defense and offense at the same time, but in this case, she would use her speed to slash him. The girl was pleased with herself and rushed towards the guy with a blade and wind breath attack. She didn't even notice Lu Shen stealthily sneaking up behind her and grabbing her leg, throwing her aside. The girl flew to the end of the assembly hall as fast as she ran to attack. One of the spiritual masters watching Lu Shen decided to use his full strength to the fullest. He was sure that his opponent would never be able to withstand. After all, everyone knew how powerful the spiritual masters were. Lu Shen was hit directly in the back by several consecutive punches, one after another. The guy with spiritual power was almost certain that he had succeeded. He was the only one who could defeat Lu Shen himself. Lu Shen, on the other hand, stood calmly at the same time, taking the blows of all his crystals. He easily took them all out and wondered who dared to tickle him, and even from the back. He turned all those crystals against their own master, who in desperation guessed that Lu was also a master of spiritual powers. The guy almost went to the other world out of fear, but Lu Shen only nailed him to the wall with those crystals. Ho Dong realized that their opponent was too strong and needed to start acting together before they were disarmed all by themselves. He called out to the other guys to rally against Lu Shen, who felt a coalescing energy behind him. This was a common thing for him, as he was well aware that none of them here were his equals. The guy once again combined his star hardening with his breathing technique to deal with all of them at once. Within a second, there was an explosion of sorts, and everyone within a 10 to 20 meter radius scattered to different corners. Lu Shen stood in front of the guys and informed them that they were indeed just weaklings. He clarified that he wouldn't leave them even the slightest chance to win, because they didn't deserve it. The man from the rector's office was shocked by what was happening, and didn't understand how such a thing was even allowed at the initiation ceremony. It seems that the vice-rector was of a different opinion and did not share his colleagues' worries about what had happened. Now, he couldn't wait for the geniuses from other great universities to meet Lu Shen in person. Huodong was tense and scared, wondering how this could have happened, since he hadn't even blinked an eye. He looked around, searching for someone who could resist Lu Shen's attack. Unfortunately for him, his search was unsuccessful, and Huodong realized that everyone had been defeated. He looked at Lu Shen once more, but this time he didn't see him as a human. It was more like the king of the underworld had revealed himself to the world. A human, compared to this creature, was nothing and nothing, forever losing his pride and courage in a matter of seconds. Lu Shen approached the trembling guy and tried to bring him to his senses, but he froze in fear as if he saw a monster in front of him. The boy asked Huodong if he was going to attack him. Huodong immediately bounced away from his opponent, as if he had been struck by lightning, and replied that nothing of the sort had occurred to him. As he pivoted backwards, he stumbled over a chair and thought he had what he thought was a good idea. Quickly, he sat down in the chair and clutched at the rail and said he was just looking for somewhere to sit, and that's why he was here. Lu, as if nothing had happened, replied that since he said so, he meant it, and slapped him for his stupid lie. There was an anxious silence in the assembly hall, and Lu Shen began to say that he had given them an opportunity, but unfortunately, none of them made it. He asked them to tell everyone else after they woke up that next time they shouldn't even try to attack him if he was clear. All the surviving guys immediately started nodding and agreeing with the guy, giving an unnecessary reason to fight. Lu Shen turned to the provost, informing him that his welcome speech had been successfully completed. The provost finally woke up and told someone to help clean up the place and take those who needed it to the hospital wing, and the rest could be dismissed. And so ended the initiation ceremony for the newly minted students of the 7th Great Martial Arts University. The TV was already showing the strongest freshman in history going up against hundreds of students, with his mighty strength being revealed. The commentators in the discussions after all, he wasn't like that. Although it was true that he had gotten tougher recently and was increasingly resorting to force to solve problems, but maybe it was because of his rapid progression, or maybe there was another reason. Most likely, they were all too weak, and fighting freshmen was no more difficult than cutting grass. In fact, the guy didn't think that being weak was bad, as he thought it was bad not to realize that position, because the problem with being weak was his stupidity. Violence wasn't always the answer, but it helped solve a lot of problems. So he decided to train to expand his knowledge and remove the limitations of Project Beam. It was a good time to capture progress, but had he forgotten his goals because of the recent events? Lucian decided that it was urgent to rectify the situation, and now was the time to set off. The guy, of course, went in search of the Ice Lady, trying to get as close to her as possible. Lucian had finally spotted her, and was quickly thinking of ways to defeat her and still stay alive himself. He flew at full speed at the zombie guru girl, creating a protective ball to maximize his ability to attack his opponent. The monster attacked the guy several times with his spear, but he deftly dodged each blow. Thus, he still managed to get close to her and swing for a follow-up strike. The zombie put up her defensive shield, which was already barely able to withstand the powerful energy flowing at it, and prepared her spear. She wanted to attack him at the moment when the guy was busy attacking her, knowing that he wouldn't be able to withstand the defense as well. Somehow she miscalculated, and Lu Shen was able to dodge and get behind her. He remembered the importance of spiritual powers and decided to use them right now. The guy combined crystal vision, vision of heavenly illumination, and 10 times strength to obtain a majestic power. Lu Shen made a dissecting strike, stripping the monster of its arm, and hoped that it was definitely finished, but it was too soon. The arm fell off with a crack, and in the same second, sharp ice spikes began to grow in its place. The zombie guru even fell to the ground as something incredibly strong and horrible grew out of the ice spikes in the place of her arm. From the monster's tearing shriek, one could tell that it was not giving her any pleasure. Lu Shen even panicked for a moment, not realizing what else was going on here. In place of the severed hand, something new, iron and huge, with sharp claws instead of fingers, had grown. The girl drove that hand into the ground with a terrible gnashing sound, breaking through the ice like thin glass. She snagged a huge block of ice with her sharp claws and lifted it above her head. Her next action was to take off with that block into the air without letting go of it. The zombie guru lifted this block and connected it together with the others, forming a huge ice stake. Lu Shen hoped that he had almost succeeded in overpowering her, but he had in no way expected that the monster had a couple aces stashed up its sleeve. He froze in surprise that the monster could even do such things, and realized that this was the true embodiment of her power after taking damage. From several of these ice stakes, she quickly assembled something like a giant bird, causing even Lu Shen to marvel. He looked at it all as if mesmerized and had no idea what he was about to do. The guy quickly gathered himself and decided that there was no time to delay and it was time to act, summoning the guru's will with a smashing strike. A huge maelstrom of fire formed behind him, from which dozens of merciless blades flew towards the zombie. The zombie had complete control over her ice bird and defended herself from the blows with it. She looked at Lu Shen, who in turn kept his eyes on her, as both of them realized that it was time to attack. For a while, they were still fighting, and suddenly Lu Shen fell down with a rumble and heard the ice blocks on him start to crack. He watched his body get covered in ice and guessed that he had played again. The boy sat on his knees in front of the zombie guru and marveled at her true martial art. He decided that in the end he still wouldn't be able to defeat her, at least not anytime soon. Suddenly, the guy heard the sound of her hissing, but didn't immediately realize what was going on. The protective goggles on her face cracked and disintegrated, and she was staring at Lu Shen with her icy blue eyes. He was more and more lost in understanding what was happening, as the girl just shattered into small pieces before his eyes. The zombie's arm and her spear were the last to shatter, leaving no trace behind. In the next second, the guy was as if electrocuted and pushed away, although from the outside it looked like some kind of powerful energy release. He realized that he had fallen into her memories, where some person had brought a little girl named Zhao Lengshuan to the master. The master was trying to crack an ice block and said that the girl had a pretty good natural talent. He turned to little Zhao about informed that from now on, she was his Ice River martial arts disciple. She had been training for a long time and often spent time in the completely icy space, shivering from the cold. The master, looking at all this, often asked her what she was trying to achieve and what she wanted to learn. The girl did not give up because she wanted to master a weapon, and not the simplest one, but a spear. Her master was the strongest spear warrior and the only one in the base number 1359 who had mastered the 5th step of the spearman's business. In her 17 years, Zhao with her breed talent became the first young guru on the base. For all of this, she thanked the master who trained and taught her every day. The master always told her that there was still a long way to go, for there was no limit to learning and self-improvement. So he also reminded her that her frostbird had not yet become an iceberg. In the silence of the night, someone burst into the training room, carrying on at full steam. Zhao Lengshuan was just practicing there and wondered who was bothering her at such a late hour. Some guy shouted to her that the base was almost destroyed while she was here meditating and asked if her heart had finally paled. Zhao Lengshuan didn't know this and asked in horror where the master was now. The guy sadly informed her that the master had already died, but just before his death, he kept telling her not to be disturbed. The girl immediately jumped up and was already by the guy's side, preparing to attack. She put on her armor and lifelessly said that if the master died, she would die with him. Zhao walked straight at the monster and regretted that the master would never know of her progress. She threw herself into a formidable attack and shouted that her Frostbird had just comprehended the Ice River technique. Lu Shen could no longer endure such a powerful flood of memories and cried out in pain. He fell to his knees, and after panting, he thought that he had never seen such intense memories before, most of which were related to spear wielding. Zhao Lingxuan's features greatly enhanced him, and after absorbing the Ice River Master's memories, he felt the techniques rapidly went up to the 4th step of spear wielding. Lu Shen learned that the girl had died after reaching the 7th rank and was undoubtedly such a martial arts genius that she could easily challenge a warrior of the 8th rank as well. He thought that if even Shi Shengning had left behind techniques, and he was weaker than Zhao, there should definitely be something worthwhile after her. The guy spent a long time flipping through the information in the database and finally found the core of Zhao Lingxuan's memories where all the power was hidden. He decided to touch it, regardless of any consequences from doing so, to possess the memories. Ice shards flew from the core and a bright light appeared with several streams of energy. Lu Shen saw the same Frostbird that Zhao had spent her entire life trying to comprehend. It was as if he had reincarnated into her and became the owner of her spear just as she herself had once learned to wield it. The guy completely grabbed the spear and performed several techniques in Zhao Lingxuan's image. He saw the ice bird and decided that this spear needed a loud name. The spear capable of slaying a guru was called the Frostbird Halberd. Lu Shen returned to the dream world the next day and began to study something in detail. He found information about the master and Zhao Lingxuan, which said that he was rank 9 and his new weapon had very powerful characteristics. The guy knew that by performing 3 rank 11 techniques at the same time, his body was at its limit, and in the end his combat abilities were not yet that advanced. After all, this was all only comprehended after 10,000 years. Lu Shen realized that it required a lot of effort and long training, so he needed to perfectly master the skills of the strongest warriors by simply defeating them. The guy set the following goal for himself: to find Master Shilinga by all means. In the next moment, he realized that it was still too difficult for him, because in the center of the base, in addition to him, may be many strong opponents, and he was not ready for it, so he postponed this trip until next time. At some point, his body trembled and a sharp pain appeared in his chest. Lu Shen felt the will of the guru within him contradicting everything else. He tried using the crystal vision technique to realize what was happening. It was as if the guy had delved into his inner world and realized what the cause was lurking. Lu Shen saw that Guru Zhao Lingxuan's will was ice, while Shi Shengning's will was fire, and since the two elements were incompatible, his body resisted accordingly. He looked at all of this and wondered what he should do in this situation. The elements seemed to be tearing him from the inside out one by one, from the overabundance of opposite energies of each. While the guy was looking at all of this from the side, he heard some strange sound, then a cracking sound. It was the stone form inside the crystal vision technique that was able to not only absorb the guru's will, but also keep him alive. He thought that if he could fully develop this stone form into a human form, the will of several gurus could be absorbed without any restrictions. At this moment, he realized that his guru's will would become stronger by binding together the skills of multiple strong masters, and he would have a completely new martial art to move towards step by step. Lin walked down the street with Lu Sheng and talked about how his brother was now in everyone's ears, and even the upperclassmen would want him for company. He also reminded them that today was the day to decide on the main direction of the cold weapon training, specifying that whatever Lu chose, he would follow him. Lu Shen had completely forgotten about this, and out of surprise, he stopped to think about it for a bit. He replied to his buddy that he was going to study a spear, to which Lin cheerfully said that he too wanted some manly and cool weapon like a spear or a blade. Lu asked his buddy if he was sure he wanted to go down the same path with him, though he wasn't sure if they would cross paths often. The boys finally arrived for their first classes in the martial arts class. Lu Shen proudly walked inside first, followed by Lin. All the other guys in the classroom immediately noticed him and focused all their attention on him, holding their breath in fear and terror. Lu Sheng took a seat right in front of Hodong, who was immediately trembling at the mere sight of him. Ever since the day of the initiation ceremony, Hodong had felt despairing and powerless. A couple of times he even dreamed that he was in deep water and could not come out. At that moment, nothing helped, and only coldness enveloped him, and afterwards he woke up in a cold sweat and jumped up again and again. She would give an introductory lesson before starting the 4-year-long learning journey. She said that she would first explain to them why they were going through the basics of martial arts and edged weapon proficiency before taking their rifles right from the get-go. The professor turned on something on the screen and, jabbing her pointer, asked everyone to take a look. Soldiers appeared on the screen, firing at the enemies with various types of assault rifles, machine guns, and pistols. The next slide was a bunch of embittered monsters arriving to attack with different kinds of attacks. Professor Shu said that such weapons were completely useless against monsters. The guys who were watching the broadcast closely asked why this was happening. Lin said that his father had been telling him since childhood to master martial arts and cold weapons, but he had never given a reason. In Lu Shen's mind at this moment, only one thought arose in Lu Shen's mind. This is the order. A second later, the professor informed everyone that this was the order, and humans had been opposing these monsters for over 300 years, but they had never stopped in their research to fight the enemy, even though they had not been able to discover much. The only fact that was common knowledge was that these creatures came from another world. It was for this reason that it was not the humans who chose martial arts, but they chose them, and one could only rely on fighting skills to survive. One of the female students asked the professor that if the uselessness of their weapons lay in the fact that these creatures were from another world, then shouldn't the monsters themselves be limited in their power? Xu Shuizhui replied that she herself would like to know the answer to such a good question, but maybe the answer is right in front of their noses, but they are only afraid to accept it. Lu Shen decided to keep the conversation going and started talking about how monsters were already subjected to the restrictions of our world. The guy clarified that the monsters were originally much stronger than they are now. Professor Xu was a bit pleasantly surprised and confused that someone shared her point of view. Even though it was only one of the suggestions, she was still pleased that one of the students had such a suggestion. The guy started to get indignant and said that it simply couldn't be, because it wasn't fair. Professor Xu was in complete agreement with the students, saying that it was indeed a total injustice. She also added that their whole world was inherently unfair. Professor Xu really wanted her last sentence to be the one they would learn today for the rest of their lives, so she ended the class and left. Lin was horrified that the monsters were already strong enough, but weakened by all this, and then what to do to humanity and how to survive it all. At this moment, it flashed through Lu Shen's mind that in 10,000 years, all humans would be wiped off the face of the earth. Even though he had the resources of Project Ray, but in 300 years, martial arts had not advanced a single step in fighting monsters. The guy walked through the auditorium and thought sadly that there was probably no hope for mankind anymore. It was for this reason that he only wanted to develop himself to the fullest now, not throwing away on every little thing to find the very hope of salvation. In the corridor of the university, Lu Shen was met by one of the teachers, who handed him some form to fill out in a time limit of 3 days, and informed him that he could now attend all the classes on the use of edged weapons to choose what he liked the most. Lu Shen called Lin with him to find the classroom where spear techniques were taught. The guys in the hallway heard about it and rushed to discuss that the strongest graduate chose such weapons, but they can't go there if they want to live. Those who had already applied for spear wielding immediately rushed to rather cancel their specialization, lest God forbid they should get into sparring with Lu Shen. Meanwhile, the spear wielding training room was in full swing. Some students had already noticed Lu Shen and were discussing it, without thinking that he might have chosen this particular specialization. The spear instructor informed everyone that their class was over for the day, but if anyone wanted to practice more, they could stay. At that moment, she noticed 2 new students with her one eye. The instructor immediately decided to get to know them better and called them both over. She introduced herself as Liu Ruiqing, with teaching 1st to 3rd year spear lessons, and said that they were the only freshmen to visit her today. To begin with, she wanted to test their skills and said that everyone would participate in sparring with her. Lu Shen sensed that teacher Liu was full of energy and strength that befitted a rank 6 warrior. The teacher immediately recognized Lu Shen as a guy who had made a lot of noise recently. She wondered if he was as good as they said he was, and without any warning or conversation, she launched her spear at him with all her might. Lu Shen, of course, caught it with the agility of a wild beast, as if he had spent his whole life preparing for this very thing. He quickly swung the spear in his hand several times, as if he had been wielding it his entire life. When he finished with the so-called warm-up, he looked at the instructor, who was clearly impressed with the student's abilities. She immediately praised him, but not too much, so that he wouldn't think he had managed to impress her. Lu Shen told her that in such a case, he wouldn't be ceremonious either, and she should take care of herself. The teacher was, to say the least, surprised by this statement, because although she had not become a guru yet, she had been practicing spear techniques for 10 years, and she was not inferior to the guru in combat. While she was thinking about some brat asking her to be careful, Lu Shen quickly swung his spear at her. She wondered if he would live up to her expectations and his own ambitions. That was the last thing she had time to think about, because a second later, Lu saw the tip of the spear right in front of her face with her only eye. Lu Shen didn't just launch the spear, but flew with it to attack the teacher. The kid's strength was so powerful that Miss Liu even thought for a moment that if it wasn't training, it was quite possible to meet one's doom. She had seen his utterly masterful spear wielding and didn't understand how he had gotten such a cool technique. Lu Shen didn't give even the slightest chance for the teacher to win and quickly repelled all the spears one after another in the blink of an eye. The steel students in the hall were surprised that their teacher was losing so quickly to some freshmen. At one point, the tip of the spear, like a thin needle, came close to Ms. Liu's neck, glinting in the light. A cold sweat broke out on the teacher's face from not understanding what had just happened and how he had done it. Lu Shen immediately removed the spear from her neck and politely apologized, clarifying that he had played around a little too much. Teacher Lu was nonstop running through her head that the guy's spear skills were only at the elementary level. She hadn't even used 3 techniques because she didn't have time, and she had already been stripped of her weapon, which was the reason why he couldn't possibly be a beginner, and was probably hiding something. The teacher gave Lu Shen's hand to Lu Shen and said that she didn't expect that such a young man could hide so much power, so he could safely consider that he had completed his first spear course. The other students were shocked by such words, because it was impossible to master one course in one day, or rather in one training session, and one of the boys had managed to film everything with the expectation that everyone would see it. The teacher told Lu that he had already mastered the theory, but he lacked experience in real combat, and she felt that he had not yet spilled blood, so she sent him to the Student Mission Distribution Center, but he could also go to the temple to hone his skills. Lu Shen placed the spear in the floor so that it left a hole and thanked Teacher Lu for everything. She replied that other than all that, she didn't even have anything to say, because he had completed the entire first course on the first day, and this was the first time she had encountered something like this in so many years of work, while she herself had spent half her life working towards it. Lin finally realized what his buddy meant when he said that they would rarely see each other, because he was so cool that he was ahead of everyone else. Lu Shen told Lin that he would go to the student center first, and he should train hard so that he could meet up next time in his free time. As Lu Shen left the training room, the instructor, as well as all the students there, thought that this guy was a real monster. Meanwhile, in the student distribution center, 2 guys were having a conversation about preparing a first aid kit with dry rations and stuff. The girl they were talking to replied that it wasn't necessary since they wouldn't be going into the wilderness, but the guy insisted, certain that they would have to be there. At this time, Lu Shen had just entered the center, wanting to see what this mission center was all about. He walked down a long hallway until he came across a bulletin board where missions were mostly about catching suspects. The guy was a little upset that he'd have to catch some fugitive criminals instead of fighting monsters. Some guy heard Lu Shen's indignation, guessing that it was a freshman, and explained that such missions were published in the morning because missions with monsters appeared in the afternoon and all the others in the evening. Now Lu Shen was now clear, and he was already thinking about what he would do in the near future. He looked at the bulletin board for a while longer, and afterwards, with the help of spiritual power, he chose one of the missions. The paper with the explanation immediately fell into his hands, and Lu began to read in detail what he would have to do. The guy sitting next to him at the computer couldn't stand it, and said that it was a purple mission that belonged to the AA level. Lu Shen didn't say anything back to him, and he decided that the guy simply didn't know the complexities of the missions and was probably just mistaken. Lu Shen quickly read the contents of the mission and said that it probably wasn't suitable for him. The guy at the computer chuckled contentedly and thought that he was right after all. After a second, he was surprised to see that Lu Shen had plucked a few dozen more similar missions off the board. Lu Shen quickly looked through them all and grudgingly asked the kid if they had anything harder. The kid didn't tolerate this attitude and shouted that if he showed up here to make a mess, he warned him that he would file a complaint and his training credits would be taken off. Lu Shen was genuinely surprised and asked what he had done wrong. After all, this was the mission issue window. The guy replied that in order to complete a mission of this level, he had to take a course in cold weapon proficiency, as well as wielding immense combat power, so it was unlikely that some green freshman would pull something like this off. Lu Shen, without further ado, threw some sort of distinctive badge at the guy. The guy was a little startled and already surprised as he realized that it wasn't just some decoration. He took the badge closer and saw that it was a 6th rank warrior badge issued by the Dongning Province Martial Arts Association. The guy trembled, turned pale, and cold sweat appeared on his face, but he still asked if this badge was actually his. Lu Shen angrily clenched his fists and asked if he happened to want to test it on himself personally. The guy only gently pushed the token away and quietly said that he still needed a cold weapon course. Lu Shen replied that just an hour ago, his spear technique instructor, Teacher Lu, had confirmed the completion of the first training course, and very soon this information would be added to the system, but he could find out for himself. The boy trembled even more and, stuttering, asked Lu Shen for his student ID card to register in the system. He clarified that for an A-level or higher mission, one had to apply for approval from the university authorities because they couldn't just take them. The guy didn't even have time to finish speaking before some kind of card flew into him. He found out that the person in front of him was the very Lu Shen that everyone was talking. Lu Shen could no longer tolerate this mess of papers, and in his martial appearance, he asked the guy who was scared to death how long he had to wait. The guy who had fallen to the floor froze and almost cried at how powerful Lu Shen's aura was, but he dared to say that he would let him know as soon as the results were announced. He bowed low and asked Mr. Lu Shen to take his documents. Lu Shen took everything, and on his way out, he thought about how strange this guy was. But he didn't care as he was going to eat and then go to the temple to explore. At the same time, Hodong's first training with edged weapons was taking place. The teacher told the boy that this was the first time he had ever seen a man so skillfully handle a blade that he had never picked up before in his life. Hodong thanked the teacher, and the other students began to whisper that this guy was lying because he had no calluses on his hands at all, and such skills required a lot of practice. Hodong only thought contentedly that no one knew about his talent for controlling metal yet. So naturally he was familiar with cold weapons, because every warrior who could subdue metal would be a master of cold weapons. He could feel the breath of the blade in his hand, and although Lu Shen was not beside him, he was sure that such a guy could not achieve such a thing. While he was flying in his dreams, the students started shouting to each other to rather enter the student portal because something incredible was there. They quickly pulled out their phones, and on the screen was Lu Shen, who had completed his first year of spear wielding in just 20 minutes, disarming his teacher in the process. Hodong, of course, heard all of this and fell to the floor with a clatter, startling the teacher. The teacher immediately began to ask what was wrong with him, to which Hodong tearfully informed him that he wished to transfer. A guy named Yixuan was practicing in the courtyard of the University Buddhist Temple. His sword swings were precise and sharp, and his gaze was filled with awareness for every movement. At the end of his training, he made a couple of powerful blows, thus shattering a small stone rock. The girl watching him broke into applause and said that his late fall smashing kick was even more powerful. She also added that if Xiaolan challenged him again, he would defeat him in less than 100 attacks. Yixuan, whose duel Lu Shen had watched earlier in the main tournament, replied that Xiaolan was already a defeated warrior and he had long ceased to be a desirable opponent for him. His target for today was a couple of guys from the top 10 of 7th Saint University, because only they could be worthy opponents. The girl replied that with his current strength, he had a good chance of slaying them all at once. The guy wasn't completely sure of this because he hadn't formed his will of a martial arts guru yet, so the chance wasn't there yet. The girl had said that the huge gap between the 6th and 7th rank had ruined many, and it took a long time to learn one's true nature, and being a guru wasn't easy, and it was probably a matter of luck rather than talent. Yixuan saw the sense in her words and decided that perhaps his time had not yet come. The girl remembered that she hadn't shown him until now the video that was published today with the rookie. The video was of Lu Shen, who hadn't even been with them for a month yet and had previously become the strongest senior in the country, and in his first class on wielding cold weapons, he had immediately graduated the entire first year, but that was probably just luck. Yixuan couldn't believe his eyes. After all, Teacher Liu was one of the strongest instructors and was already in the middle of the elementary stage, so even if she was careless, this simply couldn't happen. He quickly realized that this rookie Lu Shen was strong, and his spear technique had already reached the beginning stage, and was maybe even at the peak, and he might be about to move on to the next one. The girl laughed at Yixuan, saying that Mr. Perfect seemed to experience fear and excitement at the sight of this rookie. Yixuan asked her if she thought that he had spent 4 years in the 7th university for nothing, because wielding a spear was one thing, but actual combat was quite another, so not everyone could be an opponent for him. Anyway, he realized that this Lu Shen was a dark horse and perhaps they would meet soon. Meanwhile, Lu Shen was calmly walking to his apartment until someone called out to him. It was some deliveryman, one of whom asked him to sign for receiving a gift from Governor Xia. The guy politely thanked all the guys for their work and used his strength to help lift the heavy box. He couldn't wait to find out what was in it, so he immediately opened it, where in a fiery glow was a gift from Xia Pingyan in the form of a spear. The body of the spear was made of a strong special metal mixed with gold, and the tip was made of fire crystal, which also used a huge amount of special iron along with silver and gold, indicating that it was a guru's weapon. The spear was practically a rank 7 red dragon spear, which was not only cool but also gave a plus 12 units to the weapon's wielding power. Lu Shen said that such a gift from the governor was a great honor, and asked the delivery man to convey to Mr. Xia his endless gratitude. The delivery man cheerfully agreed and quickly sat down in the departing car. Lu thought about the fact that the dragon spear with red crystal could definitely increase his combat power by 30%, and most importantly, by mastering the natural breathing technique with this spear in hand, he could overpower the guru in the next battle. He wanted to master this spear as soon as possible, and his memories told him that by building a connection with his weapon, one could nurture its soul and increase its power many times over. The boy, more than anyone, knew that doing this for him would be quite easy. In order to do so, he needed to perform a lot of training and bloodshed. Lu Shen felt that the spear must shed the blood of enemies in a real brutal battle. It must become saturated with blood and flesh, because only then would the soul of the spear reveal itself. The guy was so impressed by this that he immediately went to the Buddhist temple when he saw the line in front of him. He was shocked that even students of a holy university have to stand in line for tons of time just to get into the temple. The secretary at the entrance, as if nothing happened, explained to the guy that every day about 10,000 students try to get into this temple, so there is always a huge line, and there are only 30 rooms inside, which means only 30 people can enter there every day. She added that the students of the Holy University have benefits, and those outside have to apply first just to get in line, because this opportunity only comes once a year. Lu Shen asked how long he had to wait, to which the girl replied that it would take 3 to 5 days, and it depended on those inside, or rather, how long they could stay there. The guy dejectedly asked the girl to let him know when his time would come. The receptionist replied that she would make an exception because of his beauty and let him know early, and specified that he needed to arrive about 10 minutes after receiving the notification, otherwise the queue would move further away. Lu Shen felt that many people had visited the temple because there was a huge, unusual energy emanating from it. He also felt a unique power rushing upwards, which compared to his will guru was like a huge moon with a firefly. Lu couldn't understand if the difference between rank 7 and rank 9 was really that big. Anyway, there was still time because everyone knew that the lower the supply, the greater the demand, so he decided to train in the hall today. At the entrance of the training hall, he was greeted by a cute girl who informed him that there were no seats available. It was not even possible to imagine Lu Shen's state of mind upon hearing such a thing. He collapsed on the floor in despair from a streak of bad luck and didn't understand how such a great university could not have enough seats for all the students. The guy thought that today was not his day and was about to leave when the girl asked him to come back tomorrow morning by 7 o'clock. At this moment, she shouted at him not to leave, as one seat had just become vacant, and she hurriedly signed him up next so he could pass. Lu Shen asked if she knew him by chance, to which the girl replied that the whole university already knew him thanks to the portal. The guy thanked her for her help, and the girl informed him that he had training room number 8, which was the 4th room on the left. When he left, the girl wondered why everyone was attacking him and calling him a demon, because he was actually very nice and polite. She was quite curious as to what the strength of the strongest graduate in the country actually was. She didn't know if this was the first time he was going to their training hall and how long it would take him to get there. Meanwhile, Lu Shen had already taken out a spear from the special box and clutched it tightly in his hand. The guy quickly made a few dexterous movements and got into a full-blown training session. A couple minutes before, he had walked in the indicated direction in search of the 8th hall. After locating the right room, the guy found himself at a huge door, immediately stepping inside. Lu Shen thought this room looked quite similar to the training room in the talent camp, so the principal here must have been the same. He saw a control panel next to him on the wall where he had to set the training mode. Lu Shen immediately walked over and began to press the buttons to select the desired mode. The system announced that the first phase of the cold weapon training was starting right now and asked him to get ready. He gripped his spear tighter and prepared himself for the training by doing a couple of warm-up moves. Just at this moment, he was ready to begin the full-fledged training of wielding a cold weapon. At the same second, metal balls simultaneously flew out from all the wall. They rushed straight at Lu Shen at breakneck speed, thus increasing his speed and agility. In a matter of seconds, the guy simply cut all the balls with lightning speed. The metal hemispheres whistled and flew to the ground after being hit. Lu Shen began to guess that it couldn't be that simple. The system announced that the first stage training was 20% complete. The guy couldn't understand what was wrong after all. This meant that he had been defeated. The system alerted him that it was forbidden to use anything other than pure physical strength during the training session, including elemental mastery techniques, force amplification, and so on. He decided that it was because the point of training cold weapons was lost when strength enhancement was used, so only physical abilities should be used to hone skills. There was nothing to do, so Lu Shen immediately requested for a repeat of the training. The metal balls immediately headed towards the guy again at breakneck speed. He tried to start without using any of the forbidden techniques. He was doing quite well, so he continued to destroy the balls at the same pace. After a few seconds, Lu Shen deftly quickly landed with his spear on the floor. He couldn't even think that it would make him sweat so much, but he decided that the first stage was complete. Before he could think about it, the next batch of metal balls flew at him even faster. Lu Shen didn't realize and was even angry that the new stage had started so quickly. As soon as he touched one of the balls, he immediately realized that they weren't the same metal balls as before, because these ones flew away too easily from a single swing of the spear. It was as if time had stopped, and he noticed that they were wooden balls. Lu Shen quickly realized that he needed to use different techniques, and the training was aimed at fully developing his mastery of the weapon. If they were wooden balls, he needed to change the speed and direction of the strike. This was similar to what was described in ancient martial arts scriptures. Now it was the opposite. The lighter the target, the easier it was for the air currents to affect. Having finished with the wooden balls, he was at a loss to guess what would come next. Plastic balls or something simpler. Suddenly, even for him, it wasn't balls at all, but golden feathers. Lu Shen seemed to have expected something else, but not such a simplification. He looked at the feathers and realized that his theory about simplification was completely accurate. He already had his own tactics ready to go. He quickly pushed his spear into the area of the largest cluster of feathers. The spear flew in a spinning spiral style, knocking down many feathers in its path at once. With the next step, he flew after his cold weapon, grabbing it tighter. With a quick strike, he finished off the remaining feathers, leaving not a single one on the training field. The defeated feathers gently slid down as Lu Shen stood up to take a breather. At this moment, he felt a strong surge of energy and strength surging along with the spear. Lu Shen realized that in the couple of hours he had spent in this training hall, his comprehension of the red crystal dragon spear had greatly improved, and if this continued, it wouldn't take much time for him to fully master it and nurture the soul spear. This training room opened his eyes, though it started with iron balls and ended with weightless feathers, which was simply amazing. Cold weapons turned out to be not so easy to control, because not only could he not use extra skill, but every muscle had to manage to be controlled, and without hard training, this was impossible to achieve. Even he, who was proficient in four-step spear techniques, wasn't far from defeat. This time, he was able to feel all the weak and unstable parts of his body. His martial arts foundation was now stronger, and he could feel everything coming into motion, as if he was on the cusp of a new stage. At some point, Lu Shen realized that the new stage of training still hadn't started. The system announced that all 5 stages of this training room's training had been completed. He was not at all prepared for this turn of events, after all. He wanted to train some more. There was nothing to do, so he packed his things and left. Now the guy wanted to train every day until he became invulnerable. Some girl was standing at the check-in area asking if there was a room available. She was frustrated because she had come here for the 3rd day in a row. At that moment, she noticed a guy coming out of the training room and got excited. The girl behind the counter informed her that the room was free and she could take it. The girl ran for joy to the 8th training room with thoughts that her hour had finally come. She found the right room quickly enough and immediately entered it. What she saw there more than surprised her. The girl was in shock. Everywhere was a mess, and there were piles of recycled material as if it were in a dumpster. There was no limit to the girl's indignation, for she had waited so long for this moment. She realized that the guy in front of her hadn't even bothered to clean up after himself, so she called trash control with annoyance. A cleaning machine started rolling out of the lower sections of the walls at the same second. The robotic machine announced that it was now starting the cleanup, so everyone present should use caution. The girl was surprised that such a small training room could be such a dump. She found the remnants of feathers and wood, and imagined that the guy had almost set up an amusement camp here. It dawned on her at that moment, nothing but edged weapons could be brought into the training room. That meant that something amazing had happened here in just a couple hours, and rushed to the control system. She was wildly shocked, because completing the 5th stage of training had not yet happened to any student of the great universities. The girl remembered that the guy didn't look any older than her, but then how could he have strength to match the guru? She decided to check something quickly in the system, but she didn't have time because she was electrocuted. The screen beeped, and the girl thought she had broken the hall's control system. In a second, everything was back to normal, and the hall was clean and orderly, making the girl think that she had imagined the whole thing. Lu Shen returned to his apartments and drank the vitality serum. He didn't even think that he could feel better after it, even though he only drank 1 bottle after training. The guy did some smooth movements from the star hardening technique to consolidate the effect. Toward the end, he finished everything with meditation exercises and exhaled deeply. This time, everything went perfectly, as his golden body form had doubled in strength, and he could clearly feel his body hardening in a completely different way, as if a new round of energy had awakened after the training. At this rate, completing the 2nd stage of the golden body would take half as long as he had anticipated, and he might even be able to complete it before officially becoming a guru. The following days were similar to the previous days, and every morning, Lu Shen practiced the star-quenching technique right at dawn. After the morning ritual, the guy would go to the university for his classes, which were mostly monster studies. Every day after lunch, he checked the queue at the sacred Buddhist temple, where he usually got rejected for free seats. Then there was cold weapon training, with repeatedly going through all 5 stages, and in the evening, repeated practice of the techniques of star hardening, natural breathing, and crystal vision to the point of exhaustion. A week later, all 5 stages of training with cold weapons were finally completed. In just a week, Lu Shen's strength had tripled, and his combat power had increased by leaps and bounds, and if it wasn't for the cold weapon training room, he wouldn't have known what gaps he had in his skills. Although these small things were insignificant, they became more and more obvious each time, and at the 7th or 8th rank of guru, they would be much harder to correct. On one of the training days, the girl decided to spy on Lu Shen. She brought the other guys along to prove to them that she was telling the truth about him, and when he left, she quickly called everyone into the training room right after him. The girl quickly made her way into the room and opened the door and told everyone to look at what she had told them, and let them now decide for themselves if she was lying to them or not. The training room was in disarray and chaos as usual after Lu Shen, and the system had just reported that all 5 stages of the training of this room had been completed. The guys ran around the training hall in shock and gathered the scraps of everything that was left after the guy, talking about taking a photo of everything right away and posting it on the uni forum. None of them had any idea where the feathers even came from or how to train with them, and the girl replied to them that she had already sent all the photos, but they had filed a complaint against her for it because they realized it was photoshopped. She repeated her words again about this guy completing all 5 stages of training every day, even though no one believed her before, and one of the guys asked if this Lu Shen could have more strength than the first guy in the rankings named Chen Yixuan. The girl replied with a chuckle that he didn't understand at all what it meant to pass all 5 stages, because Lu Shen's cold weapon mastery should already be at the 2nd stage of control. She was sure that he needed to master and obey the will of the gurus, and now they might as well consider him invincible. As for the top 10 senior ranking and the top 10 of the 7th university, all of them were no match for him. The guys couldn't just forget it all, but they didn't understand what to do with this information, because it was quite difficult to carry the burden of such information without being able to share it. The girl suggested that everyone pretend to be unaware to begin with, because eventually, Lu Shen's consistent behavior would lead him to the point where he wouldn't be able to hide his true strength from the public for long. She also had a hunch that Lu Shen wouldn't be ceremonious and fiddling around for long. Lu Shen, meanwhile, spent his free time practicing with his spear. He had finally received a message from the Buddhist temple that it was his turn, and he had to report there within 10 minutes, but he was sure he could do a couple of things on the way. At the same moment, another message came in saying that his AA mission request had been approved, and since the mission was urgent, he needed to report to the distribution center immediately, which made the guy very angry. Unfortunately, he couldn't bifurcate, so he chose to go to the center, since next time it might not be given at all, and he would go to the temple in a week. This time he decided to choose the mission and went to the student distribution center. Each of the 7 great universities had its own sacred Buddhist temple, usually used by students for training to hone their skills, for these were their privileges. However, students could come to the sacred temples of more than just their own universities, and if someone set a record in someone else's tower, the university would forfeit the right to use their sacred tower for a whole year. The secretary at the temple entrance, without looking up, asked some guy if he had signed up and if he had an application form. On the application form, she saw the mark of the 4th great university and was startled. The guy's name was Miao Renxiong, who, according to the secretary's reaction, was known in the university territories by many people. The guy cheerfully confirmed the girl's assumptions, saying that he was the 6th strongest among all the great universities and came to visit them. Meanwhile, Lu Shen paid a visit to a cafe nearby called Yanhe. He ordered a bunch of food as usual, especially the huge juicy burgers he adored so much. The guy, more than anyone else, knew that it was necessary to have a good meal before a long road trip. In his envelope was all the necessary information, which after reading should be destroyed, where he wished him a speedy return, even if the mission failed, because he must remember that life is one. In his mission, it was necessary to hunt a whole group of villains. They were bandits who had committed crimes with a damage of over 2 billion and took the lives of more than 50 people, 30 of whom were police officers, so they were extremely dangerous. There was a reward of 10 million and 10 training credits for each person caught or destroyed, and the capture of the gang leader named Ma Guoyun was valued tenfold. Lu Shen realized that a couple of these missions could easily wipe out the training credits. Suddenly, 2 photo cards with descriptions fell out of the mission envelope. As it turned out, he also had a team consisting of a girl named Xu Mengyao from 3rd Saint University and a guy named Meng Jianfei from the same place. Both of his partners were 4th-year students and 6th-ranked warriors. Lu Shen finished chewing his burger and quickly burned the mission message as told, hoping that these 2 wouldn't get in the way. It was Xu Mengyao, who didn't realize how much longer they had to wait for their 3rd person on the team. She said that they already had little time, so it was inappropriate to be late, and immediately coughed. Her first teammate Meng Jianfei was putting out a smoked cigarette on the ground. There was already a pile of steers at his feet, and he himself was looking at his phone and replied to the girl that now was a good time to show up. Xu in a frenzy attacked Meng, shouting that he immediately stopped smoking because there was nothing to breathe. But the guy only replied that he could not help himself, and from the languid waiting can be a whole cigarette in one fell swoop. The girl told her partner that if the guy didn't show up within 2 minutes, they would go without him, as they couldn't take it anymore. But Meng replied that the guy was their comrade, and he couldn't just be left behind. Xu disagreed, wondering if he had even read his file, as the guy was more like their burdened freshman from 7th University without a single mission accomplished and was probably sent to them to mess things up. Meng replied that Lu Shen was the best rookie of the year, and even of the 6th rank, so such strength at such a young age was quite astounding. Xu insisted that this young man with a golden spoon in his mouth had been sent to them, and now they would have to deal with him too, and they didn't have time for that. And besides, the mission was extremely dangerous. Meng had been trying all this time to somehow calm the girl down and stop her when he finally informed her that their partner had shown up. They both heard the light tapping of Lu Shen's suitcase in the silence of the night. Lu Shen moved closer to the guys and greeted them politely, but Xu asked him to be quieter. Just a moment later, all 3 partners were quickly rushing by car through the city. Lu Shenyu didn't seem to particularly like all of this, but there was nothing to do. Shu was driving and sternly asked Lu Shen if he had brought a weapon with him, to which he only tapped his suitcase. She began to say that they were comrades now and should proceed according to the plan. According to her information, the ringleader was hiding in the place they were traveling to and was at the peak of the 6th rank, but there was no information about his subordinates, so their goal today was to assess the strength of their opponent. If she succeeded, she planned to deal with him today, after a moment's notice that they had arrived. Sue decided to designate everything at once, clarifying that this was a very serious mission, not child's play, and that they might even get killed, so no need to do anything stupid, and especially not to anger her. Lu Shen replied without further ado that he understood everything and got ready to get out of the car. Shu hoped that the guy really did understand everything she had just said. They quickly camouflaged the car in the woods near their destination and set off. If anyone, all 3 partners moved at lightning speed in the right direction, keeping pace with each other. When they got to the right place, they found a pretty good observation position and lurked. There were people on the roof of the building too, talking about something under the moonlight. Meng warned everyone to be careful as there were people up there too. One of the guys on the roof seemed to hear something and quickly turned around in the direction where the partners were hidden. They immediately ducked down, and Shu said that they were too far away and they couldn't understand the strength of their opponents, so they needed to get closer somehow. She noticed that Lu Shen was not listening to her and tried to repeat everything to him again, but he did not hear her. He wanted to see more information, but Shu pinched him sharply, scolding him for hovering somewhere in the clouds. Lu Shen was incredibly angry at her for not doing that, and that he even had to be here with them together. He was used to working alone, so he told them to get out of here now. Shu felt that she was getting very nervous but did not understand why this was happening, deciding that it was because it was the first time she was going through a mission of AA complexity, and even with a newcomer. The girl didn't say anything else and just sternly called Meng after her. Lu Shen carefully followed where his partners had advanced to. Zhu and Meng decided to carefully climb the building, as close to the suspects as possible. The girl was sure that once they got close, everything would become immediately clear. She hadn't gotten to Meng yet, but she noticed his legs shaking with fear and immediately asked what was wrong. Meanwhile, the suspects inside the building were having some sort of negotiation amongst themselves. One of the thugs thumped loudly on the table and addressed Ma Guoyun with his displeasure that he had decided to take the 30% for himself because he was rank 6 himself and wasn't afraid of them. Ma Guoyun calmly replied that he was the one who had checked the preliminary preparations and planned everything. He went on to say that they had only massacred a couple 3 people, which was why he deserved 30%. The thug said that at most, he was willing to give 20% and not a penny more, and the other co-conspirators began to shout that they would no longer cooperate with him unless he agreed. To Shu's horror, she counted 8 6th-ranked men and a few more of 4th and 5th rank, which was nothing like what they expected from this mission. Meng agreed with his partner and said that this was already a mission of a completely different level of difficulty, so they had better return immediately and report everything to the leadership. At this time, there were some people standing in the courtyard area behind the building where the main gang was. Shu and Meng were sitting quietly beside them and wanted to escape as soon as the opportunity presented itself. These were Ma Guoyun's men, who were outraged at the behavior of the gang guys who had already been given such a chance to make money by their boss. His interlocutor tried to calm his buddy down by saying that it wouldn't take long for those who were outraged to toss the grenade in his hand. He said that once they took possession of the transport for strategic supplies, then immediately their boss would become stronger, and they would take even more from those bastards. The thugs laughed, and Shu and Meng realized the true purpose of this robbery. They realized that their real goal was to transport strategic supplies, and that was why there were so many of them. And no wonder their ringleader didn't even try to hide, having 8 8th-rank warriors equipped head to toe with cannons. In their case, they could easily take over the entire city, and with their leader being a guru, it was even scary to imagine such a thing. The partners were wildly worried that things were getting out of control and wanted to get back as soon as possible. At some point, they both stopped and realized that they had forgotten a newcomer at the base. While they were thinking about how problematic their partner was, and that they needed to get back quickly so that the guy wouldn't be exposed, Lu Shen was already executing his own plan. He didn't even think about his own rescue. There was no need for it, and just directly approached the bouncers. The bouncers noticed the guy and inquired who he was and what he was doing here. While one of the gang was asking questions, Lu Shen quickly took out his red dragon spear and finished him off. The rest of the bouncers immediately fussed and started asking where this guy came from. They rushed at him from all sides with various weapons, shouting that the little guy definitely wanted to die here. The guys still had absolutely no idea who they were messing with yet, until Lu Shen quickly grabbed his spear tighter. With his usual ease, Lu Shen quickly overpowered everyone present with one deft strike. He finished outside and moved on as the bouncers thundered to the ground. The guy quickly figured out in his head that there were 8 rank 6 people here, including 2 already at peak, as well as a couple of rank 4 and 5. While he was thinking that if he had known earlier that the AA level mission was so easy, he wouldn't have hidden for so long, one of the bouncers grabbed his leg and started mumbling that he needed to report to the boss urgently. Lu Shen didn't listen to this for long, and with a sharp kick, he disconnected the door. He wanted this rascal to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Lu Shen quickly looked around and realized that there was no one left alive. The lust for destruction had been accumulating in him for so long that it had almost faded away, and this was most likely due to the fact that he had destroyed an endless number of zombies in the dream world, as well as absorbed too many bloody memories along with the identities of the dead. Most of them were full of anger and a craving for violence that somehow imprinted itself on him. It was for this reason that he had dealt with these guys with ease and without regret, and he wasn't going to stop. He knew that justice might be delayed, but sooner or later it would be done, and so it was time to do it. 5 minutes ago, there had been a heated argument in the building about how each of them wanted 20%. Everyone was resenting each other for not knowing who wanted a share equal to the bosses, practically getting into a fight. Ma Guoyun could no longer tolerate such behavior from his subordinates and loudly addressed everyone. One of the guys who were arguing noticed the obvious anger on the boss's face and trembled. The next second, he was already flying into the wall with the boss and his powerful attack. He fell to his knees and twisted in pain, coughing and cursing everything and everyone in the world. The bouncer shouted to Ma Guoyun that he didn't deserve to be treated like this and was only trying to divide everything fairly. Ma Guoyun reiterated that he had personally made the plan and gathered all of them, and he was also stronger than them all, which was why he was the one to decide the division. He shouted to everyone that if anyone had any objections or grievances, they were free to leave as he would not hold or stop them. The bandits didn't want to leave empty-handed, but they didn't really want to make peace either. But there was nothing to do, so after some thought, they spoke up. One of them began to say that Ma's brother was telling the truth, and they were all here for profit, asking everyone if it was worth the hassle for a few pennies. He looked at the boss with a face that had a huge, solid burn in place of his left half and asked if he was right in what he just said. The other guys started to get indignant and asked what he was saying, since a whole fleet of cars is a lot of money. The burn guy replied that it might be true for 6th rank warriors, but not for gurus, pointing with a gesture to the boss, to whom it was all like a drop in the ocean. The bouncers all freaked out as one and didn't want to deal with the guru, quickly apologizing for everything and clarifying that they completely relied on Ma Guoyun's decision, who could also tell them such happy news. The burn guy moved closer to the boss and patted him on the shoulder, saying that he believed that Ma Guoyun would make a great guru rank warrior. He gave the boss a light and whispered in his ear that if he wanted to become stronger, so would he, including 30%. Ma Guoyun agreed without hesitation, but he knew what a brazen bastard this guy was, because he was the only one among all who could compete with him in terms of strength, because he is not only a warrior at the peak of the 6th rank, but also possesses the elements. It was said that this guy used to be a talented warrior, but after the fire killed his entire family, he took the slippery slope and now his hobby is to burn people alive, so he is famous for his toughness among the bandits. Just as Ma Guoyun began to say that if there were no objections, they would distribute the proceeds as follows, someone knocked loudly on the door. Ma Guoyun asked everyone not to worry as he thought it was the police and said that they would deal with everyone now and move to another place. One of the bandits replied that they would handle it in a couple seconds, so none of them were worried. He added that right now he was out of his mind with anger and was eager for bloodshed. The bouncer didn't even make it to the door before he flew off to the other side of the room from a heavy blow. The next moment, a sharp spear flew into the building and stuck into the ground. A moment later, Lu Shen himself entered the building with clouds of dust flying around him. The burned guy couldn't believe that this was all the work of some green youth and thought that it was probably some kind of trap. Lu Shen, without further explanation, went straight to the point and said that they had 2 minutes, showing the appropriate gesture. He further added that if they value their lives, they had better run right now. No one could even imagine that some youngster would break into a major gang building and threaten them. Lu Shen stood motionless in the center of the room and waited for anyone present to choose the right decision. Someone behind the kid's back asked who he even was and what he was doing here. It was the scarred girl from the gang who shouted that the youngster hadn't grown up to such company yet and let him quickly admit who was there with him. Ma Guoyun also noticed the youngster no matter how he looked at it, but immediately suspected something. The scarred girl, without waiting for an answer, rushed to attack with words that the guy was finished. Lu Shen, of course, was not going to take anyone's blow and easily deflected the enemy's sword. He managed to deftly twist and hit her with his spear to kill her so that she flew back into the wall with a trail of fire. The other suspects were shocked by this after all. The girl had a rank 6, but she was defeated by some boy in the blink of an eye. They quickly realized that something was definitely wrong with him, and he was actually not as simple as he seemed. Ma Guoyun immediately ordered everyone to immediately calm down and not fight this guy head on. He quickly realized that the weapon in Lu Shen's hands was most likely a guru-level weapon, which was as strong as a small squad. It seemed that all the bandits heard was about the expensive guru weapons that could be fished for a lot of money. They, despite their boss's warning, all pounced on the guy together, offering to give them his toy. The bandits flew at Lu Shen in full force and said that they would teach him how to use that wand properly. They didn't know that they had the wrong guy, and they would soon regret everything they said and did. Lu Shen flew quickly through everyone and was the first to slay the bandit who was talking nonsense the most. The thug fell to the floor with a clatter, and everyone present froze in surprise. They were genuinely surprised and didn't understand what kind of beast it was that could so easily deal with a rank 6 warrior. Lu Shen was already literally burning with anger and asked who would be next, but he didn't wait for an answer and said that he would go first in that case. To begin, Lu Shen flew past all the bandits with lightning speed, destroying them in a single zigzag motion. The burn guy realized in horror that this guy was 1 foot away from the title of guru, because such movements and such breathing could only be that of a great warrior. He quickly realized it was time to make his feet and rushed away from the building in hopes of escaping safely. This was not to be, as Lu Shen noticed him immediately and rushed after him, shouting that escape was unlikely. The burned guy stopped and turned around with a ball of flame in his hands, saying that he wasn't going to run away at all. He sent everything around him was ablaze with fire, and nothing could be seen that could survive such an attack. The burn guy laughed loudly and hysterically and said that he had destroyed everything and left nothing behind. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and froze in surprise because he heard a voice asking him if this fluff he was calling fire. There was almost nothing to see, and only Lu Shen's hand made it clear what a great warrior he was and what he was capable of. Through the captivity of this fire, the guy managed to take advantage of the moment of surprise and hit the bandit with his spiritual power. The bandit, with a burn at this moment, experienced something like a strong lightning strike and was still convulsing for a while. From the outside, it was a terrifying sight that made even Ma Guoyan's hair stand on end. This only confirmed the fact that his flames were much more powerful than they looked. Lu Shen looked at Ma Guoyan contentedly and wondered what kind of doom he would choose for himself. Meanwhile, as soon as Meng immediately guessed that it was their newcomer and praised him for it, but Shu was still skeptical, saying that it was just a bunch of petty bandits. The girl herself was lost in speculation as to whether this kid had really gone in alone. She decided that she had to check it out, so she called Man into the building. At the entrance, the girl warned her partner to get ready to attack at any moment. They were greeted by another mountain of lifeless bodies, but much larger than the one in the courtyard. They were both shocked by what they saw, and Meng compared it to a real battlefield. At that moment, the body of a screaming Ma Guoyan suddenly flew out at them, scaring them to death. He was literally disemboweled before the eyes of his partners, who couldn't even move from the sight. Behind him, Lu Shen would quickly land with the red dragon spear, ending everyone. Zhu had to finally admit that one single person, Lu Shen, was responsible for all of this. Lu Shen noticed his partners and nonchalantly asked if she had been here for a long time. As if nothing happened, he informed them that the mission was completely finished and he trusted them to do the rest since he had to go. As soon as the guy walked out, both partners spat on the floor in shock. Shu was screaming about how it was impossible to overpower so many bandits alone, while Meng kept saying that it couldn't happen to a rookie. They both saw the cab car driving away from the building and agreed that this time, a real monster had entered the 7th Great University. Lu Shenyu had already gotten into the cab and was on his way to run errands when he heard an alert sound on his phone. The guy immediately took out his phone and started to read what it had sent to him. Emu had texted Lin, saying that things were not going well at the university as an outsider had shown up at their tower with a summons. The cab driver announced to the guy that they had arrived at the 7th Holy University, and Lu Shen got out of the auto after thanking him. Lu Shen realized that he had gotten a lot out of this mission, as the gang of thugs was quite high-ranked, and he was able to hone the skill of the new weapon, and now he felt like he could feel its breath, which meant the beginning of becoming a spear soul. Towards the guy, his brother Lin quickly ran towards him, starting to tell him in parallel about what had happened. Lin immediately faltered and asked how his mission had gone, hearing in reply that everything was quite simple, and he had dealt with a couple of robbers. The friend was shocked as never before to hear that his brother Lu had dealt with people for real. Lu Shen realized that although Lin had obvious fighting talent, he was still a kid, so it was a shock for him to hear such a thing, to which he added in his defense that the people were really bad. Lin lit up at the idea of taking a similar mission himself and finishing off a couple of villains, asking with interest what it was like. He didn't even let his buddy answer anything, shouting about justice and world peace while Lu Shen thought that this kid was a bit crazy after all. Some students ran nearby and shouted that even Xiaolan himself couldn't protect the tower. And did this mean that the dignity of the sacred university would be trampled? Lu Shen asked what happened to the tower, and Lin told him that the 6th-ranked strongest, named Miao Zhenxiong from the 4th university, had encroached on their tower. Lu Shen was unaware of some sort of ranking of the strongest, and Lin explained that the strongest warriors of the 7 great universities were there. Their university also had such a ranking where Chen Yixuan was ranked 1st and Xiaolan was ranked 2nd. Accordingly, The ranking of the strongest included the ranking of each university after careful selection. Based on this, the ranking of the strongest from all 7 universities was formed. It was quite difficult to get into, because one had to be a genius of not only their institution, but also a talented warrior of their generation. Their university was not that powerful, and so their students were not in the top 10, and the best of their university was only 13th in the overall list, and so there was no way for him to defend the tower. Lin sadly said that in that case, the tower would go to another university, and he wouldn't be able to apply there even next year, waiting in line for another for at least half a year. Nothing could motivate Lu Sheng as much as waiting in line for half a year. He rushed to the tower with a bullet, telling Lin only that he would protect this tower himself, just so he wouldn't have to endure such bullying. Lin was even glad that his friend had now rushed to compete in a strength contest with one of the strongest, and there would probably be a commotion. A bunch of people had already piled up outside the sacred tower of the 7th Great University. The students were angrily discussing the fact that their tower would now be taken over by the 4th University, and they would be competing for a place in it. The girl waited anxiously for her buddy to come out and finally noticed the door open. It was Chen Yixuan, who had lost to the 6th ranked strongest, coming out. Everyone was sure that they were definitely finished now, since this guy was the strongest in their university. They looked at the ranking of the sacred tower with horror, where Miao Renxiong had beaten Chen Yixuan's result. The students quickly reviewed all the results once more and realized that they couldn't hold the tower. Yixuan thought with annoyance that in 4 years at the university, he should have learned how to perfectly pass the tower test. He realized that he was still very much inferior in strength to his opponent and didn't know what to do next. Some guys in the crowd started saying that the 7th University would finally get what it deserved and end up at the bottom, because it had always been unusually arrogant. They clarified that this institution would finally realize its true place, as they suddenly felt someone pushing them. All the guys standing nearby were scattered in different directions from the powerful flow of spiritual power. Lu Shen was walking straight towards the tower leisurely, fully determined to reclaim the tower of his university. The students, upon seeing him, began to whisper that he was the strongest senior of the year, who had recently become quite popular among the students. They were surprised that he was also a spiritual master and assumed that he had come here to be tested in the tower. The 2 guys only laughed at this, for some freshmen didn't seem like something they could hope to save the tower. It would take too much training and luck for a green freshman to defeat the 6th among the strongest in the rankings of the 7 universities. Lu Shen walked inside the tower and went to the secretary, asking if there was now no line. The secretary remembered the newcomer and asked if he really wanted to try to last longer than the others. She didn't wait for an answer and said that there really wasn't a queue, and this 6th from the rankings had broken all their records anyway. Lu Shenyu turned to the upset girl and asked her not to worry. He added that he would handle everything, and that guy had already lost. A bunch of panting boys ran up to the red-haired girl and reported in despair that they hadn't found him. One of the girls reported that she had learned that he had gone right now on an AA mission. The red-haired girl was beyond distraught, for only this guy could save their university from disgrace and the tower from being taken over. The girl asked who they were talking about, but the red-haired girl didn't want to reveal any secrets. So she told her that even some rookie Lu Xin had gone to fight for the tower. The red-haired girl immediately cheered up and froze in place, for he was exactly what she needed. She immediately pounced on her interlocutor, asking her if she had heard about Lu Shen and if he had definitely gone to the tower. The girl was confused and even a little scared, but she replied that she had definitely gotten it right, and it was easy to check because the rating board had been updated. Yes, the ranking board. A second ago, Lu Shen's name appeared, who had only taken up the cause. The redhead was beyond excited and ecstatic, for she was one of the few who knew his true strength. The girl was jumping with happiness and shouted loudly that now everything would be perfect and they would definitely be saved. Her interlocutor couldn't stand it and asked if this freshman was so good at being himself, and the redhead even had tears from the excess of emotion and felt like a proud big sister. Lu Shenyu was explained everything at the entrance and was escorted to the strength testing room. The boy went inside the room that he had been waiting in line for a long time, and now he was finally able to visit it in person. It all reminded him of some kind of simulation game, where the instructions were that he had to put on a helmet to start the test and could use the contents of the bag if necessary. After learning all the rules, Lu Shen made himself comfortable in the game chair and put on the helmet. It seemed as if not even a second had passed before he found himself in a completely different world. The guy shuddered with surprise and looked around carefully. He didn't quite realize where he found himself, but this place, though with slight differences, was quite similar to his dream world with a future. In that case, the principle of operation was kind of clear to him, and if in his dream world he felt sorry for all those zombies he had defeated, then here his opponent was not a zombie at all. To be more precise, he had only one opponent in the sacred tower. It was a clear jade warrior named Tang Zhongyu, who Lu Shen had to deal with. The guy was quite curious to finally find out what he was really like, this sacred tower warrior. While Lu Shen was thinking about something, the clear jade warrior had already taken a fighting stance and prepared himself. Before he could even realize what was happening, Tang Zhongyu powerfully pushed off the ground and rushed towards him. In just a moment, a warrior slashed out at Lu Shen at full speed, launching a powerful attack at him. For a moment, it was as if time had slowed down, and Lu Shen was able to quickly gather himself and assess the situation. He quickly threw the clear jade warrior backwards and felt that he was about second rank in strength. His strike was like a light breeze blowing on him. Anyway, Lu Shen was not going to do any favors because of this, and said that if he dared to attack, then let him retaliate in a fair manner. The guy prepared himself and sent a natural breathing technique towards his opponent. There was a bright explosion at Tang's place, from which small shards of jade stone could be seen flying out. Lu Shen saw Tang Zhongyu literally crumble in a matter of seconds before his eyes from this attack. The guy didn't understand why everything happened so quickly, but he guessed that this was definitely not the end of the fight. Behind him, it was as if his spiritual energy had risen up and poured out in a stream onto the spot where Tang had been standing earlier. Lu Shen wondered what was even going on here when he saw a powerful concentration of spiritual power and the clear jade warrior's power merging together. The clear jade warrior, Tang, managed to absorb Lu Shen's spiritual power with an attack and became his new version. It seemed to Lu Shen that his opponent had become even bigger and stronger, which was not without reason, and there was probably more to it than it seemed at first glance. He didn't even have time to react when Tang Zhongyu rushed at him in another attack. Next, Tang launched a melee strike, and Lu Shen realized how this sacred tower really worked. The guy quickly twisted in the air, and with one powerful strike, he destroyed this version of the clear jade warrior as well. After that, Lu Shen froze in place and felt another burst of spiritual energy being released. From it, a new version of Tang Zhongyu rejoiced again, just like last time, stronger and more powerful. Lu Shen pondered for a bit and got ahead of himself that his opponent was not reflecting his attacks, but taking his spiritual power with every strike. He used to think that the tower would test his fighting and mental abilities, but he couldn't imagine that all this time, the great martial arts tower was absorbing spiritual energy, gathering the will of the warriors. This so-called device was maintained by this kind of peculiar recharging, each time taking a tiny bit of spiritual energy from everyone who had been here before in order to create new opponents. In so much time, the sacred tower had certainly gathered much more than it needed and concentrated the warriors' powerful will. It was now clear to Lu Shen why the 7th Sacred University had so few students enrolling every year. The other 6 great towers had been in existence for longer. Accordingly, the martial arts warrior's will was accumulating snowballs. Tang Zhongyu was the founder of the 7th Great Martial Arts University and was the only remaining martial arts saint, responsible for the core activities of all 7 great institutions. Lu Shen wasted no time and rushed towards his opponent in another attack. He knew that if he broke the record of the martial arts tower, he could gain Tang Zhongyu's audience and even become his successor. If all of Lu Shen's calculations were correct, then it was exactly the same here as in his dream world. The guy guessed that his dream world was probably also created with the will of a great martial arts warrior, but it was still worse in the tower. In 10,000 years, there would be many great warriors combining their wills together to create an entire spiritual world. Lu Shen destroyed and attacked the clear jade warrior several more times, repeating the cycle time after time. At one point, Tang Zhongyu was reborn at a new stage with a weapon in his hands, which meant that he was definitely over 20. From this, it implied that the guy was definitely a university student and possessed a rank 5 rank, no less. Lu Shen still dealt with his opponent with the same ease and realized that it was still not the same and quite weak. Next was a rebirth in the form of a rank 6 warrior, who Lu defeated just as quickly as all the previous times, in just one strike. The absorption of Lu Shen's spiritual energy continued on, which meant that the form would be restored to its final form. In the next rebirth, Tanu was already a little over 30 with a peak of rank 6, where he was a masterful blade wielder and one of the first gurus of his time. Lu Shen remembered how it was said that Warrior Tan was a late bloomer, but after the rank of guru, he swung with an arrow. Therefore, he became a special object of interest to the guy who decided to test the strength of one of the first gurus of his time. At this point, they were both rank 6, and Lu Shen decided to start with pure physical strength without the use of a spear. Meanwhile, on the ranking board, Miao Zhenxiu was slowly climbing higher and higher. The girls looking at all this did not know where to go. because this was the highest result in history, and if this guy goes on like this, they were definitely doomed. Chen Yixuan was broken and crushed from feeling the shame of his own worthlessness, for he was literally providing the strength of a judgmental university, but he couldn't beat his opponent. He was at the bottom of the experience and didn't know how to get out of there, and more importantly, why. His girlfriend approached him and began to ask him to calm down and not to worry. After all, it was probably the limit of Miao's level, then that he would not be able to defeat Tang at the peak of the 6th level. The girl was sure that this Miao Zhenjiang had already definitely lost. Chen Yixuan still couldn't calm down in any way and said that if suddenly this guy somehow got lucky, then their university was doomed. The other guys were looking at the ranking table and noticed how fast Lu Shen was coming all the floors. The red-haired girl was amazed at this speed of passing, because not long ago Lu Shen was at the 5th level, and now he was already at the 12th level. A while later, Lu Shen had reached the 21st level, being one step away from Miao Renshun, surpassing even Chen Yixuan. Chen Yixuan came to his senses a bit and was extremely amazed at the speed of this freshman's passing of floors. No one present, except for the red-haired girl, could even imagine how strong a warrior Lu Shen was. The guys who had come to support their buddy Miao, looking at the ranking table, started shouting about injustice and faking the results to avoid embarrassment, because what was there simply couldn't be true. Lu Shen had bypassed their hotly favored strongest buddy and surged into the lead, surprising everyone. The secretary reminded the guy screaming about injustice that the tower was made up of the will of martial arts warriors and asked if he thought they were so easily fooled. The guy didn't disagree, but still suggested that the results could have been faked somehow, until the secretary looked at the ranking table and was horrified herself. An alert sounded as a new record was set in the tower by Lu Shen, who was already on the 25th floor. Some of the students couldn't even imagine the wild strength this guy had, and the red-haired girl was on the verge of a fit of joy at not doubting him for a second. Lin also came to the ranking table and was amazed at what he saw, convinced once again how cool his brother was. Lu Shen passed all the trials one by one with his usual agility and skill. He beat the clear Jade Warrior time after time and climbed higher and higher in the ranking table. At some point, the guy realized that Tang was not in vain the greatest guru in his time. Then that if he had not learned to control every cell of his body before, he would not have lasted long like this, because the old man was really incredibly strong. Suddenly, Lu Shen's spiritual power began to come out with a very strong output. It was as if he had plunged headfirst into a space filled with pain and suffering. Lu Shen realized that the toll of the last stage was too high, and if another student were in his place, he would have long been exhausted from taking in so much spiritual power. The guy was already looking forward to his next opponent, many times greater than all of his previous forms combined. This time he would have to fight a full-fledged guru named Tang Zhongyu. The clear Jade Warrior was emanating an incredibly powerful force and energy that made it hard to even just stand on his feet. Lu Shenyu saw that Marshal Saint Tang Zhongyu was now a 42-year-old guru, where he had once fought alone against 8 gurus, ending the battle in a draw. All of this was quite good, and Du Shen was already eager to see how this stage would end. He looked at Tang Zhongyu and was lost in speculation as to which of the two of them would be the winner. Undoubtedly, the guy wanted to emerge victorious like never before, and he was going to burn Tan into ashes. Today, he decided to use his body to the fullest with all his combat power to fight the 9th-ranked guru. Lu Shen flew towards his opponent with a powerful punch full of fire breath and knew that everything would be decided now. At this moment, Tang Zhongyu raised his sharp sword upwards, cleaving the air. Lu Shen's eyes flashed with the reflection of the magnificent sword, and droplets of sweat appeared on his face. Tang Zhongyu delivered a crushing blow to Lu Shen, blinding the entire empty space for a while. He walked closer to where his opponent was earlier and saw a huge crack in the ground. In the dissipating shroud of thick smoke, the unwavering Lu Shen stood above the cracked earth with his arms crossed in defense. The fellow was delighted by his opponent's strike, as his strength and fiery breath shattered, and for a moment, he even thought that Tang would cut him in half. This was truly what Lu Shen had longed for all this time, and wondered if he would be able to destroy him. Lu Shen decided for himself that on the verge of life and death, his might and strength would make him even stronger. He activated the second form of perfect martial art with full body control. Next, the guy used the solar storm to become even stronger. Tang Zhongyu was a majestic warrior, which was only evident from his smooth and measured but very precise movements. He was incredibly strong, which was readable in his eyes, and was cleaving the air with his sword several times per second. Tang Zhongyu prepared to deliver the final and decisive blow to Lu Shen. Lu Shen himself didn't stand back and just wait for the attack and rushed straight into the thick of it head first. He knew that the star tempering technique gathered all the power in one point, like holding a star in his hands and feeling the tips of each of his fingers. Lu Shen powerfully swung with the practice of star tempering and solar storm towards his opponent. Meanwhile, in the provost's office, a man sat quietly going through what papers he had. At one point, a very interesting document fell into the hands of the provost. It was Lu Shen's mission report with a single spear, stating the massacre of 8 rank 6 warriors, including 2 at peak with elemental control talents, and after mentioning that the battlefield had turned into ashes. The AA level mission training credits were upgraded in difficulty to AAA level, and there was also a 10,000-word handwritten thank you letter from the Yanhe City police chief himself. The provost didn't even think that this guy could be such a headache, although he had brought quite a few surprises. It was impossible to believe that the first year Lu Shen had such fighting power and invincible fighting spirit. This kind of talent and strength required special attention from the heads of the university, which was exactly what the vice-chancellor was about to report. He didn't have time to do so as the secretary rushed in and started shouting that something urgent had happened in the sacred tower. The vice-rector said that there was no need to make such a noise, because if the results had been updated and the competition for the tower had been created many years ago, then if they lost, let them report to the 4th university themselves, as it was no longer of interest to him. The secretary from the tower did not understand why the vice-chancellor was talking about the 4th university. The girl added that Lu Shen had just broken the historical record of the martial arts tower and had now reached the 26th floor. She didn't have time to say another word, as the vice-chancellor flew straight into the window with a bullet, shattering it into tiny shards. The students, noticing some sort of glow in the sky, were surprised, as if aliens had flown in front of them. They quickly realized it was a guru, but they didn't think it would be all the vice-rectors of the university. As the vice-chancellor flew there, he thought about what else they could expect from this Lu Shen in the future. Right in front of the crowd of students, a powerful flash appeared and someone landed. It was Vice-Rector Zhang, silencing everyone present. Behind Mr. Zhang, other flashes of different colors could already be seen, signifying the arrival of more people. Everyone saw a few more provosts land there, which meant an extremely important situation. All the pro-rectors immediately rushed to look at the ranking table, seeing Lu Shen in the process of passing the 27th floor. Mr. Zhao was more surprised than the rest, because less than 5 minutes ago, he had heard about this guy passing the 26th floor, and he had already climbed up so quickly. The provost, who was clearly older than everyone else, remembered a martial saint saying that if someone under 30 could get up to the 23rd floor, he would immediately get an audience with him. Another vice-rector added that if up to the 24th, he would be able to personally study with him for 3 days. The girl provost joined in and said that if someone reached the 25th, they would become one of his successors. No one could even think that anyone at all, especially this kid, would be able to rise to the 27th. Vice Principal Zhang shouted that as soon as this kid finished passing, then the master should be informed immediately. The students were shocked that some first-timer would get to train directly with a martial arts saint and was even able to break the record of the sacred martial arts tower. They were even a little scared that Lu Shen would now become the strongest student of the 7th Martial Arts University. Lin grinningly corrected the other students, clarifying that Lu Shen was the strongest first-year student. He looked up at the tower and thought about the fact that he was now even somehow uncomfortable calling his brother just a tough guy. Lin couldn't shake the thought that Lu Shen was now his only role model in this life. One of the students was nervously biting his nails and said that this guy was some kind of crazy and had actually appeared here out of the blue. The red-haired girl wasn't going to listen to that and immediately shoved her cell phone in his face. The cell phone screen was blazing with the latest news, dedicated to Lu Shen alone. The girl clarified that she had warned them all about who he really was. The guy remembered that it was Lu Shen who had turned things around back then in the training room and realized that his power had manifested today for a reason. He felt bad that he had been so blind all this time that he hadn't even noticed this guy who was so strong. Martial arts wasn't just an eternal competition, it was also an opportunity to become much stronger, where the most important thing was not to die right here and now. Lu Shen was already quite battered and wounded, one could say at the end of his strength, realizing that his opponent was quite strong. The clear jade warrior Teng Zhongyu was watching him carefully, but he didn't attack anymore. At some point, he just started to slowly disappear from sight into nowhere. Lu Shen began to realize that such a thing was now happening, and even finally exhaled in relief. The entire space lit up with a bright light, the ground beneath his feet trembled, and Lu Shen said that for all the strength of his opponent, he was still stronger. The clear jade warrior's body continued to slowly vaporize with a distinctive sound. At this moment, Lu Shen took a comfortable stance and began to make a full recovery. He even meditated a bit to bring his pulse and breathing rate back to normal. His crystal vision was almost completely mastered, and it was possible that he could complete it in this battle, which in that case meant that he would not be far away from a 7th rank guru either. Once the guy had fully recovered, he jumped up and took a fighting stance. From top to bottom, a huge surge of spiritual power had already appeared around him on different sides at the same time. Teng Zhongyu, being a great guru, reappeared in front of him in his most powerful form ever. The clear jade warrior didn't even take away his spiritual power this time, but used completely what the tower and himself had accumulated before. Lu Shen was even more pleased by this, and he was literally burning with the desire to quickly check out what would happen next. The two of them would now fight to the limit of their abilities and strength. Lu Shen walked straight towards Tang Zhongyu and was quite determined, suggesting that his opponent should attack first to start the final battle. The ranking table at this moment quickly updated and showed everyone that Lu Shen had moved to past the 28th floor. The red-haired girl was even afraid to imagine what kind of battle there might be at such a stage, assuming that Lu Shen had already become a guru there. Even Vice-Chancellor Zhang didn't know what was coming after the 27th floor of the Sacred Tower. He turned around to his colleagues and wondered if any of them knew if this guy could go further. Suddenly, there was an announcement on the ranking table that Lu Shen was ranked first, having completed the 28 floors of the tower, and the provost thought that the guy had lost. All the students froze with anticipation that Lu Shen himself was about to come out here and prepared to watch him. They were excited, for they were witnessing such a significant event in the history of the 7th Great University. A silhouette could already be seen in the dark corridor, and everyone even fell silent for a while out of excitement. Miao Zhenxiu was standing at the exit and couldn't even think that he would be greeted by such a crowd of people. He was excited and thought that everyone had come to see the new record holder of the Sacred Tower. One of his acquaintances came out to meet him and anxiously asked him to be with her, to which he gladly agreed. The boy had already dreamed that he would have a relationship with such a dizzying beauty, and everyone else did not understand why he was smiling like a fool. At this moment, Lu Shen was coming out of the tower, who politely asked Miao to clear the exit to pass through. Since Miao was flying in the clouds right now, he didn't hear his request, and Lu Shen didn't bother to be ceremonious, launching the guy away. When Lu Shen finally came out, he apologized to Miao one last time because he had no time to wait at all. Miao Zhenxiu was also in the tower all this time and knew about the final results of the tests, so he assumed unknown, getting wildly angry at the guy. Lu Shen only quietly asked him not to stand in his way again, preferably ever. He walked away, leaving Miao lying on the ground in confusion. Miao jumped up just out of his mind and couldn't even find the words to describe the humiliation he now felt. He shouted threateningly and in a very insulting manner to Lu Shen that he would learn how to behave with the strongest warriors. At this time, Lu Shen only calmly inquired if he even knew who he was talking to, and gave a powerful punch, blinding everyone around him. A cloud of dust and dirt rose up and everyone tried to see through it. Lu Shen grabbed Miao Zhenxiang by the throat and said that he didn't have to socialize with the rude like him. Miao could barely hold on, but managed to somehow ask who he even was and what was going on. Lu Shen didn't want to waste a second of his precious time on him anymore and just threw more of himself away. Miao Zhenxiu thundered to the ground, brushing an entire path with a trail of fire across his face. The students who had arrived here with Miao were shocked by what was happening and immediately rushed over to ask if their chief was all right. They ran to rather help him stand up while everyone else admired Lu Xing with admiration and fear. The guys looked at him and couldn't believe that they could witness the emergence of a new legend. Lin shouted at the top of his voice that everyone should now remember how much of an admirable warrior his brother was, and that the entire 7th Great University was now at his mercy. The red-haired girl in her company picked up on Lin's speech and also began to shout how much she admired Lu Xing. After another moment, everyone there began to admire and cheer in the guy's honor, shouting loud praise and words of thanks for saving their great university. Lu Shen modestly walked past everyone and thought about the fact that being the object of admiration only falls to the lot of a martial arts warrior. Even Chen Yixuan had to admit that his ranking was now an absolute nothing compared to this guy. Vice-Chancellor Zhang asked his colleagues to wait for a while so that the fellow could enjoy the dawn of his strength at such a young age. No one present could even think that the record of the Sacred Tower would be broken by some freshman. One boy asked his buddy if they should leave before something bad happened, as people here were going crazy. The girl turned out to be Yang Yuan, who couldn't just take her eyes off Lu Shen, and replied that they weren't going anywhere, as she had finally found him. She looked at her longtime acquaintance with confused eyes and was looking forward to getting closer. Fellow Yang Yuan was shocked to hear that his acquaintance had searched so long and hard for that very famous Lu Sheng. He looked at Lu Shen and didn't understand why she chose him, saying that he didn't expect her to be attracted to such types. Yang Yuan replied to her buddy that he was partly right, and sometimes they were very difficult to deal with, but she wasn't always easy either. The buddy noticed the girl's spoiled mood and began to apologize, saying that he didn't mean anything bad at all. Yang Yuan got even more angry and brushed his hand away and asked him to stay away from her, thanking him lastly for his help. Suddenly, Lin appeared behind the guy's back from nowhere and asked if he needed to fix his hearing, unless he was deaf. Lin grabbed the guy by the hair, yelling about what was going on here and who he was anyway. Lin pulled the guy's head to him even harder and asked him how dare he ask such questions while harassing his brother, Lu Shen's longtime girlfriend. He began to beat him up, listening to the guy's terrified begging for mercy and begging for him to let go sooner rather than later. Finished with the beating, Lin wondered what he had done wrong, for he had used completely the same technique as Lu Shen, but the result was completely different. Lin politely turned to Yang Yuan, saying that Lu Shen had asked her to wait here as he would be here soon, to which the girl asked if he knew him. The guy laughed and said that he was a close friend of Lu Shen's brother who was a bit busy right now as he was trying to get away from the cheering crowd, calling the girl his sister-in-law at the end. Yang Yuan immediately blushed and began to quickly gibber that there was nothing of the sort between them, and there never was. The battered guy with bumps overheard the conversation and regretted everything he had done and said, because he didn't believe that Yang and Lu were just longtime buddies. A day later, Provost Zhang summoned Lu Shen to his office for a conversation. He admired the work done by the kid who entered the tower for the first time and immediately set a new record at such a young age. Mr. Zhang went on to say that the situation was indeed unusual, and after making an arrangement with the martial saints, he would receive a specific reward with training credits for the new tower record. Lu Shen was quite surprised to hear that there were also training credits for the tower. The vice-chancellor was surprised that the guy didn't know about it, because it didn't matter which university's tower he was being tested in, since if he set a record there, he would automatically receive a study bonus. Mr. Zhang looked carefully into the guy's eyes and began to guess something. He was about to start asking when Lu Shen himself asked if he could graduate early. The projector was confused by such a message and didn't immediately know what to answer. In any case, he realized that he couldn't prevent it with this kind of data from the guy. He said that he understood and allowed the guy to go about his business because he would inform him himself as soon as he found out any information about it. Lu Shen hadn't left the office yet as the provost rushed to the phone to dial someone's number. Mr. Zhang quickly dialed a familiar number and said hello politely. He motioned for the person on the other end of the line to wait a little longer. The person on the other end of the line obviously didn't understand what was wrong and asked why this decision was made. Mr. Zhang was obviously hiding something and was not who he said he was. Looking after Lu Shen, he replied to the interlocutor that he sincerely believed that the guy still had something to show them. Lu Shen walked out of the office down the long corridor and exuded the fiery light of a winner. Once outside, the guy took out his phone and logged onto the campus news portal, where the top news item was himself. He had been named the strongest rookie of the 7th Martial Arts University in light of the latest. Everyone was wildly curious to see if the top one in the rankings of the 7 universities would survive even one punch from Lu Shen. What followed was an entire video montage of the guy's best moments with his strength and fighting power in all its glory. The guys were discussing how soon they would see the birth of the new guru, and if he was even far away from that title. Lu Shen went into the portal discussions and read numerous incredible comments about himself, including someone wanting to become his wife, which impressed him especially since he hadn't even thought about it. He quickly thought that it was to be expected, for although they were great warriors, they were still girls first and foremost. The guy finally met Yang Yuan and told her how happy he was to see her, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people. The girl immediately replied that there was nothing wrong with that, as he was now a very busy man. She also admired his results and asked him embarrassedly if she could ever visit him again. The guy replied without any extraneous thoughts that she could do it in any of his free time, not even realizing what Jan was really thinking. He didn't understand at all why she was asking him little things like meetings. Lu Shen looked sadly out the window and said that it was already completely boring here. They chatted some more and Lu Shen said that he still had things to do. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the 4th Martial Arts University, Miao Zhenqiu was pouring himself a huge portion of food. He plopped down with a huge tray at one of the tables and began to eat. The students in the dining hall near him began to whisper that he was the same guy who had returned from the 7th University Tower in disgrace. Some of them said that there was talk about how the freshman had beaten him like a little puppy, although everyone knew Miao's considerable strength. The students couldn't stop talking about how it was one thing to come back in disgrace from the tower, but it was another to be beaten up by a freshman, and for that reason, they were even ashamed to be in the same room with him. Miao tried his best to keep his cool, as he didn't have to pay attention to all sorts of jerks. The students began to further add fuel to the fire, saying that they even heard Miao shit his pants in fear and laughed out loud. At that very second, all the food from the tray moved and flew into the wall somewhere. Miao roughly grabbed the most talkative guy and dragged him across the dining room. He pinned him to the floor and started telling him that what they were just talking about had never happened and would never happen. The terrified guy couldn't get a word out as Miao continued to yell that no one had put anything on anywhere. The other students who were there froze in fear and surprise. At this moment, someone called Miao Zhenqiong by name, who asked him to shut up without even looking. The voice once again repeated the guy's name, who couldn't stand it anymore and flew towards him with his fists. Someone's strong palm was easily able to stop Miao's flying fist full of anger and rage. At this moment, he noticed who stopped him and calmed down in a second, unwilling to even continue the conversation. Lu Shen was the one who stopped his punch and saying that he had already warned the guy earlier about good manners, but apparently nothing was clear the first time and would have to repeat it again. He stood up and walked over to Miao, putting his hand on his shoulder and saying that he had come to the sacred tower of their uni which he had decided to personally inform him about. Lu Shen looked at Miao menacingly and asked if he would mind by any chance, to which he quickly shook his head in the negative. Lu Shen immediately threw the guy back, saying that since there was no objection, he was quite satisfied. Miao Zhenjiang hid behind the crowd of students and clutched his head and sat trembling, not wanting to ever meet Lu Shen again. The students were puzzled by Lu Shen's identity. After all, Miao was first in their university. That is, not a weakling at all, and sixth in the main rankings. But despite all this, the guy was trembling like a chicken. Miao sat on the floor and swayed like a madman, endlessly repeating that this was the same Lu Shen. The students were frightened after hearing this, because they had already heard about this guy's exploits, so they ran to tell everyone that Lu Shen from the 7th University was heading to their tower. They shouted for the strongest students to be sent to the tower, while some of them said that it was all lies, and they shouldn't listen to the ravings of such a cowardly person. At that moment, someone entered the dining hall, scaring everyone else, and said that since that guy had beaten even Miao, they would gladly compete with him. Standing in the doorway were the girl who was ranked second in the top of Yangjingtian University, and the guy from the third place, Feng Meiken, who were very curious to see Lu Sheng. The girl was especially excited about the upcoming encounter with Lu Shen, because she thought she was almost invincible. The guys were happy and excited about this turn of events because now there was some hope of saving their tower and the honor of the university. They solemnly shouted words of encouragement to these two and said that they were already looking forward to paying back Lu Shen. At this moment, the notification came that the rankings of all 7 towers had been updated. Lu Shen had completed 28 floors, and the students of the 4th university had only just found out about it because they quickly realized that they would never go higher. Meanwhile, at the student council of the 5th Great University, there were quite a few people gathered around the table to discuss the recent events related to Lu Shen. One of them began to speak, addressing everyone that there was one monster or even a demon that had appeared in the 7th University this year. Jingyu shouted that he wanted everyone to know this guy named Lu Shen, who had won this year's Eastern Martial Division General Review and the country's top graduate, causing quite a stir from his first day at the university. One of the girls asked him to get to the point without any unnecessary chatter. Jingyu replied that there was nothing they could do here, as they were hardly capable of doing anything at all in such a situation, because this Lu Shen had broken the record in the 2 towers and was nicknamed the Demon Lord. All of the colleagues were gloomy and knew that things were bad, but they jumped up in awe and fear when they saw Lu Shen entering the room. Lu Shen walked in the light of his powerful strength, and with a satisfied smirk, he asked why no one was happy to see him. A little later, Lu Shen was walking out of the sacred tower of the 5th University with a new record, with the people around him shouting that they had enough of being bullied like this. Lu walked out of there and thought about the fact that he had broken the record in 2 other people's sacred towers in 2 days, which was pretty good. Not only had he changed his guru power twice, but he had also practiced his spiritual powers while at rank 6. It was with such powerful exertions that even a perfect martial arts technique had reached the 2nd stage. This meant that the guy could produce strength by understanding his weaknesses and controlling every detail, as well as better predict attacks with the feeling that now any possible action of the enemy he knew 100 steps ahead. After advancing to the 2nd stage, he felt like he was truly invincible, though of course he needed to move on to one day truly become a martial arts god. At the exit of the 5th University, Brother Lin was already waiting for him, cheerfully beckoning him over. He was full of excitement, and after congratulating him on overcoming another tower, he cheerfully asked if he wanted to poison himself somewhere else. Lu Shen thought he still had time and asked his buddy to call a cab to the 6th University, to which Lin, out of joy, was even willing to carry him himself on his shoulders there. He quickly informed that he had already prepared everything long ago, gesturing to the parking lot by the road. Lu Shen was surprised, to say the least, by the sheer gotten to their destination much earlier than Lu Shen and were already waiting for him there, passing each other about where he was going. As soon as Lu Shen started to get out of the car, everyone around them shouted and called out for the others to gather closer. Lu Shen quickly looked around at everyone present and those who came with him on the way out. Everyone waited for him to go first and lined up behind him, while the students of the 6th University shouted that his Demon Lord army had come with him. The first one in the top of the 6th University, Shen Kun, who was all their hope, showed up to meet Lu Shen. Shen Kun asked Lu Shen if Lu Shen was really going to their sacred tower, to which the guy replied in agreement, wondering in return if there were any problems. Shen Kun immediately flared up like a match, clenching his teeth and muttering through them that it wasn't even a problem. In the next second, everyone present witnessed a very strange scene that made even Lu Shen was uncomfortable. Shen Kun bowed politely and said in a thin voice that he just wanted to personally escort him to the tower because it was so easy to get lost on their campus. About half an hour later, Lu Shen's new record of 29 floors appeared on the ranking table of the sacred tower. Lin, along with the rest of the students, were beyond excited and proud of their friend. Behind Lu Shen stood Shen Kun and smiled faintly through his tears, for he could not block the guy's path, because it still would not have saved his honor from disgrace. Then, in a short period of time, Lu Shen visited all the great universities in turn, except the first, where he set new records in their sacred towers. And now finally, the guy also reached the most powerful educational institution of the capital, the first great university. He walked towards the tower along with his entire self-appointed retinue. Someone at the entrance greeted them and said that he was glad to finally see this famous demon of the 7th university. In the next second, everyone standing nearby was thrown farther away by a bright blue flash. In the dissipating smoke, someone's voice asked Lu Shen if he knew the place he had come to. Lu Shen calmly replied that he had come to the sacred tower of the first university, although he might have been mistaken. The guy in front of him was Bai Hengchuan, being the first-ranked strongest of all 7 universities, who said that it was the first great martial arts university that was the birth cradle of all great warriors. He added that it was originally historical that all the disciples from the other 6 universities ranked an order of magnitude below them, so if he wanted to prove himself, let him act. But before he went into the tower and embarrassed himself there, he should know a thing or two. Bai Hengchuan decided to show him his guru will and see if he could stand up to it. Everything around him rapidly began to be covered in a thick layer of ice, and Lu Shen himself became ice cold in a second. Bai started talking about how he had heard that Lu Shen had become the country's top senior this year. Guy added that it was a true coincidence because he himself had been the top graduate at one time. Lin, like everyone else, was shocked by the fact that Bai Hengchuan had already learned the will of the guru, and even if this was just the beginning, he had still already done a tremendous job. They looked at Bai Hengchuan and decided that any more 10 years and he would become a full-fledged guru. Bai Hengchuan, feeling his own superiority, asked Lu Shen quite a bit if he had already felt the huge difference between the two of them. Lu Shen only silently looked at him carefully, as if he was carefully considering his answer. He said that in their time, gathering the will of a guru at such a young age was indeed quite an accomplishment. Bai Hengchuan thought this was too brazen behavior and obvious disrespect for his elders, so he rushed towards the guy, shouting about turning him into an ice statue right now to teach him a lesson. For some reason, the glaciation process stopped, and Lu Shen wondered with a smile if there would be anything else, or if this was all he could do. A fiery glow appeared in his eyes, and he said that it was nothing compared to what he was about to show himself. Everything around them erupted, and no one present could look at the fiery glow that Lu Shen produced. Even Bai Hengchuan didn't know what it was, but he felt a very strong, burning atmosphere, as if he had gotten close to the sun. It was even more surprising when his ice field in front of his eyes began to irrevocably melt in a matter of seconds. Lu Shen calmly walked past the guy forward and said that there was indeed a difference between the two of them. The difference was that if Bai Hengchuan studied together with Lu Shen, he would not be first, but only second. Meanwhile, someone from afar was secretly watching everything from the rooftops of tall buildings. The unknown hooded people were saying that if this kid became a guru in 5 years, he had a good chance of becoming a martial arts saint. Meanwhile, in the student council office, some guys were discussing the recent events, and one guy was smoking nervously and asked if Lu Shen had definitely entered the tower of the first university. His interlocutor confirmed it, and the guy clarified if Bai Hengchuan had done anything after hearing that he had shown everyone his will as a martial arts warrior, but unfortunately to no avail. The guy was surprised that the famous ice wave didn't help, and wondered how many strikes Lu Shen had repelled it in. The girl was a little uneasy, but she still reported that it was even in less than 1 strike. The guy was shocked by this news and was eager to know the details of what had happened. The girl began to tell him that this Lu Shen had unleashed his fighting will in response, and didn't even have time to strike before what had happened. She went on to talk about how Bai Hengchuan's ice armor melted in an instant and dissolved without a trace. The guy fell to the floor in surprise, afraid to even imagine that someone could just dissolve Bai Hengchuan's will. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and only one thought flashed through his mind: how was this possible? The girl wondered if her buddy still hoped to stop this guy, although after hearing what he had heard, he hardly wanted to even approach him. The guy fell to the floor and started telling her not to bullshit, because his strength was inferior to even Bai Hengchuan's, and this guy didn't even lift a finger to repel his will so easily, so he didn't stand a chance. He added that he was only fit to be his apprentice, which finally upset the girl. Initially, the girl wanted to follow the path of the great guru of her time, Tang Zhongyu. Suddenly, out of nowhere a couple months before her graduation, this Lu Shen appears and turns everything upside down. The guy knew what the girl was thinking and sadly told her to forget about everything she wanted to accomplish. And all of this was due to the fact that now in their lives appeared Lu Shen, from which all the other students were simply delighted. Already all the student newspapers were printing the news that the guy would become the next martial arts saint, as he had topped the rankings of almost all the holy towers. Finally, Lu Shen was able to get away from the curious crowd and get home to quickly immerse himself in a dream world full of evil monsters. The guy summoned the hologram Ellie to help him, who was immediately ready to assist him with finding any information he was interested in. Lu Shen quickly looked through all the available information about the saints and decided to stop at something else. He asked Ellie to open his file because he hadn't looked at it for a long time and he wanted to see what had changed. He was most interested in how his ultimate strength had changed, because all the hype was of little use and his only goal was to train hard, not to be a badass. The next second he wondered, did the last of the above matter to him? He didn't know the exact answer, but he clearly realized that he still felt good about the fact that everyone thought he was a monster while he fought evil. Ellie finally uploaded the dossier, and the guy saw that he had finally gone up and reached rank 9, though it was certainly a long way from 12th, but it was worth it to see the whole story. He read the information in detail, which stated that he was a martial arts talent. The file also said that he had broken the records of the sacred towers of all 7 martial arts universities, becoming a guru. In the same year, he took first place in the National Martial Arts Competition among university students, destroying a famous martial arts warrior in the finals. Lu Shen was a bit tense and wary of the fact that he had massacred a man right on the battlefield, and besides, this man was a guru and disciple of a famous saint. The boy was at a loss as to why he would have gotten in the way of such a powerful martial arts warrior, but in any case, there was no point in thinking about it now, so he decided to see what happened next. In his 19 years, Lu Shen came under the patronage of Tang Zhongyu, becoming his 3rd disciple. At the age of 32, he officially became a guru, though his power was recognized by many before that. When he turned 70, he became a martial saint, founding the Perfect Martial Arts School, and went to the other world at the age of 161 from exhaustion. Lu Shen liked what he read about him, especially about founding his own school and a star rating of 6 stars. The guy noticed that this time the lifespan was shorter than last time due to severe exhaustion, as perfect martial arts was not an easy thing and one must try very hard. He decided to look at something else and came across a line about marital status. The previous picture with Lieutenant Colonel Dan, Yang Yuan, and Charlene immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Lu Shen flatly refused to look at this information so as not to fill his head with it. Next, the guy could no longer view more detailed information as the access was closed, so he decided to read something about monsters. Suddenly, a bunch of holographic illustrations came crashing down on him, knocking him off his feet. Lu Shen didn't expect there to be so much information about monsters at all, and realized that he couldn't handle it here in one go, so he decided to put it off for another time. He typed something into the search engine about crystal vision and other techniques to the guru degree, learning about the 3rd stage of golden body energy. At the moment, Lu Shen had not yet fully mastered the 2nd stage, but if he practiced in the same manner as last time in the military unit and had an unlimited supply of bone marrow, something might work out. Unfortunately, that option didn't work for him, as he remembered the costs that the Major General had gone to. Next, the guy decided to watch Natural Breathing with the Guru stage, where there was a complicated content talking about the unity of heaven and earth, man and the universe, which was a very abstract and unintelligible idea of it all. At the moment, natural breath allowed him to recover and evolve quickly, increasing the efficiency of his training. But he had a strong feeling that this was only the pinnacle of this technique, and he had yet to unlock its full potential. Lu Shen decided to learn everything little by little and further discovered the crystal vision technique. After becoming a guru, one could use one's power projection and use spiritual power to influence the will of others. Lu Shen was amazed by this information and really wanted to know who was crazy enough to create such a thing. At this moment, the guy thought that the dream world he was in might also be someone else's projection. Maybe that was why he was able to hunt all those zombies and take over their powers and memories. Lu Shen seemed like he was about to get closer to a clue, but everything was still hazy and the picture wasn't completely clear yet. Although it was possible that he had spun it all to himself and decided to return home, asking Ellie to keep everything safe. Ellie heard a distinctive sound as Lu Shen disappeared back into his world. She found the file she wanted and walked over to it, quickly selecting save. The girl's eyes lit up brightly and the process of auto-saving the information started. After a while, the guy returned to the dream world and tried to create a projection of the zombie guru girl named Zhao. As soon as it started to loom, it would scatter into small pieces in the same second. Lu Shen couldn't yet use spiritual powers to create a projection, although perhaps his body was simply rejecting it, or creating a projection wasn't as easy as he thought at first glance. Compared to the sacred towers, this was a completely different world, but just as fulfilling. If you compared what was happening to a video game, the Sacred Tower was a demo where players gradually set it up. Dreamworld, on the other hand, was an improved version that was hard to distinguish from reality. In any case, it didn't matter because it was impossible to master it in a single moment. His current goal was to hunt someone interesting, if he was lucky, because he had improved his combat skills considerably. One way or another, he still realized that he had to work hard on himself. Lu Shen finally stopped as he found a warrior with the third will of a martial arts guru. The monster was like a stone man with incredibly powerful strength. It exuded fear and terror, which was not only seen in its eyes, but also in its terribly hoarse breathing. Lu Shen applied a perfect second-stage martial art with fire breath and flame field. A second later, there was a tremendous explosion, in the light of which there was nothing and no one. In all this commotion, Lu Shen reached the dangerous monster's arm with his spear and flew straight at it. There was a loud cracking sound with an exhaust, which made the third stage guru warrior fly back into the stone wall. At the touch of Lucian's spear, the monster's arm began to melt rapidly. There was another pop and a bright flash, followed by a loud explosion. The place where the spear had impacted left a huge hole in the wall that went through the monster. Lucian noticed how huge the damage was from using two techniques at the same time. To top it all off, the monster was at its best with a powerful defense that even a Tang warrior was unlikely to be able to penetrate. Lucian said that the hero's spirit was immortal and prepared to take over his memories. A picture of a master scolding Shu Wei for his lack of talent appeared in front of the guy's eyes. The guy was told that he should quit the path of martial arts, but she was determined to move on. The master was outraged that the guy dared to bicker with him, but there was nothing he could do about it. She wanted to go to the city's security squad, but they took him there because of his mismatched skills. Nothing could break the guy, and he kept trying other places. After Shu Wei's next decision, his mother was simply in a panic. She didn't share her son's desire to join a squad of hunters who go to the outer lands and get killed. Shu Wei awkwardly tried to reassure his mother, saying that he would definitely survive. He didn't have a peaceful life in the squad either, as everyone else laughed at him and said that he couldn't save anyone's life. He was beaten up badly because he tried to take his belongings from them. Shu Wei clutched his token tighter and knew for sure that this wouldn't happen again. After a while, the guys in the squad couldn't believe that she had already advanced to rank 6. They only knew that he was training hard and going to the outer lands, but only one Shi knew how eager he was to become stronger. He needed this in order to help more people survive. After a while, the memories transported Lucian to some hospital. Shu Wei ran over to the doctor there and began to question something with undisguised excitement. The doctor opened the curtain covering the patient and congratulated the man on the birth of his daughter. There was an exhausted woman with an infant lying on a hospital bed, and the doctor said that they were both fine. Shu Wei looked at both of them and couldn't hold back tears of joy and elation. He walked closer to the infant and reached out his hand, receiving the touch of a small hand in return. At that moment, he realized that he had to become stronger to protect them forever, after which he became a guru after a long time at the age of 72. The year came when base 1359 was attacked by monsters. The monsters were ruthless and merciless, destroying everything in their path. Guru Shu Wei was protecting the main gate of base number 27 from the attack. It was there that the great warrior died from the paws of the monsters, but he did not retreat even for a second. Lucian now realized what a brave warrior Shu Wei really was, who was considered a fool by everyone for almost his entire life. Compared to Tang Zhongyi, Shu Wei was indeed a late bloomer. Moreover, everyone had called him a fool since childhood, but the peak of his strength development was after the age of 60. She devoted his entire life to moving towards the desire to become stronger and protect everyone from evil, which reminded Lu Sheng of himself. He did everything to protect his future, his family's future, and the future of humanity. Shu Wei was excellent at hand-to-hand combat in his time, distinguished by his good physical fitness. Lu Sheng held the core of Shu Wei's memories in his hands and wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible. At some point, he noticed something very tiny beside him. The guy lightningly launched a powerful punch towards the side where the something barely visible was. Lu Shen's strike at the tiniest particles in the air could be viewed almost under a microscope. Such a technique amazed the guy. After all, it was possible to strike such invisible things. He wanted to find out what the great Shu Wei's martial arts were all about. The guy felt the guru's simply incredibly powerful will along with immense strength. He could feel a core of memories penetrating straight into the depths of his soul. It was the power of mountain peak falling with the breath of the earth element. It was as if eternal roots of strength were sprouting under his feet, like a great Buddha protector. Lu Shen slowly took in all this might and translated it into movement. He even thought that Tang Zhongyu himself would not be able to display such a powerful potential like this inconspicuous pebble that contained the guru's great will. The pebble was so simple yet unshakable, like a mountain peak that made it seem as if his body had approached its stability limit. Lucian thought that he could withstand accepting 2 more, but he didn't even think that after accepting 1 more guru's will, it would become so hard for him. Anyway, he had a bad feeling as if his body's balance was being disturbed. There would most likely be an overload of force, and he would be swallowed up by the strong pressure from the previous sources. He remembered all the gurus whose power he had absorbed and couldn't figure out what to do next because he couldn't connect them together. The guy realized that before he could advance to the guru stage, he had to find a good way or adopt his own guru path. Early the next morning, Lucian was already on his feet in the city center. He knew that right now he had yet to get results, so he decided to take a walk. The guy used the power of wind breath and rushed past everyone with lightning speed, thinking about the fact that he had never taken a walk here since he arrived. At one point, a board game caught his attention and he stopped. 2 men were playing chess, bickering with each other about the moves they had made. Lucian noticed that the chess pieces of different colors were attacking each other during the game, just as he was absorbing the origins of forces of different natures. He carefully looked at those round chess pieces and thought about something. At some point, one of the old men won the second one, and the guy had a realization. Lucian even sat down to make sure of his theory and look at the pieces from a different angle. Suddenly, his stomach made a crying sound of hunger, and the guy decided it was time for a refreshment. At one of the street coffee shops, the guy ordered a bowl of fried noodles. The cook quickly replied that the wait would be no more than 5 minutes. Lucian looked in the distance where someone's mother was teaching her kids not to watch the TV too closely. He decided that once he set all the records in the towers and his student life came to an end, he would definitely go home. His memories of home were interrupted by the cook who served him a plate of hot food. Lucian sat down at the table and began to ponder what his perfect martial art was centered on. He realized that it was tied to the strengths of others so that his tactics were perfect and without omissions. The boy didn't know exactly how yet, but he was sure he could tie it all together, and in the meantime he ordered 5 more bowls of food from the cook. The cook even suggested that with such an appetite, the guy was definitely a martial arts warrior, to which Lucian simply thanked him for the delicious food. He brought a tray of fresh food and suggested that he come with a girl next, specifying that one of the dishes would be on the house. Lucian looked at the egg and saw a round shape everywhere, like a sign of the universe. He wanted to become a superhuman with body changes and wild rage. The kid looked at the TV where another monster show was on. Some kids were yelling about how monsters could be defeated by taking their strongest form. A little girl was shouting about how the frost form would definitely be stronger. Lucian continued to pay close attention to what was happening on the TV and seemed to start to understand something. At this moment, it was as if it had hit him, back when the girl had said about the frost form. The fury of fire frost ice was changing places, which was very good for him. Early in the morning at one of the local eateries, some guy came in for a bite to eat. He quickly studied the menu and ordered 4 bowls of delicious food as fast as he could. The guy asked his companion to ignore the atmosphere, as the food here was indeed very tasty. The girl didn't seem to pay attention to anything at all and silently agreed with everything. The guy was talking about how ever since he reached the 2nd rank, his appetite had doubled. The girl seemed to be thinking somewhere else the whole time. She noticed some guy and told her buddy that he was eating much more than him, and thus would be stronger. Meanwhile, Lucian was quickly devouring plate after plate, thinking only of the fact that he needed to get stronger to keep evolving. At some point, he heard something on the TV that sounded like a tournament or a battle. It was going on the same show he had seen earlier at another cafe, with the same monsters. This time, it was seemingly the same, but it was actually quite different. Lucian's plate rang as he jumped up at the table as if struck by lightning. It seemed that the moment had finally arrived when he really understood what was involved. The circle was the most perfect of shapes and one that was just what was needed for perfect martial arts, where only the color was left to decide. He looked at the screen and slowly matched that the ice would be blue and the flames would be red. It was also possible to add the yellow from Shiwei's earth breath here for their unity. In that case, the result would be gray, which is covered in the mystery of the unknown while showing endless possibilities. However, this didn't mean that there had to be one thing at the head of the entire list. From his 6th rank, it was difficult to compare anything to the techniques of an 11th rank warrior. Therefore, the pressing question remained how he could combine all these wills of great warriors together. Suddenly, he jumped up and started shouting that he had thought of everything without paying attention to the people around him in the cafe. 2 guys were whispering amongst themselves about how the guy hadn't grown up yet and was still in cartoons somewhere. At one point, the guy noticed a poster on the wall with a big picture of the guy. The girl kept saying that the guy was some kind of fool while her conversation partner was looking at the photo. There was a close-up of Lucian, described as the strongest rookie of all 7 universities. The guy felt uncomfortable and couldn't utter a word as the girl tried to find out what was wrong with him. Suddenly, he began to mumble and stutter, and at one point he shouted to the entire place that Lucian himself was right behind them. Lucian finally made his way to his apartment, where he pondered on how much spiritual power, breath, and energy needed to be concentrated to achieve the end result. He practiced all the techniques together to maximize the effect. In such moments, the guy felt the power and energy spilling over his entire body. The power of ice enveloped him, penetrating him to the very bones, and with each new second, it pulled him along with it. He could feel all the bad energy leaving his body, thus bringing him closer to the 2nd step of the golden body. The spiritual power, along with the movements of power through the body, was getting deeper and clearer, and now he felt something like harmony with himself, sinking into the free movement of energy. At this point, something went wrong, and the guy in his mind simply plopped to the floor. Obviously, in the depths of his consciousness, Lucian felt that everything was about to sink. At some point, the guy saw a rather strange picture in front of him. Right in front of him, the massacre of warrior Shiwei with Guruja was unfolding, which of course could not be in reality. In the depths of his subconscious, Lucian saw the wills of different gurus fighting amongst themselves. Added to these 2 was the fiery will of Shi Shengning, who joined the battle. At some point, Guru Shiwei's will would defeat all the others, but it wouldn't be for long, as everything would return to its original place and start all over again. Lucian knew that it was all the memories and power of 3 different warriors in one person's body fighting each other, which even sounded amazing. He realized that if things were left like this, he would simply die sooner or later, maddened by their internal contradictions. That was why it was necessary to try to do something about it, which Lu Shen was going to do. He turned to his inner state and entered into a conversation with all three warriors within him at once. Lu Shen said that he was trying to create a perfect martial arts technique together with a 12th rank sword skill, something that Wang He had not been able to do before and had never even dared to think about. He desperately cried out that he would be able to control the force no matter how powerful it was. The guy channeled all his self-control to immobilize all three of them at once. Lu Shen said that he would take them as the basis of his perfect martial arts, wondering why they were refusing such an honor. After all, he wanted to prove his worthiness in this matter to them. Strangely enough, all three great warriors opened up streams of their energy and power to transfer it to the guy. Lu Shen gladly accepted them all, turning them into one big endless stream of energy. The power was so powerful that at the end of its transmission, there was an explosion from its overabundance. Anyway, it didn't prevent it from absorbing all the streams, and thus, Lu Shen had outsmarted such an arrogant spirit power of three warriors at once with just a couple of loud phrases. He finally succeeded, forming something like a compass, where the powers of the three warriors were directly connected to his, and this was the so-called will of his battle path, or rather the will of the stars. The provost was in his office as usual, going through documents and various papers. While he was reading one of the documents, he heard a strange sound, something like a click. The next moment, something very strange happened. A vortex of streaming energy literally came out of nowhere. Provost Zhang jumped up from his seat and started shouting who was here and why he had come. At the noise and voice, a secretary rushed into the office and worriedly asked what was wrong. The provost replied that nothing had happened, but he would step aside while she had to call Lu Shen to him for some business, to which the secretary nodded approvingly and thought that after his jumping through the window, Mr. Zhang had somehow become more sensitive. The provost felt the presence of a rank 7 spiritual master for a moment, although it might have seemed like it to him. In fact, nothing had appeared to Mr. Zhang, and he was indeed being scanned at this moment. It was certainly Lu Shen from the building opposite, but located far enough away to see him there. Lu Shen's spiritual power after training his own will guru was rapidly increasing, and before he could only slightly affect the things around him, but now everything seemed tens or even hundreds of times clearer and crisper to him. He could feel that his rank had become higher, but he couldn't determine it exactly. But the most important thing for him now was to check the result of his recent training. To begin with, he wanted to try out the new technique, Mountain Peak Fall. The guy popped up on the roof of a building and found a comfortable position to practice. He tried on the earth-breathing technique to forcefully lift the earth itself. A huge tract of land soared into the air with ease, as if it was the most ordinary thing to do. At this moment, Lu Shen added the Frostbird ability and the ice-breathing technique. The ground instantly turned icy and turned into a giant ice block. The ice breath helped it concentrate its power like water that turns into ice. But there was still the question of whether it would be able to gather in the same way to strike, although the technique was still quite amazing. Next, and final, was the use of his own newest technique. It was the Will of the Stars, erupting with bright flames all over the available space. The Star Will technique formed was almost 10 times stronger than Guru Xu Shengning's will. The guy could now concentrate the power to strike with the 10 Suns technique, which could now be used to climb higher up the floors of the sacred tower, although he wasn't completely sure about it, but it was worth a try. Lu Shen felt more and more power in his hands and hoped that he wouldn't find someone who decided to teach him a lesson, lest he become overly arrogant. While he was thinking about this, a real drama was unfolding outside his backyard. There were two guys standing at the fence and pushing each other forward, arguing over who would knock on the Demon Lord's door first. The guys were so engrossed in their punctuation that they didn't even notice that they could be heard, which is exactly what happened. The guys froze in fear when Lu Shen appeared in front of them, wondering why they had come to see him. One of the boys dared and reported to Mr. Lu Shen at a military stand that Vice Rector Zhang wanted to see him on some important business. Lu Shen replied that he understood, and the guys bowed and said goodbye. They rushed away at breakneck speed, talking about how scary it was even just to stand next to him, and that next time, even under threat of death, they would never go back there, because even with the projector was not so scary to be near. Lu Shen was already pouring tea for himself in the Vice Rector's office while Mr. Zhang was talking about calling him over for 2 reasons. Firstly, the number of training credits he would receive for setting records in the 7 sacred towers, amounting to 75,000 points, had already been agreed upon. Lu Shen listened attentively to the Vice-Chancellor, but he still didn't fully understand why he had been summoned after all. He noticed that the projector had gone silent, so he asked himself what was coming out of all this. The provost shouted like a madman that one could graduate 150 times for such a score, but the boy didn't need that much. He added that, to all this, Lu had only been a student for 2 months and asked to open the campus page. Lu Shen went to the page, which offered a lot of services, weapons, classes, materials, and more in exchange for academic credits, where the bone marrow of a rank 6 monster was worth 1,000. The provost was sure that this would all impress the guy, but he spat out his tea out of surprise after Lucian asked if they had the bone marrow of a rank 7 monster. He immediately jumped up and started asking what he needed such powerful things for, unless he was going to advance to the guru rank. Mr. Zhang looked at Lucian enigmatically and asked if his will was formed by a martial arts warrior. The guy replied that he had, although he knew that the strength and blood of a guru was very different from ordinary warriors up to the 7th rank, so he would still have to fully complete the development of the 2nd stage of the golden body first, before using his martial arts will. The provost was shocked by this, because he knew very well that one couldn't just rely on outside resources to become a guru, so the guy had something else, even though he knew many people who had stopped developing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. He explained that even in military units, such bone marrow could not be bought so easily, and one would have to undergo many tests before obtaining it. This was necessary because the cells of rank 7 monsters contained many harmful substances, and unfortunately, the current knowledge was not enough to neutralize them, so if someone weak in spirit were to take it, it would completely destroy them from within. Lucian took it seriously and said that in that case, he would take it from a rank 6 monster for now, of which there were 74, which didn't quite suit the guy. The provost reminded him that there was a second reason why he had called him, showing him a letter from Marshal Saint Tang Zhongyu, who was willing to accept the guy as one of his disciples, but before that, he had to pass a special test. Lu Shen was interested in what kind of test and why he had to pass before coming under Tang Zhongyu's direct guidance. The guy pulled out the condition of the test from an envelope, which said that he had to become the winner of a national competition for martial arts university students. The provost got ahead of Lu Shen's thoughts and clarified that this tournament was not only for university students, but also for all followers of martial arts schools under the age of 30. He gave an example of such schools, and Lu Shen realized that these were the successors of martial saints. Mr. Zhang said that such born geniuses were much scarier than the strongest graduates of their universities, which was why it would be quite difficult to win. Lu Shen at this moment recalled the information from his dossier where he had to massacre someone on the battlefield. The guy noticed another envelope on the table, and the provost informed him that, although there would be one test, he could choose which of the 2 tests he would take. Lu Shenyu couldn't wait to open the condition of the second test as soon as possible. He sat and looked at the task where he had to complete a mission with the difficulty level of SSS High Danger. The dossier said that a 5th rank warrior, Lian Ye, needed to be eliminated. It was interesting that there was no reward for this, although it was not difficult for him to eliminate a 5th ranked warrior, but there was still a question as to why the mission was already so difficult. Lu Shen began to read the available information about this guy, which said that he was cruel and characterized by many committed atrocities. His father, Lian Chile, was a 7th ranked guru of the Yakuza school martial groups, who had committed many crimes together with his son. This guy also had a very good and close relationship with the head of the Yakuza. His sister was one of the country's top beauties, as well as the wife of the head of the Yakuza, which allowed Lian Ye to have a high status among the people of the martial arts school, and to be considered the main crony of the head. Lu Shen quickly realized that the main problem was not to defeat Lian Ye, but to deal with the consequences from the massacre of the martial saint's son-in-law. He also saw that this scoundrel didn't even hide his crimes, of which there were countless, which was already enough to give him what he deserved. The provost confirmed all of Lu Shen's assumptions, and clarified that this was the first SSS difficulty mission in the 7th Saint University. The reason for this mission was because of an ordinary factory worker whose 2 daughters were victims of Lian Ye's brutal attitude, who were not helped by anyone. This worker kneeled in front of the sacred tower for a month, and the martial saint took pity. It was decided to include Lian Ye's massacre in the list of training missions, but to avoid unnecessary student casualties, the reward for it was cancelled, and the difficulty was increased. Lu Shen didn't understand why the martial saint wouldn't handle it himself or instruct the vice-rector guru after all. It was like giving a damn about that worker's request. The provost guru threatened the guy to keep his mouth shut as he didn't understand at all how terrifying the martial saint's power was. No one could even imagine how much chaos a clash between 2 martial saints would bring to the country. Lu Shen began to count how many details were involved in this mission, which involved both the head of the school and all of its followers, who would definitely not hesitate on the path to retribution. On the other hand, messing with the successor of a martial saint wasn't a good idea either, so the guy asked directly what it all meant. The provost replied that Lu Shen was smart enough to figure out what was going on, and the fact was that behind Lian Ye was the entire Yakuza with a martial saint at the head, where behind him in turn was the 7th Saint University and the Tang martial saint. Lu Shen now knew what it really meant to become a close disciple of a martial saint. In any case, he would be protected regardless of the situation so that no one would dare to retaliate against him. The guy stood up and said that he understood everything, so he asked him to give him the address of that worker who kneeled for a month and he would go. It was as if the provost couldn't believe that Lu Shen would choose this particular ordeal and stammered a bit, but afterward said he had gotten it all out to him by mail. He didn't want the guy to make any hasty decisions after all. This was the test the martial saint had chosen for him. The provost also knew that Lu Shen had incredible talent, surpassing even himself, so he hoped that the guy understood what he wanted to convey to him. At this moment, the door to the study slammed, and a hooded man walked in, saying that the projector was being overly talkative today. Mr. Zhang replied that he understood that himself, but he didn't want to lose such a nugget. The unknown man replied that only those who pass the master's tests can be called nuggets. Otherwise, even if you are a young guru, everything is useless. Lu Shen thought about the fact that, actually, if said he had to choose between the two, the provost had almost told him straightforwardly. Mr. Zhang hoped that the guy would choose the second trial, hinting at it in every way possible. The first option was to defeat the country's strongest warriors under 30, which the provost didn't think the kid would have the strength for. The second option is to deal with the 5th-ranked warrior and disturb the Yakuza martial saint. The only way out of this situation would be to seek shelter and protection from another martial saint. It was like either being his dog or getting away. Lu Shen realized that this seemed like one big conspiracy, and now he had many doubts. Could this Tang Zhuanyu, after seeing him beat his clone in the sacred tower, couldn't think of anything more acceptable? Tang Zhuanyu had practically determined the direction of Lu Shen's fate. The guy decided that although he didn't want to be a hero, Lian Ye along with his father should die. Lu Shenyu has already made a decision for himself that even if he kills these villains, he will not join Tan. If he can't withstand the anger of a martial saint, how will he be able to protect others and surpass Wang He? The guy was determined not only to destroy Lian Ye and his father, but also to take first place in the tournament, because now he was more confident than ever that he would succeed. Meanwhile, somewhere on the outskirts of the suburbs of the small city of Nanping, the deputy police chief of Nanping City commanded to quickly cordon off the area and stay vigilant. Xiao Yazhen warned everyone to be ready for Mr. Chen to appear at any moment by contacting snipers. One of the police squad asked the deputy not to worry so much. He began to say that they had several warriors from the association at the peak of the 6th rank, plus the head of the Qian Association with them. The deputy thought about the subordinate's words and replied that he might be right here. She even decided that she had taken on too much, so she would just hope that she would sort this place out before the sun set. Suddenly, she saw a cab car approaching the cordoned-off area. Lu Shen was leaving the car while the driver was horrified, trying to figure out why there were so many police in such a remote area. Xiao Yazhen, noticing the guy, immediately asked him to stop and go back as the passage was blocked. Lu Shen said that he had arrived for the mission and put the corresponding authorization paper in her hands, which made the deputy even more surprised when she saw that he was a freshman at the 7th university. She was surprised that universities had such strict rules, and even freshmen were sent on such difficult missions. Lu Shen simply hid the permit and replied that this was a special case. The deputy didn't even have time to notice when the guy managed to take the permit out of her hands. She immediately realized that he had at least rank 4 with this speed, so he definitely wasn't as simple as he seemed. Xiao Yazan informed her that she didn't think they could use him, as there were already 4 rank 6 peaks and one of the top 300 hunters inside, so the situation would most likely be resolved soon. Lu Shen asked about the top 300, and the deputy explained that it was an internal list of the Art Association with a special ranking among professionals, where the higher the level of completed missions, the higher the place on the list. He understood and informed that he wasn't traveling here for nothing anyway, so he just went ahead. The policeman called the guy and said that he had already been told that he was not needed here, so he could be free. At that moment, there was a huge explosion in the building, startling the entire police squad. The deputy cursed and quickly ordered everyone to immediately get ready and take up battle positions. In the light of the explosion and the pall of thick smoke, someone's flying figures became visible. It was the guys helping the police officers, one of whom was grabbed by some creature. The guy cried out in tears and started begging for help from anyone who could hear him. Deputy Xiao didn't expect this outcome, though she was worried at first. She commanded everyone to move to fire, and the police officers began firing all available weapons. Xiao Yazhan was startled when she saw one of the guys fly right to her feet and started asking how he was. She quickly assessed his condition as critical and called for doctors to be brought in immediately. The guy started screaming hysterically that they had information problems, as the beast inside wasn't a rank 6 at all, but a rank 7. The deputy was no less frightened than he was, and said that in that case, it was no longer a situation within their competence, and it was urgent to contact the military unit. She quickly took out a walkie-talkie to communicate, but someone left it behind, asking her to wait for a while. It was Lu Shen, who took the walkie-talkie from Xiao and said he wanted to see for himself, then asked the girl to help him determine the complexity of the mission when it was over. He left the puzzled policeman and suggested that they drink water and rest for now. Lu Shen clarified that he would need no more than 5 minutes to complete everything. After saying that, he lightning fast dashed towards the building where the monster was. None of the people present even managed to blink during the time the guy was moving. They were all questioning how the guy managed to move at your speed and who he even was. None of them knew who they were really dealing with yet, except for himself. When Lucian stepped inside, he immediately smelled a simply unbearably disgusting odor, as if someone had reclined in there, reanimated, and reclined again 5 times. He remembered that it was similar at the general show, but at least they had cleaned the beasts there so it was bearable. The boy quickly skipped down the stairs a few flights over. He finally arrived at a place somewhere near the basement and opened the doors with a creak. The first thing Lucian saw were the eyes of the guy who was dragged away by the monster, full of fear and terror. He was upside down, captured by the monster without any way to get out. Lucian leisurely walked inside the room and stopped beside the beast itself. There were several lifeless bodies lying around the monster, and in its tentacles there was a terrified guy in a tight grip. Lucian was even curious to finally see what this monster was. After all, he had read about it before in the future world. The fierce monster was also a rank 7 and was called a thousand-eyed hydra. In the next second, the hydra spat out the body of an already lifeless guy on the floor, and Lucian apologized for being late. He looked at the huge flaming monster and made a promise to the guy. Lucian said that he would do everything to give this monster a painful end. There were still policemen standing outside the half-destroyed building waiting for Lucian. Lucian, meanwhile, was assessing the strength and presumed power of the beast. He decided that overall, the strength of this monster had to be somewhere between rank 5 and 6. The guy knew for sure that having a monster appear here was definitely not normal. Apart from this fact, the beast had become stronger and had even advanced to rank 7. Lucian scrutinized it carefully, looking at the monster growling ferociously. After that, the monster decided not to wait any longer and rushed to attack, swinging its paw. The monster thought it had managed to hit the guy and grab him, so it clenched its palm tighter at the end of the strike. After a second, he brought his paw to his side and got even angrier when he saw that there was no one in it. Lucian, of course, had managed to dodge and was now moving towards his opponent himself. He called the hydra a noisy meat creature, promising it a short stay on this earth. The thousand-eyed hydra was naturally put into a state of anger and lucidity by this. It roared and roared, exuding a reflective stench as it approached closer to Lucian. The hydra swung its tentacle and struck with all its might at the place where the guy was standing just a second ago. He deftly bounced back from there and shouted to his opponent to be a little more careful and take better aim next time. The monster focused and spat out a ton of some kind of poisonous green slurry. At some point it was all over and the hydra slumped to the ground as if it was powerless. Lucian realized that this was his finest hour before it came to its senses and rushed to attack. He flew at her with his own will and told her to start being afraid. Meanwhile, the deputy and his squad and the other guys had listened to the guy after all and didn't call for reinforcements. Hunter was genuinely surprised that the guy was just a freshman from the 7th Holy University. The deputy confirmed it since she had seen his student ID and mission authorization. Hunter didn't understand how a freshman could comprehend such speed that not every graduate possessed. He figured that Lucian was probably already somewhere at the peak of rank 6, with everything being in perfect execution, so he was even more interested in the guy's identity. Someone said that they should still inform the military division, because if this monster broke free, it would start to invade the city, which would already be too serious. The deputy hesitated a bit, but still decided to agree with him and was about to make the call. It was at that moment that something like a powerful blast wave happened, throwing everyone back a few meters. One of the helping warriors guessed that something significant had happened in the building. Everyone there froze with anticipation, eager to find out who had won. The thousand-eyed hydra was already at the end of its strength, so Lucian rushed towards it with a crushing blow. In just a moment, it was already lying on the ground, practicing without any signs of life. Lucian calmly approached her and decided to see if it was over, taking the monster to paw and feeling that it wasn't over yet. He quickly attacked his opponent a few more times, striking from different directions. Suddenly, the guy stopped and guessed that he wouldn't have to fight anymore. He stood looking at the lifeless monster and realized that he had overdone it a bit. In a second, all the people standing outside heard a loud crack and saw the monster flying towards them. The police officers decided that the thousand-eyed hydra had escaped and ordered everyone to prepare to attack to kill. Luckily for them, there was no need to do so, as it wasn't the monster that flew towards them, but only its lifeless body. Everyone was shocked at what had just happened, as the guy had been there for less than 5 minutes. At this moment, Lucian joined them and asked the deputy to remember to help him determine the difficulty of the mission. The man in the suit expressed his gratitude for the help and bowed, specifying that after the beast's body was processed, all the proceeds would be deposited into Lucian's account as soon as possible. The man himself was astonished and even frightened by the casual appearance of the guy who had just easily dealt with such a powerful monster. Lucian said that he didn't need the money and asked him to give it to the families of the victims, adding that such a monster would be enough for those people to live the rest of their lives with dignity. The man was confused for a moment, but quickly pulled himself together and sincerely thanked the guy for everything. Lu Shen asked the deputy if she could call a car for him to catch the express train. Xiao Yazhen politely replied that she would also take him to the right place without any problem. Lu Shen smiled and thanked her for such a kind gesture and apologized for the inconvenience. At this moment, the deputy looked at him from quite a close distance and realized that he was not only strong. The girl saw in him for a second almost her future husband and realized that he was very handsome to her. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable, and she covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, which Lu Shen did not quite understand. Anyway, the guy was still curious about how the monster managed to break through the military front lines and reach such a small city. It was very strange because even those who came closer than 5 kilometers to the military base were immediately shot, and those monsters that had previously appeared in similar cities were much weaker. As they rushed through the city in police cars, the thought that this could be someone's conspiracy did not leave Lu Shen's mind. The guy decided to pass the time somehow and went to read the latest news of the world. The news was full of headlines about new conflicts breaking out here and there. The more he thought about what awaited mankind in 10,000 years and read such news, the more he became convinced that monsters were not necessary for their destruction. The neighboring country was constantly in conflict with theirs, and Lu Shen decided that when he became stronger, he would deal with it personally. The deputy noticed the puzzled expression on the guy's face in the rearview mirror and asked what was wrong. Lu Shen replied that it was just a little silly thing that he would solve soon. After arriving at the appointed place, the guy left the police car thanking Deputy Xiao for her help. He got out and waved goodbye to her, to which the girl responded by wishing him good luck. Not even a minute after their goodbye, Xiao Yazhen had already realized that she missed Lu Shen. At this moment, she was only interested in when she would be able to see him again. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of Baihe City Middle School, a training session was taking place. Someone was flying fast with a powerful leg kick at a sparring partner. It was Qinghe, attacking her classmate with her usual ease. While the guy was yelling about giving up, the teacher announced Qinghe's victory in this sparring match. The teacher began to tell everyone that Lu Qinghe had a high level of practical fighting skills and they should follow her example, and if they had any questions, they could not hesitate to ask. After the lesson ended, the girlfriends immediately ran up to Qinghe and started praising her and saying how big she was, and that if she continued like this, she would become the strongest in their city. The girls didn't understand why their friend didn't share the same joy of victory as them, to which Qinghe replied that they didn't have a brother like her and they wouldn't understand. As soon as it came to Luxing, the girls couldn't help themselves and started asking when he would come. After all, he had promised to meet them at a cafe sometime. Qinghe was particularly annoyed by such questions, so she simply asked them not to ask her about it. She decided to quickly run away from them so that she wouldn't have to listen to such things. Qinghe quickly rushed away from the gym in an as yet unknown direction. Suddenly, she bumped into someone and without looking, she yelled for the guy to open his eyes. In front of her stood her brother, who inquired if she was hurt and where she was even rushing off to like. Qinghe was glad to see her brother's arrival, for she didn't expect to see him before winter break. She began to quickly run and fuss around him, asking if he had brought her a present. Lu Shen replied that there was no way without it, and went to dig into his backpack, while Qinghe burned with impatience. The girl was greatly disappointed when she saw that he had brought her tonic products that could increase her strength and combat power by 1 level. She took them, and sadly replied to him that he didn't understand girls at all. Suddenly, from nowhere, a basketball flew straight into Lu Shen's face. It wasn't immediately clear that the girl replied with a look of annoyance that he shouldn't give a damn. The guy walked closer to Qinghe and her brother, and asked who the type next to her was, to which the girl replied that it was none of his business. The girl quickly grabbed her brother's hand and led him away, saying that she didn't want to explain anything to that guy. The guy was angered by this behavior of Lu Qinghe and loudly called out to her, managing to get her attention. The girl and her brother were forced to stop due to the excessive insistence of the suitor, who said that he could still somehow accept the fact that she did not reciprocate him. In the next second, he literally exploded and yelled that he didn't have to start dating some grown man to mess with. Qinghe was beyond embarrassed by the awkwardness of the situation, and Lu Shen didn't even immediately realize that he was the one being talked about right now. He felt both amused and ridiculous that someone could think that he had aged a long time. Qinghe couldn't stand the situation any longer, and abruptly ran up to the guy named Shu An, hitting him between his legs with all her might, and shouted at him to get the hell out of here. It is impossible to describe in words what Shu An felt at that moment, besides the physical pain, as it was also very humiliating. Lu Shen himself felt that it was just terrible, and asked the guy if he was okay, while he continued to squirm in pain and literally burst into tears, faintly hissing that he would get to him sooner or later. Shu An rushed to quickly run away, still whispering that he would definitely find someone to deal with this old man, while Lu Shen asked his sister if she knew him. Qinghe replied that he stalked her almost every day, but in order for her to like him, he would at least need to defeat her, which she doubted, as she didn't hope there was even one in their school. Lu Shen seriously thought about it and replied that he didn't know for sure. The boy decided to warn his sister about something, saying that if she met someone recently transferred to them, and he was all mysterious and strong but too secretive, it was not worth it to get acquainted with such people. He strictly ordered her to find out his surname, because if it was Lian Ye, then the sister should stay away from people with such a surname as far as possible, to which Qinghe only laughed and replied that her brother has definitely retrained, if he gives such advice. She immediately decided to ask how his relationship with his sister Yang Yuan was developing and whether they had already gone on a date, to which Lu Shen calmly replied that they were just friends and nothing more. The guy immediately grabbed the girl's cheek and rubbed it, saying that she was still stupid and should be thinking about other things right now. At this moment, Qinghe remembered that she forgot to tell her something else, asking her brother if he had a classmate named Lu Qiming, to which Lu nodded affirmatively. The girl said that the guy was not accepted to the University of Martial Arts and went to the army, although he wanted to say goodbye before leaving, but Lu Sheng was not at home because he was already in the capital at that time. Lu Shen quickly took out his phone and found the correspondence with his school friend, seeing that Liu really wrote to him, and quite a few times. From the messages, the guy learned that his once closest friend had gone to serve in the Eastern Military Unit. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Military Unit's recruit training camp, events of their own were taking place. One of the recruits was washing some clothes with excessive care. Suddenly, another one came up to him and kicked the basin right in his face, insulting the recruit. The insolent big guy with a snide smile on his face said that if the guy was so responsible, then let him take his socks in the next wash, because washing clothes was not for him. The guy at the spilled basin turned out to be Liu Qiming, who unfortunately couldn't go to university and had to join the army. The arrogant kid started shouting that if Liu Qiming wasn't deaf, he should have already blown up to follow orders, to which he noticed a new alert on his phone. Liu Qiming grabbed his phone and saw that Lu Shen had texted him, informing him that he would be arriving at his Eastern Military Unit soon. The guy was beyond excited, not believing his eyes since it had been so long since he had talked to him. His interlocutor interrupted the rapturous cries and said that he preferred the scent of freshness and lavender powder, and no other would do, striding away. Liu Qiming did not want and could not tolerate such an attitude, so he attacked the guy in a wild rage, shouting at him that he would never wash anything or anyone again, and he would get the worst of it. The insolent man did not expect such a turn of events, but he was not going to keep quiet, so he immediately responded to him in a verbal altercation and swung at him. He shouted at Liu Qiming to know his place and punched him in the face with all his might. Liu Qiming flew back a few meters and fell to the ground with a thud. The guy wasn't going to stop there and lunged at Liu Qiming, resenting the fact that this fatty had the courage to go against him. He beat up Liu Qiming non-stop and shouted for him to show his determination now. After all, he dared to open his mouth without even officially being a martial arts warrior. After a while, the guy calmed down and stopped, striding away, saying lastly that he would do this every day from now on. One of the recruits saw what was going on and rushed to Liu Qiming's aid, asking him why he made an enemy out of this guy, because he had already served here for 2 years, and it was not for them to compete with him, because there was nothing wrong with washing socks. Liu Qiming, beaten, covered in abrasions and bumps, replied that he didn't understand anything, because his friend was one of the strongest men in the country and would become a general in the future. That's why he can't bow down to the likes of this insolent second-year boy, otherwise his friend will be ashamed of his behavior in the future, and he simply can't stoop to such behavior. The guy who went to help looked at Liu Qiming and thought that he was clearly not in his right mind for talking such nonsense. Meanwhile, Lu Shen was immersed in the future world, where he was quickly looking through some information. He asked Ellie to find him all the available information about a guy named Liu Qiming from his time at Baihe City Middle School. Lu Shen saw how much his friend's life this time was different from the last request, because before, he would have quietly studied at an ordinary university and lived a simple life, but not this time he was a soldier. This was not at all the peaceful life he should have had, where Liu Qiming had to serve at the front lines in complete danger, although he did come back alive and retired with honor. It went on to say that at the age of 50, Liu Qiming had acquired a family and afterwards grandchildren, and was endlessly happy to spend the rest of his life on them, so it was truly a happy future. Lu Shen realized how much influence he had on people's fates, so in order to avoid other changes, he decided to stay as far away from his school buddy as possible for his own well-being. The next day, the guy decided to visit the pharmaceutical company and Mrs. Healing Su, learning that more than 500 of their branches had already been established in Dongning province as of today. Healing Su also shared that she planned to open branches in other provinces as well, and had even recently discussed the matter with their representatives. Lu Shen praised the girl for her good work, but asked her not to rush into making such decisions. Mrs. Lingshu was naturally annoyed that some boy was telling her how to work, but there was nothing to do, so she just rejoiced at his praise. The girl announced that she had something else for him, retreating to the table for some kind of envelope. She handed the envelope into Lu Shen's hands and warned him that he wouldn't like what he read there. The letter said that her mother's family had power in the capital and would make sure that He Lingsu's business would be destroyed completely. Lu Shen calmly read everything and said that if they really had connections in the capital, they would have to find out everything themselves soon. He clenched the letter tightly in his hands and added that provoking and threatening her was like pouncing on him, which was quite foolish and reckless. In parting, Lucian asked the girl to calm down as nothing could happen to her as long as he was alive. He Lingsu suddenly felt that they hadn't seen each other for only a couple months, and the guy had become completely different. He read calmness and authority in him, manifesting with a clear self-confidence, as if he was a great man who always kept his word and kept all his affairs above all else. He Lingsu didn't even notice how she began to think Lu Sheng was a rather attractive and overbearing young man. But after a second, she remembered that yesterday he was just an ordinary schoolboy who broke into her lab. Anyway, she longed to watch him put on his robe and prepare for the serum-making process just once. She imagined Lu Shen masterfully handling the test tubes and all the ingredients, which was just how it was. After increasing his strength and practicing for a long time, he did everything with spiritual power. It wasn't difficult for him to mix everything he needed to get the right result with quick and easy movements. Lu Shen knew that although he had still completed the second stage of the golden body, he was confident that he would be able to do it one day, and he would be able to deal with everything once and for all. 2 days later, he visited one of the largest international hotels in Baihe City. The guy asked the girl behind the counter at the reception desk to help him choose the best room in their hotel. Lu Shen prepared the required amount of the right serums and took everything he needed with him to start making his way towards completing the second step of the golden body in the hotel room because he didn't want anyone to bother him or distract him at home. While he was waiting for his room to be confirmed at the front desk, someone was ordering a presidential suite. Lu Shen sensed something special and couldn't resist looking at this person. Standing next to him was a girl who had a powerful strength and energy emanating from her, and spiritual power was surging outwards like this. Lu Shen immediately realized that the person next to him was a great martial artist. The girl at the front desk asked if the guest was sure she wanted to book the presidential suite. The guest nodded in response and held out her card, to which the girl handed her a key card for the suite and said she would send her a specialist who could lift and carry her luggage. The guest quickly took the key card and replied that she didn't need any help. Lu Shen wondered why a great master had come to their city, even though her strength was inferior to the governor and president of the Martial Arts Association. He walked beside her to the elevator and thought about how he could easily overpower her, but he would have to try harder. But overall, the girl was not a threat, so it was not worth dwelling on her. Just before the elevator arrived, the guy took one more look at her and felt the flow of spiritual power. The girl herself noticed Lu Shen's gaze on her and did not refuse to reciprocate it. The girl had already gotten off the elevator on the right floor while Lu Shen was going up to her room. She dialed someone's number and said that she had reached her destination, and while checking in, she ran into a very interesting guy. The caller quickly asked what kind of kid she had met. The girl replied that she didn't know him, but she thought he was pretty strong, and maybe even a member of a secret community, but it didn't matter. In any case, she was on vacation now by chance and was determined if anyone thought of ruining it for her. Lu Shen was already in the room, and after looking around, he came to the conclusion that the place was really not bad. He immediately found the bathroom and quickly estimated how comfortable he would be in there. The bathtub was big enough to hold all the serums and monster marrow he had brought with him. The guy poured everything he had with him into it and prepared to devour it. Lu Shen felt pleasant sensations from the process and was already starting to feel a breakthrough about the power spreading throughout his body. Meanwhile, the girl had already taken a bath and was coming out after sensing the absorption of the gold mine nearby. One way or another, she felt that no one could get away from her, so now was the time to enjoy her vacation. Lu Shen felt the endless energy spilling into his body and the power from the absorption, and realized that the second stage of the golden body was finally complete. He had tempered not only his own will, but also the will of his weapon to gain his soul soon. The boy decided to test how strong and powerful his body had become, and stabbed himself with his own red dragon spear. Feeling nothing, he realized that now even the great master's weapon would not easily penetrate his defenses. The next step was to move from this power to the power of a guru, but the path he traveled was much different from the masters of that time, and might even be different from the path of warriors from the future world. Lu Shen felt that this path belonged to him alone, for he was already on the threshold of moving to the 7th rank guru, to which there was only one step left to take. Strangely enough, but Lu decided not to do it now, because if he became a guru, it would make a lot of noise and stir up all the saints. So the guy decided to delay this transition until a better time, so as not to scare anyone. He had the idea of walking in his usual way and finding a deserted place to test his strength. Meanwhile, some man along with his daughter had caught a cab car and was quickly getting into it. He anxiously asked the cab driver to drive quickly to the suburbs of the Western District, and they set off. The taxi car raced quickly through the streets of the city to the designated address. The little girl anxiously asked her father if they had managed to escape. The father tried to calm her down and asked the cab driver to stop right on the road, specifying that he would pay 3 times as much, only it was necessary that the driver did not tell anyone that he had seen a grown man with a girl. The cab driver quickly realized that he could make some extra money, and as if he thought twice about the triple pay offer, he said that it would not be enough for such a thing. The man said in consternation that he didn't understand anything and asked what more he needed. At this point, the cab driver turned to the man and, removing the mask from his face, turned out to be the same girl from the presidential suite, saying he was finally caught. The man, of course, recognized the woman named Bai Shifu, who was a member of one of the famous factions. Lucian ran forward and felt how much his speed had increased, that he probably wouldn't even be able to be picked up by the military cameras. The guy reached an area where a chemical factory used to be located, but it had to be shut down due to environmental issues. This place was perfect, so that if he worked off his power, no one would be able to hear him, and he wouldn't have to fix any problems. Suddenly, the guy felt a very strong aura nearby and realized that a great martial arts warrior was somewhere nearby. The wounded man from the cab was carrying his little daughter in his arms in an attempt to take cover somewhere. He quickly ran away as the distraught Bai Shifu chased after him. The little girl was trembling with fear and terror in the arms of her father, who was screaming loudly for help and rescue. Bai Shifu rushed after them and shouted back that she was even curious to see how far he could escape in his current position. Lucian realized from the sounds that some grown man was taking a stroll with his daughter when he was attacked and given chase. Of course, he simply couldn't stand idly by in the name of justice and protecting the innocent. The boy quickly reached Bai Shifu and caught her attention with his spiritual power. Bai Shifu stopped with interest and decided that she still had time to catch up with her victim, but in the meantime she could have a little fun. Lucian knew that it was not unusual to take down a 7th-rank martial artist in a matter of seconds, but he decided not to use the will of the great masters within him or his stardom, but to try to deal with it using only his physical strength. At first glance, the chemical plant seemed to be a long abandoned place where nothing interesting was sure to happen. However, under the moonlight of pitch darkness, the man and his daughter experienced a powerful jolt from the explosion that had just occurred. The man, like any loving father, covered his little girl with himself from the rocks, earth, and other debris that flew in their direction. The girl screamed in fear, and the man felt with a shiver in his body that someone was already behind them. It was Bai Shifu, who walked up to the man and stabbed the heel of her boot into him with all her might. The man immediately screamed in pain, and the little girl couldn't listen and see her daddy being hurt. She jumped up and began to shout that she did not hurt her daddy, who asked her daughter to be quiet. The girl didn't listen and rushed towards Bai Shifu, shouting all sorts of curses for what she had done to her father. Bai Shifu grabbed the girl's head and told the man that even though his legs were broken, but for the sake of him and her lovely daughter, she would give him 10 minutes to escape in her arms. The man lay practically exhausted and begged to let at least his daughter go. He started screaming that all the information was in his head and was unknown to anyone else but him, so let her not even try to force him, as he had a poison hidden in his mouth that he could use at any time. Bai Shifu was quite cruel, so she unceremoniously unclenched his mouth and grabbed his tooth. While the man was screaming, the girl pulled out this tooth, which was where the poison was hidden. Leaving the man no chance for the poison trick, she not only pulled out that tooth, but several others as well. Bai Shifu was still holding the girl hostage and wondered if he really thought he would succeed in committing suicide. She picked up a tooth with poison among all of them and brought it to the little girl's mouth, threatening the man that he better start talking right now or she wouldn't be responsible for herself. The man tearfully begged her to stop and let his daughter go, promising to tell her all the information she needed. At this moment, just in time, Lu Shen was already rushing towards the place where they were fighting. At his usual lightning speed, he snatched the girl from Bai Sifu's hands and fled. The woman was surprised by this, but only said that she immediately realized that there was something strange about it. Lu Shen looked into the little girl's eyes and couldn't understand how someone could be manipulated in such a vile way. He turned to Bai Sifu, saying that she was hardly worthy of the title of martial arts master after such a thing. She still wondered if he was by any chance a member of the secret society called Dark Star, while she herself thought about the fact that the guy hadn't reached the rank of guru yet, as it was simply impossible at his age. Lu Shen asked what kind of secret community called Dark Star she was talking about. Without waiting for an answer, in the next second, he approached the girl and said that he was tempered by the will of the 10 Suns. It was clear from Bai Sifu's eyes that she had no idea what he was talking about. In any case, it didn't matter, as Lu Shen had already swung for a crushing blow flying straight at her. His palm grabbed Bai Sifu's face and dragged her quickly forward like he usually liked to do. In the next second, there was a blinding explosion, pinning the offending girl to the ground. The girl was still conscious, and Lu Shen grabbed her tighter for the final reprisal. Gathering all his will and strength into a fist, Lu Shen slammed Bai Sifu to the ground as hard as he could. This blow was seen from several kilometers away, sending a powerful flash across the sky. The guy was a bit confused looking at the girl's lifeless body, as he hadn't expected such a quick massacre of her. Lu Shen didn't quite understand why the rank 7 guru rank warrior was so weak. The man with his little girl hiding behind him was shocked by such a powerful force. He came to his senses and started shouting that he would tell everything he knew and give the exact coordinates of the location of the gold mine, just so that he and his daughter would be released. Lu Shen just calmly went on and replied that he was not interested in this information at all. Puzzled, the man still dared to ask why he had saved them and dealt with Bai Sifu. The guy casually replied that he was just passing by and helped justice prevail, and since the problem was solved, he would go about his business. The guy himself knew that the future world system had all the information about all the locations of the gold mines, so he didn't care. The father turned to the daughter named Xiao Qiu and said that although this guy was a bit strange, but he had saved them and was therefore a good person. After a second, he coughed heavily, grabbing his chest as he was still in pain. The man told little Xiao that her daddy couldn't recount the number of his broken ribs, and so he wouldn't be able to walk, but she should run away from here immediately. At this moment, he felt as if some force had picked him up. It was Lu Shen, lifting the man off the ground and hefting him onto his shoulder. The man asked why he did that, to which Lu Shen replied that he had to finish what he started, that was all. The guy not only rescued them there, but immediately brought them back to his hotel room. The man sat on the couch and couldn't stop thanking Lu Shen for everything he had done for them. Lu Shen gave him one of the bottles of vitality serum from his stockpile and asked him to drink it so that he would be in the same shape and even better tomorrow. The man asked what it was, but Lu asked him not to think about it and just drink it, so he agreed and sent his daughter to sleep while he talked to their savior. Lu Shen put something on the table and said that he took it off the woman who tried to straighten them out. There was a ring on the table and he inquired about the Ring Seal sect and the Dark Star that Bai Sifu was talking about there. They are two international mysterious organizations with unknown goals, actively hiding in all the countries around the world, where the Ring Seal has a stronger royal seal. Lu Shen began to make a chain where the Ring Seal was followed by a Grand Master and then a Martial Saint, but the man no longer knew such details. The guy pondered on who or what could be related to the great martial arts forces seeking to divide the powers of the world. He asked the man what they planned to do next, to which the man replied that he was eternally grateful to him for saving them, and they would figure it out on their own somehow from here on out. Lu Shen seemed to be contemplating a plan of action at this moment. He turned to the man and said that he had some idea that should help to sort this out once and for all. The man was naturally willing to do anything as long as they were no longer chased. Lu Shen replied that it was simple, and he should find out the exact location of the gold mine. He opened the navigation map on his phone and let the man determine the exact coordinates of the mine. Lu Shen said that everything would be fine now and no one would chase them anymore. The man was quite amazed at what he heard and didn't understand how the guy managed to resolve their situation so quickly. The guy replied that it was not difficult, as he had posted the location of the mine on the internet for everyone to see. The man was just horrified and shocked at how easy Lu Shen had just posted the location of a secret gold mine worth several $100 million on the internet. Meanwhile, somewhere in the secret base, one of the dispatchers reported that the ninth ring signal had been lost, and something might have happened to her. He assumed she was inattentive, as the man had very valuable information about the mine. At that very second, everyone panicked, because there was a news item on the internet regarding the mine. Someone had actually posted the location of a secret gold mine on the internet. The dispatchers were in shock because it turns out that many of them died for nothing. Their chief banged his fist on his chair and said it was an unexpectedly good move. He explained that since everyone knew about the spring now, there was no more value in that person. The chief was simply furious and ordered to immediately find the person who dared to spread the information about the mine and make him pay for what he had done. In Lu Shen's room, the man still couldn't calm down and kept flipping through the news about the mine. He didn't understand why the guy didn't care about the mine, and why he had leaked such valuable information so easily. Lu Shen told the man to go with his daughter tomorrow and find some quiet and safe place, and the heated discussion caused by the news of the gold mine would soon calm down. A little girl came out from behind the door and asked the guy if they would ever meet again. Lu Shen walked over to her and affectionately rubbed her hair in a brotherly manner, saying that they would definitely meet again. The dispatchers of the secret base found the ninth ring's body and didn't understand whether she was too weak or whether her opponent was so strong that she didn't even have time to fight back. The guys looked at the huge crack in the ground made by the 7th rank guru's head and thought it was too cruel an act. One of the guys, hoping for a cancellation, still asked the elder if they needed to continue to investigate further to find this monster. The senior asked the guy not to bullshit, as the place was still declassified and their special agent was easily destroyed, so there was nothing more for them to do here. Lu Shen, after everything that happened, immediately visited the future world to see all the available information about these secret organizations, where he learned that even martial saints obeyed them. He couldn't understand why even martial saints were involved in the organizations if they were government agencies. The guy found information that this Ring Seal organization was researching the transformation of warriors, and it was because of it that many countries were destroyed. Lu Shen decided to learn more about the transformed warriors, where it was said that the genes of monsters were transplanted to the warriors, so they became incredibly powerful. The boy quickly realized that the organization had already started its activities, as he had felt it when fighting with that woman, and decided not to do anything about it because it would have to be handled by the country's government anyway. Suddenly, he thought about the fact that if he intervened, he would be obliged to help, and that was quite a burden of responsibility, so Lu decided not to think about it now. One way or another, the path of the transformed warriors was unconventional anyway, with its pros and cons. Suddenly, he wondered what would happen to the little girl and her father, so he asked for information about them. A grown-up girl appeared on the screen and became the head of the International Crimes Investigation Department. Lucian was surprised that this little girl would save the international elite in the future. He next read that the girl would have an unrequited love in a great martial arts warrior named Lu Shen. Such information discouraged the guy and embarrassed him. He became hysterical and started shouting that he would never read detailed information about anyone again because it was bad for him. Lu Shen exhaled heavily and realized that he couldn't get past this situation. It seemed like it was just the right time to deal with a few villains. The guy came to the house where Fu Jianming previously lived, but disappeared after his entire family passed away. He knocked on the doors, which some woman opened, and inquired what he needed. Lu Shen politely replied that he needed a man named Fu Jianming. The woman immediately rushed to shout the doors and yell that she didn't know anyone with that name, and he should look elsewhere. The guy had no intention of leaving so easily, so he put his foot in the closing door at the last moment. The woman panicked and started yelling that he was doing such a thing and that she would call for help. Lucian told her that he definitely didn't have the wrong address, so she should think harder about who lived here before her. The woman shouted in confusion that he didn't live here anymore, and this and the house belonged to her, so she would call the police if the guy kept breaking in. The house was located on the outskirts of the city in one of the abandoned neighborhoods. Lucian replied that he wasn't interested in the house at all and just wanted to know where to find the man. The woman quickly replied that the man lived in a neighboring dump further down the street, and added that he had completely lost his mind after what had happened to his family. The guy thanked her and set off to find her, while the woman thanked fate that no one had taken her home away from her. Lucian went to where the woman informed him to go, to find finally the right junkyard. He stopped and watched a man digging through one of the dumpsters for a while. The guy took a picture out of his pocket and, taking a closer look, realized that he had found the man he was looking for. The unkempt and ragged man, who looked more like a homeless man, was Fu Jianming. The guy compared him to the photo once more, and the old man asked what he needed. The man once had 2 daughters, the younger of which was kidnapped. The older one went to deal with the alleged kidnappers and never returned home, and after a while the bodies of both sisters were found in a vacant lot outside of town in a terrible state. To date, the only member of their family was this 46-year-old man, because his wife had committed suicide after the incident. Lucian introduced himself as his eldest daughter's classmate, clarifying that he had come to see him. The old man's first reaction was surprise and joy at the memory of his daughter. Next, he became furious and started shouting that he had questioned each of them, but he was definitely not among them. The old man grabbed Lucian by the collar and started shouting that he was lying about everything and had just come to get his things. He kept talking about how he had questioned each of his classmates, but no one had ever seen her. It was obvious that the old man didn't believe them, though perhaps quite reasonably. Suddenly, Lucian apologized, putting his hand on the old man's shoulder, and said that he had indeed lied. He added that he had really come to help him, which surprised the old man. Fu Jianming sensed something and wondered if he was a martial artist by any chance. He came closer and was already quite sure that he was not just a warrior, but almost a martial arts guru. As soon as Lucian confirmed this, the old man shouted and started jumping for joy. The old man also said that he had seen many martial artists and could easily recognize them, so he immediately saw him in him. At the same second, he turned to the guy and asked him to help him get even with Lian Ye and his father for what he had done, so he was the factory worker who had caused the SSS mission to appear. He started shouting to the guy in desperation that he would give him all the treasures and money he had. Fu Jianming didn't understand why Lucian was silent and didn't say anything, and out of helplessness, he dropped all the trash on the ground. He wondered why the guy didn't make him promise to sort it out, and if it was about money, he would earn more and exchange everything he had. The old man started shouting in desperation that if that wasn't enough, he was willing to give his life for it, just so Lu Shen would agree. Lu Shen continued to remain silent and just listened to the grief-stricken man. Fu Jianming groggily fell to his knees and lowered his head and asked the guy to forget about everything because he realizes that no one would help him in such a matter. He even assumed that Lu Shen was one of the envoys of the Yakuza school, who was specially sent to see if he had settled the score and to mock him. The old man wept at the feeling of injustice and said that he would live until all these people were punished because he just couldn't do it any other way. Lu Shen leaned over to the mountain of trash in front of the old man and took one photo from there. The photo was of Fu Jianming's happy family in full, where none of them could yet imagine what would happen later. Lu Shen headed away and lastly told the old man that he would be able to see with his own eyes what he had longed for so long. The old man kept crying and just thanked the guy. Even if it was a lie, he still felt a little better. The guy headed away from the place, passing by abandoned houses. Suddenly, from around the corner, some guy said he couldn't even think that crazy old man would still be looking for someone. Lu asked if anyone had come before, to which the guy replied that there had been enough who had tried to cheat the old man out of money, because he had spent the first few years after the incident looking for someone to help him and was willing to give everything, but who would go up against the Yakuza? In the end, the old man lost everything and went crazy, plus the house was taken away, so now he has to dig through trash cans. But Lu Shen didn't take any money and looked decent, so the guy thought he wanted to take the case. Lu Shen replied to the guy that the guy was absolutely right, and he was going to straighten out everyone from the Yakuza school. The guy didn't expect that someone could really do such a thing, so he even got a little scared and thought that Lu was a little crazy too. Meanwhile, in the 7th Holy University, there was a guest in the projector's office. A person with a mug of hot drink in his hand asked if Mr. Zhang knew that Lu Shen had not gone to Mingxi City where Lian Ye was. The provost replied that of course he knew that the guy had 2 AA and AAA level missions in the capital city. The hooded man said that Lu Shenyu should have gone to Minxi to take the test, but the guy is intentionally avoiding this option as it is a real test for a student, so it is his human nature to avoid without and seek luck. The provost replied that it was too early to draw any conclusions as they still had plenty of time before the National Martial Arts Tournament. The hooded man said that there was indeed still a little more time, but a martial saint wasn't the type to give second chances. The provost seriously pondered over his interlocutor's words, but he couldn't change anything. He sincerely believed and hoped that Lu Shen would not let him down and would not disappoint Mr. Martial Saint. At this moment, on the grounds of the 7th Great University, the students were having a heated discussion. They were discussing amongst themselves as they heard about what level of difficulty one of the warriors was taking missions, and after all, he had been missing for a week and a half. On the big screen was Xiaolan, who was ranked 2nd in the university's rankings, who had returned and doubled his strength. The students were surprised that the guy had accomplished such difficult missions with ease. After all, everyone remembered his failure in the Sacred Tower. Chen Yixuan came out to the campus with his girlfriend, who informed him that Xiaolan had probably returned to take part in the national tournament, as fight lovers like him simply couldn't miss this event. Chen Yixuan was more reasonable and correctly understood the order of things, so he calmly replied that Xiaolan was nothing next to Demon Lord Lu Shen. He added that the most important thing in all of this was that his strength could really be relied on, and this time, their university wouldn't be at the bottom of the rankings. The girl said that Lu Shen would not be able to participate, to which Chen was indignant, arguing that the guy is the strongest warrior in the past 100 years, and he simply has no right to not be allowed to participate. The girl said how she heard that Lu Shen would not be able to participate because he has to pass the test for a martial saint, and even there, he has a choice to be tested. Chen Yixuan shouted that this is unfair, because in this way they are deliberately suppressing Lu Shen's talents by trapping him in a choice. The girl said that it was none of their business anyway, as a martial saint would definitely not ask for their opinion, but perhaps there was some hidden meaning behind it. Chen Yixuan was terribly upset by such news, for he saw great potential in the guy. He remembered how 2 years ago, the Yakuza twin brothers had demolished the 7th University and beaten all the others, but it wasn't clean. Yixuan hoped that this year Lu Shen would help them give them a decent fight back, because graduation was coming up and they would be bullied again. The girl came closer to Chen Yixuan and placed her palm on his cheek, asking him not to worry about anything, to which he called her by her full name, Lin Xing, for the first time. The guy already reached out to kiss Lin Xing as she pulled back and cheerfully said that one would just have to get used to it and wouldn't have to put up with anything. Lu Shen, meanwhile, was whispering the campus past the dormitories to his apartment. Suddenly, he got some sort of notification on his phone, and the guy immediately pulled out to see what it was about. The message said that the National Martial Arts Tournament would be held in 3 days, and the gathering would be at 8 in the morning outside the uni, where if you were late there would be an instant disqualification, counting as a voluntary withdrawal. The lad decided that this message had been sent to him on purpose and had in fact turned up as soon as he got back. He had no doubt that the message had been sent by the university itself. Most likely it wasn't surveillance, but a test to see if he would end up coming to the tournament or not. The guy quickly figured out what was going on and concluded that this was their way of telling him not to go to the tournament. But after all, he was a Lu Shen who didn't need the path controlled by anyone, so neither the university nor anyone else would be able to stop him. The guy knew exactly what he wanted, and he was confident that even martial saints wouldn't stop him from achieving it. Already 3 days later, students were getting off the buses and filling the entrances to the university. The guys were cheerfully talking about how as long as the Demon Lord was with them, then they were not afraid of anything in this tournament, and even motivated a lot. They already couldn't wait for Lu Shen to defeat the Yakuza martial arts school, but they suddenly realized that they still hadn't seen him anywhere until now. Chen Yixuan was thrown into a cold sweat, but he didn't want to talk about Lu Shen not coming because of the legacy of a martial saint, because it was clear to even a fool here what choices had to be made for his own good. The guy looked at the provost and hoped that he was thinking the same as him. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang glanced nervously at his watch and realized that it was almost 8 in the morning, and the guy was nowhere to be seen. After a second, the provost noticed some bright flash in the sky and turned his attention there. He couldn't believe that this flash was a person, and a very familiar one at that. The guy was flying at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of flames behind him. Everyone standing nearby saw Lucian's triumphant landing just in time for the start. It seemed that only the provost was surprised and a bit tense from the guy's appearance. Lucian walked straight towards the provost, apologizing for being a little late. Mr. Zhang started to tell the guy to think properly. After all, the tournament had just started and Zack was the time to refuse. Lucian looked the provost in the eyes and replied that he would not back out, as this was exactly what they had talked about earlier. Mr. Zhang had no choice but to announce for everyone to board the bus while the students solemnly shouted out the name of their savior. Several buses traveled to the designated route for the tournament. The attendant talked about how everyone was the best student at the university, so they should wear the same clothes and right now they would have to change. He also said that this was the first time the attendees were participating in the tournament, so he would familiarize them with the rules of the National Martial Arts Tournament. Lucian at this time was only interested in the fact that if the strength and blood of a 7th-ranked guru was like a red-hot furnace, then what could an 8th-ranked guru have? Judging from the information I had seen from the future, after the 8th rank, the strength and blood become as powerful as a river and as hot as lava. Even steel can melt, and it is literally a rebirth from a great warrior to a great guru. The guy felt that he was only a step away from this level and could cross there at any moment, but then the body would become so powerful that he would be able to resist even a 9th-ranked martial light. Lucian knew that if he also connected his own will to all of this, he would get something unimaginable. Finally, the buses were almost reaching their desired destination. The provost announced that they had arrived at Yunshan and could prepare to leave. The locals were delighted with the young men from the 7th Great University and reprimanded them to try harder, as this kind of tournament is not held as often as they would like. One of the local boys asked an acquaintance if they could watch the tournament live in such a case, to which the girl laughed and replied that ordinary people watch the broadcast. The provost announced to everyone that right now they would be climbing to the top of the mountain, and everyone should be attentive and follow his steps. All the people present were burning with curiosity and were about to climb to the top when a lightning flash flew behind them. The provost was quite surprised at who could rush forward so quickly. It was of course Lu Shen, thinking that there was probably no way to avoid a battle with a martial saint in the future, so he had to start preparing. Even though he hadn't reached the rank of guru yet, no one could stop him yet. He promised himself to improve every day and knew that sooner or later he would become stronger enough to take down the battle saint himself. Meanwhile, the projector and the rest of the boys were rushing quickly up the steep stairs. At one point, the provost shouted for everyone to stop and take a roll call. Mr. Zhang began to quickly count everyone and found that he couldn't find Lu Shen anywhere, but it was unlikely that he would be the last one up. One of the guys replied that Lu Shen had long since run ahead of everyone else when they saw the flash. That was him. The provost looked at the top of the mountain and couldn't believe that the guy could already be there. The two guys at this time were just making the climb to the top of the mountain, where the older one asked the girl named Xiao Yun to take a little break. Xiao replied that she still had some strength left and would like to climb to the top in one breath. The older brother began to explain that it was her first time on the Martial Saint Mountain, and she might not know some of the rules, and they only had to climb the last 5 steps, which were almost invisible due to the fact that they were completely shrouded in clouds and could not be seen easily. The guy told me that these 5 steps are called the way to heaven, which means 1 step closer to exaltation. He wanted to say something else, but Xiao interrupted him and asked him to speak matter-of-factly, as he really didn't look like a man, but more like a chatty girl. Big Brother replied that he didn't want to bore her with his chatter at all, but only wanted to give her time to recover her strength. The case was the first martial Saint Zhou Fuhai, whose body was tempered on this mountain by heavenly fire and thunder, after which the innermost secrets of divinity were revealed to him, and so he became so strong that his energy is still present on the mountain. All martial artists under 30 come here with a strong enough talent to utilize the martial arts left behind by the martial Saint Zhou Fuhai, causing a very rare vision of heaven and earth. The girl didn't quite understand what this vision of heaven and earth meant. The guy was just about to explain it to her when they both heard something loud behind their backs. He said that this was the vision when the mist swirled and changed, and those who could cause such a vision would definitely be able to be promoted to guru and even more in the future. In the next second, the guy fell silent and stared in shock at the shadow covering them. Quite suddenly, right above them, a huge sea whale flew into the air. The guy said that the call of the sea whale was the highest vision, and they were now witnessing the creation of history. Xiao asked her brother to explain what he meant, and learned that there were no less than 3 great geniuses on top of the mountain at this very second, who might even become martial saints in the future. He said that it was quite outstanding, and many people would just dream of seeing such a thing. Xiao shouted to her brother that he was too talkative, and she wanted to climb to the top soon and see if she herself would summon this whale. While he was laughing at what he said, she felt some kind of hurricane rushing past her. Lu Shen was climbing towards the peak with such lightning speed that it left behind a spiraling trail in the form of a whirlwind. Xiao was amazed by this person's speed and wasn't even sure if it was a person. In the next second, a huge divine dragon appeared next to the flying whale. The guy realized that the legend of the divine dragon exploding to the top and devouring all things was not a fiction, and it was all actually true. Lu Shen was climbing the mountain like a dragon, and in the beginning he just wanted to get up there faster. But as he climbed, he began to feel a strange feeling in his body. It was like he was completely alone in the whole world, and the natural breathing technique was becoming natural. He didn't do anything for it, and was in his usual form, but it was as if all the techniques were being guided by someone, allowing him to rush in one breath. Finally, he himself also approached the divine dragon and the 3 sea whales in the air. He was quite surprised by this picture, and did not know what it was. After all, he had not heard the legend about it. After a second, the 3 whales disappeared, and 1 dragon remained, which Lu Shen thought was a kind of welcoming ceremony. Suddenly, the divine dragon was doing something like erupting energy or power. Lu Shen felt it affecting his own will with its powerful energy. The guy was at the very top of the mountain and realized that he had summoned the vision of the divine dragon. The guys from his university remembered how even the strongest Yakuza twins had only summoned the roar of a sea whale, but what they were seeing now was simply unbelievable. Lu Shen walked unwaveringly beside the dragon while everyone was lost in speculation as to who had caused such a phenomenon. An old master man saw this legendary vision for the first time since he ascended the Cloud Mountain. He sent his disciples to immediately go and find out who did it. Lu Shen, meanwhile, had already walked among the rest of the tournament participants and heard them talking about how if they hadn't seen it, they would have thought it was a martial saint. Someone present took a closer look and recognized the uniform on Lu Shen. He shouted to everyone that this guy was from the 7th Great University, which in itself was impossible. Lu Shen did indeed have a large emblem of his university on his back. The guys were shocked by this because they had always thought that the 7th University was all losers, and the maximum vision of the strongest ones was the roar of a sea whale. They didn't understand how this guy could be 100 times superior to everyone else put together. One of the female students informed her master that she recognized the guy as the same genius from the 7th University. She introduced him as the person who had set records in all 7 sacred towers. It was no longer a secret to anyone present that this genius was Lu Shen. Meanwhile, on top of the cumulus cloud mountain, the master was talking to his disciples about something. There, they were discussing the fact that this guy had become the successor of the Tang martial saint. One of the students said that such a talent was just some kind of non-existent talent, because 1 whale was already a martial saint in the future, and all of this was just something impossible. The students next to Lu Shen also quickly realized how much strength the guy could possess and were shocked. The great martial arts master said that talent alone would not do the trick. The old man had already seen a lot in his life and was sure that he needed unwavering will and strength. He began to explain to them in detail what a true warrior, much less a battle saint, should be like. Master also said that this kid Lu Shen was not as pompous as they all thought, and was quite good. There was a possibility that all of this happened because the kid had the same luck in martial arts as Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai, and he, unlike everyone else, was able to pile it up on this particular mountain. The old man asked his students how they even got their own, that someone could Batea stronger than the martial saints themselves. After all, they were the entire heavenly world. The students also agreed with the great master's words, as it was simply impossible to be stronger than a martial saint. After all, it was the highest power. Anyway, the great master said that this guy had surpassed all the warriors of his generation and was no less worthy of respect than Martial Saint Tang as an outstanding person with extraordinary talent. One of the master's disciples said that this guy had caused such a commotion around him that the Yakuza members must have already started to panic. Somewhere nearby on the mountain was a special hotel for the tournament participants and guests. In one of the rooms, someone loudly pounded on the table with his fist and said that he had never heard anything more delusional than the fact that they were starting to panic before. It was Yakuza Martial School's instructor Lian Chibei, who was outraged that everyone was marveling at some vision on the mountain. He shouted loudly at everyone that they were the strongest warriors in the country and dared to be scared of some kid from the university. Someone said that their coach was right, and this kid might be talented in the future, but right now, even he himself could match him in strength. This was one of the Yakuza twins, Zhao Qian, who was confident that he was no worse than Lu Shen. His brother Zhao Qing agreed and expressed that the power of martial arts was not in ostentatious things. He added that if this Lu Shen became his opponent, he would simply crush him in a matter of seconds. The instructor praised the twins as he didn't expect anything else from them. He suggested that the guys put on a little show for everyone, where whoever met Lu Shen first in the arena would have to crush him, and don't worry about the 7th University, as it would handle everything on its own. Meanwhile, one of the Grand Master's disciples was in the lounge room. It was Xiao, scrutinizing the photos and videos of Lu Shen. Big Brother noticed this and wondered if she was paying too much attention and importance to it. He asked her not to worry, as his strength wasn't clear until the end due to the fact that he hadn't reached the guru's will and thus wasn't an opponent. The guy reiterated that her main target was the Yakuza twin brother. He reminded her that those two had acquired the will of the guru 2 more years ago and were now at the stage of becoming one. The girl replied that she understood, though she herself was still thinking about Lu Sheng while looking at the phone screen. The guy tried his best to encourage his sister, talking about not being fooled by visions alone and relying only on her mighty strength. It turns out that Xiao had a special talent since childhood, seeing gods and ghosts. The moment she saw Lu Shen approaching, she thought she saw a thick fog behind him covering the entire mountain. There were quite a few participants gathered in the lobby of the inn, still discussing Lu Sheng vigorously. It seemed that only the students of 7th University were the only ones who were beyond excited about the upcoming tournament. The guys from the 4th Sacred University were watching all of this from afar. One guy remembered how there was a reason he hadn't fought Lu Shen last time. Otherwise, he would have lost his confidence forever. Bai Hengchun replied that he was a living example of what the guy was just talking about. He had no idea how powerful a life force one had to possess to summon such a vision of heaven and earth. Besides, he had already formed his own will, and it was better not to fight him. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Bai's shoulder and said that he shouldn't belittle himself so much. It was the rector of his 4th university, adding that the guy was really strong and that was why they should focus on their paths. The rector also said that their 7 universities are all one, and Lu Shen is actually not their opponent. He also added that this graduation should be the most promising one for all 7 universities. The rector was also looking at Lu Shen with curiosity, suspicious of his excellent future. He believed that the fellow would definitely have to become a newly minted dragon. Meanwhile, Vice Rector Zhang was trying to figure out why the guy didn't understand his hints about killing Liang Ye, since he would have been covered by Marshal St. Tang anyway. For some reason, he felt that Lu Shen's chosen path would lead him to a dead end in the end. Lu Shen himself could clearly feel the energy entering his body and increasing his strength. The guy focused on his palm and thought about something important. He saw his own will and noticed that a drawing of a sea whale had appeared in its place in the compass of strength. Lu Shen decided to call it God Whale Power, with which he could summon the power of heaven and earth. The guy even thought that if he met a martial saint in the future, his chances of winning would increase greatly. The guy was brought out of his thoughts by something quite powerful and strong. Lu Shen felt a clear, annihilating, and destructive aura with his entire body. Lian Chibe, an instructor of the Yakuza martial schools, appeared among all the participants. His strength could be compared to a poisonous snake that mercilessly strangled its victims. Lu Shen knew that he was the leader of the Yakuza team, and an 8th-ranked guru, so if one were to come face-to-face with him, the chances of victory were slim. However, if he managed to break through to the guru level and then enter the state of a martial arts god, Lian Chibe would be annihilated in seconds 20. Lu Shen noticed that he had drawn a lot of attention, so he decided to clearly follow his plan, step by step. One of the reporters from the tournament quickly ran towards him with a camera. He apologized to Lu Sheng for accidentally hitting him while out of breath. The guy asked if the tournament's battles would be live-streamed. The reporter nodded and replied that everything had been ready for a long time and all the cameras were set up. It was only a pity that they were too late for some majestic spectacle near the top of the mountain. He also said that the tournament usually lasts 2 or 3 days, and he might still have a moment to take pictures. At this moment, someone said into the loudspeaker, asking for silence from everyone. The man introduced himself to Jiang He as the person in charge of this tournament, which was run by Marshal St. Tang Zhongyu. He announced the official start of the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. The host said that in this tournament, the group stages would be determined by a special draw. He asked everyone to line up in a row and take turns pulling out a sheet with a name on it. All the participants did as they were told, and already knew who they had gotten. Lian Chibe was not only watching his twin boys closely, but also Lu Shen. Lu Shen noticed this, and began to guess from the instructor's active energy that he was up to something. One of the guys was frustrated with his opponent. After all, he had taken out his school buddy once, and didn't know if they would have to fight seriously. In any case, there could be all sorts of things, after all. They had now grown up and studied in completely different places. Meanwhile, Lu Shen was looking at his opponent's number and wondering who it would be. At that moment, some shy guy came up to him and asked if he was Lu Shen. The guy introduced himself as a student of Dongning University named Lu Ming. He saw Lu Shen's puzzled face and explained that he had heard a lot about him from his teammate. Lu Shen didn't immediately realize what he was talking about, but when he saw the guys, he couldn't help but smile. Across from him stood the joyful